This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. This summer is really hot. Bourne wiped the sweat from his face and said to his partner beside him, "Who says otherwise? I didn't expect that our country, which is even further north than US, would be even hotter in the summer." Bourne's partner, Dudu, had somehow obtained a magazine. The magazine featured a blonde woman arm in arm with a middle-aged man with white hair. The man had an extraordinary air about him and was smiling at the camera. However, Dudu didn't care about the contents of the magazine. He was just using it to fan himself. Dudu was a large, fat man. His rolls of fat made him even more uncomfortable in this heat. His face was flushed and sweating profusely. "Boss, how much longer are we going to have to stay in this godforsaken place?" Dudu said impatiently. "You fatso, you can't even handle this little bit of hardship? What kind of spy are you? You might as well go home and lie in bed with the air conditioning on." Bourne snapped, then continued, "The target's been inside for over an hour. He should be coming out soon." Before he could finish, a group of men in black suits emerged from a building ahead. The leader, a man with white hair, was none other than the man from the magazine Dudu was holding. He waved behind him and got into a black sedan. His bodyguards, all wearing sunglasses, vigilantly scanned their surroundings. "He's out! He's out!" Bourne whispered. "Quick, quick, let's catch up." Upon hearing this, Dudu sprang up like a ball of flesh, dropping his magazine and frantically starting his old, beat-up Santana, leisurely following behind the black sedan. "Boss, what do we do now?" Dudu asked. Bourne peered through his binoculars at the car ahead. "We just need to find out his location. The rest is up to the others." However, as they approached an intersection, a truck suddenly darted out from the side and crashed into Bourne's old Santana. The Santana, unable to withstand the impact, was thrown several meters and reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Bourne felt like his whole body was falling apart. He endured the excruciating pain and looked at Dudu beside him. "Dudu, wake up! Wake up!" He shook Dudu, but Dudu didn't respond. He checked Dudu's breath with his finger. He discovered that Dudu wasn't breathing. His obese body was crushed, his ribs piercing his lungs and heart, and his head had suffered a severe impact. Aya! Dudu was his best friend, his most loyal partner. They had originally planned to complete this mission together, then quit and enjoy the bounty. Little did they know that this would not only be their last mission, but also the end of their lives. Bourne struggled to get out of the vehicle, but the cockpit was deformed, trapping his legs and waist, rendering him immobile. At that moment, two men got out of the truck. They wore baseball caps and ordinary blue overalls, but carried guns. It was clear that this incident was serious and aimed at Bourne and his companion. As they walked, they cocked their pistols, their eyes devoid of emotion, and strode towards the smoking Santana. Bourne quickly spotted them, but escape was impossible. He tried to draw his pistol, but his waist was blocked by the car door and seat, preventing him from reaching it. He looked around for something to help him escape and spotted Dudu's pistol at his waist. He quickly reached for it and fired at the two men outside, but they were faster. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out, bullets piercing the shattered car door and striking Bourne directly in the body. Bourne's finger, with its last ounce of strength, pulled the trigger, but it was too late. The bullet flew into the air. Bourne felt his body slipping out of his control. His hand holding the gun involuntarily dropped, and the pistol fell heavily to the ground. The bullets had pierced Bourne's heart and lungs. Every breath he took was choked with his own blood. He knew he couldn't change anything. Bourne felt darkness slowly engulf him. His soul seemed to leave his body and drift away into the distance. My life is over. After an unknown amount of time, Bourne felt his consciousness slowly returning. He entered a strange state, his soul seemingly being pulled by something, yet an invisible force resisted this pull. Bourne felt as if he were about to split apart. Suddenly, with a pop, Bourne felt himself pulled into a huge tunnel. A force was constantly acting on his soul, sometimes turning him into a ball, sometimes into a long strip, sometimes into an irregular shape. Bourne felt completely disoriented and helpless. Slowly, Bourne seemed to see a light ahead. This light grew larger and brighter until it enveloped him completely. With a thud, Bourne felt a dizzying sensation and fell to the ground. Yes! On the ground. Bourne still felt dizzy and disoriented. When he opened his eyes, he saw a vast expanse of red earth, blood red, and the skeleton of a pair of human hands. Bourne was immediately terrified. He struggled to his feet, only to discover to his astonishment that these human hand bones were none other than his own, attached to his body, and still movable. What the hell? Bourne was startled, inwardly screaming, is this some kind of torture in our country? Have I been subjected to the death by 1,000 cuts? He quickly touched his face and body, finding that all that remained was this skeleton. He became even more frightened, trying to scream, but found that no sound could be uttered. Immediately, he found himself completely alone. The place was vast, but the sky and earth were red, a blood-red hue. In the distance, there seemed to be some eerie plants, their surfaces jet black, swaying in the wind, emitting a piercing, creaking sound. He looked at his bare hands, devoid of any flesh, then at the blood-red world, utterly bewildered. What the hell is this? He exclaimed. Could it be that I was a spy in life, and now I'm in hell? That was possible, after all, spies weren't exactly good people. Thinking this, Bone sighed. Ah, I was Bone in life, and now I'm actually a Bone in death. How ridiculous. Chapter 2. A gust of wind swept by, and the skull of an unknown creature rolled on the ground with a clatter. In the distance, a volcano spewed forth scorching lava, and a crimson moon hung silently in the blood-red sky, emitting an eerie light that illuminated this land filled with death. A skeleton dragged its wearied body, wandering aimlessly. He was naked, and his right hand held a withered piece of wood he had picked up from somewhere, using it as a walking stick. This was Bourne. He had been walking for 3 days without encountering a single living creature, and he was slowly adapting to life here. He was certain that this was hell. It was a desolate wasteland, vast and boundless. Fortunately, he was now dead, feeling neither hunger nor cold, but he was extremely exhausted, feeling his consciousness slowly being worn away, as if he were being placed on a millstone. Bourne felt utterly exhausted, as if one day his consciousness would be completely erased, and his skeleton would become a mindless ghost, wandering aimlessly in this world forever. Suddenly, Bourne seemed to see a figure ahead, also staggering and unsteady. As it drew closer, Bourne realized the other person was in much better shape than him. At least they had flesh on their body. This person was ragged, covered in deep and shallow wounds, and one eyeball had popped out, just like the zombies in the zombie movies Bourne had watched in his life. Holy crap, it's a zombie! Bourne exclaimed, staring at the figure. The figure seemed to have seen Bourne too, and staggered towards him. Bourne wasn't afraid. He was a dead man anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Hey, brother, hello, Bourne greeted, but the others seemed not to hear him at all and continued walking towards him. Bourne was a little confused. What was wrong with this zombie? Did it not understand him? Suddenly, Bourne remembered, he couldn't make a sound, he was a skeleton. Frustrated, Bourne resorted to gesturing. The zombie, seeing Bourne's haphazard gestures, paused for a moment, then ignored him and continued walking towards Bourne until it stopped right in front of him. Bourne looked at the zombie. To be honest, it was a little creepy up close. Bourne didn't know how to greet it, so he extended his right hand, wanting to shake hands with the zombie as a gesture of friendliness. The zombie, seeing Bourne's outstretched right hand, slowly raised both of its own hands and grasped Bourne's right hand in its grasp. Bourne's heart leaped with joy. Haha, looks like this guy's actually quite friendly. Before Bourne could even rejoice, the zombie slowly raised Bourne's right hand, all the way to his mouth, opened its dislocated jaws, and bit down. My God! Bourne jumped in fright, trying to pull his right hand away, but the zombie held it firmly, refusing to budge. Bourne raised the wooden stick he found with his left hand, and without thinking twice, stabbed it hard into the zombie's eye. With a thud, the stick pierced deep into the zombie's brain through its eye socket, then snapped under the weight. This attack had its effect. The zombie roared to the sky, and Bourne seized the opportunity to pull his right hand away, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's chest. However, the force didn't knock the zombie down. Instead, it sent Bourne flying backward, crashing flat on his back to the ground. Without hesitation, Bourne scrambled to his feet and ran without looking back. He's going to eat me! He's going to eat me! Bourne muttered to himself, still reeling from the terror. He didn't know how long he ran before he finally stopped. He looked back and, seeing the zombie wasn't chasing him, breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. What bad luck! I finally found something that could move, and it's a man-eating zombie. Bourne slammed his fist on the ground in anger. He truly couldn't imagine what it would be like to stay in this awful place forever. He would go insane. He'd rather be dead. These past 3 days had already exhausted Bourne's spirit to the limit, and now, encountering a zombie that wanted to eat him, he was utterly despondent. God, I was wrong. Let me truly die. Stop tormenting me. Bourne cried out to the heavens, but no sound came out. However, before Bourne could even catch his breath, He sensed something and abruptly turned to look to the side. What's that noise? His gaze fell on a huge rock. He hadn't paid attention to it when he came over, but just now, he thought he heard something coming from that direction. Creak. The sound came again. Bourne slowly crawled towards the rock, wanting to see what it was. Could it be a zombie chasing him? That shouldn't be possible. That zombie seemed slow. He should have already shaken it off. However, when he looked behind the large rock from the side, what came into view was a canine skeleton. Its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and its sharp teeth ground together with a grinding sound. Holy crap! Bourne jumped back in shock. Then, he saw something even more horrifying. It wasn't just one canine skeleton, but a whole swarm. Even more terrifying, they were devouring a human skeleton. The skull was crushed, and inside, a ghostly blue flame flickered wildly, as if screaming, pleading, cursing the heavens and earth. Although Bourne was hairless, he still felt his hair stand on end. Only one thought occupied his mind. I don't want to die like this. After devouring the human skull, the canine skeletons all turned their attention to Bourne. Without hesitation, Bourne immediately took off running, the canine skeletons hot on his heels. What a cursed place! What a cursed place! Bourne cursed as he ran, utterly devastated. He just shaken off the zombie, and now he was facing wild dogs. Was this some kind of sin he committed in his past life, and now he was paying the price? This time, the canine skeletons were clearly faster than the zombie. Bourne ran for a while, but found he couldn't shake them off at all. In fact, they were closing in. What do I do? What do I do? I'm really going to die now, and be bitten and eaten by dogs. Bourne was extremely anxious, his legs never stopping. Fortunately, he was a skeleton now, so he didn't feel particularly tired after running for so long, only mentally exhausted. Suddenly, a canine skeleton caught up and bit Bourne's right calf. Bourne felt his right leg sink, and his speed instantly decreased. Oh no! Bourne cried out, kicking the canine skeleton away with his left leg, and then continued running. However, this time, even more canine skeletons caught up with him. Bourne dodged left and right, barely managing to avoid being bitten again. In this critical moment, Bourne suddenly saw a thick fog ahead and thought, perfect, if I run into that fog, it at least impair the vision of these wild dogs. Thinking this, Bourne sped up and plunged into the fog. The canine skeletons followed without hesitation. Once inside the fog, Bourne saw only a white blur, but he dared not slow down. He knew that if the canine skeletons caught up, he would be devoured. After running for a while, he gradually felt the canine skeletons behind him disappear. A sense of relief washed over him. He had finally shaken them off. However, Bourne was still uneasy. He continued running for a distance until he saw a cave, so he entered it to hide. The cave wasn't large, and the fog outside seemed unable to penetrate, making visibility inside much better than outside. Bourne walked on, his heart pounding. The cave was filled with skeletons, all sorts of skeletons, even those of creatures he didn't recognize. This puzzled him greatly. What kind of creatures were they? After a while, Bourne reached the innermost part of the cave. Here, there was nothing but skeletons. Bourne found a corner to sit down, thinking, hopefully, those wild dogs won't find me here. Just as he thought this, his heart sank again, because he heard the familiar sound again. Creak, creak. That was the sound of those canine skeletons grinding their teeth. Bourne wanted to slap himself twice. Serves you right for setting such a high bar, he thought. He was disheartened, powerless to escape, and this cave was a dead end. There was no way out. Why? Why did they find me here? I should have shaken them off by now. Bourne couldn't understand why. As pairs of eerie blue eyes came into view, Bourne knew he was doomed. He thought of everything in his life, how many times he had escaped pursuit, how many spy missions he had completed, but never before had he felt so helpless and tormented. He couldn't understand why it had ended like this. No, I can't be eaten like this. I died once already, it's nothing. Suddenly, a fighting spirit surged within Bourne. He was unwilling to accept this, unwilling to be tortured to death. He grabbed a broken bone beside him. He didn't know what kind of creature it was about a meter long, with one side surprisingly sharp, like a long knife. With the bone knife in hand, Bourne felt more confident. Just a few stray dogs? Let's see how I deal with you. The pack of canine skeletons pounced on Bourne at the sight of him. Bourne didn't hold back, brandishing his broken bone to meet them. Crack, crack. The broken bone was indeed sharp, instantly felling two canine skeletons to the ground. Bourne's spirits lifted, as if he had found a chance of survival. However, there were simply too many canine skeletons. Even with the broken bone, Bourne was no match for them. Soon, he was covered in canine skeletons, some biting his legs, some his hands, some his head. Ultimately, Bourne couldn't withstand the onslaught and was tackled to the ground, the broken bones slipping from his grasp and falling to the side. I'm doomed. I'm going to be eaten by wild dogs, boo-hoo. Bourne was heartbroken, never expecting to suffer such torment in hell. Just then, a flash of blue light appeared, and instantly Bourne felt time stand still. He could even hear the crunching sound of the canine skeletons gnawing at his bones. Then, a tremor shook him, and he felt the world spin, as if his soul was being torn apart. With a crack, his skull shattered, and the blue flames within his head seemed about to be extinguished by a gust of wind. Bourne immediately fainted, losing consciousness. But just as he lost consciousness, a red energy wave erupted from his soul fire, instantly resisting the impact of the blue light and visibly and slowly repairing Bourne's skull. After an unknown amount of time, Bourne slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to prop himself up with his hands, sitting up against the cave wall. Then he saw that the canine skeletons that had been chasing him seemed to be dead. Their heads were completely split open, the flames inside extinguished, leaving no trace. Bourne gasped, unconsciously touching his head. Finding it unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. What was that light just now? Bourne wondered, recalling that it seemed to have come from the center of the cave. Gathering his courage, he used the last of his strength to stand up and cautiously walk towards the source of the light. Reaching the center of the cave, Bourne saw a stone platform. The platform was surrounded by broken bones, but judging from their distribution, they all seemed to be circling the platform, as if trying to obtain something from it. Bourne looked at the platform and saw a knife, a white blade about 1 meter long, seemingly made of bone, a bone knife. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly special. Bourne was curious. Could the blue light he just seen have come from this knife? Confused, he shook his head, and casually grabbed the knife. Rumble. A sudden tremor shook the ground, startling Bourne. He looked around, but he didn't notice the blue glow emanating from the knife. This glow spread, reaching his hand, then his body, and finally his head. Bourne felt a buzzing in his head, as if something had been forced inside, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. A moment later, he was speechless with astonishment, for he heard a weak, but undeniably real human voice. Ahem, little skeleton, welcome to the world of the dead. Chapter 3. Bourne heard it clearly. It was a human voice. He looked around but found no trace of anyone in the cave. He thought he was hallucinating, but that couldn't be right, he was dead. Could he still hallucinate? Ahem, little skeleton, stop looking. Suddenly, the voice rang out again. I'm in your head, what are you looking for? Bourne jumped in fright. What did that mean? In my head? Can people even get into my head? Ahem, it seems you don't know anything. You must be just an ordinary person in the prime material plane. Seeing Bourne's bewildered expression, the voice continued, try opening your mind and silently reciting what you want to say in your head, then you can talk to me. Bourne's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly tried. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, yes. The voice said impatiently. It really works. Bourne was overjoyed. He had been in hell for almost 4 days, and finally, someone he could communicate with. He felt an urge to cry. Hello, I am Bourne. May I ask who you are? Bourne calmed himself and asked cautiously. Who I am is not important. What is important is that this 1,000-year wait has finally come to an end. This sword has chosen you. The voice said calmly. The sword chose me? Bourne was stunned. He then remembered that he was still holding a bone sword. This bone sword was clearly very different from the one he had placed on the stone platform earlier. It gleamed with a ghostly blue light, and lines flowed along its blade. It was obviously not an ordinary weapon. This is the soul-severing blade, buried here for thousands of years. Countless people have discovered this place and tried to possess it, but all have failed. They have all become fragments of bones in this cave, the voice said softly, as if it came from 1,000 years ago, filled with a sense of vicissitude. Then why did it choose me? Bourne was puzzled. He shouldn't have anything special about him. He was just an unlucky soul destined for hell after death. I don't know either, but you seem to have withstood its protective divine light. I wonder how you did it. The voice seemed to carry a hint of doubt. Logically, it should have chosen a stronger undead, not you. Protective divine light? Bourne was taken aback, then remembered, could it be that blue flash? That flash instantly killed a group of canine skeletons. Could he have withstood it? Humph, don't underestimate that protective divine light. It's an attack that directly targets the soul, so your ability to withstand it means your soul is special. The voice seemed to see Born's confusion and explained. The power of the soul is very mysterious. As for what's special about your soul, I can't say. Born thought for a moment. What's special about my soul? What could be special about it? Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. Humph, now it seems you little skeleton are incredibly weak. A human skeleton, no magical fluctuations, and no apparent combat ability. The voice said disdainfully. What? Born was completely bewildered. What humans? What magic? What are all these things? You don't know? The voice was clearly taken aback, then said, You've probably been squeezed senseless by the soul passage, haven't you? This is the netherworld, connected to the main plane of the Skywalk continent where you originally lived. All those who die in the main plane enter the netherworld through the netherworld passage. Some weaker souls slowly lose their self-awareness and become wandering ghosts, while some powerful souls retain their consciousness and grow into lords of the netherworld. Judging from your weakness, you certainly weren't a strong person in the main plane, but to still have self-awareness after so long is indeed unusual. Born was completely dumbfounded. What? Skywalk continent? Wasn't he on Earth? Wasn't he in our country? Wasn't this hell? How? So this has become the netherworld? What's going on here? Seeing Born remain silent, the voice continued, You're far too weak right now. Even if you were chosen by the soul-severing blade, you have a hard time surviving. You must become stronger. The soul-severing blade and I have waited for thousands of years, finally finding a suitable person. We can't give up like this. Born was startled. Become stronger? How? The voice sighed. Of course, through cultivation. How can you become stronger without cultivation? However, you understand nothing and know nothing right now, which makes things difficult. Born scratched his head. He basically understood. The place he was in was definitely not hell, at least not the hell of his previous world. The place where normal people lived was called the Heavenly Journey Continent. People from there only came here after they died, the netherworld. This? How should I address you? Born asked somewhat embarrassedly. The other party had told him so much, yet he didn't even know their name. Well, you don't need to know my name, just call me Blade Madman. The voice said slowly. When you're strong enough, I tell you my real name. Alright, Senior Blade Madman, thank you for telling me so much, but I really don't understand how to cultivate to become stronger. And what about the magic power you mentioned? How do I obtain it? Born was completely bewildered. He desperately needed to learn the basics of this world from Blade Madman. Blade Madman was silent for a moment, then sighed, Alas, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to cultivate in a short time. In the end, the death elements here will still obliterate your last vestiges of consciousness, turning you into a wandering undead. Born was puzzled by this. Why do you say that? Cultivation takes time. Your aptitude is too weak, and there are no undead to devour in this area. You simply cannot cultivate to a level where you can resist the erosion of the death elements here in a short time. So everything is in vain, unless... Blade Madman hesitated. Unless what? Born perked up immediately, sensing there might be a way. Unless you can practice that technique. Dao Quang pondered for a moment before speaking. Which technique? Born asked anxiously. Senior Dao Quang, please don't keep me in suspense. Soul fusion technique. Dao Quang replied. Born was taken aback. What was that? The name didn't sound like a proper technique. Could it be some kind of evil magic? Dao Quang didn't hide anything and slowly explained, There aren't many people in this world who know about the soul fusion technique. Its cultivation method is very special. Initially, its power isn't strong, and it's no different from ordinary techniques. However, it can increase its strength by absorbing death elements. Later, if one can absorb 10 heavenly souls from this world, it can continuously advance, even becoming the most powerful technique in this world. But what? Born asked anxiously. Dao Quang shook his head and sighed, but in this world, only a handful of people can obtain even 1 heavenly soul, let alone 10. Don't even think about it. Born understood. At its low level, this technique was no different from ordinary techniques, but its advantage was that it could utilize death elements for cultivation, allowing survival in the netherworld. However, once one's strength increased, this technique became useless, requiring advancement. The condition for advancement was obtaining heavenly souls. There were 10 heavenly souls in the world. If one could collect them all, one would possess the most powerful technique in the world. However, that seemed like a pipe dream. Ordinary techniques require absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth, but death elements are an exception. Therefore, techniques suitable for the undead are extremely rare. However, since the netherworld has no other spiritual energy besides death elements, the undead have a unique cultivation method, preying on other undead. Dao Kuang said. Preying on other undead? Born instantly recalled his own experiences. After 3 days of walking, he encountered a zombie that wanted to eat him on sight, and then a group of canine skeletons that also wanted to devour him. Could this be the reason? That's right. All undead possess soul fire. The stronger the soul fire, the stronger the undead. Moreover, this soul fire is a great tonic for other undead, so the undead realm is full of infighting, Dao Kuang continued. But the soul fusion technique is different. It can break the shackles of this world and cultivate through the elements of death, constantly growing stronger. It's just that it's relatively slow in the early stages. After all, the initial level of this technique is too low. It's alright, Senior Blade Madman, just teach me the soul fusion technique. I need to survive first. As for other techniques, I can learn them later, Born said with a smile. Learn other techniques later? You're not kidding, are you? Blade Madman exclaimed. Do you know that a person can only practice one technique in their lifetime? If you want to learn other techniques, you must abandon all your cultivation and start over. If you learn 2 techniques, the elements inside your body will become chaotic, eventually causing you to explode and die. Born smiled awkwardly. He hadn't considered this at all. However, he really had no choice. If he didn't learn, with his current frail body, according to Blade Madman, it was uncertain whether he could even survive until tomorrow. Dao Kuang sighed. Alas, you're really unlucky, kid. The aura emanating from the soul-severing blade has stirred up a thick fog around here, so ordinary undead don't dare to come here. Besides, you're far too weak. Even if you encounter any undead, you wouldn't be able to defeat them, and would likely be devoured quickly. Therefore, you can only try to cultivate the soul fusion technique. Born nodded, agreeing without hesitation. However, he wasn't worried. Even if he couldn't become stronger, he could at least survive in this realm of the dead. Then how should I cultivate? He asked. Dao Kuang replied, you're too weak right now, and there's no time. I have to forcibly implant the soul fusion technique's cultivation method into your mind. But this will likely require me to fall into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I'd be awake. Ah? Upon hearing this, Born knew that this forced implantation was no ordinary method, and must be extremely dangerous. Moreover, Dao Kuang's mention of falling into a deep sleep meant that the implantation method would cause Dao Kuang significant harm. Wouldn't he be alone again afterward? Don't worry, I won't die. It's just that I'm currently in a soul state, and extremely weak. I don't have much power left. Forcing myself to use this infusion technique would exhaust my last remaining soul power, so I need to sleep and recover for a while. This is a last resort, said Dao Kuang. Born understood that, as Dao Kuang had said, this was indeed the only solution in the current situation. He immediately stopped being coy, and said to Dao Kuang, Senior Dao Kuang, I know you're just trying to comfort me. You were willing to hurt yourself to save me. I will never forget this kindness. From today onwards, you are my teacher. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Dao Kuang laughed heartily. You got some sentimentality, kid. A teacher for a day is a father for life, indeed. Since you said so, I won't hide it from you. During my slumber, if I'm nourished with enough high-level soul fire, it can speed up my awakening. Kid, there's more to teach you than just this. If I can wake up sooner, it will also benefit you. Born nodded emphatically. He knew that Dao Kuang was no ordinary being. He had only been lucky to have encountered him. If he could learn cultivation techniques from Dao Kuang, even if he could only cultivate the soul fusion technique, he could still achieve great things. Without further ado, Dao Kuang roared, unleashing a surge of immense power that directly impacted Born's soul fire. Born felt a piercing pain in his head and involuntarily cried out, ah! Instantly, Born felt countless pieces of information rapidly flooding his mind, like a water pipe being shoved into his brain. This information crisscrossed and flowed at breakneck speed, affecting every part of Born's body. Born felt as if his brain was about to explode and his body was about to fall apart. He was supposed to be dead, so why was he feeling pain? What Born didn't realize was that as this power surged into his body, a miraculous transformation was taking place. His bones became more crystalline and translucent, with wisps of red light swirling around them. It was as if the death elements of heaven and earth were being mobilized. The mist within a 10-mile radius was shaken apart by this energy. The death elements seemed to solidify, refined by the red light, and transformed into pure energy, nourishing Born's body and soul. The blood moon in the sky seemed even brighter. Born couldn't bear the pain any longer. He clutched his head, and frantically released excess energy in the cave. The energy waves struck the cave walls, causing the cave to collapse, and Bourne fainted again. Chapter 4. The Netherworld, a region perpetually shrouded in thick fog, had recently seen the fog gradually dissipate, revealing as far as the eye could see the withered bones of the dead. The hellish scene exuded a chilling aura. Countless souls had perished here over the centuries. In the center of this region lay a small cave, its roof partially collapsed, revealing the scene inside. A small skeleton, its right hand gripping a long sword, lay sprawled on the ground, motionless, as if dead. Suddenly, the skeleton's fingers twitched, and a ghostly blue flame slowly rose from its eyes. The crimson moonlight bathed it, forming a halo around it, and its heart pounded like a strange pulse. Bourne thought he was dead. After all, he didn't know how long he had been unconscious, and his frail body couldn't withstand any longer. But he had awakened. Not only had he awakened, but he also seemed to possess a newfound power. Bourne slowly got up. He felt much better, and his body seemed lighter. If the canine skeleton chased him again, he was confident he wouldn't be caught, or at least wouldn't be bitten on the butt. Bourne curiously examined his body. Nothing seemed to have changed, but the red aura still flickered faintly, and he didn't know what it was. It seemed that while he was unconscious after fainting, he had unconsciously begun practicing the soul fusion technique, otherwise, he might have already perished completely. Teacher! Teacher! Bourne called out twice, but received no response. It seemed that Blade Madman had indeed fallen into a deep sleep. Bourne was extremely grateful to the Blade Maniac. Without him, Bourne would have had no idea he had transmigrated to another world, let alone know about cultivation. He would have been a soulless, wandering undead, forever adrift on this boundless land of the dead. Gradually, the red light on Bourne's body subsided and finally disappeared. In fact, the red light didn't disappear, it was absorbed into Bourne's body, invisible from the outside. This was the light emitted when the soul fusion technique refined the elements of death. After learning the soul fusion technique with the Blade Maniac's help, Bourne suddenly learned many things. For example, he understood the basics of cultivation in this world. First, novice cultivators were divided into 10 stages, called the 10 elements, each element further divided into 10 levels. Before learning the soul fusion technique, Bourne was a complete novice, an ordinary skeleton with no power whatsoever. After being modified by the soul fusion technique and absorbing the death elements refined by its automatic operation over the past few days, Bourne has successfully advanced to the first rank of the first Yuan realm. Once at this level, one's self-awareness is generally not obliterated by death elements. Secondly, Bourne also learned that cultivation techniques only enhance one's strength. True combat requires the support of magic. Like gunpowder, simply throwing it might only hit someone's head, but if made into bullets, it can kill instantly. However, Bourne currently has no way to obtain magic. The Blade Madman is in a deep sleep, and it's unknown when he will awaken. The path ahead must be walked alone. On the bright side, Bourne now has a weapon, the soul-severing blade. This blade is exceptionally sharp, and Bourne even vaguely senses that it possesses self-awareness. Moreover, the Blade Madman's soul is hidden within this blade. It must be a rare and precious weapon. With the soul-severing blade, at least Bourne no longer needs to scavenge for scraps and bones to fight. Currently, his level is still too low. Although he's much stronger than before, it's still insufficient. To survive in the Netherworld, he needs sufficient strength. Therefore, Bourne decided to hunt down wandering undead and absorb their soul fire to strengthen himself. This is nothing unusual, it's the nature of the undead, survival of the fittest. Having understood this, Bourne no longer hesitated. He casually tore off a ghost vine, tucked the soul-severing blade into his waistband, climbed out of the cave, and resumed his journey. This soul fusion technique is very special. Even when Bourne isn't practicing it, it can still refine a small amount of death element. At the same time, Bourne also sensed that the death element in the Netherworld doesn't seem to originate from the heavens and earth, but rather from the crimson blood moon in the sky. The specific reason is unclear. Bourne quickly emerged from the previously mist-shrouded area and stepped back onto the vast, blood-red earth. His primary objective was to find a lone undead to test his skills on, preferably a wandering, unconscious one. After all, a test should be against a weaker opponent. This time, Bourne was lucky. Not long after emerging, he spotted a figure swaying and walking slowly in the distance. A zombie. However, he wasn't sure if this zombie was the same one he had encountered before, as zombies' appearances were usually so badly disfigured that they were unrecognizable. Bourne's eyesight had improved along with his strength, so he saw the zombie, but the zombie didn't notice him. Bourne quietly circled around to the zombie's blind spot. He didn't intend to fight the zombie head-on. After all, He had only recently advanced in his cultivation, and didn't know his true strength. Therefore, he planned to ambush it from behind to see what kind of damage he could inflict. Bourne, having been a spy in his past life, was used to such clandestine activities. As he approached the zombie from behind, he remained undetected. The zombie continued its limping gait, seemingly oblivious to anything amiss. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Closer and closer. Just as it approached within 2 meters, the zombie seemed to sense something, stopped, and slowly turned around. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he raised his soul-severing blade, aimed at the zombie's head, lunged forward, and brought the blade down with a devastating blow. A sharp crack echoed as the zombie, its only remaining eye wide open, saw its attacker before dying. It raised its hand, but Bourne, having finished his strike, leaped back. The zombie missed its grip, and its head was cleaved open from the upper left. It had no chance left. The light in its eyes dimmed, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. Although he had no heart, Bourne felt his own heart pounding in his chest. He cautiously approached the zombie, poking it with his soul-severing blade. Finding the zombie indeed motionless, he breathed a sigh of relief. Back when he was a spy, he always used guns, and he had never killed anyone before, only stealing classified information. This was the first time he had killed a person, only this person was a dead one. Bourne remembered what the madman had said. The undead possessed soul fire that stored their souls, a powerful tonic that could not only enhance their own strength, but also help the madman recover his soul. So, suppressing his nausea, Bourne pried open the zombie's skull. Inside, there was indeed a dancing blue flame, dazzling and mesmerizing. Bourne gently touched it. The flame wasn't scorching hot, and wouldn't burn his fingers. He then mustered his courage, cupped the soul fire in his hands, and shoved it into his mouth. The soul fire was incredibly magical. After entering Bourne's mouth, it didn't simply flow downwards, but instead diffused throughout his body, circulating once before returning to his skull. There, it transformed into pure energy, absorbed by Bourne's own soul fire, making it even more potent. After consuming the soul fire, Bourne felt refreshed and invigorated. This is soul fire? After a comfortable groan, Bourne felt his strength had improved again. He also gained a better understanding of his current combat power. At least against zombies, he could kill them with a single strike, no longer needing to be so tense. In the following days, Bourne hunted zombies everywhere. He no longer needed to hide. Upon seeing a zombie, he openly charged forward with his sword. Most zombies seemed to be mindless wanderers, slow-moving. Although they were thick-skinned and incredibly strong, they were like paper before the soul-severing blade, utterly vulnerable. Therefore, after hunting for 3 or 4 days, Bourne harvested a considerable amount of zombie soul fire. By comparing the effects of consuming soul fire with practicing the soul fusion technique, he discovered that the soul fire of an unconscious zombie was at most equivalent to 2 hours of soul fusion technique practice, making the benefit not very significant. If Bourne did nothing all day, but quietly practiced the soul fusion technique, his daily harvest would be greater than hunting zombies. However, Bourne wasn't in a hurry. What he wanted was to accumulate combat experience. After all, he possessed the strength of a first-tier Yuan realm cultivator, but lacked any magic, and had no idea how to utilize his power. Therefore, combat was the best training ground, and these zombies were the best sparring partners. While hunting zombies, Bourne also attacked other undead he encountered. Fortunately, these were mostly mindless wanderers. Once, he even encountered a group of canine skeletons, but this time Bourne didn't run away. He wielded his soul-severing blade and fought fiercely, quickly killing more than 10 canine skeletons. However, these canine skeletons had very little soul fire energy, even less than some zombies. During the hunt, Bourne also discovered that different undead possessed different levels of soul fire energy. Some zombies had higher soul fire energy, while others had lower. Correspondingly, those with higher soul fire energy were stronger, and Bourne needed to fight them for a while before successfully killing them. This hunting process continued for 10 days, and Bourne was now exhausted. I killed so many zombies. Why haven't I broken through yet? Bourne found a small cave and sat down to rest. At this rate, when will I be able to help my teacher awaken? Bourne thought, still feeling the hunting speed was too slow. He decided to focus on cultivation for a while, hoping his recent accumulation could help him break through to the second tier in one fell swoop. Bourne acted immediately, sitting cross-legged and circulating the soul fusion technique within his soul fire. Instantly, wisps of death element, following the light of the blood moon, slowly concentrated on Bourne's body. The red light hidden within him reappeared, accelerating the refining of the death element, and continuously providing pure energy to Born's soul fire. Born also discovered during his cultivation that the death element permeating the netherworld was both harmful and beneficial to the undead. Harmful because the death element constantly acted on the souls of the undead. For low-level undead, it slowly depleted their soul power. Without other energy replenishment, such as killing and preying on other undead, or cultivating techniques like Born's, they would eventually become mindless, wandering undead. Beneficial because all undead are products of death, and the death element continuously strengthened their physical structure. Therefore, if an undead stays in the netherworld long enough and is not killed, and its soul is still intact, its body can be comparable to some powerful races in the prime material plane, such as dragons. Of course, the ability of someone like Born to absorb and refine death elements to strengthen themselves is something other undead cannot do. Only those who have cultivated the soul fusion technique possess this ability, which is the wonder of the soul fusion technique. Born calmed his mind and focused intently on sensing the flow of death elements. He mobilized the wondrous power of the soul fusion technique, capturing the threads of death elements that only he could see. The soul fusion technique was like a giant millstone, constantly turning and grinding, transforming the death elements into pure energy. This energy circulated throughout Born's body several times before returning to his mind, merging with his soul fire and becoming nourishment for it, making it stronger and more vigorous. Born could clearly feel his strength increasing. This was probably because his current level was not high. Even a small amount of energy could greatly enhance him. He even felt that his 5 senses were gradually becoming clearer. However, he was unaware that he, a mere skeleton without eyes or ears, could see and hear. Of course, he couldn't speak, nor could he smell or taste anything, feel no pain, hunger, or drowsiness. He was truly like a dead man. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The space-time before Born distorted, and a black dot seemed to be torn apart, slowly expanding into a black hole, emanating a suction force. Born shuddered, abruptly waking from his cultivation, and was bewildered by the black hole before him. What is this thing? He could clearly feel the suction force of the black hole. He couldn't resist it at all. Then, his body felt light, and he was lifted into the air, falling into the black hole. Chapter 5. In a dimly lit hall, only a few candles flickered, their flames seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. By their faint light, the situation inside was barely discernible. A richly dressed middle-aged man sat at the head of the table, his brow slightly furrowed, casually gazing down. 5 people sat on either side of him, 2 men and 3 women, all seemingly more concerned with what was happening below, craning their necks to look down. Below, a group of people in black robes formed a circle. In the center of the circle was a large magic circle, upon which unidentified materials were arranged in a predetermined pattern. Standing in the center of the magic circle was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old. She nervously clenched her hands in front of her chest, head bowed, muttering incantations. Fine beads of sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, her hair soaked with perspiration, strands clinging to her pale face. It was clear she was exerting herself greatly. Suddenly, the magic circle flickered, and everyone tensed up. A beautiful woman stood up abruptly, her eyes fixed on the little girl within the magic circle, not daring to blink. This woman, around 20 years old, with blonde hair, bore a striking resemblance to the little girl below. She was likely the girl's mother. Her beautiful face was etched with anxiety, her lips pursed, and her breathing became rapid. A moment later, a faint black light began to emanate from the little girl, emanating from her hands, and gradually spreading throughout her body. Then, the entire magic circle glowed with the same black light. The beautiful woman who had stood up froze upon seeing the black light, as if all her strength had been drained away. She staggered back 2 steps, her eyes glazed, and slumped back into her seat. The others gasped in surprise, while the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table frowned even more deeply, his eyes gleaming with a piercing light that seemed to see through everything. Seeing this, a man in black robes rushed forward in a panic, whispering a few words in the middle-aged man's ear. All eyes turned to the man, wondering what decision he would make, but he made no comment. He waved his hand, signaling the ceremony to continue. The man in black robes bowed slightly, and turned back to the magic circle. Just then, a young woman spoke up. A filthy necromancer, what a freak. Our family has never had a necromancer before. A young man beside her added sarcastically, poor sister, not everyone has your talent and luck. You awakened the light element, and were chosen by the Holy See. Countless people envy you. Besides, some people's bloodline determines their potential. The 2 men's contemptuous tone made the beautiful woman frown. She lowered her head, clenched her fists, and sat quietly in her seat, her body trembling slightly, but she dared not speak out. Enough nonsense. The head of the middle-aged man said softly. The two young men immediately fell silent, exchanged a glance, stuck out their tongues, and continued looking at the magic circle below. The black-robed figures continued to unleash their magic, helping the little girl complete her spell. The dark light within the magic circle grew stronger and stronger, seemingly solidifying, until finally, with a pop, a dark hole opened directly in the void. The hole was pitch black and eerie, as if leading to the depths of hell, and a chilling aura emanated from it, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, with a thud, a skeleton fell out of the hole. There was no flesh on the skeleton, only a vine wrapped around its waist, from which hung an ordinary-looking bone knife. It rolled to the little girl's feet. Upon seeing this, the beautiful woman gasped softly, covering her mouth, but her complexion seemed slightly better. It appeared that this skeletal frame reassured her more than the previous black light. At the same time, she secretly glanced to the side at the middle-aged man at the head of the table, wanting to know how he would interpret this outcome. Meanwhile, the young woman known as Four Sister burst into laughter, laughing so hard she almost fell over, completely oblivious to the situation. The other young people also covered their mouths and chuckled. Only the middle-aged man at the head of the table relaxed his brow, seemingly having made a decision. He gave a wink to the black-robed figures below, who immediately waved their hand, and all the black-robed figures dispelled their magic, the dark light of the magic circle vanishing instantly. Ha ha ha, it's just a skeleton, ha ha ha. The young woman known as Four Sister laughed unrestrainedly, completely unconcerned about the beautiful woman's gaze. What a disgrace to the family. A necromancer who could only summon the lowest level skeleton soldier useless. The man beside her added. Their conversation was loud enough for the little girl below to hear clearly. Tears welled in her eyes. She hung her head, motionless, like a child who had done something wrong. Another young woman frowned and said, Father, the family cannot have a necromancer, especially one as weak as she is. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman could no longer hold back and cried out, Alice, she's your sister. How can you say that? Before Alice could speak, a young man beside her coldly said, Alice is right, Eva. You know our family's current situation. Letting Annie stay is not good for anyone. But Eva was about to say something when she was interrupted by the middle-aged chief. Enough, he said sternly. Olin is right. Annie must leave the family. Drew, Eva cried out, but Drew waved her away. My dear, she's my daughter. I won't kill her. This must not be told to anyone outside of this place. Let her go to Misty City alone. Don't study magic anymore. Drew's tone was uncompromising. Hearing this, Eva could only cover her face with her hands and sob. Needless to say, the skeleton that had fallen out was born. He was concentrating on his cultivation, when a mysterious force forcibly pulled him into a black hole, finally causing him to fall here. He was completely bewildered. He struggled to his feet, and was shocked to see a little girl standing in front of him. This was a real person. Flesh and blood, hair, clothes. These clothes were a bit strange, more like medieval formal attire. Bourne saw that the little girl was exquisitely beautiful, with a baby face, rosy and fair, with large, teary eyes, blue eyes, long eyelashes, and long golden hair. She wore a light red dress, making her look incredibly cute. Bourne was momentarily stunned. Had he returned to the human world? He unconsciously reached out and touched the little girl's face, even pinching her chubby cheeks. The little girl froze. Not only her, but everyone present was stunned. What was going on? A summoned skeleton soldier had actually touched the summoner's face? And even pinched it? While everyone was still stunned, the little girl was the first to react. Instead of the expected terror and scream, she laughed, tears still glistening in her eyes. But she was definitely laughing. Bourne saw it clearly, and then a voice echoed in his mind, a voice trembling with a sob, suppressing its sorrow, saying, Hello, Brother Bone, I'm Annie. Bourne had encountered this kind of voice transmission before. Hadn't Dao Quang spoken to him in the same way before? So he tried the method Dao Quang had taught him, saying Hello, I'm Bourne. Annie seemed even happier to see Bourne respond, but then her tears fell again, pattering to the ground. Brother Bourne, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have summoned you. Mom, Dad, and my brothers and sisters don't like you. Bourne then realized that he hadn't returned to the human world, but had been summoned by someone from the main plane. And judging from the situation, it was this little girl who had summoned him. Bourne could roughly understand. After all, this was a place for the living, and the appearance of a spirit filled with the aura of death was naturally unwelcome. Moreover, it seemed his appearance had also put Annie in a difficult situation. Not to mention the circle of black-robed men standing around. Bourne could hear the conversation of the people sitting above them clearly. The middle-aged man named Drew should be Annie's father, the beautiful woman named Eva should be Annie's mother, and the other 4 people should be Annie's older brothers and sisters. They were very wary of Annie being a necromancer, and Annie felt ashamed of being a weak skeleton soldier like herself. Ugh, good heavens, that skeleton actually touched her. Margot, Annie's 4th sister, was the most blatant in her mockery. That's disgusting. Carter, Annie's 3rd brother, sat next to Margot. Alice, Annie's 2nd sister, also snapped out of her daze, staring thoughtfully at Bourne. Annie! The young man named Oren spoke up. You heard what father said, didn't you? As your eldest brother, I arranged for someone to escort you to Misty City. Wow, big brother, you're so kind. Margot exclaimed exaggeratedly. You don't have other motives, do you? Shut your mouth. Oren glared at Margot, annoyed. Margot stuck out her tongue, stopped talking, crossed her legs, and continued watching the show. Annie wiped away her tears, smiled, and said to the sky, Father, I will follow your arrangements, and thank you for your concern, Brother Oren. Drew nodded and said, Since you agree, let's set off tomorrow. Eva, help Annie pack her luggage tonight. With that, Drew got up and left, followed by everyone else, except for Eva. Eva came down from above, hugged Annie, and sobbed uncontrollably. And also reached out and hugged Eva, choking back tears. Mommy, it's okay. Annie will take care of herself. After a while, Eva recovered from her grief. She wiped away her tears and said to Annie, Annie, when you get to Misty City, you can go find your uncle. I write to him, and he helped take care of you. Annie nodded, then added, Brother Bourne will take care of me too. She pointed to the bewildered Bourne standing to the side. Eva paused, glancing warily at Bourne before saying, Annie, you must try to use necromancy less in the future, promise me. Annie pouted, I don't know any other necromancy either. Right now, only Brother Bourne can be summoned by me. Promise me. Eva repeated seriously. Okay, Mom, I won't use necromancy anymore. Annie had no choice but to say. Eva patted Annie's head with satisfaction and stood up, but in an instant, something occurred to her. You? What did you call this skeleton soldier just now? He said his name was Bourne, Annie replied. Eva's heart skipped a beat. This isn't a mindless wandering undead? Isn't it said that low-level mages can only summon mindless wandering undead to fight? What's going on? He can communicate with you? Eva asked tentatively. Yes, Annie said, then turned to Bourne and said, Brother Bourne, this is my mother. Say hello to her. Bourne waved to Eva. Eva was startled. Her mind was completely blank. Although she wasn't a necromancer, she had heard that only a necromancer who had reached the 2nd level could summon a conscious undead lord and sign a summoning contract. Although this skeleton soldier didn't seem powerful, appearing to be only at the 1st level, it undeniably possessed self-awareness. It wasn't something a child like Annie could summon casually. Even with exceptional talent, one could only summon the unconscious undead of powerful races, such as bone dragons or storm tiger zombies. It was precisely because Annie summoned the lowest level humanoid skeleton that she was ridiculed. But what would their expressions be if they knew this skeleton possessed consciousness? Fear? Trembling? This world does not allow the existence of necromancers, and it was precisely because Annie displayed weakness that she was able to leave this place alive. If others knew she was a powerful necromancer, she would surely die, and the Holy See would not let her go. Annie, you must never tell anyone again that Bourne can communicate, Eva said seriously. Mr. Bourne, you too, if you are summoned again, please act like a wandering undead. Bourne was taken aback, then realized the problem and nodded heavily. And obediently agreed, okay. Eva finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued, let's go, let's pack our bags. I can't see you off tomorrow, but Oren will arrange for someone to escort you. It's okay, even though he looks fierce, he's a good person. With that, she led Anne and Bourne out. Chapter 6. Do I have to go too? Bourne was stunned. He was just going to walk out like this? Only Annie could hear Bourne's voice, so she tugged at Eva and looked at him. Oh, it's all right. This summoning used the power of other mages and magic circles. Mr. Bourne will stay here for a day before returning to the netherworld. If we leave him here, soldiers might kill him later, Eva said. Upon heard this, he quickly waved his hands. He didn't want to be killed like a monster. Eva chuckled. It's all right. It's nighttime, there aren't many people in the castle. Just come with us to Annie's room, no one will notice. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief and obediently followed behind Eva. Once they came out, Bourne realized that the hall was actually in the basement, above which was a castle. The castle was enormous, and Annie's room was on top of it. It was clear that Annie's family was extraordinary, extremely wealthy and powerful. Soon they arrived at Anne's room. Just as Eva had said, they hadn't encountered anyone along the way. It must be the middle of the night. Even the servants were asleep. Anne's room wasn't large, but it was decorated very cutely, with a pink theme that suited Anne perfectly. The three of them tidied up quickly. Anne didn't have much luggage, so they finished quickly. Eva gave Anne a few more instructions, and then went back to her own room. Only Anne and Bourne remained in this small room, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Bourne broke the silence first. He had so many questions, and having finally found someone to talk to, especially someone from a primeval plane, he was determined to ask and clearly, "Miss Anne, can you tell me where this is?" Annie blinked and innocently replied, "This is my home." Bourne was speechless for a moment, then smiled wryly. No, that's not what I'm asking. I want to know what place this is, what country it is, what city it is, and so on." Annie smiled and said, "This is Gore City in the Norma Empire." "Oh, then your father must be a powerful figure," Bourne continued. "Yes, my father is the Marquis of Gore City State, controlling a vast territory," Annie said proudly. "Indeed?" Bourne thought to himself, "Judging from his demeanor and the scale of this castle, he's no ordinary person. I didn't expect him to be a nobleman." "Then your father must be very powerful?" Bourne asked. "That's right, my father is a dualistic mage," Annie said, her voice trailing off. "But I can never be as powerful as him." "Why?" Bourne asked. "Look, you summoned me too, which means you have great potential. You'd definitely be a powerful necromancer someday." Annie shook her head. "When our noble children turn 7, they have to have their magical attributes tested, just like me. If they test positive for magic, they have to undergo an ability test to see if they have the talent for cultivation. Normally, talented noble children are sent to the Norma Empire Magic Academy to study and receive a systematic education, just like my older brothers and sisters. They have a high probability of becoming excellent mages. But people like me, who are compatible with the element of death, are considered unlucky and are usually executed." Bourne understood. If that were the case, his appearance had actually saved Anne. He was merely a weak skeleton soldier, proving that Anne's affinity with the element of death wasn't high. For Marquis Drew, saving her life wouldn't be a problem, but keeping her alive would damage the family's reputation and might give other dissenting nobles ammunition against her. However, Bourne was puzzled by the reactions of Anne's older siblings. Even if she was a necromancer, she was still his own sister. Why were they so cold-blooded, even mocking her in public? And seemed to sense Bourne's confusion and slowly explained, "My older siblings are from my father's previous marriage. She was the daughter of a duke, but she was frail and sickly, and died after giving birth to my fourth sister Margot. My mother, Eva, married my father later. She was originally the daughter of a viscount, but after my grandfather died, his family lost its inheritance. Therefore, my older siblings looked down on my mother and me." "Oh, I see. No wonder. Just now, those young people, especially Margot, showed no respect for Eva at all. They didn't seem like mother and daughter at all." Then, Bourne asked another question. "Then why can I only talk to you, but not to Eva?" Annie thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I don't know either. I haven't studied necromancy before. I summoned you this time with the help of the magicians under my father and the magic circle. In the future, I may never be able to summon you again." As she spoke, Annie was about to cry again. Indeed, Annie is only 7 years old and has never been exposed to any magical knowledge before. Today was her first test of magical aptitude and magic power. It was discovered that her aptitude magic is the power of death, which greatly alarms everyone in the Drew family. They will not provide Annie with any further opportunities to learn magic. Moreover, once Annie goes to Misty City, she will receive even less attention from the family. If she wants to learn magic, she will have to rely on herself. However, learning magic is not easy, especially in this world where necromancers are universally hated. Finding a teacher who can instruct her in necromancy is harder than climbing to heaven. Bourne stroked her hair and said, "It's all right, we definitely have a chance to meet again in the future." Bourne knew he wouldn't get anything else out of Annie, so he chatted casually with her. Gradually, Annie grew tired and fell into a deep sleep. Bourne then came to his senses. He was an undead and didn't need to sleep, but Annie was different. She was just a little girl. So many things had happened tonight. Of course she was tired and needed to sleep. Bourne tucked Annie in, thinking about how long the night was, and he wouldn't be sleeping anyway, so what should he do? Suddenly, he remembered Dao Quang's words. The prime plane contained spiritual energy, which he could absorb for cultivation, far superior to absorbing death elements in the underworld. Without hesitation, Born immediately activated his soul fusion technique, focusing all his energy on absorbing the prime plane's spiritual energy. However, he had barely begun when he felt his strength falter, unable to absorb any spiritual energy at all. "What's going on?" Born asked, puzzled. According to Dao Quang, the undead could also cultivate by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the netherworld lacked spiritual energy, possessing only the power of death. Therefore, Born's soul fusion technique gave him a slight advantage in the netherworld. But compared to the prime material plane, the conversion and absorption efficiency of the death power in the netherworld was too low, failing to help the undead quickly increase their strength. Therefore, many undead would try to enter the prime material plane to absorb its spiritual energy. However, Born couldn't absorb any spiritual energy at all, or rather, he hadn't detected any spiritual energy at all. What was going on? Born felt something was amiss. This shouldn't happen in theory, because the prime material plane was a unified whole. Spiritual energy existed everywhere. Even if some places had less, they wouldn't be completely devoid of it. Moreover, this was the Marquis's mansion. Marquis Drew certainly wouldn't have built his castle in a place devoid of spiritual energy. The only possibility is that someone is sabotaging this. Thinking of this, Born shook his head again. It shouldn't be like this. If someone deliberately designed to drain the spiritual energy of this place, Drew and the others should have noticed, not waited until he arrived. Logically speaking, it's understandable that Drew's 4 children dislike Annie because they dislike Eva's family, but Annie is, after all, Drew's biological daughter. Drew shouldn't be restricting Annie's growth. Born was completely baffled. What on earth was going on? He began searching the room for any clues. Although Born didn't know anything about magic or magic circles, he had already reached the first level of the first element and had a certain sensitivity to spiritual energy and magic power. Before long, he actually found something. It was a black crystal. Born vaguely sensed a repulsive force within it, capable of excluding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, this force was very weak, its range limited to the size of Annie's room. That's it, it must be this thing causing the trouble. Born held up the crystal, stood in front of the window, and looked inside through the moonlight. He discovered that it was densely covered with many strange patterns. Although Born didn't know what these patterns meant, he knew it must be a kind of magic circle. Someone really was targeting Annie. This person didn't want Annie to become stronger, so they placed this thing in Annie's room to restrict her growth. Who could this person be? Margot? Carter? Warren and Alice? Or even Drew? Born was clueless. He didn't know that this crystal was actually a kind of magic stone, highly adaptable to magic, capable of temporarily carrying some spells. Philosopher's stones imbued with ordinary spells can be activated even by those without magic power, while some powerful spells require a mage of corresponding skill to cast. Philosopher's stones are relatively common in this world. Almost every mage possesses a few, but they are generally not inscribed with spells, only used when necessary. Just then, dawn broke, the sun slowly rose from the east, and the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into Annie's room through the window. It's dawn already? Born was a little bewildered, but then he noticed something unusual. The repulsive force within the magic stone in his hand, affected by the light, slowly receded until it was completely imperceptible, as if it had become an ordinary magic stone. I see. The repulsive force of this crystal only works at night, and hides during the day. This makes it impossible for ordinary people to notice anything unusual during the day, and they won't come to Annie's room at night. Born suddenly understood, but he still didn't know who had placed the crystal. Since I don't know who placed it, I just have to try. Born had an idea. He threw the crystal into his mouth to hide it. After all, he was completely naked, and had no flesh left, just a skeleton, only his mouth could hold anything. Without the influence of the crystal, Born finally experienced the taste of spiritual energy for the first time. It was simply amazing. Without hesitation, Born immediately began cultivating using the soul fusion technique. Strands of spiritual energy formed a vortex around Born, frantically pouring into his body. Sure enough, spiritual energy was different from death element. When absorbing spiritual energy, Born required almost no conversion, but absorbing death element required more effort. This made his cultivation with spiritual energy much more efficient and faster. About 2 hours later, footsteps approached. Born immediately sensed them, and awoke from his cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. 2 soft knocks sounded at the door, which was then pushed open. It was Eva. Eva smiled at Bourne. Behind her stood a soldier-like man holding a set of new, gleaming iron armor. She pointed to the armor and said to Bourne, "Mr. Bourne, I'm so sorry, but you'd be too conspicuous if you go out during the day. Please wear this." Bourne nodded. He was right, he wouldn't return to the underworld until tonight, and he needed to accompany Annie to Misty City. He couldn't just walk around like this. This armor would make his movements much easier. Bourne immediately donned the armor. It was quite heavy and covered him completely, making it impossible to tell he was an undead. Of course, a light element mage would still be able to sense the death aura emanating from him, but for Bourne, a first-tier, first-level being, it was perfectly adequate. Their voices woke Annie, who was still fast asleep. Annie rubbed her eyes and sat up. "Good morning, Mom, Brother Bourne," Annie said with a yawn. "Good morning, Annie. Go wash up. We're leaving soon," Eva said, patting Annie's head and handing her a set of clothes. "Okay, sure," Annie said, taking the clothes and going to wash up. Chapter 7. Annie obediently went to wash up, while Bourne followed behind Eva, directing the servants to carry the luggage. Soon, Annie's luggage was all loaded onto one carriage, while Annie and Bourne rode in another. Before departure, Drew still brought his 4 children to see them off. Oren remained indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with him. Alice followed behind Oren, looking somewhat reluctant, while Carter and Margot wore mocking expressions. They were happiest about Annie's departure. "Annie, after you go to Miss City, you have to rely on yourself for everything. Oren has arranged accommodation for you, and he will give you some money regularly. You must live well," Drew said, looking at his youngest daughter with some reluctance, but he had to do this, otherwise he would have to kill Annie. "Little sister, Miss City isn't very safe. Be careful when you go out," Margot said sharply. "Miss City is under my jurisdiction. How can it be unsafe?" Oren said somewhat displeasedly, then continued, "Annie, don't tell anyone about your status as a necromancer, otherwise, I can't save you." "Understood," Annie said timidly. Just then, Bourne, who was standing to the side, quietly took the black crystal from his mouth, flicked it with his finger, and sent it flying towards Drew, landing right in front of everyone. Drew frowned. "What's this?" The others were also taken aback, and Annie was also confused. Oren stepped forward, picked up the crystal, held it up to the sunlight to examine it, and then said, "It's a magic stone, with a magic circle engraved inside. I don't know what the magic circle's purpose is. We have to give it to the archmages to identify. What's there to authenticate?" "It's just an unknown magic stone," Carter said. Drew glanced at Carter, then said, "Oren, you take it and handle it. It's a small matter. No need to make a fuss about going to the archmage." Oren glanced at Carter and said, "Yes, father." This little incident passed just like that, but Bourne noticed something amiss. Carter is definitely suspicious. And so is Margot. When the crystal rolled out, only a barely perceptible hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Yes, panic. And Carter, after Oren suggested authenticating it, also looked somewhat strange and voiced his objection. Perhaps these two are the culprits who placed the crystal in Annie's room. But what's wrong with Drew? He didn't show any abnormality, and spoke very casually. It was obvious he hadn't seen the crystal before. But later, he agreed with Carter's statement, unwilling to authenticate a magic stone of unknown origin. This was very unusual. As a powerful marquis, he would inevitably have some enemies. What if this magic stone was aimed at him? In comparison, Oren and Alice's reactions were much more normal. Therefore, Bourne was certain that this matter was related to Carter and Margot, but whether it was related to Drew was unknown. Even knowing this, there was nothing more Bourne could do. He thought he would find an opportunity to teach those two a lesson later. Eva gave Annie a few more instructions, and then the caravan set off. The caravan consisted of 2 carriages, one for goods and one for people. Annie and Bourne naturally rode in the carriage carrying people, along with a maid named Angela. Angela came from Eva's family, and had served Eva for over 10 years. Eva had assigned Angela to accompany Annie on this trip to take care of her daily needs. Besides the carriage, 10 guards accompanied them, all arranged by Olin. Each of them rode on horseback, with long swords at their waists. The leader was a burly man named Rooney, rumored to be a 3rd-tier expert in the first level of the martial arts realm. With him protecting them throughout the journey, there was virtually no danger. Along the way, Annie had overcome her initial sadness at parting and started chatting with Angela. Angela looked to be about 15 years old, dressed in a maid's outfit, and was quite pretty. She was lively and chattered happily with Annie. Bourne, however, was a little embarrassed. He wanted to chat with them too, but unfortunately, he couldn't speak. Angela was also curious about the guard in full armor, and tried to strike up a conversation with him, but Bourne could only wave his hand. Fortunately, Annie covered for Bourne, telling Angela that he was mute and couldn't speak at all. Bourne was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. At least Annie's words could dispel Angela's suspicions. Overhearing Annie and Angela's conversation on the way, Bourne learned that Angela also possessed cultivation, but as a maid, she lacked the resources to learn magic and was currently only at the first level of the first element, the same as Bourne. Furthermore, Angela was a wind mage, but due to her status, no one was willing to fully teach her, so she didn't know any powerful spells, at most a wind shield, a defensive spell. But that was enough. Bourne wanted to know about cultivation, and Angela certainly knew something about it. Therefore, Bourne secretly told Annie his thoughts. He wanted to use Annie to learn the information he wanted. After receiving Bourne's telepathic message, Annie cooperated readily. Despite her young age, Annie was remarkably clever. Sister Angela, I heard that recently, traces of a necromancer were discovered in the western suburbs of Misty City. How terrifying. Annie feigned fear to elicit information from Angela, causing Bourne to chuckle inwardly. Yes, I heard he summoned a snow leopard zombie and killed several people, Angela said. Huh? He can summon undead, so how does he control them? Annie asked. Angela thought for a moment and said, I don't really know either, but I heard that necromancers have a special connection with the undead they summon, like they can communicate with their souls. Yes. Communicate with their souls. Communicate with their souls? Bourne thought about it, and realized that their current state was indeed one of communication. What if the undead don't obey? Annie continued to ask. I doubt anyone would object. After all, necromancy requires spiritual energy, and becoming a summoned undead offers the opportunity to cultivate in the prime plane. Most undead would be willing, Angela said. Of course, some undead might try to control the necromancer, but I'm not very familiar with that situation. Annie nodded. However, how long can a summoned undead typically stay in the prime plane? That depends on the necromancer's strength. A strong necromancer can summon a longer-lasting undead, while a weak one will quickly return to the underworld, Angela continued. Of course, there's also the possibility of using a magic circle or having other mages assist in the summoning. In that case, the undead can stay in the prime plane even longer. Eva had explained this before, and Bourne knew it. That's how he himself was summoned. Then how can one summon even more powerful undead? Annie continued to ask. Huh? Miss, why are you so interested in necromancers? Angela asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, it's nothing, I was just curious, Annie said with an awkward smile, her words somewhat incoherent. Look, that necromancer can summon a snow leopard zombie to fight, that's amazing. Angela gave Annie a strange look, then, after a moment's thought, dismissed it as just a little girl's curiosity and continued, I heard that if a necromancer wants to summon a high-level undead, they must be powerful enough and summon from a high-level undead region, otherwise, they can only summon low-level skeletons and zombies with no fighting ability. A high-level undead region? This was something Bourne didn't know. Were there different regions in the undead world? Which region was he in? So, Bourne told Annie about his doubts, asking her to ask Angela for him. However, Angela could only shake her head, indicating she didn't know either. After a while, Annie seemed to have exhausted her energy and fell into a deep sleep. Indeed, he had gone to bed quite late last night, and it was his own fault for chatting with Annie so late at night. Angela was alright, but seeing that Annie was asleep and Bourne couldn't communicate with her, she stopped talking and sat down to rest with her eyes closed. Bourne wouldn't waste a single moment. With some time still remaining before his return to the netherworld, he wanted to make good use of it, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate himself. The previously noisy carriage fell silent. The journey was peaceful, with guards accompanying them. The caravan moved at a relatively fast pace. In a single day, they had already covered some distance from Goer City, but it would take at least 3 more days to reach Misty City. Misty City was located in the northwest of the Goer City state, a border city of the Norma Empire. Further north lay the vast Misty Forest, shrouded in perpetual fog and teeming with magical beasts, yet also a paradise for adventurers. Because the Misty Forest teemed with magical beasts, impossible to exterminate, and their magic cores were extremely valuable, the Adventurers Guild established its northwest outpost in Misty City. Many skilled adventurer teams would come here to accept missions to hunt magical beasts and venture into the Misty Forest. And precisely because of this, as Margot had said, the security in Misty City was indeed poor. After all, adventurers were people who lived on the edge, some even former wanted criminals, so getting them to obey was no easy task. As the sun slowly set and darkness fell, the leading guard captain, Rooney, shouted, "Set up camp and rest." Everyone stopped. The soldiers were well trained, and the tents were quickly erected. It was clear that Oren had some skill. At least his soldiers performed exceptionally well. Anne and Angela also emerged from the carriage. Having sat in the carriage all day, they were restless and kept fidgeting, stretching their joints. Boar knew his time was running out. Tonight, the world's rules would forcibly send him back to the netherworld, and he didn't know how long he would be able to return, or perhaps never. That would depend on whether Annie would learn magic later. However, just as everyone was preparing to rest, a group of people suddenly rushed out from all sides. They shouted, armed themselves, and had their faces covered with black cloth, exuding a murderous aura. At the same time, a snow leopard zombie leaped out from nowhere, pounced on a guard, opened its blood-red maw, and bit off the guard's head, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Rooney was the first to react, shouting, "Protect the ladies." All the guards drew their swords, protecting Annie and Angela in the middle. Boar narrowed his eyes. Could it be such a coincidence? They had just talked about snow leopard zombies this morning, and now one was right in front of them. Annie and Angela were clearly terrified by the scene, trembling and clinging to each other, staring in panic at the group of masked men who had rushed out. "He, we've been lying in wait for so long, finally caught a big fish." A sinister voice rang out, and a tall, thin man stepped out from the group. His face was covered by a black mask, obscuring his features, but in the firelight, his exposed skin was deathly white, ashen, seemingly devoid of any color. "You're the necromancer who appeared in Misty City?" Rooney's eyes narrowed, and he shouted. The man looked at Rooney and said, "That's right, you actually recognize me. Your strength is enough to fight me, but the rest of you are no match. I advise you to surrender obediently, and I might spare your lives." "Bullshit! Everyone knows you necromancers cultivate the power of death. What chance do you have against us? Fight if you want, stop talking nonsense," Rooney snapped. "Not much ability, but quite the temper." The necromancer sneered. "You should know you're no match for us. You evil necromancer, you actually gathered a band of robbers to commit evil deeds here. My Lord Oren will never let you get away with this." Rooney invoked his group's identities, hoping to intimidate the newcomers. "Oren? Ha ha, Oren can't find me. I pulled off a heist in Misty City, and Oren sent people to hunt me down, but look what happened. I'm still perfectly fine." The necromancer laughed loudly, showing no fear whatsoever. His other bandits laughed along, their eyes fierce, like cheetahs eyeing their prey. Bourne, standing beside Annie and Angela, could also tell that this group of bandits was quite powerful, especially the necromancer. The snow leopard zombie he summoned was the most powerful undead he had ever seen. Judging from its aura, this snow leopard zombie was far stronger than him, a first-tier skeleton soldier. "Bah! You can run for a while, but you can't run forever. One day, you all be brought to justice." Rooney cursed. The necromancer wasn't angry, but his summoned undead snow leopard zombie growled and charged towards Rooney. Rooney roared, "Kill!" Instantly, the two sides clashed. Chapter 8. Bourne carefully observed the situation. The enemy clearly outnumbered them, though their individual strength was roughly equal. However, they had just lost one man in a sneak attack by the snow leopard zombies, leaving them somewhat weakened, especially since they needed to protect Annie and Angela. Angela had calmed down. As a first-tier cultivator, she stood in front of Annie, releasing a pale blue protective shield to firmly protect her. Bourne, seeing this, felt slightly relieved. Angela's shield could at least provide some protection in the fight. At this moment, Rooney, their strongest guard, was tied down by the necromancer and couldn't free up his hands. The other guards were struggling to hold off the enemy, some fighting 2 against 1, others even 3. Bourne realized this wasn't working, so he drew his soul-severing blade and joined the battle. He first targeted the nearest bandit, swinging his blade. The bandit, no less skilled, dodged the attack with agile movements, then thrust his blade towards Bourne's chest. Bourne cried out, spinning as the bandit's blade grazed his chest armor, leaving a white mark. Bourne seized the opportunity, slashing down on the bandit's left shoulder. With a sharp crack, the bandit's left shoulder snapped off, eliciting an agonizing scream. Give him no respite, Bourne followed up with another strike, decapitating the bandit and utterly killing him. At that moment, Bourne felt an energy slowly flow through the soul-severing blade into his body, transforming into pure energy absorbed by his soul fire. More importantly, this energy was incredibly pure, even purer than the soul fire he had consumed in the netherworld. He clearly felt his strength improve, even sensing a potential breakthrough. It seems the old legends about ghosts eating people are true. Bourne thought to himself. He then found his next target, and continued fighting. On the other side, the necromancer who summoned the snow leopard zombie remained calm. He knew he couldn't kill Rooney with his own strength, but his side had enough numbers. The others could easily wipe out the entire guard. Rooney would then have only two options: escape or die in battle. He wasn't worried about his side at all. Before the caravan arrived, they had already scouted out the strength of the people in the caravan. Apart from Rooney, a level 3 expert, the others were insignificant. Of course, there was also an iron-helmeted guard whose strength was unclear, but judging from his quiet demeanor and habit of sitting in the carriage, he guessed that this guard wasn't very strong either, probably the young lady's personal bodyguard. Soon, 2 more guards were killed by the group attack. The necromancer chuckled, becoming even more confident. However, before he could even rejoice, the iron-helmeted guard swiftly and decisively cut down 6 or 7 bandits with his blade, as if slicing through melons and vegetables. This greatly surprised the necromancer. What was going on? This iron-helmeted guard was a tough opponent after all. But the battle had already begun. Although he had managed to hold off Rooney, Rooney was also holding him back. Meanwhile, the other bandits noticed the anomaly and immediately changed their strategy, sending some to surround and attack Bourne. Bourne suddenly found himself under immense pressure. Most of these bandits were at the first level of the first element, roughly equal to his strength. However, he relied on his undead form, feeling no fatigue, and the sharpness of his soul-severing blade allowed him to kill several in succession. But once surrounded, Bourne's advantages disappeared. The battle reached a stalemate again, and the necromancer breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I need to find a way to help the others, preferably take down that armored guard first. He secretly reached his right hand into his clothes, groping for something, and then pulled out a black crystal. Meanwhile, Rooney was fighting a snow leopard zombie. Rooney was powerful and experienced, holding his own against the equally strong zombie, but he knew his side was outnumbered, so he was very anxious. At the same time, he kept a close eye on the necromancer's movements, wary of any further attacks. Seeing the necromancer pull out a black crystal, Rooney's heart sank. He cried out in alarm, slashing the snow leopard zombie away with his sword and charging towards the necromancer. Damn it! The necromancer, seeing this, quickly retreated, but the snow leopard zombie followed suit, forcing Rooney back again. The necromancer smirked coldly. Humph, let me show you my power. With that, he hurled the black crystal towards Bourne, chanting incantations. Watch out! Rooney shouted, but it was too late. Bourne was surrounded and hadn't noticed the necromancer's actions, so he didn't realize the black crystal had appeared above his head. Hearing Rooney shout, Bourne sensed something was wrong. He swung his sword, knocking away the bandits fighting him, and looked at the black crystal in the sky. The black crystal, upon reaching Bourne's head, suddenly levitated, emitting a dark purple light. Cracks appeared on its surface, and a mysterious, intricate magic circle instantly appeared beneath Bourne's feet. What is this? Bourne was stunned. He knew it was aimed at him, but he couldn't escape. The magic circle erupted with immense power. With a deafening boom, the space within a 10-meter radius of Bourne turned into a black hole, seemingly annihilating all life. Bourne! Annie screamed in terror. Angela was also stunned by the scene. She had never witnessed a necromancer in battle before, and never imagined they possessed such abilities. This is... Rooney was also dumbfounded. That's right, this is the necromancer spell Death Burst. My teacher engraved it into the magic stone for me. It might be a bit difficult to deal with you, but it's more than enough to deal with that guy. The necromancer laughed. If he hadn't been tied down by Rooney, he wouldn't have needed to use the spell from the magic stone at all, because Bourne was no match for him. However, he was tied down by Rooney, and didn't have the energy to cast other spells. He could only pull out the magic stone his master had given him, engraved with a Tier 3, Elemental Death Burst spell. Under Death Burst, the life force of all living beings will be completely stripped away. That armored guard looks to be only Tier 1, and he was hit head-on, there's no way he can survive. The necromancer felt victory was within his grasp once again, and looked in Bourne's direction and wept bitterly. She wanted to help, but she didn't know any necromancy, so she could do nothing. For so long, Bourne was the first person she could confide in freely. She seemed to have endless things to say to him. She could tell him her joys and sorrows. Bourne would comfort her, make her laugh, and stay by her side without leaving her side. Although it had only been a day, Annie had already considered Bourne family. And now, Bourne had been hit head-on by a powerful spell right before her eyes, with almost no chance of survival. How could she accept this? Rooney, enraged, frantically swung his sword at the snow leopard zombie. However, after such a long struggle, the zombie's attack showed no sign of abating, though Rooney was already panting heavily. This was the undead's advantage. Just when everyone thought the tide had turned in the necromancer's favor, with a hiss, the black spherical field created by the death burst spell was cleaved in two. The death elements within slowly vanished into the air, and Bourne's figure gradually appeared in the spot. The guards, seeing Bourne alive, erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. The necromancer, on the other hand, was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's only at the first level of the first element, and he was hit head-on by death burst. How could he be completely unharmed? The necromancer was filled with doubt and panic. He couldn't fathom the strength of this iron-helmeted guard. There was no point in continuing the battle. A retreat was necessary. The necromancer silently chanted an incantation, casting a protective spell on the snow leopard zombie, and shouted, "Brothers, retreat!" Instantly, the bandits scattered like birds, fleeing in all directions. After breaking through the deathly aura, Bourne roughly calculated the time and realized he would soon be teleported back to the netherworld. He then telepathically told Annie, "Annie, I'm leaving. You have to walk the rest of the way yourself. I hope we meet again." With that, he chased after the bandits in the direction they had retreated. "Brother, don't go," Rooney shouted. They had finally managed to force the bandits back. They couldn't just chase after them. "Brother Rooney, it's all right. Let him go," Annie said, her eyes filled with tears, tears of joy mixed with sorrow. Joy that Bourne hadn't died, sorrow that he was returning to the netherworld, and who knew when they would see each other again. But Rooney wanted to say something, but seeing Annie's determined gaze, he stopped and said nothing more. Bourne chased for over 500 meters. Several bandits, exhausted from the pursuit, stopped when they saw that only Bourne was chasing them, intending to kill him first before escaping. Bourne sneered inwardly. At his current level, he wasn't afraid of these people at all. He roared, drew his sword, and charged into battle. The remaining bandits were all quite strong, and for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, Bourne knew what was happening. Each time he clashed with an opponent, a wisp of black energy emanated from his soul-severing blade, coiling around their weapon. After only a few rounds, the bandits realized something was wrong. They felt their strength waning, their speed decreasing, and even their minds beginning to fog. Finding his opening, Bourne swiftly cut down one bandit with a single blow. The other bandits realized the gravity of the situation, but it was too late to escape. Bourne charged forward, and the bandits, unable to withstand his attacks, fell one after another to his blade. Just as Bourne was wreaking havoc, a snow leopard zombie suddenly burst forth from the nearby woods, lunging at him. Bourne was startled. Had the necromancer returned? In a flash, Bourne raised his soul-severing blade to parry. With a clang, the snow leopard zombie's claws struck the blade, producing a metallic sound. Bourne was sent flying by the force of the blow. "Damn, that thing is so strong." Bourne rolled twice on the ground, got up, and stared nervously at the snow leopard zombie. Just then, the undead zombie emerged from the woods ahead. He glared menacingly at Bourne and said, "You brat, you got some skills. Because of you, we lost quite a few men, and I even wasted a magic stone. I don't know how you escaped the death eruption." However, Bourne was about to disappoint him, because he couldn't speak. Seeing Bourne's silence, the necromancer continued, "Whatever secrets you hold, your strength is undeniable. You're no match for me. I don't know where you got the guts to chase me. Since you're courting death, I grant your wish. Come and play with my little kitten." As soon as he finished speaking, the snow leopard zombie launched another attack on Bourne. Bourne dared not be careless, and could only dodge in all directions. He had already felt the snow leopard zombie's immense power, and dared not confront it head-on again. The necromancer sneered, "Just dodging won't get you anywhere." Bourne ignored him, continuing to fight and retreat, subtly closing in on the necromancer. The necromancer sensed danger, and was about to react when Bourne suddenly accelerated, charging towards him with incredible speed. Even the snow leopard zombie couldn't catch him for a moment. The necromancer was terrified. He instantly formed a spell, creating a pale black shield in front of him. At that moment, Bourne's soul-severing blade came crashing down, its blade slicing through everything in its path. The shield shattered after only a short time, but the necromancer managed to twist his body slightly, avoiding a fatal blow. With a thud, the necromancer's left arm was severed. Clatter, clatter, Bourne stood there quietly, holding the soul-severing blade, no longer attacking the necromancer. Drops of blood dripped from the blade's tip onto the ground. The snow leopard zombie stood before the necromancer, glaring at Bourne and growling. The necromancer, pale-faced, clutched his severed left arm, panting heavily. "You're powerful," the necromancer said viciously. "I, Brand, will remember you, but you must die today." As he spoke, he chanted another incantation. The snow leopard zombie roared, its size increasing several notches. Clearly, Brand had unleashed another trump card, intending to kill Bourne in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed. Bourne's time was up. The space around him distorted, and with a whoosh, he vanished from the spot. Brand was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Teleportation? No, how could a nobody of the first level of the first element possess such a profound magic as teleportation? What kind of technique was this? Brand felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. He could only roar to the sky to vent his rage. Chapter 9. Bourne felt the scenery shift instantly, and he was back in the netherworld, in the very cave where he had been cultivating. Bourne was somewhat dazed. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream, but he was dead and couldn't dream. He was a little worried about Annie. The little girl would have to go to Misty City to seek refuge with her uncle. He wondered if she would cultivate necromancy and summon him again. However, that was probably impossible. After all, in the prime material plane, necromancers were considered heretics and evil. Annie was already incredibly lucky to be able to live in anonymity in a remote city under Drew's protection. If an ordinary person awakened necromancy, they would likely be killed immediately, or even handed over to the church, suffering a fate worse than death. As for Brand, whose arm he had severed, Bourne wasn't worried at all. He was no longer capable of fighting. Severely injured, and with most of his men killed, he was no match for Rooney and his group. However, at the same time, Bourne was also very curious. Brand was also a necromancer, and the snow leopard zombie he summoned was powerful, but it was a beast type. How could he communicate with it? Did he need to know beast language? Bourne couldn't figure it out for a moment, and he didn't think about it anymore. Annie had her life, and he had his own life. After his trip to the main plane, Bourne had gained a lot, learned a lot, and absorbed a lot of life force in the final battle with the bandits. Now he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and he was just missing a little feeling. The key point is that no one knew how Bourne withstood the death burst spell unleashed by Brand using the Philosopher's Stone, only he knew. The moment Brand cast the death burst spell, Bourne sensed something was wrong. He tried to defend himself, but it was too late. He was struck head-on and enveloped in a dense, black death energy. For an ordinary person, this death energy would likely rapidly drain their life force until they were completely drained. Unfortunately, this spell hit Bourne, a lifeless corpse. Enveloped in the death energy, Bourne felt no discomfort. Instead, due to the soul fusion technique, he felt as if bathing in warm water, extremely comfortable. Then, driven by the powerful death energy, the soul fusion technique automatically activated, rapidly refining these death elements and transforming them into pure energy that Bourne could absorb, becoming nourishment for his soul fire. More importantly, a portion of the devouring power within this spell spontaneously attached itself to the soul-severing blade. This allowed the blade to transfer a trace of its devouring magic to the opponent during combat, thereby absorbing their physical and mental strength and reducing their combat power. This is why Bourne was able to annihilate the bandits, who had stopped to intercept him at the last moment. However, this was the last use of the spell. Bourne was very satisfied with his combat results, especially having severely injured Brand, who was 2 levels higher than him. He hadn't expected this outcome. It was all thanks to the soul-severing blade, which shattered Brand's protective shield at the last moment. Otherwise, if Bourne's attack hadn't even injured Brand, the snow leopard zombie might have torn him to pieces. Thinking of this, Bourne chuckled to himself, feeling immense satisfaction. Brand was probably furious. He'd been about to unleash a powerful attack at the last moment, only to have his opponent vanish into thin air. Ha ha ha. Bourne pushed himself up from the ground with both hands, and with a loud clang, his head hit the cave's ceiling. Only then did Bourne realize that he had brought his armor back with him. That was the sound of his iron helmet hitting the cave's ceiling. Bourne felt an urge to cry. Finally, I don't have to run around naked anymore. What? With this armor, I'm definitely the coolest guy around here. The coolest skeleton. After leaving the cave, Bourne continued his aimless search for prey. He'd been in the netherworld for so long, and it seemed he hadn't encountered a single netherworld being he could communicate with. It was strange, really. According to what the Blade Maniac had said, netherworlds hunted and killed each other. If a netherworld could devour enough other netherworlds, it could become a first-tier cultivator like himself, maintaining its own consciousness. Why couldn't he encounter one? Just then, Bourne saw a zombie slowly walking ahead. He killed far too many of these zombies. They weren't anything special to him. But Bourne still thought, even a small fly is still meat, he might as well kill it and eat it. Maybe that was all it took to break through. Bourne drew his soul-severing blade and walked straight towards the zombie, which noticed him. Upon getting closer, Bourne realized that this zombie seemed different from the ones he killed before. This zombie looked more regular, less disgusting, at least it had a nose and eyes. Just as Bourne was about to raise his knife to strike, the zombie suddenly spoke, looking for death. Bourne froze. Although the zombie spoke slowly, Bourne heard it clearly. This zombie could talk. While Bourne was still stunned, the zombie's slow hand had already grabbed Bourne's right arm, and with a violent jerk, Bourne was thrown several meters away. "You little thing, you're quite interesting, daring to try and take advantage of me." A voice suddenly echoed in Bourne's mind, a cold and ruthless voice that sent chills down his spine. "Oh! You don't know we undead speak with the power of our souls?" The voice continued. This made Bourne react instantly. He immediately used the method the blade maniac had taught him, concentrating his power in his mouth, and actually managed to speak. "You, who are you?" "Humph, you come here to kill me, and you ask me who I am?" Clearly, the voice belonged to the zombie before him. The zombie coldly looked at Bourne lying on the ground, approaching step by step. Bourne hadn't expected that the undead he'd just been wondering why none of them could communicate with him would appear so suddenly, and judging by the current situation, a major battle was about to break out. Although the zombie had thrown him face first into the dirt, he wasn't afraid. He'd simply been careless, thinking it was just an ordinary zombie. Now he knew this zombie was at least a level 1, rank 1, otherwise it wouldn't have any consciousness. Bourne rolled nimbly to his feet, pointed his long sword at the zombie, and said, "I didn't know you were conscious. I thought you were just an ordinary zombie. But if you want to fight, I'm not afraid of you." The zombie laughed loudly. "Ha ha, you're quite confident. Do you know I'm from the Clawed Legion?" "The Clawed Legion? Never heard of it. What's that?" Bourne shook his head, not quite understanding. You don't know the Clawed Legion? Then you must be a new undead." The zombie chuckled. "Telling you won't hurt. The Clawed Legion is an undead group that controls this area. Although I'm not a powerful figure, you're still no match for me." Bourne understood. It seemed there were quite a few undead with consciousness like himself, already forming a group. "But what good will it do you even know? You're about to become my food." The zombie smiled cruelly and strode towards Bourne. This zombie moved extremely fast. Ordinary zombies were no match for him. He stretched out his large, thick hand and grabbed at Bourne's head. Bourne dodged downwards, and the soul-severing blade slashed upwards, aiming straight for the zombie's neck. But this zombie was no ordinary zombie. It twisted its head at an uncanny angle, narrowly dodging Bourne's attack. Bourne didn't sheath his blade, he slashed again, but that was also dodged. Now Bourne's right side was completely exposed to the zombie, who punched him squarely in the waist, sending him flying again, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "What's going on? Doesn't this guy have any bones in his neck?" Bourne muttered angrily. "This won't do. If I can't find his weakness, I won't be able to kill him." Just as Bourne was pondering this, the zombie attacked again, another simple punch. This time, Bourne didn't parry. Instead, he rolled backward, simultaneously using the tip of his blade to flick dust from the ground at the zombie. The zombie was momentarily stunned by this attack. He'd never seen such a fighting style before. Throwing dirt? Was this childish trickery? However, taking advantage of the zombie's obstructed vision, Bourne swung his blade straight at the zombie's throat. This time, the zombie reacted a fraction of a second too slowly, and didn't completely dodge. The soul-severing blade sliced open halfway down its neck, and a stream of yellowish-green liquid gushed out, looking utterly disgusting. Bourne didn't stop, continuing his relentless attack. Wounded, the zombie was enraged, its attacks becoming even more ferocious. However, the injury to its neck diminished its threat to Bourne. The two exchanged blows for over 10 moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Bourne grew increasingly alarmed. This zombie's strength was not to be underestimated. It was likely at the second level of the first elemental realm, a level higher than himself. Because of this, Bourne had initially been at a disadvantage, but the zombie's fighting power had been significantly reduced after its neck injury. Bourne hadn't expected the zombie, only one rank higher than him, to be so powerful. If that was the case, then the necromancer brand must have been even more formidable. Luckily, he had managed to escape. Otherwise, Brand would have surely killed him. The zombie on the other side, was even more enraged. A mere first-rank, first-level undead had injured him, and after so long, he still hadn't defeated him. What was going on? And the blade in the other's hand was far too sharp. That attack, if it had been an ordinary blade, wouldn't have caused such serious injury. This blade had almost severed his head. The zombie had a sudden realization. He couldn't continue this entanglement. He retreated a distance, silently chanted an incantation, pointed to the sky, and with a whoosh, something resembling a firework exploded in the air. This is a distress signal. Bourne's heart sank. This wouldn't do. One zombie was already difficult enough. If other undead appeared, he would surely perish here. Bourne steeled his resolve. He risked it all. He grabbed a handful of pebbles from the ground, channeled his inner energy, and fired them at the zombie. The zombie didn't even flinch. The pebbles couldn't harm him. TCH, you think something like this can hurt me? However, the next moment, 2 pebbles struck him squarely in the eyes. The zombie howled. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he still instinctively rubbed his eyes. Just then, Bourne removed his armor and slipped into a nearby crevice to hide. Huh? The zombie opened its eyes, saw Bourne standing there motionless, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, you're out of options, aren't you? Our legion will be here soon. You have no chance. But Bourne didn't respond. Seeing Bourne ignore him, the zombie's anger surged again. He snorted and attacked Bourne again, wanting to teach the guy a lesson. However, when his punch landed on Bourne, it shattered the zombie into pieces. Bourne, who had been hiding to the side, seized the opportunity, gathered all his strength, and unleashed his fastest speed, slashing the zombie's neck. The zombie's eyes widened in disbelief as its head rolled off its neck and fell to the ground with a thud. Success? Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. With this escape technique, he had finally dealt with the zombie. Bourne immediately split open the zombie's head, grabbed the soulfire, and stuffed it into his mouth. Instantly, a powerful and profound force filled his entire body. With a deafening boom, a transparent shockwave emanated from Bourne, spreading outwards. Bourne felt instantly refreshed and light as a feather. I broke through. Great. Bourne was overjoyed. Now he was at the 2nd level of the 1st elemental realm. Next time he encountered an undead like this zombie, he wouldn't have to struggle so much. However, before Bourne could celebrate for long, footsteps approached. Bourne turned around, and his heart sank. It's over. The zombie's accomplices have arrived. There were 4 of them, 2 zombies and 2 skeletons. But these skeletons were clearly different from him. Their bones were large and glowed with a pale purple light. They weren't ordinary humans. One of the zombies looked Bourne up and down. Did you kill him? Bourne inwardly groaned. What kind of mess was this? He just finished one battle, and now 4 more had appeared. However, he couldn't back down, so he puffed out his chest and said, yes, he wanted to kill me, so I killed him. That's not too much to ask, is it? Heh, not too much, another zombie chuckled. This is the Netherworld. You can kill anyone you want here, and we can kill you just as easily. Bourne knew he was no match for these 4, and wasn't going to fight them head-on. He said, look around, do you have any other way to resolve this? I don't want to die, and if you want me dead, you have to pay a heavy price. Oh! The first zombie asked curiously. What gives you the confidence to say that? We're all at the 1st level, 2nd rank. You're just an ordinary skeleton soldier, and most a 1st level, 2nd rank. What makes you think you can make us pay? That's what he thinks too, Bourne said, pointing to the dead zombie on the ground. When I killed him, I was only at the 1st level, 1st rank. Now I've broken through. What? The 2nd zombie exclaimed in surprise. You killed him, a level above your own? That's right. Do you want to reconsider? Bourne said calmly. Chapter 10. The 4 fell silent upon hearing Bourne's words, exchanging glances. Then, one of the zombies spoke. My name is Robert, the vice captain of the Northern Vanguard of the Clawed Legion. You are currently operating in our territory, having killed one of our men and consumed his soulfire. I give you 2 choices, either be killed by us or join us. Bourne's heart stirred. Was there even a choice? Wasn't it obvious? He was new to this world, his understanding of it entirely dependent on the explanations from Dao Quang and Annie. He desperately needed a powerful organization to rely on. The zombie he had just killed had mentioned that this area belonged to the Clawed Legion, therefore, the Clawed Legion must possess considerable strength. Joining them was the wisest course of action. Don't even think about escaping from us. Although you're not weak, you're just a lowly human skeleton. Even if you encountered my men, you might not be able to escape, Robert continued. Bourne shook his head and said, I won't run away. I choose the second option, I join you. Robert nodded and said, You're smart. Then come back with us. But Bourne hesitated. He didn't know if he could trust Robert, and whether there would be any danger if he went back with them. Seeing Bourne's hesitation, Robert seemed to understand and said, Don't worry, killing you isn't that complicated. You're right, the four of us are all at the first level, second rank. But even within the same rank, there are differences in strength. The one you killed was only the lowest level, far weaker than us. As for you, needless to say, the four of us together could kill you with ease. Upon hearing this, Bourne was somewhat skeptical. He knew that there were indeed differences in strength within the same rank, but the fact that he had been able to kill a second-ranked undead while still at rank 1 indicated that his strength was considerable. He thought it wouldn't be so easy for the four opponents to kill him. Seeing Bourne's continued doubt, Robert said, Since you don't believe me, let's have a match. He pointed to a skeleton warrior beside him. He's also at rank 2. You two will have a fair fight. One move to decide the winner. Whoever has the advantage wins. How about it? Bourne thought this was a good idea, and he could also test his strength after advancing his rank. So he agreed, Okay, what if I win, and what if I lose? Robert said, If you win, I let you choose whether to join us or leave. If our people win, you not only have to join us, but you also have to contribute 30 soul fires from wandering zombies to me every month. 30 wandering zombies wasn't difficult, just time-consuming. Since that was the case, a match wouldn't be out of the question. Bourne readily agreed, All right, it's a deal. As he spoke, the skeleton warrior stepped forward, standing face to face with Bourne. This skeleton warrior was clearly much taller than Bourne. At least in terms of physique and imposing presence, Bourne shouldn't be a match for him. However, Bourne was confident. After all, he had received systematic close combat training in his previous life, and with the aid of the soul-severing blade in his hand, he shouldn't be too bad. As Robert shouted, Begin, the skeleton warrior moved. He raised his battle blade and slashed at Bourne with tremendous force. Bourne didn't retreat an inch. This kind of contest was all about absolute strength. He emptied his mind, activated the soul fusion technique, concentrated all his power into his hands, and swung the soul-severing blade to meet the attack head-on. There were no fancy moves, no elaborate techniques, both attacked with full force. With a clang, Bourne felt a tremendous force surge through the soul-severing blade, then groaned and flew backward 4 or 5 meters before barely regaining his footing. The skeleton warrior, on the other hand, only staggered back 3 or 4 steps. Robert was also startled. He had underestimated Bourne's strength. While the skeleton warrior seemed to have the upper hand in this exchange, in a real fight, they might have been evenly matched. But what happened next left him utterly astonished. With a clang, the skeleton warrior's greatsword snapped in two, the tip falling to the ground as if striking Robert's heart. It was terrifying. He knew how sturdy the skeleton warrior's greatsword was, and this single attack had actually broken it in two. The power was extraordinary. Bourne was stunned. He hadn't realized that after his advancement, with his increased strength, the power of his soul-severing blade had greatly increased. The greatsword, which he couldn't break before, could now be severed with a full-force strike. Seeing his weapon destroyed, the skeleton warrior was enraged. You brat, you broke my great sword. I kill you. He was about to fight Bourne again. Stop! Robert suddenly shouted. The skeleton warrior immediately stopped and turned to look at Robert. I find you another one when we get back. You can leave now, Robert said calmly. The skeleton warrior fell silent and retreated to the side, still glaring fiercely at Bourne. Robert hesitated for a moment and said, How about we call this a draw? What do you think? Bourne nodded. Through this exchange, he had gauged his opponent's strength. He believed he could handle just one skeleton warrior, but the other 3 were clearly stronger. With all 4 attacking together, he probably wouldn't last long. He also realized that his strength was still insufficient. Although he had advanced to the second tier, his magic power was still unstable, and he couldn't unleash his full power. Let alone the others. Even the skeleton warrior he had just fought was stronger than Bourne in terms of sheer strength. Bourne sheathed his soul-severing blade and sighed. Indeed, let's call it a draw then. I go with you. I rely on Captain Robert for protection from now on. Robert was taken aback, then laughed. This is the realm of the dead. There's no such thing as protection here. Strength speaks for itself. Bourne chuckled and said to the skeleton warrior he had just fought, Sorry, brother, we're on the same side now. The skeleton warrior snorted, It's all right, just a spar. What's your name? Bourne then realized he hadn't introduced himself. Oh, my name is Bourne. As you can see, I'm just a skeleton soldier. Hee, let's go. I take you to see the advance team's camp, Robert said, then waved his hand and led Bourne and the others away. Bourne was very curious. He had just heard Robert say that he was the deputy commander of the advance team of the Northern Army of the Clawed Legion. What was this advance team? If the deputy commander was only a second-level first elemental commander, what was the strength of the commander? Now that he was about to join this Clawed Legion, he had to find out the truth. So, as they walked, Bourne asked, Captain Robert, how strong is our legion? How large is its territory? Robert thought for a moment and said, that's hard to say. The legion's territory is constantly changing because there are many other legions around, always vying for territory with us. As for the strength of our legion, I don't know the higher-ups, but I do know that our Vanguard captain is a level 3 1-element, the Northern Army general to whom the Vanguard belongs is a level 4 1-element, and there are also 4 other level 4 1-element deputy generals, all very powerful. Bourne nodded upon hearing this. Such strength was something he couldn't possibly match. So what is our Vanguard's mission? Robert pointed behind them and said, further over there is the territory of another legion. This area is frequently targeted by them. The legion is coming. Our mission is to spot them and warn them in time. We saw the signal earlier and thought someone from the other side was coming until we saw you. We realized you're just a clueless newbie. Bourne asked curiously, why do you say that? Do I have idiot written on my face? The skeleton warrior slapped him hard and said, you're the worst skeleton soldier. If that legion finds you, they definitely kill you for food. They won't let you live. Seeing Bourne's bewildered expression, Robert laughed, ha ha ha, it's normal that you don't understand. That legion is called the Windfire Wolf Legion. The entire legion is made up of Windfire Wolves. They never accept human undead, they kill them on sight. You're lucky you ran into us. Bourne still didn't understand. Even if he hadn't encountered the Fire Wolves, he could only say he was lucky, not stupid. Robert continued, don't you feel anything unusual about your waist? This completely baffled Bourne. What unusual? Robert smiled and shook his head. The skeleton warrior continued, the vine on your waist is called the Devil's Vine. It's a plant unique to the Netherworld. It has a special characteristic. It can take root and slowly grow wherever it touches a spirit's body, even if it's just a small section. Bourne was startled and quickly tore off the Devil's Vine from his waist. Sure enough, as the skeleton warrior said, the Devil's Vine had taken root in his iliac crest. He pulled hard, and some roots broke off, leaving parts embedded in his bone. Seeing this, Robert laughed heartily. Devil's Vine is troublesome, but it's not impossible to deal with. With that, a ball of black flame appeared from his fingertip, which he aimed at the part of Bourne's waist where the Devil's Vine was rooted, and burned it. Instantly, the Devil's Vine seemed to come alive, writhing and swaying, and one by one, it fell off Bourne's waist. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that a vine he casually picked up would be so dangerous. He said with lingering fear, thank you, Captain Robert. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been used as fertilizer by this Devil's Vine. Robert waved his hand. You need to be careful in the future. In the Netherworld, even plants can be deadly. But then, Bourne's attention focused on Robert's hand. Captain, what's that called? Robert was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha! It's true what they say about you not knowing anything. Bourne scratched his head awkwardly and said, I never dealt with these things before. I hope the captain can teach me more. Robert nodded and said, this is the simplest way to release death element. All of us undead who have cultivated this skill are born with it. You can try it too. With that, Robert began to guide Bourne to release the death element within his body. Bourne felt as if his fingers had turned into a faucet outlet. A power continuously gathered in his body to his fingertips, and then with a whoosh, it erupted. A huge ball of black flame shot out from Bourne's fingertips, startling everyone. Bourne stopped the energy output in time, and the flame extinguished. However, the skeleton warrior standing opposite Bourne was in a much worse situation. He was directly burned by the flame, his face turning black. Wow, you got pretty much energy, kid. Robert patted Bourne on the shoulder. Practice more and control your strength. Bourne chuckled. This was the first spell he learned. Well, it couldn't really be called a spell, but it was still effective, like dealing with demon vines or sending signal flares. Bourne, having tasted success, continued to inquire with Robert, Captain, is our undead fighting style just melee? Are there any spells or anything like that? Robert immediately replied, of course. But those of us who haven't reached the 4th level of the first element have no ability to learn magic. However, we can use magic to enhance our attack and defense, or create simple energy bursts like releasing death fire. Bourne nodded. It seemed this world imposed more restrictions on the undead. If you couldn't reach the 4th level of the first element, you were completely cut off from magic. In the prime material plane, even Angela, at the 1st level of the first element, could use simple defensive spells. Of course, there are gains and losses. Although they can't use magic, the undead are far stronger in combat than the people of the prime material plane. This was evident in the battle between Bourne and Brand. Bourne and the snow leopard zombie were stronger and faster than humans of the same level, and they felt no pain, didn't tire, and could continue fighting even with severed limbs. That's what makes the undead so terrifying. Thinking of this, Bourne asked, "Do our Northern Army's generals and lieutenants all know magic?" Robert replied, "Of course, but learning magic isn't that simple. They only know some basic spells. True magic masters need much greater strength." Bourne continued, "Where do they learn their magic?" Robert smiled. "That's one of the benefits of joining the Legion. After advancing to the 4th rank of the first element, they can go to the Legion's headquarters, where they can choose 1 or 2 suitable spells and be taught by dedicated instructors. The instructors are mostly high-ranking figures, and even the leader sometimes personally guides promising undead generals." Chapter 11. Bourne was very interested in magic, so he asked more questions. What kinds of magic do the generals know? Robert thought for a moment, counting on his fingers. The northern general seems to practice an offensive magic, which I haven't seen, so I'm not sure. However, I know the magic of the 4 lieutenants. One is Dark Swamp, an offensive magic with restrictive abilities. One is Bone Spikes, an offensive magic. One is Bone Shield, a defensive magic, and the other is also an offensive magic called Bone Hammer. Bourne listened attentively, memorizing all the information. These spells were relatively easy to remember. Their effects were clear from their names. Suddenly, Bourne remembered the necromancy Brand had used the Philosopher's Stone to cast, so he tentatively asked, "Have you heard of Death Burst?" Robert was taken aback. "Death Burst? Never heard of it. Is it a kind of magic?" Seeing Robert's reaction, Bourne knew he had asked the wrong person. He waved his hand and said, "Never mind, I was just asking. Oh, by the way, have we ever been summoned to the prime material plane?" Robert thought for a moment and said, "Well, at least not in the Northern Army. There are relatively few necromancers in the prime material plane, and they prefer to summon undead from higher level areas, looking down on us low-level undead. A low-level necromancer can only summon 1 or 2 undead at most, and most of them are mindless wandering undead. Only high-level necromancers can summon undead with cultivation abilities." Hearing this, Bourne remembered that Angela had also mentioned high-level and low-level areas, so he continued to ask, "Is the undead realm also divided into high-level and low-level? How exactly is it divided?" Robert shrugged. "I don't know either. Our strength is too low to reach the higher-level areas. But I heard that to reach the higher-level areas, you have to keep going in the direction the blood moon points. There's a barrier there that undead like us can't touch. If we do, we'd be obliterated." Bourne nodded. He understood. "Have you seen any snow leopard zombies?" Robert shook his head. "Snow leopard zombies don't live in this area. I haven't seen any, but I know they usually live further north, far from our Legion's territory." Bourne thought of the snow leopard zombies he'd seen in the prime material plane. They were incredibly powerful. Were they also wandering undead? He asked, "Oh, so you said low-level necromancers summon mindless wandering undead? That means they're incredibly weak, with no combat power whatsoever." "Robert," he explained, "that's not it. Most wandering, unconscious undead are indeed weak, but those summoned by necromancers are different. Drawn and influenced by the necromancer's power, only undead weaker than the necromancer can be summoned. Some undead, after their self-awareness is eroded, become wandering undead, but through instinctive mutual slaughter, they can continuously increase their strength, becoming extremely powerful wandering undead. For example, in the south of our Northern Army, there's a valley we dare not enter because there's an extremely powerful wandering undead inside, who knows how long it has existed and how much soul fire it has devoured." This explained everything. Bourne's doubts were answered. No wonder the snow leopard zombie summoned by a tier 3 necromancer in the main plane was so powerful, even though it was just a mere wandering undead. Robert continued, "The undead summoned by necromancers are generally stronger. For example, in the netherworld, a tier 1 undead might possess tier 2 strength after being summoned to the prime material plane. It's uncertain, it depends entirely on the necromancer's strength." Bourne's heart stirred. He seemed to have a premonition. When he was summoned to the prime material plane, he did feel a surge of power, but it was so subtle that he assumed it was his imagination. Furthermore, During the subsequent battle with the bandits, his undead's melee advantage prevented him from noticing any increase in strength. This meant he had experienced a power boost in the prime material plane, but it was likely less noticeable because Annie was too weak. Meanwhile, Brand was strong enough that the snow leopard zombie's actual strength wasn't as formidable as it appeared in the prime material plane. Bourne smiled knowingly and thanked Robert. "Thank you for telling me so much. You seem quite knowledgeable about necromancers and summoning." Robert's eyes darkened, and he chuckled. "That's because I was a mage in my past life." "What?" Bourne asked in surprise. "Then how come you?" Robert gave a bitter laugh. "Let's not talk about it. I'm dead anyway. Besides, I've been in the underworld for a long time. I don't remember much about my past life." Bourne didn't bring it up again, and turned to chat with the other 3 undead. The 4 of them walked and talked. To Bourne's surprise, the advance team's camp wasn't far away. They could see a fence made of broken bones and unidentified plants in the distance. Although rudimentary, it still served as a barrier. Bourne muttered to himself, having wandered the netherworld for 3 or 4 days without finding any such netherworld stronghold. The 4 entered the camp, where Bourne saw a large number of strange undead gathered, some humanoid, others beast-like, but with his limited knowledge, he couldn't distinguish what kind of beasts they were. "Should I go see the captain?" Bourne asked. "No need. Our organization in the netherworld isn't that tightly knit. You can join us and follow me from now on," Robert said. "Oh, then who's the captain? I at least know, just in case I run into him," Bourne asked after a moment's thought. Robert nodded and said, "Our captain's name is Ron. He gathered the men later, and you see him then." Just then, a tall zombie with a purplish-red face walked over and blocked the 4's path. "Yo, Robert, I heard there's trouble in the north again. Is it those little punks, Windfire Wolves, causing trouble? If you can't handle it, you might as well leave it to us." Robert's expression changed when he saw the newcomer. "Sack, mind your own business. Aren't the 2 southeastern regions enough for you?" "The 2 southeastern regions?" Sack shouted. "You know what the situation is like in the south. Who dares to go there? You make it sound like the east and south are both mine, but in reality, only the east has anything worthwhile, not even enough to fill a tooth gap." Robert waved Sack aside and said coldly, "Humph, you got quite a mouthful." Sack didn't pursue the matter further, but his sinister gaze remained fixed on Robert. After the 4 men had walked a distance, Bourne asked, "Who is this Sack?" The skeleton warrior replied, "He's another vice-captain of our advance team. We have 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. Vice-Captain Robert is in charge of hunting and scouting the undead in the northern region, while Vice-Captain Sack is responsible for the east and south. Captain Ron himself is in charge of the west, which is the rear. But Sack is very dissatisfied, believing the south is useless and the east has fewer resources. He wants to exchange the east for Vice-Captain Robert's north." "Of course I disagree," Robert continued. "He's dreaming. Although he is indeed slightly stronger than me, I'm not afraid of him, and Captain Ron doesn't support his demands either. Of course, there must be another reason why Sack doesn't want the eastern region," another skeleton warrior suddenly said. "What?" Bourne asked curiously. The skeleton warrior chuckled mysteriously, while the zombie beside him snorted, "Humph, what's there to be afraid of? That Sack is just afraid of the Earth Bear. He wants to pass that hot potato to our Vice-Captain Robert." "Earth Bear?" Bourne had never heard of that name before. "What's the Earth Bear?" "It's a legion located east of our northern army. Its main force is composed of Earth Bear zombies, but they also recruit humanoids or other undead. They're slightly weaker than us, but they're known for their ferocity and domineering nature. Sack suffered quite a bit at the hands of the Earth Bear recently," Robert said calmly. Bourne understood. "So, this Earth Bear is even more troublesome than the Wind and Fire Wolves. No wonder Sack wants to change territory." "It's no use," Robert said. "No matter what Sack says, Captain Ron won't agree, and neither will I. His area is a contiguous region. While resources are fewer, the territory is large enough that he'd generally get more resources than us. I don't know what he's dissatisfied with." Bourne sighed. "It seems some people, even in death, retain their greed." The advance team's base camp wasn't large, and the number of people was small. Bourne estimated there were about 200 people in the camp. If you included those still on missions outside, there were probably around 250 in total. Captain Ron had an important matter to attend to today, so most people hadn't gone out. A short while later, a clanging sound rang out, and a group of about 30 or 40 people returned from outside the camp. Leading them was a burly skeleton warrior, but unlike ordinary skeleton warriors, he had a black crystal on his chest armor. Bourne recognized the crystal. It was a magic stone. "The captain is back," Robert said. "Let's go assemble." Bourne asked curiously, "Is that a magic stone on the captain's chest? Do they have magic stones in the netherworld?" Robert smiled, of course. This magic stone was engraved with the help of Vice-General Puck. It contains a defensive spell, Bone Shield, which can be life-saving in critical moments. Like the prime material plane, we in the netherworld have magical beasts. The magic cores from these beasts can be used to create magic stones, but they are extremely precious. The captain obtained this magic stone during a battle, and then sought help from Vice-General Puck. Vice-General Puck, along with 2 other vice-generals, successfully engraved the spell into it. Bourne nodded. That was indeed a good thing. He'd get one sometime. He found a philosopher's stone in Annie's room before, but had to give it up to figure out who was targeting her. Slowly, all the undead in the camp gathered. Bourne and Robert were together, so they stood closer to the front, next to Sack and his men. Sack even gave Bourne a provocative look, but Bourne ignored him. Captain Ron stood on a high point, and seeing that almost everyone had arrived, he said, "Just now, I led a team to the east to scout out the Earth Bear's activities. Currently, the Earth Bear is encroaching on our territory from multiple directions, so Sack alone can't handle it. Today, I gathered everyone here to plan a unified operation, to concentrate our forces and teach the Earth Bear a lesson." Ron waved his hand and began the deployment. Through the reconnaissance, we know that the Earth Bear has currently set up strongholds in 4 locations. I will lead a team to attack the nearest stronghold. Sack, you have the most troops and are more familiar with the eastern terrain. You will be responsible for attacking the southeast 2 strongholds near the valley. Robert, you're in charge of the stronghold near the northeast bushes. Also, you assign a portion of your forces to Sack's command. This time, we need to really dampen their spirits and make them more cautious. Robert then asked, "Captain, what's the strength of each of their strongholds?" Ron replied, "They have very few men at each stronghold, only about 50 each, but they can quickly reinforce from the rear. So, we need to act swiftly and decisively, coordinating our actions and attacking all 4 strongholds simultaneously to overwhelm them. Also, we can't linger. If we find they reinforced, we must retreat immediately. Don't worry, they can only reinforce 1 or 2 strongholds at most." Sack asked, "When do we move?" Ron replied, "Everyone prepare immediately. We depart in 15 minutes. Wait for my signal to move." Dismissed. Without further ado, everyone sprang into action. Robert immediately dispatched a small team to report to Sack. He also found one of Sack's men to inquire about the bushes, as this territory originally belonged to Sack, and Robert wasn't familiar with the terrain. After splitting off some men, Robert's team was reduced to about 60 men, of whom only 10 were at the 2nd level of the 1st elemental realm. The rest were at the 1st level of the 1st elemental realm. Robert carefully analyzed the bush's terrain and the enemy's fortifications. He concluded that a frontal attack would result in significant casualties. Therefore, he planned to split into 2 groups, one of 10 men and the other of 50. The 10-man group would act as bait, luring the enemy into a position closer to the main fortifications. The remaining men would use the bushes as cover to create an opening from the flanks, catching the enemy off guard. Bourne nodded, approving of Robert's plan, but still asked, "Our feint attack team needs to hold them off for a long time, which requires a lot from the 10 men. How do we arrange that?" Robert glanced at Bourne and said solemnly, "I think you're pretty smart. I give you 4 second-tier and 5 first-tier undead warriors. You get this done." Chapter 12. Bourne was completely stunned. What a joke. Leading a team? He only been in the Legion for less than half a day, and he didn't even know who was who. More importantly, he wasn't the strongest in the team. While the strongest was only 2nd tier, he only recently advanced, and his strength wasn't yet stable. While not the worst, he wasn't outstanding either. Therefore, in terms of both experience and strength, he wasn't the best choice. Robert noticed Bourne's confusion, gave him an encouraging look, and then began to plan the next steps. Once everything was arranged, Robert assigned 4 second-tier and 5 first-tier undead to Bourne. Bourne still felt something was off, so he said, "Captain, isn't this inappropriate?" Robert smiled and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. They all obey your orders. Use them with confidence." But Bourne wanted to say something more, but Robert interrupted him. "All right, military orders are absolute. Our operation is as it is, and there can be no further changes. You better quickly organize them to formulate a feint attack plan, so as not to delay our mission." Bourne had no choice but to agree. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw Robert give him a wink and tap his finger 3 times on the bone table beside him. What does that mean? 3? What 3? Bourne was dumbfounded. Something was definitely wrong. What was going on? But there was no time for Bourne to think now. He could only immediately gather his men and begin discussing how to launch the feint attack. Actually, among these people, Bourne did recognize some. Of the 4 second-tier undead, 3 had accompanied Robert to bring Bourne back from the northern plains. The 3 had chatted with Bourne the entire way and were quite familiar with each other. Only one person Bourne didn't recognize. He wasn't a normal human. Instead, he had 2 horns on his head, looking somewhat like a demon, but he was actually a skeleton warrior. Bourne was no stranger to feints. In his previous life, he had been a spy and graduated from one of the top military academies in the United States. Although he had never led troops into battle, he had seen it all. Besides, the laws of this world were different from his previous life, offering more possibilities for strategy. Bourne's strategy was simple. After all, his team, including himself, only had 10 people. What complex tactics could they possibly have? The deployment was completed in no time. At this moment, the team showed no signs of setting off. Bourne, with some free time, began to ponder Robert's intentions again. Thump, thump, thump. Bourne imitated Robert, tapping 3 times on the bone table with his fingers, trying to understand the meaning, but remained clueless. Robert, preoccupied with commanding the remaining forces to flank the enemy, had a lot to deploy and no time to question Bourne. What couldn't Robert explain directly? Why choose him to lead the feint attack when there were more suitable candidates? This was the crux of the matter, and when these 2 questions converged, Bourne realized something. There's a traitor. 3. Bourne was startled by this conclusion. This conclusion wasn't difficult to reach. Bourne was a very ordinary skeleton soldier, appearing in the northern region bordering the Windfire Wolf Legion. The Windfire Wolves were highly hostile to other races, so Bourne's background was impeccable, leaving no room for suspicion. Furthermore, Bourne possessed great potential, capable of defeating opponents a level higher and fighting to a draw with his own second-tier undead subordinates. Therefore, while not the strongest, his background was undeniably clean. Then, Robert had something to tell himself, but he couldn't say it in front of everyone. Therefore, there must be people among these people he couldn't trust. However, these people were all from Robert's own group. So there's only one possibility: there's a traitor. And the fact that Robert didn't entrust the feint attack task to one of his own tier 2 undead subordinates, but instead to a newly joined undead, means that the traitor is among those 8 tier 2 undead. Having reasoned this far, it's not hard to see that 3 taps on the table mean there are 3 moles. Robert probably doesn't even know who they are. If he did, he'd take them out right now. Bourne's mind raced, but something still felt off. Since Robert knew there were moles, even 3, he couldn't have just found out. Since there had been an investigation, there must be clues, or suspects. But Robert hadn't told him. Why? Or had he already told him, but he hadn't noticed? Considering this possibility, Bourne tried to recall Robert's words and actions, but found no clues. Could it be? He really hadn't intended to tell him at all. Just then, the assembly horn sounded outside, and everyone prepared their weapons and equipment. Bourne's armor had been torn to shreds in the battle with the zombies, so Robert had given him a bone armor set. The defense was much weaker, but it was better than being naked. After the troops were assembled, Ron stopped wasting time and had a brief exchange with the 2 vice commanders to confirm that the troops were ready. Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered the entire army to attack. The advance party's headquarters were extremely rudimentary, so they weren't afraid of being flanked. Moreover, the main force of the Union Army was behind the advance party. No one would be so foolish as to run over and get themselves sandwiched. Therefore, Ron left no troops behind, dividing the entire army into 3 groups, each heading towards its respective objective. Robert's squad headed northeast. Along the way, Bourne didn't find an opportunity to speak with Robert alone, fearing his unusual actions might arouse the suspicion of the 3 potential traitors within his ranks. Bourne thought that if there were indeed traitors within his ranks, today's operation would be a golden opportunity for them to gain merit, because the advance party had come out in full force, and the 3 captains each led their troops in 3 separate groups, making it perfect for defeating them one by one. They must be incredibly anxious right now, because Ron's deployment was too swift, leaving no time to breathe. These moles had no chance to pass on the message, so... That's it. Bourne suddenly realized. So, Captain Ron also knew about the mole. This operation wasn't targeting the 4 Earth Bear strongholds at all, but rather the mole within the advance team. This was a pre-planned scheme. That's right. That's it. So what's his mission? Why did Robert choose him? If he wanted to eliminate the mole, he could have chosen someone he absolutely trusted, right? In an instant, a flash of inspiration struck Bourne. That's it. He understands now. Bourne's heart was churning, but outwardly he remained perfectly calm. His gaze slowly swept over everyone in the squad, and he had already secretly made a plan. Robert had been secretly observing Bourne the whole time, growing anxious as he watched him struggle to think. Was his hint really that difficult? But if they weren't discreet, discovery would ruin everything. The plan was Ron's idea. Robert was merely assisting. Robert's team was a key element of the entire plan. Originally, their plan didn't include any feints, but the moment Robert saw Bourne, an idea struck him. He knew Bourne was the crucial element of the plan. So, without hesitation or reporting to Ron, Robert arranged Bourne's feint. However, Bourne didn't seem to grasp his intentions yet, which was a problem. Just then, Robert saw Bourne glance around and visibly relax. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that kid's smart, I wasn't wrong about him. Soon, Robert's team reached within 3 kilometers of the target. They couldn't get any closer, or they risked being discovered. Robert stopped the troops, turned around, and patted Bourne heavily on the shoulder, saying, the feint attack mission is in your hands. Bourne understood immediately, don't worry, I complete the mission. Robert nodded and waved his hand, the rest of you follow me. With that, he led over 40 men towards the east side of the stronghold. Seeing Robert's group disappearing into the distance, Bourne turned to the remaining 9 men and said, brothers, our plan has changed. The 9 men exchanged bewildered glances, none of them understanding why Bourne would change his battle plan before the battle even began. What's wrong? Asked Tony, one of the second-tier undead, who had brought Bourne back with Robert. He was quite familiar with Bourne and asked first. Nothing, just that on the way, I suddenly felt the previous plan wasn't quite right, so I changed it a bit. Oh! How? Asked Jack, another skeleton warrior. Like Tony, he was one of the few undead Bourne knew. Bourne slowly said, the purpose of this feint attack is to lure as many enemy troops as possible to the main gate. A few of us probably won't be enough. We need to create the illusion that we have a lot of people. How do we create that? Asked Bruno, a zombie Bourne knew, who belonged to the same race as Robert. Jacob, you're the strongest in our group. I need you to hold the line and create chaos. Bourne said, pointing to the skeleton warrior with 2 horns on his head. The skeleton warrior paused, then nodded. What do you want me to do? Bourne continued, it's simple. I lead the 4 of you to the front first. The rest of you stay behind, concealed in the bushes. We undead have no shortage of bones. Find plenty of skulls, prop them up with something, each of you carry about 10. Simultaneously, drag the rest of the skulls behind you, raising dust and creating noise to confuse the enemy. If they emerge from their stronghold, Jacob, go and engage them. Be decisive and kill them, making a name for yourself. If they don't come out, then focus all your efforts on attacking their defenses. Don't worry, if there's any danger, the 4 of us will immediately reinforce and rescue you. Jack clapped his hands and laughed loudly. That's a great idea. They definitely didn't expect there to be only 10 of us, ha ha ha. Jacob thought for a moment and said, but what if the enemy has some skilled fighters that I can't handle? Bourne nodded and said, I thought of that too. So, the 4 of us will appear at the front together, putting enough pressure on the enemy to concentrate as many of their skilled fighters as possible here. That way, we can achieve our goal without engaging in battle. Jacob was about to speak again, but Bourne interrupted him. Let's move out now. The captain and the others should be ready soon. As soon as the signal comes, we act according to plan. In the bush stronghold of the Earth-Bearer Legion, scattered guards were slowly patrolling. A few days ago, they had attacked the Clawed Legion, repelling their Northern Army vanguard and establishing a stronghold here. The Clawed Legion would definitely send troops to attack again soon, so the guards were quite vigilant, not missing a single sound. Just then, a red light emanated from the direction of the central stronghold. Was it a signal? What was it for? As the guard was pondering this, he suddenly saw dust billowing ahead, and a large group of people, clearly not a small number. 5 second-tier undead, charging aggressively towards the stronghold, were obviously there to cause trouble. The guard shouted, enemy attack. A large enemy force is attacking. Hearing this, the surrounding guards rushed over, and were stunned by the sight. What was going on? Dust was flying everywhere, and there were clanging and clattering sounds. How many troops were there? A guard shouted, quickly, inform the squad leader. Hurry! A moment later, several undead escorted a zombie, who yelled from afar, what's going on? How many are there? A guard replied, I don't know. We can only see 5. The others are obscured by sand, but there must be quite a few. The zombie pushed aside the guards and peered ahead, his eyes narrowing. These 5 men possessed impressive auras. They might all be second-tier experts. Although his side also had 10 second-tier undead, they had no idea of the enemy's strength and couldn't make a judgment. Suddenly, one of the enemy skeleton soldiers shouted, You little bastards inside, your grandpa's here. Open the door and greet him. The zombie squad leader was instantly enraged. What was this skeleton soldier, so arrogant? But before he could speak, a huge breach appeared in the fortifications ahead, and a skeleton warrior with 2 horns on its head launched an attack. Hold on. The zombie squad leader roared, then looked at a guard beside him and said, Gather everyone here and show them what we're made of. The guard replied, Yes, sir, and hurriedly ran off. Chapter 13. The 2-horned skeleton warrior's fighting prowess truly startled the zombie squad leader. At this rate, the fortifications would soon be destroyed. However, behind him stood 4 undead, and behind those 4 were an unknown number of soldiers. What to do? The zombie squad leader gritted his teeth. Never mind, he sent someone to test the enemy's strength, at least to stop the 2-horned skeleton warrior from continuing his demolition. With this thought, the zombie squad leader selected a squad and charged to confront the 2-horned skeleton warrior. Seeing someone charging towards them, the skeleton warrior neither retreated nor dodged, but stood there with his sword drawn, exuding an imposing aura. This squad was also quite strong, consisting of 2 second-tier and 3 first-tier warriors. The zombie squad leader dared not send his main force to meet the attack head-on, fearing that if the enemy's main force charged, he wouldn't even have a chance to retreat. Therefore, he sent out a relatively strong squad, partly to scout the enemy's strength, and partly to halt the 2-horned skeleton warrior's demolition progress. Bourne nodded slightly upon seeing the enemy send out a small force to probe, as this was within his expectations. Tony, however, couldn't stand it any longer and said urgently, The enemy's out. Let's go help. Bourne reached out and stopped him, saying, No rush, Jacob can handle it. No, Bruno said, Jacob is strong. But one person can't handle so many, let alone 2 second-tier experts. Bourne smiled at this and looked at Bruno, saying, You don't believe me? Bruno scratched his head and said, It's not that I don't believe you, it's just... Before he could finish speaking, Bourne interjected, How about we make a bet? Immediately, the other 3 perked up. Tony asked, What kind of bet? Bourne pointed to Jacob, who was locked in a fierce battle, and said, I bet he'd be defeated in less than 3 minutes. Jack exclaimed in surprise, That's impossible. No matter how strong Jacob is, he can't defeat his opponent in 3 minutes. I sparred with Jacob, I know his strength best. Bourne smiled and said, Don't rush me. If I lose? Alright, I contribute 20 wandering zombie soulfires to each of you within a month. If you lose, each of you gives me 20 wandering zombie soulfires, okay? No problem. Bruno readily agreed. Bourne, this isn't us bullying you, you said you give us soulfires, hee. Yeah, Jack added, don't go back on your word. Bourne smiled mysteriously, shook his head, and said, You're the ones who shouldn't go back on your word, hee. The 4 of them fell silent, focusing intently on the battle ahead. A minute passed. Jacob initially seemed to be on the defensive, retreating repeatedly, and even signaling for help from Bourne and the others. However, Bourne stopped the 3 eager Tony and his companions, shouting, Jacob, it's okay. If you can't beat them, come back. But Jacob didn't give up. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity, eventually gaining the upper hand. In less than 2 minutes, the enemy had completely retreated, and Jacob didn't pursue, instead taking a short break to regroup. Now, it was Tony and his companions' turn to be utterly astonished. This shouldn't be happening. When did Jacob become so strong? Fighting 5 opponents alone, he had utterly routed them in less than 2 minutes, sending them fleeing in a sorry state. Bourne narrowed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Prepare for a full-scale battle. Tony and his 2 companions tensed, forgetting their lost bet, and quickly assumed attack stances. At the same time, Bourne gave a signal, and the 5 undead running back and forth behind them immediately stopped, also preparing for battle. Although they were all very puzzled as to why they were suddenly launching a frontal attack again, it didn't take long for them to understand why. It wasn't a frontal attack, but rather being attacked from the front. The enemy zombie squad leader had led a team of over 20 men out, and launched an attack on Bourne and his group. What's going on? Jack shouted, They seen through our plan? Never mind that, I'm just asking if you can fight. Bourne roared. Attack! Tony and his companions also roared, and together they charged into the enemy camp. From the start, Bourne and his group were at a significant disadvantage, outnumbered far too much. However, their strength lay in their 5 second-tier experts compared to their opponent's 4, allowing them to hold out for some time. Perhaps coincidentally, Jacob, at the forefront, wasn't targeted by the second-tier experts. He was surrounded by a group of first-tier undead, seemingly unable to break free. Bourne was also locked in a fierce battle with a second-tier undead, stronger than himself. Bourne was frustrated. He needed to focus on improving his strength, otherwise, being constantly on the defensive was too frustrating. But Bourne had no time to waste on this undead. Seizing an opportunity, he slashed past it with his sword and charged towards Jacob, shouting, "Jacob, I'm here to help you escape." Jacob was taken aback. He hadn't expected Bourne to pull this stunt. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold glint in his eyes, and suddenly unleashed a powerful aura. The first-tier undead he was fighting retreated hastily, showing no sign of panic. Jacob's blade, however, twisted, turning to slash backward, meeting Bourne's onslaught. Bourne remained unfazed, gripping the soul-severing blade tightly with both hands, and roared, "Sever!" The soul-severing blade instantly erupted with blue light, like a blazing soul fire, its eerie surface brimming with explosive power. The blade shimmered with light, and the sound of its blade slicing through the air was clearly audible. With a deafening clang, the two blades clashed. A visible shockwave spread out from the point of impact, causing everyone to tremble and briefly halting the fight as they looked towards Bourne and Jacob. What's going on?" Jack shouted in surprise, his eyes wide as he stared at Bourne and Jacob. Why are they fighting? But what surprised Jack even more was what followed. With a single blow, Jacob's greatsword shattered into pieces, leaving only fragments on the ground. Jacob's horned head, filled with terror and disbelief, severed from his neck and was flung high into the air. How is this possible? Bruno was equally astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Just moments ago, he was a mere skeleton soldier who had only recently advanced to the second tier, and now he could kill a much stronger opponent, a master who had been at the second tier for many years, with a single strike. It was simply unbelievable. Jacob's headless body crashed heavily backward to the ground, while Bourne caught his flying head steadily in his hands. Jacob wasn't dead yet. The undead were truly wondrous. As long as their soul fire remained, they never truly died. Who are you? Jacob stared wide-eyed at the little skeleton soldier he had always looked down upon. He never imagined he would die like this. Me? Bourne smiled at him. I'm just a nobody, insignificant. It's just that your tricks have been discovered, yet you remain oblivious. What? Jacob couldn't believe his ears, even though he had no ears. Do you think I'm new here? Even if Robert and his men have some scheme, they wouldn't include me. Bourne looked mockingly at the astonished head in his hand, and slowly said, You're wrong. Actually, a feint attack on a small stronghold doesn't require so many second-tier experts. 2 or 3 would be enough. But Robert gave me 4, 3 of whom I know, and whom Robert wanted me to be familiar with. The remaining one, naturally, is the suspect. My presence was meant to minimize your vigilance, allowing you to carry out your plan without restraint. That is, to notify the people in the stronghold to split up and kill our 2 teams. But this is exactly what we got in the way of. You underestimated me. Jacob felt that everything was so unbelievable. Ron's series of actions had completely disrupted his plans. Before setting off, he had given his men the order to launch a joint counterattack, thinking that this time, the combined forces of the stronghold would be foolproof. He never expected that a mere skeleton soldier would ruin the entire plan. You mustn't kill me. Jacob suddenly said, I'm willing to surrender, I don't want to die. Bourne looked at him with interest and said, What do you think this place is? What good will it do me to keep you alive? Seeing that Bourne had no intention of letting him go, Jacob flew into a rage, shouting, Don't be so smug. Killing me won't change anything, you will all die this time. Bourne frowned and growled, still dared to talk nonsense. Die! With that, his soul-severing blade flashed, cleaving Jacob's head in 2. Robert's strongest subordinate died at Bourne's hands. Without hesitation, Bourne grabbed Jacob's soul fire and swallowed it. Because the soul fire's energy was extremely powerful, it instantly set Bourne ablaze. A wisp of soul power flowed from Bourne's right hand into the soul-severing blade. Bourne noticed this. He knew that the soul-severing blade recognized the soul fire's rank and absorbed a portion of its power to restore the blade maniac's soul. Seeing Jacob killed with a single blow, the zombie squad leader was terrified and lost all will to fight. In the previous battle, he had sent 5 men to fight Jacob, but after a short while, those 5 men returned. The zombie squad leader was initially puzzled, But after hearing their report, he finally understood. It turned out that Jacob was one of their own. During the battle, Jacob had found an opportunity to exchange information with his comrades, learning that there were 3 of their own men in the enemy camp, all of them second-tier experts. Furthermore, although the enemy formation appeared large, it actually only consisted of 10 people. Their true fighting force had flanked. Therefore, he decided to launch a direct attack, first eliminating the 10-man squad, then concentrating his forces on the flank, which would also give him enough time to call for reinforcements. The zombie squad leader, without hesitation, sent one guard back to headquarters to request reinforcements, and another to warn the others not to come, but to set up an ambush to defend against a flank attack. He himself led the main force forward, ready to join forces with Jacob to wipe out the entire 10-man squad, but fate is unpredictable. The zombie squad leader never expected that Jacob, who seemed so powerful, would be down before the battle even began. Was there any hope left? Retreat! Retreat! Knowing that they couldn't defeat the 10-man squad quickly, and that prolonged fighting would allow the enemy to consolidate their forces, putting him in danger, the zombie squad leader didn't hesitate and immediately led his men back to their base. Bourne stopped pursuing, and the 3 men, who had been stunned, finally came to their senses. Bourne, what happened? Tony rushed to Bourne's side, staring blankly at Jacob's skull, now broken in 2. Isn't that obvious enough? Bourne pointed to the retreating zombie squad leader. I think I understand now. Jacob was their spy. Jack was the first to realize. Jacob conspired with them, preparing to turn against them, but Bourne killed him with a single blow. Tony was still a little stunned. But no time to explain. Bourne immediately interrupted Tony. We need to get to Captain Robert's side immediately to provide support. Hopefully, we haven't wasted too much time. The previous exchange hadn't lasted long, so neither side suffered any casualties. Aside from Jacob's death, everyone else on Bourne's side was still alive and kicking. Bourne immediately led the remaining 8 men towards Robert's location. Bourne himself was extremely unsettled. During Jacob's battle with the 5 enemies, he had already noticed something amiss, confirming Jacob was one of the traitors. However, Jacob's strength was formidable. A direct confrontation would be too much for him, and even with Tony and his 2 allies, they couldn't defeat him quickly. Furthermore, if the enemies in the stronghold discovered Jacob's exposure, they would likely come to his rescue, or even launch a counterattack, potentially resulting in significant casualties on his side. Therefore, Bourne had no choice but to take a desperate gamble, wait for the enemies in the stronghold to emerge, and then launch a surprise attack on Jacob amidst the chaos, hoping to severely injure or even kill him. However, Bourne hadn't anticipated that his attack would somehow trigger the power of the soul-severing blade. Without much thought, Bourne gathered all his strength as he approached Jacob, determined to deliver a full-force blow. Unexpectedly, Jacob suddenly turned against him, perhaps underestimating Bourne's strength, and thus his attack wasn't at its full power. It was precisely this that gave Bourne a chance to defeat him. At that moment, both men hoped to kill each other with a single, sneak attack. When Bourne saw Jacob suddenly reverse his blade and swing it at him, his heart sank. But there was no turning back now. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed even greater power, a power seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. This deathly force instantly activated a mechanism within the soul-severing blade, causing it to erupt with an incomparably powerful blue divine light. Combined with Jacob's underestimation of his opponent, this instantly shattered all of Jacob's attacks. The blade's power remained undiminished, slicing off Jacob's head completely. Chapter 14. Bourne couldn't care less about anything else at this point. He knew Robert's side was definitely engaged in battle, and their situation was undoubtedly far more dire than his own. Robert had entrusted his trusted men Tony, Jack, and Bruno to Bourne, while he himself had 2 traitors. Combined with the enemies in the stronghold, they were already at a significant numerical disadvantage. Fortunately, Robert himself was extremely strong, and should be able to hold out for a while. Once Ron's team arrived, the battle wouldn't be so difficult. Bourne was extremely anxious, his pace quickening. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently drifted into the stronghold. Something seemed to be moving rapidly there. What was it? It emitted a faint, bluish-red glow, standing out starkly in the crimson moonlight. What's that? Bourne pointed into the stronghold and asked Jack. What? Jack, focused on his journey, hadn't noticed the situation inside the stronghold. Hearing Bourne's question, he looked inside, but the faint light only lasted a few seconds before disappearing. Soon after, Bourne and his group discovered a battle raging ahead. Sure enough, Robert was already locked in a fierce fight. For second-tier experts and 2 traitors within the enemy's stronghold were attacking Robert from the inside. Fortunately, the two traitors were injured, greatly reducing their fighting strength, allowing the battle to continue. Bourne led his team in, and the arrival of his men immediately changed the situation. They were like tigers among sheep, charging left and right, killing most first-tier undead in no time. The enemy at the Earth Bear stronghold was taken aback, somewhat confused. Why was another group arriving? Weren't there only these few? This was also a time-slot maneuver by Bourne. On the main battlefield, the zombie squad leader, after retreating, was in a state of disarray. He had left most of his forces on the flanks to prepare for Robert's attack, so he didn't have many troops with him. To prevent another attack from Bourne's group, they had maintained a defensive posture for a long time, but Bourne and his men had retreated, their whereabouts unknown. They were momentarily at a loss, then remembered to send a message to the flanks, but it was already too late compared to Bourne's group. Now, seeing reinforcements arriving, their side was at a disadvantage. Left with no other choice, the stronghold's men had to retreat. However, Robert wasn't about to let them retreat so easily. Seeing Bourne leading his troops, he was overjoyed, knowing his plan to feign weakness had succeeded, and launched an even more ferocious attack. The enemy fought and retreated, and Robert's legion quickly killed many. One traitor, already severely wounded, finally succumbed to the pressure, and was caught up by Robert, who cut him down with a single blow. He roared in despair before dying, his heart filled with fear and resentment. How could his side, which had held the advantage, suddenly be at a disadvantage? But he was powerless to change the situation. Robert didn't hesitate, splitting his head open and shoving his soul fire into his mouth. Another traitor, witnessing this, was terrified and scrambled back to the stronghold with the remaining troops. Upon reaching the stronghold, he collapsed to the ground, his very soul trembling. "We lost, we're finished," he murmured, his eyes filled with terror. Having repelled the enemy forces on the flank, Bourne finally reunited with Robert, and the two smiled at each other. Bourne spoke first. "Captain, mission accomplished. Jacob is dead." Robert nodded, solemnly patting Bourne on the shoulder. "Well done. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Now we don't need Captain Ron's support anymore. We can retreat." Bourne asked. "Oh? So Captain Ron was the mastermind behind this plan?" Robert laughed. "Yes. Captain Ron, through covert investigation, discovered traitors within both my and his teams, but couldn't pinpoint their identities. However, I had 3 suspects. So, in our original plan, Captain Ron pretended to go out scouting, and upon his return, immediately deployed an attack on the Earth Bear stronghold, giving the traitors no chance to relay messages. Then, through troop deployment, he created the impression that my team was the weakest. The illusion created by this tactic led to the exposure of our mole within our ranks, who then joined forces with the stronghold to launch a counterattack. Meanwhile, Captain Ron dispatched a trusted 20-man squad to reinforce us. According to Captain Ron's plan, his 20-man squad would secretly depart after the battle began, while Ron would lead the remaining forces to remain stationary in the central area. This would keep the mole in suspense and prevent him from making any rash moves, given that Captain Ron was a third-tier expert, and most people wouldn't last a single move against him. There was a crucial variable in this plan: Jacob. I had previously noticed Jacob's unusual behavior, but lacked concrete evidence. Jacob's strength was formidable, even comparable to mine. Therefore, if Jacob were to defect during the battle, combined with the enemies at the stronghold, it could inflict massive damage on our side, making it impossible to wait for Captain Ron's reinforcements. Fortunately, you arrived. Your arrival is a major variable, because you just joined the Legion and have no background, so Jacob won't suspect you at all. Furthermore, your appearance is extremely deceptive. You look like an ordinary skeleton soldier, but your combat strength is formidable, capable of making Jacob underestimate you and delivering a fatal blow. Therefore, I've chosen to have you deal with Jacob and separate him from the other traitors, preventing them from communicating and forming a united front. This way, while we're marching, they surely have already planned their defection, and even if they're separated, their plan won't change. Your mission is to kill Jacob. We deal with the other two. If you can't kill Jacob, at least severely injure him and hold him off while we wait for Captain Ron's reinforcements. I never expected you to actually kill Jacob. This is completely unexpected." Bourne shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's such a big scheme, Captain Robert. You're really bold to entrust such an important mission to someone you only known for less than a day. Aren't you afraid I won't guess your intentions?" There was no other way. Robert also smiled wryly and said, "If we followed the original plan, we would lose many people. If Tony and the others replaced you, Jacob would be very vigilant, and they would have no chance to ambush him. So only you could do it. To be honest, Bourne said, Jacob is indeed very strong. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, I wouldn't have been able to kill him either. We might be locked in a stalemate on both battlefields right now, waiting for Captain Ron's reinforcements. Robert nodded and continued, all right, our mission is complete. The enemy forces inside the stronghold have probably joined forces and are preparing a counterattack. Let's get going. Just as Robert predicted, the zombie squad leader, who had been preparing for battle at the front of the stronghold, noticed that Bourne and his men were gone. He left only a small force behind and led the majority of his troops to the flank to regroup. Upon arrival, he discovered that the flank forces had already been defeated and retreated, filling him with rage. Meanwhile, a report came from the rear of the stronghold that reinforcements were also on their way from headquarters. This gave the zombie squad leader some confidence, so he waved his hand and ordered a full-scale attack. He was determined to hold off these sneaky bastards until reinforcements arrived, then wipe them out in one fell swoop. However, when they emerged, they found that the enemy had already retreated. This was unacceptable. They couldn't let them escape, so the zombie squad leader immediately led his men in pursuit. Robert saw the enemy catching up from the outpost in the distance, but he wasn't worried. Ron's team would arrive to meet them soon, and even if reinforcements arrived, they wouldn't dare fight anymore. However, they had run a long way, but there was still no sign of Ron's squad. What was going on? Robert wondered. Logically, the battle has been going on for a while. Even if Ron's squad was moving slowly, they should be here by now. Why are we nowhere to be seen? Captain, Bourne said at this moment, something's not right. I see, Robert said seriously, glancing at the pursuers behind them. At this rate, we'd be caught before we reach Ron. Fighting here is very disadvantageous for us. Even if we reach Ron, they have to deal with the enemy at the central outpost, so we can't go any further down the central route. Yes. Bourne surveyed the surroundings and said, we can only head back now. Returning to our base is the safest option. Just then, a cold glint suddenly flew towards Robert. Robert searched frantically for any trace of Ron's team, but couldn't spot the glint. Bourne, however, reacted quickly, shouting, watch out, and shoving Robert aside. With a crack, a meter-long bone spear pierced Bourne's left arm, shattering it to pieces. Robert, on the other hand, escaped unharmed. What happened? Robert explained in shock, searching for the enemy in the direction the bone spear had come from. He saw a group of people appearing not far ahead. Due to the distance, Robert couldn't make out their faces, and his brow furrowed deeply. Are you looking for them? A familiar voice rang out, its tone mocking. The person casually tossed a severed head they were carrying at Robert's feet. Robert stared intently, his heart pounding. This is one of Ron's men. Humph, I didn't expect you to have such a scheme, the newcomer said calmly, drawing ever closer. Upon recognizing the man, Robert was completely stunned. Sack! It's you? Why couldn't it be me? The newcomer was none other than Sack, another vice-captain of the advance team. Robert, you're such an honest fellow. How long have we been working together in the advance team? Has the Legion ever considered assigning us to the main force? No. They even gave me the most troublesome Earth-Bearer Legion to scout. I lost countless men these past few years. How can they play like this? Robert snapped out of his shock and roared angrily. But you can't betray us. Betray? Sack sneered. I didn't want to betray you either. Do you remember 4 years ago, when neither of us was a vice-captain? We were in the advance team, experiencing countless battles, big and small. Those who survived went to the main force of the Northern Army, but we were the only ones left. Only we were left behind. Sack was somewhat hysterical. He roared, I thought that if we worked hard for a while, we have a chance to return to the main force of the Northern Army as a squad leader or something, but so many years have passed, and we had 3 different captains. We're like nails, stuck on the front lines, forced to fight the enemy for resources every day, while those Northern Army guys enjoy abundant training resources and have nothing to worry about. I'm not reconciled. Robert sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, he and Sack had known each other for a long time. They had risen through the ranks in the advanced team from the lowest ranks. Few survived, but most returned to safer and more prosperous areas. They, however, were forced to constantly patrol and fight on the border. To be honest, Robert also harbored some resentment, but he was helpless. His strength wasn't enough in the Legion, he had no power to negotiate with others. Seeing Robert remain silent, Sack continued, Do you remember the Earth-Bear's surprise attack 2 months ago? Robert was taken aback and asked, Of course I remember. Why are you bringing it up? Humph. Sack sneered. Back then, the Earth-Bear gathered 300 troops and attacked our original base. I received the news first and organized defensive fortifications, but it was too late. You and Ron were both out and hadn't returned. I fought back with only about 150 men remaining, but because of the overwhelming numerical superiority, we were no match for them. In the end, I lost. Afterwards, when you found me with your respective teams, I only had about 20 survivors left. So we established a new camp in the rear, which is the current camp. Robert frowned. Ron and I explained this at the time. Ron and I were patrolling the north for the Fire Wolves' movements when we encountered the Earth Bears. Although they weren't many, they still caused us some trouble. After the battle, we retreated westward towards the main force of the Northern Army, which is how we met you. It wasn't that we didn't want to rescue you, but... Enough. Sack interrupted Robert, saying, whether you wanted to rescue me or not, it's already happened. Actually, none of us escaped. What? Robert exclaimed in surprise. None of us escaped? Didn't escape? What does that mean? Sack sneered. It means exactly what it says. Most of us died in battle. Only about 20 of us survived, but we were captured. A high-ranking officer from the Earth Bear Legion came and promised us a chance. He said he wouldn't kill us, but we had to return to the advanced team as undercover agents. And if we succeeded, we could be transferred to the main force of the Earth Bear Legion's 4th Army. The Earth Bear Legion's 4th Army was the one currently fighting against Claude Legion's Northern Army. Although only the advanced team was engaged in small-scale battles, once core interests were touched, the two forces would inevitably engage in a full-scale war. Sack continued, the Earth Bear's 4th Army is already planning an attack on our Northern Army. It said they're absolutely confident they can take over the Northern Army within a month. What reason do you think I have to refuse him? Robert sighed. Yes, what reason was there to refuse? If what that high-ranking officer from the Earth Bear said was true, and the Northern Army would be wiped out sooner or later, even if they were given the opportunity to be transferred back to the main force of the Northern Army, it wouldn't make much difference. On the contrary, if one could join the 4th Army of the Earth Bear, one could obtain just as many cultivation resources, without having to fight every day like now. Why not? Chapter 15. During his conversation with Sack, Robert got a clear look at the group in front of him. Sack hadn't brought his 100-plus men with him. It seemed he hadn't had time to persuade them all to defect. The mole was likely mainly the 20-odd men Sack had brought back, supplemented by some men from the Earth Bear Legion. For example, the 3 men in his own squad weren't part of the original 20-odd who had escaped, but rather newly recruited in recent months. Meanwhile, the pursuers were catching up. The zombie squad leader was confused. Why had the pursuers suddenly stopped? Upon closer inspection, he realized there seemed to be another group ahead. Damn it! The zombie squad leader cried out inwardly. Could it be that their reinforcements have arrived? Then, he noticed something amiss. The two sides seemed to be on the verge of a fight. Could the group ahead also be on their side? Just then, Sack shouted, "Friends behind, I'm Sack, here to help you." The zombie squad leader was overjoyed. He knew Sack. He had participated in the previous raid and was present when Sack was captured. Therefore, he knew Sack was a spy planted by their side. Now that he knew it was Sack ahead, he felt relieved. He sneered at Robert and his group, gritting his teeth. You schemed against me. Just wait and see how I torture you. Bourne's left arm was shattered. The spear strike had been incredibly powerful. It must have been fired by Sack, intended to injure or even kill Robert, but unfortunately, Bourne had thwarted it. Bourne was still a little shaken. If the spear had hit his head instead of his arm, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He would have had no way to defend against that attack. Sack truly lived up to his reputation as the vice-captain of the advanced team. His strength was indeed remarkable. But Bourne had no time for Quaysack. Seeing his current predicament, surrounded by enemies on both sides, he was at his wits' end. Escape? It wasn't impossible, but it would come at a heavy price. Those trailing behind would be utterly defenseless, and with even fewer troops, being caught meant certain death. Fight? The enemy outnumbered them by a full 2, and they were flanked from both sides. How could they possibly fight? There was no other option but to sacrifice one to save the king. But that would mean losing an arm, drastically reducing their fighting strength, and they would be the ones abandoned. That wouldn't do. He'd only been in the Legion for a day. Dying now would be too much of a loss. Before Bourne could even think further, Robert roared, "Brothers, in this battle, we will not flee, we will not surrender, we will fight to the death." Any objections? No. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. The entire army roared, their voices shaking the heavens, their morale soaring to its peak. Seeing this, Sack frowned and said, Why bother? Are you going to take your brothers to their deaths? Robert, we're brothers, I can spare your life, as long as you submit to me. Bullshit! Before Sack could finish, Robert roared, You trust the Earth Bear's promises that much? Have you forgotten their style? Humph. Sack sneered. Since you won't listen to reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Seeing Sack begin his attack, the zombie squad leader waved his hand and shouted, Attack! Leave no one alive. The battle began. Robert's squad was well trained and immediately took up positions to defend against the enemy's attack. They understood the current situation. If they didn't fight, they would die. Therefore, everyone fought with the belief that they would die, which brought the squad's morale and fighting power to their peak. For a time, Sack and the zombie squad leader's attack failed to cause significant casualties. At this moment, the second-tier experts from both sides also clashed. Sack, needless to say, immediately sought out Robert. The two knew each other well, and were each other's strongest fighters, so a duel was inevitable. Sack, I never imagined we end up like this, Robert sighed. Years ago, after dying in the prime material plane, his soul entered the netherworld through a portal, falling to the underworld and becoming a zombie warrior. Through relentless predation on other undead, he finally reached the first tier of the first level and joined Claude's Legion, assigned to the Northern Army's vanguard. Sack joined the vanguard at the same time. They met in the vanguard. They were assigned to the same squad, facing life and death together, victories and defeats, teetering on the brink of annihilation countless times, finally advancing to the second tier together and becoming vice-captains. Although Sack and he had some conflicts during this time, overall, he had grown up alongside Sack, supporting each other and working together. Robert, the underworld is cruel. You're not suited for this kind of struggle, Sack said. You're right, but I'm not willing to die like this. I have things I want to do, and even after thousands of years, I won't give them up, Robert said firmly. That's a pity. Sack shook his head. You have no chance. Today, one of us must die here. Is there no room for maneuver? Robert still wanted to plead. There's no turning back, Sack said, slowly raising the bone spear in his hand, its sharp tip pointing at Robert. The wind howled, and the cries of the undead filled the air. Weapons clashed. This was the battle between the undead, the brutal struggle for survival among them, the cruel realm of the dead. Kill! Sack roared, thrusting forward with his spear, aiming straight for Robert's head. Robert slightly shifted his body, his long sword clanging against the spear, barely dodging the thrust. He then slashed downwards with his sword. Sack parried with his spear, simultaneously launching a flying kick. Robert, anticipating this, returned the kick, both staggering back a few steps, resulting in a draw. Meanwhile, Bourne was also in dire straits. Two second-tier experts surrounded him from both sides. They had witnessed Bourne kill Jacob at the stronghold. Seeing Bourne with a severed arm and heavily wounded, they saw this as an opportunity to join forces and eliminate this formidable foe. Bourne was on the verge of tears. His power at that moment was indeed immense, but it was only for a fleeting instant. Afterward, he couldn't recapture the feeling. The soul-severing blade had reverted to its ordinary form. In his current state and strength, how could he possibly be a match for two second-tier undead? He glanced around and saw that Tony and the others were also entangled and couldn't spare a move. It seemed he had to rely on himself. The two second-tier undead glared at him, preparing to attack, when Bourne suddenly shouted, Wait! The two exchanged a puzzled look and asked, What? Trying to beg for mercy? No, 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 Bourne waved his hands repeatedly saying, Have you two thought this through? Fighting me is risky. What risks? One of them asked. You lost an arm. Do you think the two of us are afraid of you? Bourne arrogantly raised a finger and shook it. TSK, you're thinking too simply. This is the netherworld. As an undead, what difference does losing an arm make? The two exchanged glances. One of them said, What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything, Bourne said, spreading his right hand, feigning nonchalance. The two of you are definitely no match for me. I suggest you bring a few more people. Humph. One of them said. You're just putting on an act. Even if you're strong, we can hold you off. Exactly, the other added. No matter how strong you are, you're only at the second tier, the same as us. Plus, you lost an arm. We can handle you. With that, the two prepared to attack again. Is that so? Bourne said, casually flicking his wrist to release a surge of magical power from the soul-severing blade. This power instantly enveloped the blade, giving it a faint blue glow, just like when he killed Jacob. However, Bourne was merely using the method Robert had taught him to project the power of the soul-severing blade, creating this illusion. Upon seeing this, the two men immediately recalled the scene of Jacob's death and stopped, exchanging bewildered glances. Bourne slowly said, "This blade is born of heaven and earth. The blue flames on its blade are the sacred fire of heaven and earth, capable of burning all things. Any weapon that touches it will shatter instantly, utterly vulnerable. But if it cuts you, the sacred fire will continue to burn until you die. Would you like to try?" The two men hesitated, unsure if it was true. They'd seen Jacob die from this blue light before, and they weren't as strong as Jacob. They dared not try it lightly. "Humph." Bourne chuckled coldly. "I advise you to think carefully before throwing your lives away." Though Bourne said this, he was inwardly extremely anxious. He glanced at the battle beside him. His side was completely at a disadvantage. Many first-tier undead had been killed, and even some second-tier undead had fallen. Tony and his two companions were locked in a fierce battle, with Bruno already wounded, fighting 3 against 1 and being forced to retreat repeatedly. If reinforcements didn't arrive now, they would all perish here. At this moment, 2 groups of second-tier experts joined the battle, increasing the pressure on Robert's side. The 2 men facing Bourne, seeing reinforcements arrive, instantly gained confidence. "Even if you can buy some time, it won't change the fact that you be killed," one of the second-tier undead said. Bourne smiled bitterly to himself, but remained outwardly calm, slowly saying, "If you slaughter our advance team like this, the Northern Army will surely retaliate." "Ha ha!" Another second-tier undead laughed. "Retaliation? Call them over. Our 4th Army is already prepared." With 2 more helpers, the 4 were no longer afraid of Bourne and immediately charged towards him. Suddenly, Bourne shouted again, "Look! What's that?" He pointed to the side. The 4 froze, looking to the side, but saw nothing. When they came to their senses, they realized Bourne was no longer there. "What a big liar!" A second-tier undead exclaimed angrily, looking around for Bourne's whereabouts. Bourne hadn't gone far, and was quickly spotted again. "Don't run! Stop!" The 4 shouted in unison, giving chase. "Stop my foot! Stop!" Bourne cursed inwardly, not turning back, weaving left and right across the battlefield, leading the 4 in circles, occasionally darting out to strike a few times with his sword, ambushing the first-tier undead in battle. This infuriated the 4 behind him. They yelled and screamed, their teeth grinding, wishing they could tear Bourne to pieces. However, just then, a rumbling sound rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Sack, like a cannonball, being launched into a nearby hillside, kicking up a cloud of dust. "What's going on?" Bourne stopped, peering ahead curiously, thinking to himself, could it be that Captain Robert defeated Sack? That shouldn't be the case. Tony said Sack was a notch stronger than Captain Robert. Just as everyone was puzzled, a voice rang out. "It really is you, Sack." "Captain Ron?" Jack called out first. Hearing this name, everyone cheered. Captain Ron was a 3rd-tier expert. He'd come to save us. We wouldn't die now. At this moment, Ron's men joined the battle, instantly turning the tide of the battle, and Robert's team immediately felt relieved. Sack climbed out of the hillside, glaring fiercely at Ron. "Ron! You should have been held up by the Earth Bear's central stronghold. Why are you here?" "They think they can hold me back?" Ron replied calmly. "You ambushed my 20-man squad. After the remnants returned, we were attacked from the central stronghold. But what they didn't expect was that I had already called for reinforcements from the Northern Army. Everything there has been handed over to them." "How could this be?" Sack roared. "You suspected me all along?" "Yes," Ron said. "But Robert and I couldn't quite believe it. You would betray me. We didn't want to believe it either." "Ha ha ha!" Sack roared to the sky, using his spear to support himself. "It's all over. I failed the mission of the Earth Bear, and I betrayed Claude. I can't go anywhere." Instantly, Sack's eyes hardened again. He roared angrily and charged towards Ron. "I fight you to the death." "Sack!" Robert tried to stop him, but he was too far away. Ron snorted coldly, swung his bone hammer, and with a bang, sent Sack flying again. Sack felt as if all his bones had shattered, his soul fire trembling slightly from the impact. He crashed to the ground like a pile of rotten bones, unable to get up again. Bourne was shocked. Was this the power of a 3rd-tier undead? This was too strong. Killing Sack was like crushing an ant. This was a complete victory. Chapter 16. The Earth Bears were stunned by what they saw. Their advance team originally included a Tier 3 undead, but that was at the central stronghold. Their strongest member was only Tier 2, No match for Ron. Seeing Sack on the verge of death, the zombie squad leader immediately shouted, "Retreat! Retreat immediately! Captain!" At that moment, an undead pointed at Sack, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and asked, "What about him?" The zombie squad leader glared at him. "Take him away." "Do I have to teach you?" The undead responded, ran over, picked up Sack's head, and ran back. The others also mostly retreated. "Captain," Robert asked worriedly, watching the retreating enemy, "should we pursue them?" "No," Ron said calmly, "they have reinforcements behind them. Continuing the fight will be disadvantageous for us. Besides, I lied to Sack earlier, the Northern Army in the center didn't even arrive. I came sneakily. Let's go back." With that, he fired a signal into the air. Everyone stopped upon seeing it, ceasing the pursuit. "Everyone listen up!" Ron shouted, "Back to camp!" Everyone roared to the sky. This battle had been incredibly difficult, but they had still achieved final victory. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. During the retreat, they encountered pursuit again. The pursuing force was from the enemy's central stronghold, including a third-tier expert. However, according to Ron's orders, everyone was forbidden from lingering and had to retreat at full speed. Under these circumstances, it was difficult for the enemy to catch up with Ron's group, and they ultimately had to abandon the pursuit. Back at the advance team's camp, Ron immediately organized a head count of the battle's losses. The battle had been incredibly devastating, completely contrary to Ron and Robert's original plan. The original plan was to kill any traitors on Robert's side who slipped up, and capture one to see if they could reveal the others. Robert, along with Ron's reinforcements, could have completed the mission without casualties. However, Sack's betrayal was completely unexpected. He intercepted Ron's reinforcement squad and relayed the message to Ron's own men, causing Ron's entire team to be tied down. Fortunately, Ron acted decisively. Realizing the danger, he moved his team to a position far from the central stronghold and unleashed overwhelming firepower, killing 2 traitors in one fell swoop. This prevented their operation from being discovered by the enemy at the central stronghold, and he captured the remaining 2 traitors alive with minimal losses. The 2 captured traitors, unable to withstand Ron's pressure, finally confessed to implicating Sack. This made Ron realize the situation was extremely dire. Without hesitation, he led the remaining team towards Robert's location. Sure enough, on their way, they encountered Sack and Robert locked in combat. Ron was furious. His 20-man squad consisted entirely of his most trusted men, some of whom he had recruited from other units, a formidable elite force. Sack had wiped them all out. How could he tolerate this? Therefore, without a word, fueled by rage and resentment, Ron delivered a swift and devastating blow to Sack. Sack was focused on fighting Robert, never expecting Ron to so quickly eliminate the traitor within his own ranks, shake off the enemies at the central stronghold, and arrive here. Caught completely off guard, Sack took the full force of the attack, shattering his bones, and reducing his fighting ability to less than 1/10. This is why Ron beat him mercilessly, like a dog. If Sack had been in full strength, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state in a direct confrontation with Ron. Due to Sack's ambush, Robert didn't receive support from Ron's squad, and suffered heavy losses at the Bush stronghold. If Bourne hadn't killed Jacob at the stronghold's front and joined him in time, his squad might have been wiped out. Of course, the most devastating losses were suffered by Sack's team. Of the 3 teams, Sack's team was the largest, with Robert even allocating some men to him. However, the number of men who had actually defected like Sack was only about 30. Upon arriving at the 2 strongholds, Sack immediately made contact with the enemy there, launching a 3-pronged attack to completely surround his troops. Those who refused to surrender were all executed, while the rest were taken into custody by the stronghold's inhabitants. Sack himself needed to get to Robert's location as quickly as possible, as he was the furthest from Robert, whose forces were the weakest in the operation and had to be eliminated first. Therefore, he didn't have time to reveal much about his battle plan to the enemy in the strongholds, which gave Ron some time. It wasn't until the battle ended that the central stronghold received news from the southeastern stronghold. Therefore, after this battle, the vanguard, originally nearly 300 men, was reduced to less than 100. However, the results were significant. The battle resulted in the killing of 4 traitors, including Jacob, and the capture of 2 others. The remaining traitors were exposed and escaped back to the Earth-Bearer Legion, making the vanguard unprecedentedly clean. However, with so few men remaining, they were no longer capable of resisting if the enemy attacked. The most important thing now was to replenish their manpower, but where could they find so many men all at once? This troubled Ron. "Captain, should we ask the general for reinforcements?" Robert said. Ron nodded, glanced in the direction of the Northern Army, and said, I requested reinforcements from Lord Poker before I set off. His men should be arriving soon. Lord Poker's men will assist us in defense during this time, so there's no need to worry too much. However, once this period is over, they will withdraw, and we will need to replenish our manpower. He paused, then turned and continued, Here's what we do, Robert. For the time being, you will temporarily take charge of the entire advance team. Hold the position and don't go out. If the enemy attacks, retreat if you can't win. Our main camp is mobile. It's here today, there tomorrow. Losing it is no big deal. The important thing is you, these men loyal to our Clawed Legion. Only if you stay will we have a chance to counterattack. And what about you, Captain? Robert asked. Ron pointed in the direction of the Northern Army. I'm going to the Northern Army camp to see the general. Robert hesitated, then quickly said, Then I go with you. I heard Sack say it with my own ears. The Earth-Bearer Legion is brewing a large-scale war, attempting to wipe out the Northern Army within a month. No! Ron waved his hand. You can't leave. The advance team needs someone to lead, and we don't know the Earth-Bearer's true plan yet. Sack's words alone don't prove anything. Robert thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh and said, Right, don't we still have 2 prisoners? Let's grab them and question them. Hey! Don't even mention it. Ron shook his head. Those 2 are just small fry. They don't know much. The Earth-Bearer's plan should be highly confidential. These low-level undead couldn't possibly know. I tried asking them before, but I didn't get any useful information. But what? Robert asked. But they seem to know about the traitors in the 2 adjacent advance teams, Ron said. That's fine too. I immediately passed this message to the 16th and 18th advance teams. Robert said immediately. Alright, but we can't control what happens next. I still need to report to the Northern Army. Ron sighed. Then, Robert's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, By the way, there's something I need to report to you. Ron asked curiously, Oh? What is it that you're so concerned about, and that you specifically want to report to me? Robert chuckled and said, You make it sound like I never report anything to you. Let's get down to business. One of my comrades made a great contribution in this battle. Ron raised an eyebrow and asked, Oh? What great achievement? Robert looked at Bourne, who was resting in the distance, and said, Look, it's that little skeleton. I found him while patrolling the north. He had just advanced to the 2nd tier. As one of the least adaptable races, to advance to the 2nd tier on his own without joining any legion or receiving any external help, I knew he was something special. Ron nodded in agreement. Indeed, usually, once you reach the 1st tier, you're either recruited by a legion or eaten by other undead. To grow to the 2nd tier on your own is quite something, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Robert chuckled and continued, Of course, but it proves he's a potential undead, so I let him join my team and gave him a mission. Robert then recounted in detail how he ordered Bourne to organize a feint attack, actually to kill Jacob. Ron became increasingly astonished as he listened, and when he heard that Jacob had been killed by Bourne with a single blow, he exclaimed in surprise. What? He actually killed Jacob? I thought you did it. Ha ha ha. Robert found Ron's surprised expression hilarious. But wasn't he the same way back then? Later, this kid saved my life when Sack ambushed me. Look, his left arm was shattered by Sack's spear then. Ron nodded, praising, a loyal and righteous person, just like you. Robert waved his hand. You're criticizing me. Loyal and righteous? What's the point of loyalty among the dead? Seriously, this kid is not only strong and has potential, but he's also smart and observant. He's a rare talent. Ron raised an eyebrow and asked, You want me to train him? Robert shook his head and said, I want you to take him to see the general. Maybe he can stay in the Northern Army. His growth rate will definitely be faster than ours. That way, we have someone we can rely on in the Northern Army. Ron laughed heartily and patted Robert on the shoulder, saying, You're really bold. You trust someone you only known for a few days, and you're already thinking so far ahead. By the time this little skeleton grows up, whether the 2 of us will even be alive is uncertain. Robert didn't laugh. He looked at Ron seriously and said, I believe that day is not far off. Seeing Robert's seriousness, Ron stopped, thought for a moment, and said, Since you put it that way, all right then. Perfect. I also need someone to report the battle situation with me. This little skeleton has experienced all the battles. He knows and has seen a lot, so he's a suitable candidate. Then, regarding the Earth Bear's attack plan. Never mind, let's just tell the general this information. How the general arranges things is his business. I reckon he probably send out some experts, along with several advanced teams, to investigate the situation. That's much better than the two of us guessing here. Robert nodded. That was all they could do for now. As he spoke, Ron suddenly bent down and began rummaging through the ground. There were piles of broken branches and bones on the ground, left behind by undead, who had been dead for who knows how long. What are you looking for? Robert asked. Ron didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out two arms, weighed them in his hand, tossed them aside, and continued searching. Robert immediately understood and said, "No need to look, Captain, I already prepared for this. I got a complete hand bone from the battlefield on the way back, just as said Bourne's." He then tore an arm from his waist. The humerus, ulna, radius, carpal bones, and phalanges were all intact, and of better quality than Bourne's own. Ron laughed and walked towards Bourne with the arm. Bourne was in a terrible mood. Although he had won the battle and saved his life, he had lost an arm. His life as an undead had just begun, and he was already disabled. What was he going to do? Without an arm, his fighting ability was greatly weakened. Even if he had distinguished himself in this battle, he would never have another chance to be valued. He feared he would be marginalized. Suddenly, a voice rang out in front of him. "You're Bourne?" Bourne looked up at the newcomer, jolted awake, and jumped to his feet, saying, reporting, "Captain, I'm Bourne, one of Lieutenant Robert's men." "Haha, it's nothing, I just came to chat and give you a gift." With that, Ron shook the arm he was holding. Bourne was puzzled. "What? Giving me an arm as a souvenir?" Seeing Bourne's blank expression, Ron chuckled and explained, "Looks like Robert was right. You really are a new little skeleton, you know nothing. Let me give you a proper lesson. We undead live forever as long as our soulfire doesn't die. The body is just a vessel for the soulfire's power. If it breaks, we can replace it. Therefore, we undead identify each other by sensing the characteristics of the soulfire, not by appearance. Losing an arm like you did isn't a big deal. Just nourish it with soulfire energy, and it will reconnect." Bourne was overjoyed. Now, he wasn't disabled anymore. With that, Ron didn't waste any more words. He aimed his arm at Bourne's broken bone and released a wisp of soulfire power. With a whoosh, blue flames instantly enveloped the joint between the two bones. Bourne immediately felt a powerful force acting on his bones, merging with his soulfire power to help him reconnect the broken bone. A moment later, Ron withdrew his hand and said, "All right, give it a try." Bourne tentatively raised his left hand and found he could move it freely, instantly dispelling his unease. Ron smiled and continued, "It's just that this newly attached arm is, after all, a foreign object, so you might not be used to it for a while. You get used to it after a while." Bourne didn't care about that. With his arm back, his strength would be restored to 80 to 90%, so he had no complaints. He happily thanked Ron. "Thank you, Captain." "Oh, no need to thank me." Ron waved his hand. "Robert specially retrieved this arm for you. If you want to thank someone, thank him." Bourne immediately looked ahead and saw Robert sitting in the distance, waving at him. Chapter 17. Bourne never expected that Robert had reported his performance in this battle in its entirety to him, and Ron, as the captain of the advance team, was known for his fair distribution of rewards and punishments. In this battle, all participants received a corresponding amount of soulfire rewards based on their merits, and Bourne's contribution was the greatest. He not only killed Jacob, the most dangerous and strongest of the traitors, but also successfully rescued Robert's squad. During Sack's ambush, he even shielded Robert from a fatal blow. It could be said that the key to this battle lay with Bourne. Therefore, Captain Ron decided to take Bourne to the Northern Army headquarters to report the results to the Northern General in person. The Northern Army's garrison was located 300 miles southwest of the advance team's main camp. Ron planned to take Bourne and Tony to the Northern Army's garrison, while Robert would remain at the advance team's camp and temporarily oversee all affairs of the advance team. Before leaving, Robert patted Bourne on the shoulder and said, "I never imagined that the little skeleton I found on a whim would save my life and the advance team's lives. Thank you, Bourne, thank you for trusting me so much." Bourne shook his head and laughed. "Don't mention it. Trust is mutual. When you entrusted this mission to me, an outsider, I knew you were trustworthy. Besides, I should thank you for letting me join the Legion, so I'm no longer alone." Robert laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're quite an interesting person. Oh no, an interesting skeleton." Then, Robert's smile faded, and he said seriously, "However, I still have to remind you, the law of the undead world is survival of the fittest. To achieve victory, you must use any means necessary, and that requires adhering to one word: ruthlessness. Ruthless to myself, ruthless to my enemies. Someone like me isn't really suited to survive in the underworld. I know that sooner or later, I will be completely annihilated, vanished without a trace. But you're different. I can see a different quality in you compared to other undead. Please remember my words. Don't easily trust anyone, not even me. Seeing that Robert wasn't joking, Bourne nodded and said seriously, "Thank you, Captain Robert. You're the first undead I met in the land of the dead who doesn't think about eating or killing me. I'm so glad I met you, otherwise, I might have already been torn to pieces by the wind and fire wolves on the northern plains, becoming a pile of broken bones. You taught me a lot about the rules and knowledge of this world. You're my guide. I remember your words, and I hope you can live well." At this moment, Ron, already prepared, laughed and said to the two, "That's enough, you two are really something. It's not like we're not coming back. Don't make it sound like a life or death farewell." While Bourne performed well in this battle, it was just a small engagement. The general won't take it too seriously. We're just going to report on the situation and the enemy's movements. We'll be back soon. Bourne smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not a farewell. It's just that I haven't had a proper chat with Captain Robert since the battle." Robert waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, I wait here for your good news." Then, Bourne followed Ron out of the advance team's camp and headed towards the Northern Army's encampment. Along the way, the three chatted as they walked. Bourne discovered that Captain Ron was actually quite approachable and down-to-earth. Their conversation allowed Bourne to learn many things. For example, the advance team that Bourne is currently in is not the only one, but is called the 17th Advance Team. There are a total of 21 advance teams in the Union Army, each responsible for different areas. Ron was previously the deputy commander of the 2nd Advance Team, and was promoted to the 17th Advance Team because of his outstanding military achievements and abilities. Bourne was genuinely surprised, because based on what he had seen and heard over the past 2 days, the 17th Vanguard, though small in number, was responsible for a vast area. The combined territory of the 21 vanguards must be enormous. Ron, however, was unfazed, explaining, "Our vanguard is essentially just an extension of the Northern Army, sent to detect surrounding activity. If the enemy attacks, the vanguard members are the first to suffer. Although the area they're responsible for is very large, there aren't many resources, and it's extremely dangerous. In comparison, the Northern Army's base is slightly better. At least there's no need to worry about attacks from other legions." Bourne suddenly asked, "Captain Ron, you just said the base is slightly better. Does that mean there's still danger?" Ron raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Of course. You need to understand where you are. The underworld isn't so easy to survive in. In the encampment, there are many wandering undead available to hunt, some of whom are quite powerful. Every day, people are killed while hunting these wandering undead. Furthermore, private duels are permitted within the Legion, but a witness is required, and the witness must be the superior of both individuals. For example, if you want to duel Tony, Robert must witness. If you want to duel Robert, I must witness." Tony shrank back and said, "I don't want to duel with Bourne. He destroyed one of my knives during our last duel, and now he's stronger. I can't beat him." Bourne gave a wry smile and said, "You really hold a grudge. You still haven't forgotten your knife." Then he asked Ron, "What if I start a duel, but Tony doesn't agree?" Ron replied, "A duel requires mutual consent. If one party disagrees, a duel is forbidden. However, most of the undead are warlike and rarely refuse a duel, unless the difference in strength is particularly great." Tony added, "Yes, I heard that there are daily deaths in duels within the Northern Army, even in our advance team. I haven't experienced it myself." Afterward, Bourne continued to ask questions about the Northern Army. The Northern Army controls such a large territory, so their total strength must be very powerful. Have they fought any legions head-on before? Ron thought for a moment and said, "If we exclude the advance team, the main, our forces number around 100,000. We fought against the Earth Bear and Fire Wolves legions before, and we also have many neighboring legions. Don't be fooled by the apparent peace now. The battle with the Fire Wolves only ended less than a month ago." Bourne asked curiously, "Oh? Did the Fire Wolves lose?" Ron laughed. "Yes, the Fire Wolves have territory bordering the 18th and 19th advance teams. A month ago, they raided our advance team's camp and advanced rapidly. The main Northern Army received the news and dealt them a heavy blow. The Fire Wolves lost over 10,000 men in that battle, and they've been much quieter since then. Robert has had a lot less work lately. So, the Earth Bear Legion probably isn't a match for us either." Bourne laughed. Ron shook his head upon hearing this, saying, "No, the Earth Bear's actions this time are rather strange. They planted a traitor in our advance team, something unprecedented in previous battles. They must have something to hide." Our trip to see the Northern General is to report this matter. Perhaps they have traitors planted in other advanced teams nearby as well. At the same time, we need to try and secure more manpower from the Northern Army. Because of Sack's betrayal, we suffered heavy losses this time, and our strength is greatly diminished. We must prevent them from making any further moves. Boar nodded. Having been a spy himself, he knew that a spy's primary task was intelligence gathering, combat was secondary. Therefore, the mole, led by Sack, had been infiltrating the advanced team for so long, and must have transmitted a considerable amount of information. The specific content of this information, however, remained unknown. At this moment, Tony interjected, "It's all Sack's fault. If it weren't for him, we could have achieved victory with minimal losses, following Captain Ron's plan." Ron sighed and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't consider Sack's involvement. I didn't consult with Sack beforehand because he had clashed with the Earth-Bearer Legion quite a bit, and I couldn't determine who the mole was in his ranks. So I gave him the most troops to prevent the mole and his team from acting rashly, and to allow him to protect himself in this battle. I just didn't expect the mole to be himself." Then, Ron changed the subject. "Luckily, you were here, Bourne, otherwise Robert would have been in trouble. His squad didn't. My rescue mission is doomed under the combined attack of the outpost squad and Sack." Bourne waved his hand and laughed. "It's funny, when Lieutenant Robert assigned this mission to me, I was completely clueless. I had no idea what was going on. Robert is truly a daring man, daring to gamble at a time like this. But he gambled right." Tony laughed. "He didn't know Ron and Robert's plan either, so when he saw Bourne kill Jacob, he thought Bourne had betrayed them. But thinking about it carefully, Robert had previously instructed them to completely obey Bourne's orders, and considering the bet Bourne made with them, he understood somewhat. However, he dared not mention this bet. It was best to wait until Bourne had completely forgotten about it. Bourne naturally hadn't forgotten the bet, but he wouldn't actually ask them for the soulfire. He only mentioned the bet to give them a hint, to show he was confident and hadn't missed anything, to gain their complete trust. He had no other intention. At this moment, Ron seemed to remember something and asked Bourne, "I know Jacob. Although he doesn't talk much, his strength is indeed formidable. Based on my judgment, your strength isn't as good as his. Even if it was a sneak attack, it's unlikely you could kill him in one strike. How did you manage that?" Bourne was stunned. His worst fear had come true. Actually, he'd been thinking about how to explain this, but fortunately, Robert and the other two hadn't asked him. Only now had Ron finally brought it up. He gave a wry smile, scratched his head, and said, "Heh, he underestimated me. I was just lucky." Ron stared at Bourne for a while, making Bourne feel a chill run down his spine, before finally looking away. He chuckled and stopped dwelling on the matter, instead saying, "You're a good kid. You need to train hard. After we get back, I have Robert take over Sack's position, and take charge of the southeastern and northern regions. The north will be yours." Bourne was stunned again. What? He only been here for less than a week, and he was already going to be promoted to vice captain? He quickly shook his head and said, "Captain, that won't do. If a newbie like me becomes vice captain, the others definitely won't be happy." Ron's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Who dares to be unhappy?" Then, he looked at Tony and asked, "You're unhappy?" Tony immediately shook his head frantically. No, I'm happy. I'm very happy." Bourne was speechless. Who would dare object to asking such a question? But then he thought better of it. Who knew when they returned from this trip to the Northern Army? He'd deal with it then. Their journey wasn't a straight line. According to Ron, many areas within the Northern Army's territory were off limits because they were infested with incredibly powerful wandering undead, areas even the Northern generals dared not approach. 300 li wasn't a long distance. At the speed of the undead, even without mounts, they could reach the destination in a day. Along the way, they needed to pass through a fortified city guarded by Vice General Pak. They planned to report to Vice General Pak first, after which he would lead them to the northern camp. Upon arriving at Pak's fortified city, Bourne was astonished. The fortified city was enormous, constructed from various skeletons. More importantly, the outer walls were lined with sturdy bone shields. Bourne even patted one as he passed by, finding it incredibly strong. Even Captain Ron probably couldn't break it with a single blow. Ron noticed Bourne's surprise and laughed. "Impressive, isn't it? General Poker is a master of defense, and his magic is bone shields. That's why he erected a bone shield array around the city walls, making Poker Citadel the most defensively fortified of all the citadels." Bourne nodded, praising, "Indeed impressive. No one would want to attack the citadel." Tony laughed heartily, saying, "Haha, you know what? Our Northern Army has experienced thousands of battles, big and small, and Poker Citadel is the only one that hasn't been attacked. It was only besieged once before. After all, everyone knows it's a tough nut to crack. The bones. Bourne exclaimed in surprise. Anyone can actually reach the Citadel? Of course. Ron said, before the Earth Bear Legion occupied the eastern region, there was a very powerful legion, full of experts. They even reached our Citadel, capturing 2 cities in succession. However, they were later besieged by legions from the rear, and could only stop there. They gradually weakened and were eventually wiped out by the Earth Bear and us. Bourne sighed. Indeed, in the Netherworld, battles were happening every moment, and the rise and fall of legions could happen in an instant. Tony laughed heartily. That's all normal. Our Clawed Legion's original territory was in the current location of the Northern Army. Later, we expanded step by step, eventually forming 4 legions, becoming the dominant legion we are today. Even the Earth Bear doesn't dare to provoke us. Chapter 18. Bourne, having learned about the development of the Clawed Legion, was also amazed. Their ability to exist in the Netherworld for so long and defeat countless powerful legions demonstrated their true strength. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the gates of the Citadel. There were 2 guards at the gate. Because the Citadel was on the front lines of the Legion, security was generally quite tight. In addition to the guards at the gate, there was also a garrison inside the city walls, ready to respond to any emergencies. The 2 guards clearly recognized Ron. Seeing him approach, they greeted him from afar. Captain Ron, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Ron chuckled, not answering the question, and waved his hand, saying, if I'm not mistaken, the 16th Advanced Team and the 10 Advanced Teams in the East have also sent men here recently. The guard was taken aback, saying in confusion, that's true, it seems they planned it together. But you're the only one who's come personally, Captain. Ron said, that's because they haven't gotten any important information, but I have. The guard immediately understood, waved his hand, and shouted, open the city gates. Bourne followed behind Ron and quietly asked, aren't these city gates usually open? Ron smiled and replied, the gates of the Citadel are never opened. Most of the troops are inside the Citadel, only our advanced team operates on the outer perimeter. Bourne nodded. Indeed, the Citadel was on the front line, directly facing the enemy, and the gates couldn't be opened casually. Upon entering the Acropolis, Bourne found that the interior was no different from the outside. There were no houses or buildings, nor the bustling crowd he had imagined. There was only a group of people stationed around the entrance, presumably the city guard squad. This did not resemble a city at all. Seeing Bourne's surprise, Tony patted him on the back and said, what? You still want to see a market? This is the land of the dead. Calling it a citadel is really just a defensive wall. Inside lies the vast undead land. Ron added, yes, only the lieutenant's troops are in the citadel. We undead live by hunting our own kind, so we don't need many buildings. Only the lieutenant has a simple tent. We go there now. The lieutenant's tent wasn't far from the city gate. After all, he needed to frequently command and coordinate troops, and being too far wouldn't be convenient. At this moment, Bourne realized that Ron was absolutely right. The lieutenant's tent was indeed very simple. Just a few large bones forming a frame, covered with leaves from plants unique to the land of the dead. Before they even approached the tent, a guard stopped them, saying, Captain Ron, Lord Poker is currently discussing war matters, and it's not convenient for him to see too many people. If you like, please go in alone first. Ron frowned and thought for a moment, then said, all right, I go in myself first. Turning to Bourne and Tony, he said, why don't you two explore other places first? There are quite a few gathering places for wandering undead here. You can hunt some down. Opportunities to come to the Citadel are rare. Tony was overjoyed, laughing heartily, and pulled Bourne along, saying, no problem, Captain. Signal us when you're done. Bourne and I are going to have some fun. Bourne was quite curious. Were the wandering undead in the Citadel different from those outside? Ron shook his head with a wry smile, cautioning, you two be careful, don't cause trouble, or you lose your lives. Got it. Tony cheered, pulling Bourne along as they jogged off. Clearly, this guy knew the area like the back of his hand. He'd been here countless times, and knew exactly where the wandering undead gathering place was. Soon, the two arrived at a valley. Tony excitedly pointed, see that? There's a huge gathering place for wandering undead here. You can find tons of Tier 1 undead, and even Tier 4 ones. Bourne was startled. Tier 4 wandering undead were no joke. Even he and Tony might not be able to escape. He cautiously asked, won't it be dangerous if we go in? Tony waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, I didn't expect you to be such a scaredy cat. Don't worry, I've been here a few times. We only hunt tier 1 and 2 undead. We run away if we encounter tier 3. What if we encounter tier 4? Bourne asked. Tony stammered, momentarily speechless. There are some tier 4 undead inside, but not many. We probably won't be that unlucky. Bourne was somewhat exasperated, but he wasn't a coward. He clapped his hands and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We're already here. We have to go in and take a look." "Exactly." Tony smiled, and the two stepped into the valley. Upon entering the valley, Bourne sensed a death aura far stronger and denser than outside. Yes, it was this death aura that nurtured the wandering undead and attracted them to gather here. Although it was called a gathering place, the density of wandering undead wasn't particularly high. After wandering around for a while, the two had only hunted down 4 tier 1 undead and 8 ordinary undead. However, being able to hunt tier 1 undead was already an advantage compared to outside. Bourne, having tasted success, was extremely excited and, along with Tony, tirelessly searched for wandering undead. During their hunt, they encountered other undead, mostly from the Acropolis. The best way to distinguish them from the wandering undead was by their attire, or by greeting them. Acropolis residents generally wore armor and weapons, and could communicate, while wandering undead were practically naked and unable to communicate. Furthermore, after so much contact, Bourne discovered another difference between wandering undead and cultivating undead, the fluctuation of their soul power. However, this difference seemed to be perceptible only to Bourne. When he told Tony about it, Tony could only shake his head blankly. As they ventured deeper, the density of undead seemed to decrease. They searched for a long time before finding only a few first-tier undead. Tony slew a tier 1 undead with a single strike, retrieved the soulfire from its head, swallowed it whole, let out a long sigh, and slammed his long sword into the ground, grumbling, "What bad luck! How come I haven't encountered a single tier 2 undead this time?" Bourne, who had just killed a tier 1 undead, sat down against a large rock and asked, "When was the last time you were here?" Tony thought for a moment and said, "Captain Robert brought me here last time. It must have been 3 years ago. We even hunted 2 tier 2 undead back then. It was so much fun. A year of hunting with the advanced team is less valuable than an hour of hunting here." That's true. The soulfire of tier 2 undead is far more powerful than that of ordinary undead, thus greatly aiding their strength. Just then, Bourne heard a slight noise, like sandpaper rubbing against stone. Sizzle, sizzle. What was that? Bourne immediately stood up, raising his soul-severing blade and looking around. Huh? Tony looked at Bourne, puzzled, and asked, "I didn't hear anything. What did you find?" Just then, a giant python suddenly leaped out from behind Tony, whipping its tail at him. Tony felt a tremendous force on his back, and then he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall. "Tony!" Bourne was shocked. Although he had heard the noise, he hadn't seen the python. How had it gotten so close, and why had it suddenly attacked? Tony got up from the ground and discovered that several of his ribs were broken. He cursed, "Damn it!" He immediately turned around, sword in hand, ready to fight the python. However, he had only taken one step when he froze, staring blankly at the giant python, and said, This is the death python? What?" Bourne was somewhat bewildered. He saw Tony stand up and felt relieved, knowing Tony's life was no longer in danger, but seeing Tony's current state, he knew just how powerful the python was. "We're doomed," Tony said. "We just said we didn't encounter any second-tier undead, and now a third-tier undead has appeared." Bourne's heart sank. The two of them definitely couldn't defeat a third-tier undead, so he said, "Then let's run." "No way." Tony shook his head, his face contorted with worry, and said, "This death python is quite famous in this area. It has devoured many hunters before. It's a unique creature that grows in the undead realm, unrestricted by laws. Even at only third tier, it can use a unique magic called life-chasing illusionary movement. Legend has it that it can explosively increase its speed, and even create illusions." Bourne felt like he was going to vomit blood, but now was not the time to complain. If this continued, they would both be dead. Just then, the giant python launched its attack, targeting Bourne, who was closest to it. His arm, shattered by sack, wasn't fully accustomed to its new form, but he had no choice. In desperation, he could only grip the knife with both hands and desperately defend himself. The instant they made contact, Bourne felt a tremendous force, and like Tony, he was thrown back, crashing heavily to the ground. Tony rushed over and helped Bourne up. Although not seriously injured, Bourne's new arm had been cracked from the impact. "This thing is too strong. What do we do now? Tony said anxiously. After getting up, Bourne fell into deep thought. Although he had been sent flying by the giant python's whip, he had sensed that the python's power was unevenly distributed, as if. Bourne looked towards the python's tail, his eyes suddenly narrowing. He said to Tony, "There's a way. We can beat it." Tony followed Bourne's gaze, and immediately saw a huge spear embedded in the python's left side. Although the python felt no pain, its movement was still restricted, which made Bourne realize the imbalance of its power. "It's injured?" Tony was immediately overjoyed, then asked worriedly, "But even if it's injured, we're still no match for it." Bourne pointed to the thick spear and said seriously, "Look at that spear. It's clearly embedded in the python's vertebrae. Restricted by the spear, its tail can't attack its left side at all. If the two of us attack its side separately, we definitely find an opportunity to kill it with one blow." But Tony said, still somewhat worried, "It hasn't even used its magic yet. If it does, and it's fast enough, even if we attack from both sides, we won't be able to defend ourselves." Bourne gritted his teeth and said, "We can't think about that now." Just as they were discussing their strategy, the giant python attacked again, opening its blood-red maw to bite at the two of them. The two retreated to either side, dodging the python's attack, then exchanged a glance and attacked the python's tail. Bourne's attack was aimed at the python's left side, the side the spear had struck. Compared to the restricted left side, the python preferred to attack Tony on the right, causing Tony considerable distress. His strength was far inferior to the python's, and with many broken ribs, his movements were also somewhat unnatural. Bourne didn't rush to attack, but instead kept slithering around, dodging the python's attacks. This enraged the python, which intensified its attacks on Tony's right side. The two men and the snake spun around like tops, fighting and turning. Bourne grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. He had previously fought a Tier 3 snow leopard zombie in the prime material plane. Back then, he was only Tier 1, yet he was able to slay a Tier 3 necromancer despite being at a disadvantage. But now it seemed he had only been lucky. The snow leopard zombie was far weaker than this death serpent. Perhaps it had been forced to ascend from Tier 2 to Tier 3 due to the necromancer summoning, making it no match for a true Tier 3 undead. Furthermore, Rooney had previously depleted most of its power, allowing Bond to barely withstand the snow leopard zombie's attacks. If he had encountered this giant python, he would have been certain death. Suddenly, the python lashed out with its tail, sweeping Tony away, its massive jaws snapping at Bourne. Bourne gripped his knife hilt tightly, shouting, "Good!" Gathering all his strength, he rolled forward, dodging the python's bite. With a swift upward slash, the soul-severing blade flashed like a comet, and with a sizzle, the blade easily sliced through the python's iron-hard skin. The blade's momentum didn't wane, it continued to slice through the python's layers of muscle, severing its cervical vertebrae. Finally, a massive snake head rolled to the ground. Tony was speechless with shock. Was this truly the power of a second-tier undead? A single strike pierced the python's defenses. It was terrifying. Even Captain Ron couldn't have done that. The python's head fell to the ground, not immediately dead, still hissing. Bourne wouldn't give it another chance, slicing the snake's head in two with a single stroke. Turning to Tony, he said, "Come on, let's share its soul fire." Tony, finally realizing what was happening, rushed over, saying, "You killed it, you eat it." Bourne glared at him, saying, "What are you talking about? If you hadn't fought so hard, I wouldn't have had a chance to attack. We killed it together, so the soul fire should be shared." Hearing Bourne's words, Tony didn't mince words, chuckled, grabbed the python's soul fire, tore it in two, and handed one to Bourne. Bourne smiled as he took the soul fire, preparing to devour it, when suddenly a voice shouted, "Wait!" Chapter 19. Being disturbed while eating greatly annoyed Bourne. He stopped what he was doing and looked impatiently in the direction of the sound. A zombie warrior approached menacingly, shouting, "You two have some nerve, daring to steal our prey. Don't you want to live anymore?" Tony was taken aback, then flew into a rage. "What do you mean, your prey? Which eye of yours saw it as your prey? We clearly killed it. You're insane!" Tony's rebuke only fueled the man's anger, and he roared, "Where did you little brats come from, daring to mess with our 5th advanced team? You pay the price." 5th advanced team? Boar remembered that Ron had told him the advanced teams were numbered according to their establishment date, and the earlier the advanced team was, the stronger it was. This 5th advanced team must be stronger than his own 17th advanced team. Scared now. Seeing Bourne's dazed expression, the man assumed he was frightened by the name of the 5th Vanguard team, and said condescendingly, "No matter where you're from, hand over the soulfire and apologize to me." Out of respect for our shared legion, I spare you this time. Bourne snapped out of his daze, and sneered. The 5th Vanguard team is so powerful, but even if they are, they can't just steal from other Vanguard teams. The man frowned and said, You're also a Vanguard team? Which one? Tony raised his chin and said, Grandpa, I'm from the 17th Vanguard team. The man was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, I thought it was some powerful squad, but it's just the 17th Vanguard team. Don't you even look in the mirror? In our eyes, you're nothing but trash, ha ha ha. Bourne ignored him, and swallowed the soul fire in his hand. You? The man tried to stop Bourne, but it was too late. Tony followed suit, ignoring the zombie warrior, and swallowing the soul fire as well. The zombie warrior trembled with rage, pointing at the two and shouting, You're challenging the authority of the 5th Vanguard. Our vice-captain led us to finally wound this giant death serpent, but it escaped with magic. We split into 4 groups to search for it. I was planning to notify them to surround and kill it after we found it, but you beat us to it, and even ate its soul fire. Our vice-captain will never let you get away with this. Bourne remembered the huge spear stuck in the serpent's body. That must be the one the vice-captain had stuck in the serpent, as the zombie warrior had mentioned. However, it was too late to give up the soul fire now. It took the man a tremendous amount of effort to kill the giant python, and he wasn't particularly afraid of the 5th Vanguard team. Even if they were strong, how much stronger could they be compared to the other Vanguard team? Tony shrugged and said, That just means you were unlucky, or rather, not strong enough, and let the python escape. The zombie warrior felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. He roared, A mere scum from the 17th Vanguard team dares to disregard the authority of my 5th Vanguard team. Since you ate our prey, then compensate us with your soul fire. With that, he swung his great axe and charged at the 2 men. Seeing this, Tony chuckled and went to meet them. Oh look, you're getting angry now. Let me see what you're made of. However, upon contact, Tony's smile vanished. Through the clash of weapons, he clearly sensed the zombie's strength. It was indeed extraordinary. Tony fought and retreated, gradually closing in on Bourne. Bourne roared, I advise you not to push your luck. We're all from the same legion. Why force this? The zombie warrior was unfazed, coldly scoffing. Private duels are indeed forbidden within the legion, but this is a hunting ground. No one cares if a nobody dies here. So, provoking me is the biggest mistake you ever made. Seeing that things were beyond repair, Bourne also drew his sword to join Tony in fighting the zombie warrior. With Bourne's assistance, the pressure on Tony lessened considerably. He laughed, his fighting spirit soaring. 2 against 1, they finally gained the upper hand. Now the zombie warrior realized what was happening. There were 2 of them. Although they had just fought a major battle, the undead were known for their sustained combat prowess, so Bourne and his companions' fighting strength remained undiminished. They were forcing the zombie warrior to parry left and right, leaving him in a very sorry state. Finally, the zombie warrior couldn't hold on any longer. He retreated a short distance and shouted, Stop! We're not fighting anymore. Bourne sheathed his sword and stood still, asking, Why are we fighting anymore? Didn't you want our soul fire as compensation? The zombie warrior waved his hands repeatedly, saying, That was just something I said in anger. We're all from the advanced team. Can't we discuss things properly? The zombie warrior's complete 180-degree change in attitude utterly bewildered Bourne and his companion. What did that mean? Had he been defeated? Bourne and his companion exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, the zombie warrior pointed to the sky, sending a signal. Sparks of condensed soul fire energy exploded in the air, releasing a blue light. Damn it! Bourne immediately realized. This guy was actually calling for backup. Tony was furious, cursing, You bastard, you can't beat them, so you call for help? I'm not playing with you anymore. With that, Tony grabbed Bourne and tried to leave. However, the zombie warrior wasn't going to let them go so easily. He sneered, Want to leave? Not so easy. With that, he swung his sword again, forcing Bourne and his companion to turn and defend themselves. This is bad? Bourne thought to himself, realizing the situation was dire. Although the zombie warrior couldn't defeat them, he could at least hold them off. If they couldn't escape now, they'd be even more trapped when the other side arrived. Ah! Tony yelled, cursing, You shameless bastard. Since you're so eager to fight, try this move. With that, he unleashed 3 powerful slashes, each striking the same spot on the right side, causing the zombie warrior to become momentarily disoriented. At that moment, Bourne found another opportunity, hooking his foot around the zombie's left leg and pulling him back. The zombie immediately lost its balance and fell to the left. Tony seized the opportunity and slashed again, aiming straight for the zombie's head. The zombie warrior's eyes widened in fury. He was already regretting his actions. He never expected these two to be so powerful. He had only intended to hold them off, but he hadn't expected to lose his life. Just as Tony's blade was about to shatter the zombie's head, a cold light flashed like lightning, striking Tony's blade with a clang. Tony felt a tremendous force, and his blade was instantly knocked away, embedding itself in the nearby stone wall with a sizzle. At the same time, the zombie warrior crashed to the ground, rolled away to create distance between himself and Bourne, and scrambled to his feet, looking back. He saw a skeleton in rattan armor, wielding a longbow, slowly approaching. Clearly, the arrow from earlier had been fired by this skeleton archer. Behind the archer followed 3 undead, all exuding formidable power. Bourne's heart sank, while the zombie warrior cheered, shouting, "Captain Emile! You've finally arrived." "What's going on, Clive?" The archer called. Emile slowly walked over, and stood before Clive. Clive pointed at Bourne and Tony, angrily saying, "These two stole our prey, the death serpent, and now they want to kill me." "You're talking nonsense." Tony immediately retorted, "The serpent attacked us first, and we had to exert tremendous effort to kill it. How could we possibly hand over the soulfire? We just wanted to leave, but this guy wouldn't let us go and wanted our soulfire." "You?" Clive wanted to say more, but Emile waved him off. He walked over to the python's corpse, examined it carefully, and looked up to ask, "Did you kill it?" Bourne and Tony exchanged a glance, took a step forward, and said, "That's right, we killed it." Emile walked to the python's side, grabbed his spear, kicked the python's corpse, pulled the spear out, and tossed it to Clive, who was standing to the side. He then walked to Bourne and Tony and said, "I see no new wounds on the python, but the cut on its head is smooth and clear. It must have been a single, clean stroke. Who did this?" Bourne paused, surprised by the question, and momentarily at a loss for words. Tony, hearing the question, involuntarily looked at Bourne. Seeing this, Emile knew the answer. He glanced casually at the long sword in Bourne's hand, finding nothing special, and continued, "Which team do you belong to?" Before the two could answer, Clive leaned in and blurted out, "They're from the 17th Advanced Team. They were disrespectful to our 5th Advanced Team earlier, completely disregarding us." "Oh!" Emile's interest was piqued. "So you're with Ron? You know Captain Ron?" Tony asked. If this person knew Captain Ron, things might not be so bad. Emile smiled and said, "We're more than just acquaintances. We were both in the 2nd Advanced Team, facing life and death together countless times. Now, he's the captain of the 17th Advanced Team, while I'm still the vice-captain of the 5th Advanced Team." Bourne and his companion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was Captain Ron's old comrade in arms, he certainly wouldn't make things difficult for them anymore. Emile continued, "You two are quite impressive, managing to kill a 3rd-tier death serpent. You know, we ganged up on this serpent several times, and it always escaped." Bourne waved his hand, saying, "We were lucky. This serpent didn't use magic, and it was injured. It probably hoped to eat us to heal its wounds, but we ended up killing it instead." Emile smiled and said, "Luck is also part of strength. Ron has recruited 2 decent subordinates." "Where is he now?" "The captain went to Lord Poker's tent first," Tony replied. Emile nodded, then pointed to the giant python's corpse, saying, "You two are indeed quite strong, but your eyesight is lacking. Do you know that this death python, besides its soul fire, is actually a treasure trove? It's such a waste to just leave it here." Bourne had thought of this before, but he genuinely didn't understand it, and Clive's interference had left him no energy to consider such matters. Now, hearing Emile's words, he immediately became interested. "We really don't understand these things, and we hope Captain Emile can explain them to us." Emile nodded and slowly said, "The death python is a unique creature that lives in the netherworld. It's different from ordinary undead. It's not bound by the rules of the undead. Even those who haven't reached the 4th rank can use magic, you know that, right?" Bourne and Tony both nodded, indicating they understood. Emile continued, "Therefore, the death serpent's body is more like that of a pre-planet creature than an undead. Their physical strength far surpasses ours, making it difficult for our ordinary attacks to penetrate its innate defenses." He then winked at Clive beside him, who reluctantly swung his sword and struck the serpent's corpse. With a clang, only a white mark remained on the serpent's skin, causing no real damage. "You fought the serpent, so you know how monstrous its defense is. Therefore, its scales and skin are excellent materials for making armor." "Oh." Bourne currently only wore a tattered set of bone armor, given to him by Robert. If he could possess a set of snakeskin armor, that would be fantastic. Besides the snakeskin, the snake bones are also invaluable. They're hard, highly adaptable to magic, and can be used to forge bone shields, bone spears, bone knives, and so on. That's definitely a good thing, Tony exclaimed, his mouth watering. Seeing their expressions of utter delight, Emil chuckled, but continued, those are secondary. The most important thing is that this death serpent can unleash magic thanks to one thing. What thing? Bourne and Tony asked in unison. A magic core. Emil pierced the back of the serpent's neck with his longbow, and a gray stone tumbled out, rolling to the ground, shimmering with a faint gray light. Bourne and Tony's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Although they had no eyes, they were utterly astonished. Emil picked up the magic core from the ground and said, the magic core is the foundation upon which all magical beasts rely to unleash magic. The magical beasts of the underworld also possess magic cores, specifically death-type magic cores. They are grayish-white in color, and contain a large amount of magical power. This magical power is different from the power of soulfire. It is formed from pure death elements, and can release immense power instantly. Simply put, our soulfire power and the various elements of heaven and earth are like firewood, while magical power is like the flame. If the firewood cannot be transformed into flame, it cannot unleash its full power. Chapter 20. Emil's explanation broadened the horizons of Bourne and Tony, especially Bourne, who, being new to the area, knew even less than Tony, let alone things like magical beasts and magic cores. Tony was the first to recover, saying, I know that. Magic cores can be used to make magic stones, or they can be inlaid into weapons and armor to enhance them with specific magic. Emil nodded, that's right, but they're usually processed into magic stones and engraved with specific magic before being inlaid into weapons and armor, like Ron's armor. Bourne immediately remembered Ron's armor. It had a magic stone inlaid in it. Robert had said that Lord Poker had engraved the bone shield magic on that magic stone, which could help Ron withstand a powerful attack in a critical moment, a truly invaluable item. Looking at his own soul-severing blade, although exceptionally sharp, it had no other special functions, and couldn't compensate for the difference in strength. However, Bourne quickly became disheartened. The magic core was now in Emil's hands, and the giant python's corpse was at his feet. Emil's strength was likely immense. If he wasn't mistaken, he was probably a third-tier expert. The two of them were definitely no match for him, so they had no choice but to give up. Emil seemed to see through Bourne's thoughts, smiled, and tossed the magic core to him. Bourne was startled, caught the magic core, and looked at Emil with a puzzled expression. Clive, standing nearby, looked pained but dared not say anything. Emil said, don't worry. Although there aren't many rules in the netherworld, whoever is strong is the rule. Ron and I are old friends, and I can't very well take what belongs to his men. How about this? The magic core is yours, the python's skin and bones are ours, and I also forged 2 sets of leather armor for you. What do you say? After all, we did contribute to killing this python. What could be wrong with that? Bourne hadn't expected Emil to willingly give up the magic core, and even help them forge leather armor. With the python's hide, crafting 5 suits of armor was no problem at all. The fact that Emil was willing to give them almost half was already a huge concession. Bourne agreed without hesitation, and Tony naturally had no objections either. All right. It's settled then. Emil waved his hand. Brothers, move the rest, we're going back. Clive and the others immediately carried the huge snake carcass out of the valley. Bourne and his companion thanked Emil, and also left the valley in another direction. What about this magic core? Bourne asked Tony, holding the python's magic core in his hand. Tony said, you keep it. You killed the python, so it should be yours. Bourne shook his head. No way, he said. The python was killed by the 2 of us together, so the spoils can't be all mine. Tony laughed. It's not for you to keep it all. Just give me 1 piece of leather armor when it's finished. I don't need the magic core, so don't refuse. Bourne scratched his head with a wry smile. But I don't know how to use this magic core, how to refine it into a magic stone, how to inscribe magic into it. I don't really understand any of that. It's all right. When you see Captain Ron, ask him to figure it out. He has a magic stone himself. He definitely know how to use it. Bourne could only nod, and put the magic core into his armor. Shortly afterward, they returned to the general's tent. The meeting inside seemed to still be going on. The guards outside told them to wait a moment. Waiting outside the door were several other people besides the 2 of them, apparently from other advanced teams. These people huddled together in 2s and 3s, whispering amongst themselves. Bourne and his companion found a spot, moved 2 huge vertebrae to make benches, and sat down to rest, while also listening to what the group was saying. Having undergone the soul fusion technique, Bourne's 5 senses were far more acute than those of an ordinary undead. Therefore, despite the distance and the chaotic atmosphere, Bourne could still vaguely hear their conversation. 3 skeletons huddled together. One said softly, "Those dogs have been quieter lately. I heard they're reducing our manpower to reinforce other defense zones." Another skeleton grumbled, "That's nonsense. They don't know how ruthless those dogs are. They eat people alive. They're behaving themselves now, but who knows when they attack again. If we don't have enough manpower then, we all die." A slender skeleton chimed in, "Yes, I think if they're reinforcing other defense zones, they should be drawing troops from the Central Army, not pulling them from other zones." The Central Army. How long has it been since the army fought? Don't they have any idea? Bourne listened with some doubt, and turned to ask Tony, "What's Little Dog?" Tony said softly, "Little Dog is the Fire Wolves. That's what we usually call them." "Oh. If they are Fire Wolves, then they must be the other advanced teams of the 17th Advanced Team in the West." He had heard that the Northern Army had launched a concentrated attack on the Fire Wolves, inflicting heavy losses on them. Since that battle, the Fire Wolves had rarely harassed the Northern Army's borders, so the advanced teams bordering the Fire Wolves had been relatively quiet. In comparison, the Earthbearer Legion has been making frequent moves lately, and its overall strength surpasses that of the Fire Wolves, thus significantly increasing the pressure on the Northern Army's eastern flank. Perhaps due to this consideration, the Northern Army's high command may soon decide to transfer some troops from the northern forces to support the east, which is understandable. However, as the slender skeleton said, some support should also be provided from the Central Army. This pressure has fallen on the advanced team, causing them to lose morale and become overwhelmed. It's unclear what the Legion's high command is thinking. But these are not matters for Bourne to consider. He's gathering this information merely to gain a better understanding of the Legion's situation. It can be said that the Northern Army's biggest enemy right now is the Earthbearer Legion. The Fire Wolves Legion has already ceased its activities, and can no longer pose a significant threat. Bourne asked again, "Does our Northern Army only border these 2 legions?" Tony thought for a moment and said, "It should be these 2 legions. There's also the Shadow Serpent Legion to the far west, but their territory overlaps with the Fire Wolves' territory. The 2 sides are constantly fighting. Sometimes the Shadow Serpent Legion attacks, but they don't attack us, they just repel the Fire Wolves. However, after a while, they are repelled by the Fire Wolves again. This tug-of-war has been going on for decades." Bourne nodded and continued, "Is it because the Shadow Serpent Legion has a good relationship with us?" Tony quickly shook his head and said, "Not at all. Their main battlefield is with the Western Army, and we also have the troublesome Fire Wolves here, so they simply don't have the energy to fight us. The Western Army has been tormented by them. If the Earthbearer is the Northern Army's greatest enemy, then the Shadow Serpent is the Western Army's greatest enemy." Bourne understood. "Well, no matter what, our Legion is currently the strongest in this area, right?" Tony puffed out his chest and said proudly, "That's right. Our Legion has been established for nearly a century. One Legion after another has been replaced, but we survived. Although our territory is a bit small now, our strength is the strongest." As they chatted, the meeting seemed to end. A group of people emerged from the tent, their expression somewhat off. Bourne, with his sharp eyes, spotted Ron immediately and waved to him. Ron seemed to be deep in thought. He looked up, saw Bourne, and quickly walked over. "Captain, how did it go?" Bourne asked. Ron shook his head and said, "The situation looks terrible. It seems our fighting isn't even the worst. Some of the advanced teams have been completely wiped out." Tony gasped and asked, "Which team was so unlucky?" "The 10th Advanced Team." Ron said solemnly, "They received a distress signal from the 11th Advanced Team and led their elite troops to their aid, but were attacked from both sides by the Earthbearer, and none survived." He paused, then continued, "The Earthbearer. The Bear first attacked the 11th and 12th Advanced Teams simultaneously. The 11th Advanced Team was the first to give way and sent out a distress signal, but no reinforcements arrived. Forced to abandon their position, the entire army retreated 50 li, approximately 25 kilometers. But this wasn't the end. Due to the overwhelming force of the Earthbearer's offensive, the other advanced teams also suffered heavy losses, resulting in a 100 li, approximately 50 kilometers, retreat along our eastern defensive line." Bourne was also alarmed. "Is the Earthbearer going to launch a general offensive from the east?" Ron shook his head, saying, "They didn't send their main force, but a mixed force. Their main force is currently concentrated near our 7th and 8th Advanced units, where our main Northern Army force is also stationed, ready to fight at any time." "That's strange. The Earthbearer's actions aren't just about occupying that little bit of territory in the east, are they?" I don't know. The Northern Army High Command has officially decided to draw some troops from the 18th to 21st Advanced Units in the north, mixed with some garrison troops, to support the advanced units in the east that suffered more damage. Our advanced unit was originally included in the transfer, but considering we just went through a battle and suffered heavy losses, we decided against it. Hearing Ron's words, Bourne also felt that the current situation was truly chaotic. Fortunately, the two legions hadn't engaged in a full-scale war. Even if the advanced units were wiped out, it would only be a small-scale battle and wouldn't affect the overall situation. Ron waved and said, "All right, let's go in now. Lord Poker is waiting for us." "Okay," Bourne said, and followed Tony into the tent with Ron. The tent's interior was fairly spacious, with little decoration, but containing many strangely shaped weapons and numerous bone shields scattered around, just enough to sit on. In the very center of the tent sat a burly skeleton. He was described as burly because he wore thick bone armor that covered his entire body. Bourne estimated that the armor must be incredibly heavy, and that he himself would find it difficult to move in it. That skeleton was none other than Poker, a fourth-tier powerhouse, and one of the Northern Army's lieutenants. Upon seeing the three men enter the tent, Pork burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Ron, you said you bring two men to see me. Is this the two?" "Yes, Lord Pork, they are both veterans of that war, distinguished soldiers, and very knowledgeable about the battle," Ron replied respectfully. Pork waved his hand and said, "Sit down." The three men found a flat spot and sat down. "Tell me, each of you, what was special about that battle?" Bourne and Tony then described the battle. Since they had acted together, their accounts were largely the same. Ron then added his side of the story, making the entire battle very clear. After listening, Poker nodded slightly and praised, "You two have indeed rendered meritorious service. If it weren't for you, the 17th Vanguard team might have been completely wiped out, leaving a large area to our northeast exposed, and our citadel would have been directly exposed to the enemy's attack range. Indeed, if Bourne hadn't managed to kill Jacob, Robert would have been in a difficult situation. Coupled with Sack's sneak attack from behind, Robert's squad would have inevitably been wiped out. And once the battle in the bushes ended, the enemy at the central stronghold would certainly have received the news and, together with Sack, launched an attack on Ron. Ron's position was too deep, and he had no reinforcements left, making him highly likely to be attacked from both sides. Although the enemy's third-tier experts might not be able to kill Ron, they could at least hold him off, waiting for the Earth Bear Fourth Army's reinforcements. At that point, Ron would be doomed. "Ron, you took a risky move," Poker exclaimed. "But without your risky move, we wouldn't have been able to capture those two prisoners alive. This is crucial because I suspect there are traitors within the other advanced teams as well. This is the key to the Earth Bear's attack. They must have some way of communicating. Therefore, we must find a breakthrough through them." Ron sighed. "Alas, it's a pity that Sack escaped. The two guys we captured weren't key figures. They probably don't know much." "It's alright," Poker waved his hand, saying, "Sack, as the vice captain, can't openly work for the Earth Bear. Many things still need to be done by the subordinates, especially. These two are in your team. Your team was originally responsible for the West, but the West overlaps with the 18th Advanced Team's defense zone, so there's not much activity there. Therefore, they usually operate in the more combat-prone East and South, giving your men more opportunities to contact other advanced teams, including the 16th and 18th. Ron's eyes lit up. "That's right. This way we can follow the clues, find the moles in the 16th and 18th advanced teams, and then find the moles in the other advanced teams." "But," Bourne spoke up, "I just heard that the 10th advanced team was completely wiped out. Doesn't that mean the trail goes cold?" These words stunned everyone, leaving them speechless. Bourne gave them no time to react, continuing, "And I heard that some personnel are being transferred from the northern defense zone to the east to assist in the defense. This could mean there are quite a few traitors moving between defense zones, which would disrupt the current situation. The traitors in the northern defense zone might not be so easy to find." Chapter 21. Bourne's words instantly silenced everyone. Indeed, the current situation made it impossible to follow the trail. Even if these two prisoners could provide clues about other traitors within the advanced team, the leads would inevitably end with the 10th advanced team and the northern defense zone. Those destined to be outmaneuvered would still be outmaneuvered. Just then, another group of people entered the tent. Bourne recognized them. They were from the 5th advanced team he had encountered in the valley, where the wandering undead gathered. Leading them was Emile, the vice captain of the 5th advanced team. Upon seeing Emile, Poker snapped out of his daze, laughed heartily, and greeted him. "Emile, you come at the right time. Your captain went back after the meeting, leaving you behind to oversee the Allied forces in the northern defense zone. Did he tell you? Emil bowed to Poker and said, Captain Jamie already told me, so I rushed over to follow Lord Poker's orders. Then, seeing Ron and his group, he smiled and said, Ron, you're here too. And those two young men, thank you for the snakeskin and bones. I already arranged for the materials to be sent to the best foundry in the Citadel. Once the leather armor is finished, I have it delivered to the 17th Vanguard. Ron looked at Ron and the other man with a puzzled expression and asked, You know each other? Ron smiled awkwardly and said, we just met. He then briefly recounted what had happened in the valley. Ron chuckled and shook his head. This kid, Bon, always managed to surprise him, managing to kill the death serpent. Poker then said, Enough of the small talk. Ron and I were discussing the situation in the east. Their 17th advanced team just went through a major battle, capturing 2 traitors. We hope to find a breakthrough through these 2 traitors to expose all the traitors within the advanced team. Emil, intrigued, exclaimed, That's excellent. Now we're in the dark while they're in the light. The Earth-Bearer Legion has been plotting for a long time, planting so many traitors within our advance force. Now's the perfect time to thwart their plans. Poker shook his head, saying, However, we face 2 problems. First, the 10th advance force has been completely wiped out, and the traitors within must have already escaped, cutting off our eastward lead. Second, the Northern Defense Zone's advance force needs to redeploy some troops to support the east. We can't quickly find all the traitors, but the troop redeployment is urgent. Once it's complete, finding the traitors in the Northern Defense Zone will be even more difficult. Emil, you're always quite clever. Do you have any solutions? Emil listened, then sat down on the ground, picked up a thin bone, and began drawing on the ground a map of the Northern Army's current troop distribution. He pointed to the position of the 10th Vanguard and asked, Lord Poker, who is currently responsible for the 10th Vanguard's defenses? Poker replied, The deployment has already been made. The 9th and 11th Vanguards will jointly defend it for now. Emil shook his head and said, No. They are currently struggling to defend themselves, and the battle line is too stretched out, which is very disadvantageous for us. It would be best to establish a new 10th Vanguard and reinforce it here. Poker also shook his head and said, We considered that, but the Legion doesn't have any more troops. The main force of the Northern Army is currently being deployed to the vicinity of the 7th and 8th Vanguards to engage the Earth-Bearer in a direct battle. This way, even if the position of the 10th Vanguard becomes vacant, the Earth-Bearer won't have the resources to deal with it. But we're too close to the 8th Vanguard. I think the Earth-Bearer deliberately created this gap by targeting the 10th Vanguard. If we can't plug this gap, it could cause serious problems. I think we shouldn't move any troops in the Northern Defense Zone for now. Let's deal with the internal traitor first. The Earth-Bearer has just made a series of moves. They need to rest. Even if they want to continue fighting, we can retreat another 200 li and retreat to the garrison city as a whole. I disagree with Captain Emil's opinion. At this moment, Bourne suddenly stood up. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak? Clive said irritably when he saw Bourne suddenly speak up, even contradicting his superior. However, Bourne ignored him and looked at Poker instead. Poker was also very surprised. This little skeleton was quite bold. He might as well let him speak, so he said to him, It's all right, go ahead and say it. Seeing that Poker had spoken, Clive, although full of dissatisfaction, had no choice but to retreat. Bourne nodded and continued, Captain Emil, you're right about one thing. The Earth-Bearers are indeed targeting the 10th Vanguard, but their goal isn't to use it as a breakthrough. Oh! Emil asked curiously, Then why do you think they're doing this? Bourne stepped forward and sat down opposite Emil on the ground. Like Emil, he picked up a suitable thin bone and began drawing on the ground. He drew strokes left and right, but not a terrain or troop deployment. Rather, he drew troop movements. Emil watched Bourne's actions with some confusion, unsure of what he was trying to express. After Bourne finished drawing, he tossed the thin bone in his hand aside, sighed, smiled, and looked at Emil's puzzled eyes, saying, My lords, look, this is how all our troops are being deployed. He pointed to the Northern Army's eastern defense zone and said, The 10th Vanguard is gone. The 9th and 11th Vanguards need to stretch the battle line, and the 11th Vanguard has just been through a major battle and is short-handed. So, basically, this area is defending 3 defense zones with 1.5 units. If attacked, they will inevitably need reinforcements from surrounding units. So, which units are in the surrounding area? Ron looked at the map on the ground and said, The other vanguards don't have any more troops. They could provide support in peacetime, but this is wartime. They can't move around recklessly lest, if we lose our position, then only the main force of the Northern Army can spare troops for the rescue. Bourne nodded and continued, that's right, the main force of the Northern Army must come to the rescue, otherwise the defensive line in that area might retreat directly to the citadel, just as Captain Emile said. Emile nodded and said, yes, that's what I mean, which is why we need to establish a new 10th Vanguard to reinforce this area. Bourne shook his head, pointed to the location of the Northern Defense Zone, and continued, if there are no other factors, your plan is feasible, but you overlooked one point. Emile frowned, staring intently at the map, and asked, what? The Wind and Fire Wolf Legion. This? The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Finally, Poker spoke up. The Fire Wolves have been quiet for a long time. They were badly beaten by us before, suffering heavy losses, and are currently fighting the Shadow Serpent Legion. They simply don't have the energy to fight us. Bourne shook his head and said, at first, I thought so too, but then we remembered. When I was fighting at the Bush Stronghold, I vaguely saw a bluish-red light. At the time, I didn't know what it was, but considering the current situation, I think it must be the Fire Wolves. Ron hurriedly asked, why didn't you mention it? Bourne apologized to Ron, that figure flashed by, and I asked Tony, but he didn't see anything either, so I didn't think much of it. I only remembered it now. Ron thought for a moment and said, so the Fire Wolves. How did the wolves end up in the Earth Bear's stronghold? And how did you deduce that the figure was the Fire Wolves? Bourne slowly analyzed, the Earth Bears aren't as strong as us. For years, they've been no match for us. Their sudden large-scale attack is suspicious. Either they have a secret weapon, or they have allies. It's not hard to imagine that if they have allies, it's the Fire Wolves. The Fire Wolves suffered a defeat early on, being driven back hundreds of miles by us, and have been in a slump ever since. Meanwhile, they've been fighting the Shadow Serpent Legion to the west for years, yet they haven't been wiped out. This shows that the Fire Wolves' strength shouldn't be underestimated. Under these circumstances, it's very unusual that the Fire Wolves haven't considered taking advantage of the situation to invade our northern defense zone. Poker nodded and said, the Fire Wolves have practically disappeared recently, but their battle with the Shadow Serpent Legion continues. Our 21st Advanced Team has scouted their battlefield multiple times, and it's true. The Fire Wolves still retain formidable fighting power. They could easily carve out a portion to invade our territory. Given the current tense situation in the east, the Fire Wolves must have received the news. If it were me, I would definitely launch a surprise attack, taking as much territory as possible. That's right. Bond continued, we just said, we suspect all the advanced teams have traitors planted by the Earth Bear. But the 18th to 21st advanced teams don't border the Earth Bear's territory, so how could they be infiltrated? There's only one possibility. The Fire Wolves allow the Earth Bear's people to infiltrate their territory. In the same way, the Earth Bear will treat the Fire Wolves the same way they would in their territory. Emilton stood up abruptly and exclaimed, if that's the case, then our troop movement from the north will be a huge mistake, playing right into the enemy's hands. And going to patch up the gaps in the 10th Vanguard will also make our forces extremely dispersed, and the citadels, especially the two northern citadels, will be very vulnerable. Bourne also slowly stood up. Yes, the Fire Wolves and the Earth Bear will form an encirclement, with the Fire Wolves attacking directly into the Northern Army's camp from the north, then flanking the main force from the rear, and together with the Earth Bear, annihilating the entire Northern Army. Having heard this, Poker was already shocked, but he still had some questions. What you said is all correct, but how will the Fire Wolves deal with the Shadow Serpent's threat? Bourne smiled slightly, drew a line on the ground with his toe, dividing the Northern Army's territory in two, and said, the Shadow Serpent Legion has been fighting the Western Army for decades without ever gaining the upper hand. The reason is that the Northern Army has been putting considerable pressure on us from the north. Although the Northern Army hasn't directly engaged the Shadow Serpent Legion, their strength is undeniable, making the Shadow Serpent Legion reluctant to attack territories too close to the north. The 21st Vanguard should know this best. Poker nodded, saying, indeed, over the years, the Shadow Serpent has only fought the Windfire Wolves, avoiding direct confrontation with our Northern Army. They even abandoned some border areas. However, once the Northern Army disappears, the Western Army's north will be directly exposed. There are no defenses, no walls, no troops there. The Western Army's defensive line will be stretched by half. If at this time, the Earth Bear. No, you ceded the territory to the north of the Western Army, originally belonging to the Northern Army, to Shadow Serpent, demanding that Shadow Serpent temporarily halt its attack on Fire Wolves. What do you think Shadow Serpent will do? Upon hearing this, Poker immediately slammed his fist on the table. That's it. To the north of the Western Army lies a ghost vine forest, and Shadow Serpent excels at assassination and ambushes. Attacking the Western Army from here is perfect for the Shadow Serpent Legion. Similarly, Fire Wolves can reclaim their original territory, and even more in this battle. They have no reason to refuse Earth Bear's proposal. Bond continued, Earth Bear can then mobilize a large army and press directly to the Central Army's city walls, forcing the Eastern Army to contract its defenses to protect the Central Army. This will inevitably force the Eastern Army to compromise, ceding some territory and concentrating its forces for defense. Our Clawed Legion's sphere of influence will be greatly compressed, our strength greatly weakened, and ultimately, we will be gradually eroded. So that's how it is. Emil was quite shocked. He had only been analyzing the battle situation on the eastern side of the Northern Army, not realizing that this battle also involved the Western and Eastern armies, and even the interests of the entire Legion. So what do you think we should do now? Ron asked. Bourne glanced at Emil, smiled mysteriously, and said, I have a plan to lure the enemy out, but this plan requires Captain Emil's assistance. I wonder if Captain Emil is willing. Emil was taken aback, then said, Tell me. If it can indeed resolve the current crisis, I am naturally willing. Good. After saying that, Bourne sat down again, and the others gathered around to see what Bourne would do. Bourne drew a circle south of the 17th Vanguard and an X in the Northern Defense Zone, slowly saying, We have two objectives now. First, to find all the traitors and ensure our own troops are absolutely safe. Second, to withstand the attack of the Earth Bear and the potential attack of the Windfire Wolves. I think we can start from these 2 points. Ron stroked his chin and said, The circled area is perhaps. Bourne smiled and said, That's right, the area south of our 17th Vanguard. I heard there's a very powerful wandering undead there. If I'm not mistaken, even our northern general wouldn't dare to provoke it easily. Ron nodded, somewhat warily saying, Yes, this area is between us and the 16th Vanguard, a vast area with many wandering undead, all extremely powerful. Among them is a 4th-tier undead, which Lord Poker knows about. Poker gave a wry smile and said, To my shame, when our forces expanded there, I even wanted to kill that undead. But even with our 2 lieutenants working together, we were no match for that 4th-tier undead, and in the end, we could only slink away. He then asked with some doubt, What does this have to do with our current battle? Bond smiled mysteriously and said, It's simple. The Northern Defense Zone only has 4 advanced teams. We selected the most reliable troops from these 4 teams, led by Captain Emil, and stationed them behind the 16th Advanced Team. This way the traitors will remain in the Northern Defense Zone, and we have ample time to find them one by one. However, we must not make too much of a commotion. We can quietly eliminate them, and the rest will continue to guard the Northern Defense Zone. The forces in the 2 garrison cities behind the Northern Defense Zone, together with a portion of the main Northern Army, will advance 200 li, approximately 100 kilometers, and ambush near the Ghostvine Forest. Once the battle begins, the Earth Bear will definitely launch an attack near the 10th Vanguard. Don't worry, I only need a portion of my forces to hold them off and prevent them from advancing. At this point, Captain Emil will lead his troops. Charge into the territory of the wandering undead, find that 4th-tier undead, shoot it twice to fully enrage it, and then run towards the position of the Earth Bear's main force. Emil nodded and said, That's one method. My long-range attacks can just provoke it. However, these wandering undead generally don't like to leave their territory. What if it stops chasing us? Bourne held up a finger and said, No matter what, it's still a wandering undead. It has no self-awareness, only the instinct to devour other undead. When you run, you must release the power of soul fire as you run. Keep stimulating its hunting instincts, it will definitely catch up. Then, Bourne continued, at the same time, the Fire Wolves will join forces with part of the Earth Bear's forces to attack the Northern Defense Zone. At this time, the Northern Defense Zone's defenses are very weak, so they only need to offer a token resistance before fleeing towards the Ghostvine Forest. Poker clapped his hands and laughed. What a brilliant move to lure the snake out of its hole. We ambush the Fire Wolves in the Ghostvine Forest, while the Earth Bear's forces will be thoroughly slaughtered by that wandering undead. This way, neither side's battle will be a problem. Chapter 22. Ron asked with some concern, Should we be wary of the Shadow Serpent Legion? Poker waved his hand. No need to worry about that. Once we start fighting, the Western Army will also make moves. The Shadow Serpent Legion won't dare to be careless. After all, the Western Army is very powerful. Ron thought for a moment and then said, There's another problem. How do we deal with the traitor in the Eastern Defense Zone? Poker laughed and said, No need to worry about that. Their purpose in planting traitors is simply twofold. One is to gather intelligence and understand our troops' strength. We deploy troops, but our operations in the northern defense zone are all conducted in secret. Those in the east have no idea. Secondly, we can launch a counterattack during the battle. I already thought of this. The 1st and 9th advance teams will not participate in this battle. They remain at their main camp. After the battle, we should be able to capture a few more earth bears, and then we can deal with them. Bourne thought about it and agreed. The advance teams were, after all, just tentacles of the Northern Army, far inferior in strength and manpower to the main force. Even if they joined the battle, they wouldn't be of much use. It was better for them to remain. Poker stood up, walked to Bourne's side, and patted him heavily on the shoulder twice, saying, "Good lad, even smarter than Emil. Your tactics are excellent. Let's set off now to report to Lord Ellen." Ellen is the northern general. Tony explained quietly to Bourne. Emil stood up, bowed to Poker, and said, "In that case, I go to the northern defense zone to select men. I reckon General Ellen will agree to our plan." "Alright, go ahead," Poker said. "Ron, we should set off now." Ron nodded. He sent Tony back with Emil first, as Emil was also heading to the 18th advance team, traveling with Tony. Tony needed to return to the team to report on the current situation so Robert could prepare in advance. Poker then led Ron and Bourne on their journey to the Northern Army's main city. According to Ron, the Northern Army's main city wasn't far from the city walls, only 200 li away. It was called Northern City, and it had a garrison of 20,000 men. The city's lord was General Allen of the North, a 4th-tier powerhouse, who commanded 100,000 northern troops. He had 4 lieutenants, all 4th-tier powerhouses. Poker ranked 3rd among these 4, mainly because he excelled in defense but lacked offensive capabilities. Otherwise, with Poker's strength, he could rival the 1st-ranked lieutenant. On the way, Poker was completely unpretentious, chatting casually with Bourne. He was quite fond of this clever and bold little skeleton, and also very interested in him. "Bourne, I heard Emil say you have a magic core?" Bourne chuckled, pulling the gray stone from his pocket. "Yeah, if it weren't for Captain Emil, I probably wouldn't have known it was such a good thing." Poker leaned closer to examine the magic core, saying, "The quality is pretty good, but it's more suitable for support magic. Offensive and defensive magic like ours isn't really suited to this magic core." Bourne was taken aback. A magic core with adaptability? He never heard of that before. Seeing Bourne's bewildered expression, Pork understood his confusion and explained, "Our magic can be broadly divided into 3 types: offensive, defensive, and supportive. The same applies to magic cores. A magic stone crafted from a supportive magic core isn't well suited for offensive magic. Of course, it's not that it can't be engraved, but the engraved magic won't reach its full potential." Bourne suddenly understood. No wonder Emil was so kind as to give him the magic core. He simply couldn't use it. The 4 lieutenants of the Northern Army only knew offensive and defensive magic, lacking any supportive magic, making it impossible for them to help him refine the magic core. Seeing Bourne's pained expression, Ron chuckled. "It's alright, having a magic core is good enough. I heard there are people in the Eastern Army who know support magic. After this, let's go to the Eastern Army and try our luck. Looks like that's the only way." Then, Bourne remembered that the Lord Poker in front of him was a 4th-tier powerhouse, who could use magic. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity to ask him for guidance? So, Bourne immediately said, "Lord Poker, I'm very interested in magic. Could I ask you for some guidance?" Poker was somewhat surprised. "You're just a 2nd-tier undead. You can't use magic at all. What do you want to ask me?" Bourne chuckled awkwardly. "I never seen magic in my life, so I want to know some things about it. I heard our Vice Captain Robert said that the magic used by the undead is very different from that of the prime material plane, which is why I'm asking you for your guidance." Poker nodded. "Indeed, people in the prime material plane use magic through physical conduction, but we undead are different. We use our souls, the power of our soul fire. Magic is generally divided into 4 levels: beginner, low, intermediate, and advanced. Take my bone shield, for example. It's a beginner level spell, and I only grasp the basics. Each type of magic has its unique rules for manipulating magical power. Just like how people in the prime material plane chant incantations to cast spells, while we don't chant incantations, we still need to circulate our soulfire in a specific way to achieve the effect of casting the spell." Bourne was stunned, and blurted out, "Then how do you cast your bone shield spell?" However, he immediately realized he shouldn't have asked that. After all, it was someone else's magic. How could he just ask so casually? Poker noticed Bourne's embarrassment and laughed. "Haha, it's alright. Bone shield is such a common spell, And its casting method isn't a secret. Even Ron should know it. Ron nodded. Basic magic isn't a secret. Everyone can learn it. It's just that everyone's adaptability is different, so the spells they can learn are different. Like Lord Poker, he's more suited to defensive magic, so he learned Bone Shield. And there are different levels of skill in learning magic. They studied for a long time in the Central Army before reaching their current level. Boar nodded, indicating he understood. Come on, Pock said, I teach you. With that, he channeled his soulfire power, drawing a complex pattern in his hands before Born. Then he roared, Bone Shield. With 2 sharp cracks, a massive bone shield materialized out of thin air before Pock, completely protecting him. The shield was incredibly thick and sturdy, just like the one Born had seen outside the Acropolis. Born's eyes widened. This was the first time he had ever witnessed an undead cast magic. He had seen Angela and others cast magic in the prime material plane, but the feeling was completely different. Born was thrilled and wanted to try it himself. So, mimicking Pock's actions, he channeled his soulfire power, forming an identical pattern between his hands. Poker was taken aback by Born's actions. A second-tier undead trying to cast magic now? It was obviously doomed. He didn't try to discourage Born, but watched quietly, wondering how he would comfort the kid if he failed. However, the next second, Poker's jaw dropped. Born let out a soft shout, and with a sudden burst of power, a bone shield appeared before him. This bone shield was noticeably smaller and thinner, but it was a real bone shield. Ron was also startled. What was going on? Was he seeing things? Born immediately withdrew his power, and the bone shield clattered to the ground, startling the other two. Poker stammered, how did you do that? Born was also bewildered, shaking his head. I just followed your instructions, and then it worked. How could this be? Poker felt his mind reeling. He had never encountered anything like this before. A necromancer could disregard the rules, and use magic before reaching the 4th rank? This is illogical. Ron frowned and pondered for a moment, then said, this is truly unprecedented. He then tried casting a spell himself, but failed. The moment the power of his soulfire gathered in his hands, it seemed as if some unseen force dispersed it, preventing him from concentrating his power. Ron shook his head. He was also clueless. Poker's eyes lit up. Looking at Born, he said, the bone shield you cast is of decent quality. Maybe it's like mine, an adaptable defensive spell. Try Bone Spike and Dark Swamp. He then taught Born how to cast Bone Spike and Dark Swamp. Following suit, Born once again channeled his soulfire power. With a series of crackling sounds, a bone spike materialized in front of him. Born uttered a soft shout, go! With a whoosh, the bone spike pierced precisely through a withered tree in front of him and embedded itself in the ground behind. Then, he cast another spell, releasing the dark swamp in the same way. A small patch of black mud appeared beneath the withered tree, which began to rot from root to root, slowly leaving not even ashes. Shock! Utter shock! Poker rubbed his eyes hard, and after confirming it wasn't a hallucination, he jumped up and down shouting, genius! A true genius! Ron was equally astonished, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Comparison is infuriating. I can't even use magic at tier 3, and you, at only tier 2, can use magic, and with all-type adaptability at that. Huh? Braun was speechless. He had no idea why he could use magic. Logically, he was just a low-level humanoid skeleton soldier, not at a racial advantage. Poker grabbed Born's arm, excitedly saying, no need to think anymore, you must be a genius. I heard of undead, who can use magic at the 2nd tier because their talent has broken through the constraints of the rules. But I never seen one in our area before, and I actually witnessed it. Ha ha ha. Born's bones cracked from Poker's grip, and he grimaced, saying, Lord Poker, don't get too excited, we still have a long way to go. Poker laughed, released Born, and said, all right. Let's hurry to Northern City. I want to tell Lord Ellen this good news. He'd definitely be very happy. Throughout the journey, Pork taught Born almost all the basic spells he knew. However, he also advised Born to be realistic, choosing 1 or 2 spells he was comfortable with, and studying them thoroughly. He cautioned against trying to learn everything at once, lest he end up mastering nothing. Born heeded Pork's advice, and chose the spells Bone Spike and Bone Shield. Since discovering he could use magic, Born had become completely absorbed in it, casting Bone Shield and Bone Spike around with great enthusiasm. But it didn't take long for him to realize his mistake. After casting about 10 spells in total, he suddenly felt dizzy and almost tripped and fell. Seeing his bewildered expression, Ron covered his mouth and chuckled, who releases magic like that? Magic powers like it's free. No wonder you're dizzy. Poker added, don't laugh at him. He's only just started learning, and he can already cast spells more than 10 times. He's better than both of us. Bourne realized he'd probably run out of magic power, and had no choice but to stop, afraid to cast any more spells. However, through his practice, he sensed a power within his soulfire. Whenever he cast spells, he could feel the soulfire's power was difficult to gather, but then a surge of power would emerge from it, helping him overcome the constraints of the rules, and allowing the soulfire's power to gather successfully, thus enabling him to cast the spell. This must be the reason he could use magic at the second tier. He did have some clues about this power. Soul fusion technique. Although many things had happened during this time, he hadn't neglected his cultivation. Through practicing soul fusion technique, he discovered that his 5 senses were much stronger than those of ordinary undead. This reflected that his soul power was extraordinary. Perhaps when Dao Quang taught him soul fusion technique, there was something he hadn't told him, but now Dao Quang was asleep, and he had no chance to ask. With the help of soul fusion technique, Bourne's strength increased rapidly day by day. After absorbing the soul fire of a 3rd-tier death python, he felt he had reached the peak of the 2nd tier, and even against Robert, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. And this encounter with Poker showed him that he could actually use magic, which further enhanced his strength. Perhaps, in a real fight, even Robert wouldn't be his match. Chapter 23. The 200-mile journey wasn't too far. More importantly, the main force of the Northern Army had already set off, moving towards the Eastern Defense Zone, led by General Allen. Therefore, Poker and his men encountered the main Northern Army force on its way in less than half a day. This main force consisted of 40,000 men, combining the forces of the Northern Army's main city and 1 garrison. Poker's garrison forces had already been deployed to the Eastern Defense Zone, and the forces of the 2 northern garrisons were still on their way. Poker's goal was to persuade General Allen to leave the forces of the 2 northern garrisons behind to ambush near the Ghost Vine Forest in preparation for an attack by the Windfire Wolves. A massive undead army of 40,000 surged forth. Bourne had never witnessed such a sight before. Even at its peak, the entire 17th Vanguard had only around 300 men. This undead army was over 100 times their size. At the very front of the army, 2 figures marched side by side. One was emaciated, as if recently dead, his body riddled with bone spurs. The other was imposing and powerful, wielding a giant axe, like a war god descended to earth. Just by looking at their attire, Bourne could practically identify the figure. The bone spur-covered fellow was undoubtedly one of the 4 lieutenants. Akeem, skilled in bone spur magic, possessing formidable combat prowess, though his appearance was truly less than flattering. The other was none other than the Northern General, Ellen. Ellen, seeing Poker and the others approach, didn't stop but continued marching. Time was of the essence. They had no idea when the Earth Bear would attack. Poker, however, came running up shouting, Lord Ellen. Lord Ellen. I have important news to report. Ellen waved her hand and said, Pock, what's the rush? Let's talk as we walk. Pock briefly greeted Akeem beside him, and then slowly recounted the analysis they had just shared. Lord Ellen, we might have fallen into a trap. The Earth Bears are concentrating their attacks on our Eastern Defense Zone, seemingly to attack from the east, but actually to draw our forces from the Northern Defense Zone, creating a vacuum in the north and giving the Fire Wolves an opportunity to launch a pincer attack and annihilate our Northern Army. Before Ellen could even speak, Akeem scoffed, what a joke. The Fire Wolves also have Shadow Serpent lurking nearby. Since their heavy losses last time, they haven't been able to launch a counterattack. How could they possibly attack now? It's true. Our 17th Vanguard discovered the Fire Wolves on Earth Bear territory during the battle. This is highly unusual and suggests they are colluding, Pock said, pointing towards Bourne. Bourne stepped forward and said, Indeed, I spotted the Fire Wolves in the Earth Bear's stronghold. Akeem scoffed, Humph. You think we're going to jump to conclusions based on a mere second-tier skeleton's words? Do you even know how many troops the Earth Bear has deployed to the east? If we also need to guard against the Fire Wolves, our forces are simply insufficient. Poker was momentarily speechless. He wasn't good at debate and, at Akeem's urging, didn't know what to do. He looked to Bourne for help again. Bourne gave a wry smile and continued, Although I'm just a second-tier skeleton, I know our Legion's current situation. No matter how strong the Earth Bear is, they can't beat us. If we fight head-on, they suffer heavy losses. That's why they brought in the Fire Wolves, creating the illusion of a frontal assault from the 10th Vanguard's position. In reality, they probably only use 50% of their strength. The real battle will begin when the Fire Wolves flank us from the rear. Akeem was taken aback. He realized that this little skeleton was probably the one who had advised Poker. However, as the deputy commander of the Northern Army, being so openly refuted by a mere skeleton annoyed him. He coldly replied, "Even so, you have no concrete evidence to prove it. I can easily suspect that you're seeing things." Bourne frowned as well. He hadn't expected Akeem to be so difficult. He didn't feel any real loyalty to Claude's Legion, but with his friends Robert and Ron present, he had to intervene. So he said, "Lord Akeem, how about we make a bet?" Akeem raised an eyebrow and said dismissively, "What kind of bet?" Bourne smiled and held up 3 fingers, saying, "Didn't you doubt my eyesight? Then let's exchange 3 moves. If you defeat me in 3 moves, it means my strength is no less than yours, and there's no way I'm seeing things. But if you can defeat me in 3 moves, then I might be seeing things. What do you say?" Bourne's words stunned everyone. A 2nd-tier undead dared to challenge a 4th-tier expert? This was no joke. While a 2nd-tier undead challenging a 3rd-tier undead was somewhat possible, the 4th tier was a hurdle for all undead cultivators. Once they broke through to the 4th tier, they could use magic at will, greatly increasing their combat power. Even a 3rd-tier undead wouldn't dare challenge a 4th-tier expert. Was this little skeleton insane? Akeem was instantly enraged. This little skeleton was provoking him, challenging a 4th-tier expert with 2nd-tier strength, a complete humiliation. If he won, there would be nothing to say, but losing was out of the question. So he said viciously, "Do you really want to die?" Alan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly became interested. He sized up Bourne for a moment and said calmly, "Since this is a private duel, I will be the witness." "General." Poker tried to stop him, but Bourne stopped him, giving him a reassuring look. Akeem grinned maliciously, "Heh, don't even mention 3 moves, I could kill you in 1. You might be one of the stronger 2nd-tier undead, but in my eyes, you're nothing but trash." Bourne wasn't angry, calmly replying, "Lord Akeem, I guess you're the most talkative of all the lieutenants." Akeem was furious again, almost spitting blood. This little skeleton had provoked him time and again, he would never let him die easily. Both sides took their positions, and the others retreated a distance. Seeing that both sides were ready, Alan waved his hand and shouted, "Begin." Bourne wasn't actually very confident. He knew the power of a 4th-tier expert, but he also had his own trump cards. At this moment, only by defeating this lieutenant, Akeem, head-on could he possibly gain General Alan's trust and save Robert and the others in the upcoming battle. Bourne attacked first. He wielded his traceless blade, pushed off with both feet, and charged towards Akeem like an arrow released from a bow. Akeem's heart skipped a beat, such speed. But he remained calm. His plan was to first incapacitate his opponent, then slowly torture him, and finally kill him, consuming his soul fire. That would be enough to vent his anger. So, Akeem calmly drew a bone spike as a weapon, preparing to knock the longsword from Bourne's hand, and then break his arms and legs. Poker closed his eyes as well. He could easily imagine the outcome of a 2nd-tier undead fighting a 4th-tier undead head-on. Even without other factors, the sheer power of a 4th-tier undead's attack was formidable. Bond simply couldn't withstand it. However, the reality defied everyone's expectations. To Akeem's astonishment, Bond's longsword cleaved through the bone spike in his hand, the blade embedding itself deeply. Simultaneously, the blade flicked, the tip pointing directly at his face, sparks flying as it sliced through the bone spike. Akeem was terrified. His anticipated loss of control hadn't occurred, instead, he was in danger. Gritting his teeth, he roared and forcefully flung Bond, sword and all, away. Bourne somersaulted twice in the air before landing steadily on the ground. He looked up and said calmly, "One move." He blocked it? Poker's eyes widened in disbelief. After this exchange, Akeem abandoned his underestimation of his opponent. His opponent was indeed skilled, especially the long sword in his hand, which was exceptionally sharp and could even cleave his own bone spikes. Keep in mind, his own bone spikes were also magical creations, harder than ordinary bone. Humph. Not bad, but still not enough. Prepare to die? With that, Akeem reached out and pulled 2 more bone spikes from his body, charging towards Bourne. This time, he wasn't going to let Bourne gain the upper hand again. He planned to use 1 bone spike to block the long sword, then use the other to decapitate him. Bourne understood his opponent's plan. If it were him a day ago, he certainly wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack, and would have had to retreat. But now it was different. He swung his sword with one hand, blocking Akeem's attack with a clang. A tremendous force sent Bourne flying backward, and Akeem, using the momentum, hurled the other bone spike straight at Bourne's head. Poker's heart tightened again. Now, Bourne was in midair, with no way to dodge. What to do? Bourne steadied himself while rolling, stretched forward with one hand, and used his soul fire power to draw a mysterious symbol, shouting, "Bone shield! Block it!" With 2 clicks, a bone shield as tall as a man instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming bone spikes. With a clang, the bone spikes pierced through Bourne's shield, but their power was greatly reduced, and it gave Bourne time to catch his breath. He landed and flipped sideways, barely dodging the attack. What? Akeem's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The opponent could use a bone shield. This was something he never expected. You have a magic stone? In Akeem's understanding, second-tier undead couldn't use magic. If they could, they must have used a magic stone. Bourne didn't answer his question, but simply said 2 moves. Akeem's face darkened further. He had boasted that he would kill his opponent in 1 move, but now 2 moves had passed, and his opponent hadn't even lost a hair. Akeem gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be so smug. Even with a magic stone, you could only use magic once. Let's see how you withstand my final attack." With that, he stretched out his hands, unleashing the power of soul fire, his eyes fixed on Bourne. A pattern appeared between his hands, a pattern Bourne recognized, a low-level spell. Bone spikes. Akeem was about to use magic. Bourne's heart skipped a beat. He was doomed. He had pushed his opponent to the brink. What to do now? Bone spikes wasn't just about creating a single bone spike, it involved launching bone spikes. The attack power of bone spikes was extremely strong. Even if he could create a bone shield, he couldn't withstand the attack. There was no time for Bourne to think. Akeem roared bone spikes. Instantly, 5 bone spikes materialized before Akeem, each radiating astonishing magical energy, their tips flashing with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Alan frowned as well. Bourne's successful withstanding of 2 rounds of attacks had already exceeded his expectations. This time, Akeem was using his true power. The little skeleton should have no chance. But things are unpredictable. He hadn't thought Bourne could survive either, but the opposite had happened. Therefore, Alan was eager to know how Bourne would respond this time. Akeem grinned maliciously at Bourne, saying, "You little bastard, this time I give you a quick death. Blame it on your poor judgment for messing with the wrong person." Bourne coldly replied, "Your strength isn't worth my fear. Come on, let me see how powerful your little stick is. You're asking for death." Akeem's eyes widened, and he suddenly exerted his strength, launching 5 bone spikes simultaneously, instantly blocking Bourne's escape route. Bourne gritted his teeth, determined to fight. He immediately released magic, waving his hand, and launching 2 bone spikes of his own, the most he could currently unleash at once. The 2 spikes clanged twice, striking the opponent's 2 spikes and exploding. They were not even in the same league. However, affected by these 2 spikes, the opponent's 2 spikes were drastically deflected, embedding themselves in the ground beside them with 2 thuds, creating 2 large holes and giving Bourne some space. Bourne roared, extending his hands once more to unleash a bone shield. But this time, the shield was utterly unable to withstand the attack of the 3 bone spikes, passing through them like paper. The assault continued relentlessly. Desperate, Bourne could only parry with his sword. With another clang, the soul-severing blade collided with the first bone spike, sending Bourne flying again. In midair, Bourne desperately slashed the soul-severing blade in a circle, attempting to deflect the remaining 2 spikes with 2 sharp clangs, but to no avail. 2 cracking sounds instantly pinned Bourne heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone stared wide-eyed, especially Poker and Ron. Through their interactions over this period, they had developed a great fondness for the little skeleton. At the same time, the potential Bourne had shown gave them hope. They wanted to see how this genius would grow, and they couldn't let Bourne die here in vain. Chapter 24. Upon seeing Bourne fall to the ground, Akeem burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, just a bluff. Even with countless magic stones, death is inevitable." In Akeem's mind, he still believed Bourne had used many magic stones to unleash his magic. Poker waved his hand, clearing the dust in front of him, trying to get a better look at Bourne's condition, but what he saw next shocked him, and he cried out in alarm, he didn't fall." "What?" Akeem's laughter abruptly stopped as he looked in Bourne's direction. Bourne's arms had been pierced and blown apart, even reaching his collarbone. He was just a hair's breadth away from having his neck blown off and his head ripped off. His soul-severing blade was held in his mouth. Clearly, at the last moment, he had unleashed all his strength again, using his teeth to hold onto the soul-severing blade despite his destroyed hands, blocking the fatal blow. "This is impossible." Akeem shook his head, completely dumbfounded. His attack just now was practically his full strength, Yet it couldn't kill this mere second-tier skeleton. How could he not be shocked? Ha ha! At this moment, Alan clapped his hands and laughed. Excellent. Very good. I never expected our legion to have a magical genius. Poker and Ron immediately rushed over and supported the swaying Bourne. Bourne grinned and said, Lord Akeem, now you won't doubt my judgment anymore, will you? Although Akeem was filled with resentment and wanted nothing more than to kill this reckless skeleton immediately, he couldn't do it now. A 3-move agreement had already been made, and as the vice-general, he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, General Allen was there as a witness. Helpless, he could only say, don't be so smug here. You won't be so lucky next time. Ignoring the blatant threat, Bourne turned to Allen and said, General Allen, our 40,000 troops in the north cannot act rashly. We can send 10,000 to support the east, creating the illusion of full-scale support. The remaining 30,000 can ambush the Windfire Wolves near Ghostvine Forest. Allen nodded and said, what you say makes sense, but that would leave the eastern forces relatively weak, making it difficult to effectively resist the Earth Bear's attack. Pock explained, we considered that too. We already arranged for Emil, the vice-captain of the 5th Vanguard, to lead a team to lure out the 4th-tier wandering undead, allowing them to attack the Earth Bear's camp from the flank. Even if they eventually kill the wandering undead, they will suffer heavy losses, making it even harder for them to regroup and deal with us. Alan's eyes lit up, and she said, you mean it? Pock nodded emphatically. Alan stroked his chin, pondering, if it's that, it certainly can. Although it can't directly cripple the Earth Bear, it can buy us a lot of time. Once the Northern War is over, we can combine our forces and teach the Earth Bear a lesson. Understanding this, Alan acted decisively, immediately summoning a beast-shaped skeleton from the rear of the ranks, saying, find the 40,000-strong army in the north immediately. Tell them to send 10,000 to continue marching, and the other 30,000 to ambush in the Ghostvine Forest to the west. Also, send 2,000 to provide support behind the 4 advanced teams in the north, ensuring the enemy is lured into the ambush and annihilated in one fell swoop. Tell Abel and Ashy to complete the mission, or else they pay with their heads. The beast-like skeleton, having received the order, sped off, its speed many times greater than that of Bourne and his companions. Ron explained to Bourne, those are wind demon leopard skeletons. Their racial advantage is speed. Our legion recruited many specifically to serve as messengers. Bourne nodded. This was indeed extremely useful on the battlefield, relying solely on manpower. A message would take an unknown amount of time to travel. Then, Alan brought 2 hand bones and walked to Bourne saying, here. I set your bones back. This was a great advantage of the undead, even if their bodies were torn to pieces. As long as their soul fire remained and their souls were immortal, they could be reborn. Alan's magic was incredibly powerful, allowing Bourne to recover quickly. In no time, Bourne's hands were set, and his broken collarbone had healed. He even felt that his body was now more agile than before. He bowed to Alan and said, thank you, General. Alan waved his hand and said, why thank me? I should be thanking you for bringing me such important information. Bourne then asked, I see you already made your troop deployments. Did you receive news of the Earth Bear's impending attack beforehand? If we were just waiting for your intelligence, our main force would still be in the capital. Akeem said irritably. Alan said, haha, it's all thanks to Akeem. His garrison received information from the advance team that the Earth Bear's forces were making significant movements. You're too far away to know this. Poker nodded and said, indeed, I just received the news myself. It seems the Earth Bear is deliberately showing off their strength and trying to cripple our advance team's combat effectiveness by planting a traitor. Alan nodded and said, we have a mole in our advance team? The advance team itself isn't the main fighting force, so being paralyzed isn't a big deal. The important thing is to prevent these moles from entering the battlefield and interfering with our battle. Pock said, yes, so it's best to prevent the advance teams east of the 10th advance team from participating in this battle. We captured 2 moles, and we can use them to find the moles hidden in the 11th through 21st advance teams. However, the 10th advance team has been completely wiped out, so the trail goes cold here. Alan laughed and patted Pock on the shoulder. Well done. Poker, you done a great job this time. Let's proceed as you said. Ron then said, sirs, now that the intelligence has been delivered, our mission is complete. Our 17th advance team has just finished a battle and is currently vulnerable. We need to return quickly. Alan smiled and said, all right. Go back. Ron gave a slight bow, and Bourne was about to leave the main force when Alan said, wait. I only said you can leave. He has to stay. She pointed at Bourne. Bourne was startled and turned to look at Poker, who shook his head in confusion, indicating he didn't know why either. Alan walked over to Bourne and said, "You got some skills, kid. You didn't use a magic stone to cast that spell, did you? Why don't you stay with me and fight alongside the army?" "What?" Akeem exclaimed. "You didn't use a magic stone?" Bourne smiled wryly. "Magic stones are so precious. How could I possibly have that many? You know, I'm just a little skeleton." Akeem stared in disbelief. "How is this possible? How did you do that? Could it be that you are—" "Akeem!" Alan shouted, interrupting Akeem. Akeem immediately shut his mouth, looking at Alan with some apprehension. Alan ignored him and continued speaking to Bourne. "You have great talent. If you stay with me, you have more training resources and can progress much faster. You might even surpass me soon, provided we win this battle first." One of Ron's purposes in bringing Bourne here was to gain his favor and keep him in the Northern Army. Now that General Allen personally wanted Bourne to stay, how could he not be excited? He immediately gave Bourne a wink, and seeing that Bourne was somewhat unmoved, he directly said, "Bourne, quickly thank Lord Allen." Bourne thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you very much for your kind offer, Lord Allen. I am very happy to stay and serve in the Northern Army. However—" "Humph, you ungrateful brat. Damn it!" Before Bourne could finish speaking, Akeem said sarcastically, "Lord Ellen personally invited you, and you still want to make demands?" Ellen waved her hand, stopping Akeem from continuing, and asked, "What do you want?" Bourne nodded and said, "Our 17th Vanguard unit went out in full force and fought desperately, finally capturing 2 traitors, providing a breakthrough for the entire Northern Army to eliminate traitors. We also obtained evidence of their collusion with the Wind and Fire Wolves, but the losses were also enormous. Now we only have less than 100 men left, basically unable to effectively defend our positions. Therefore, I hope the General can provide us with 300 reinforcements for Captain Ron to take back." Upon hearing this, Ron looked at Bourne gratefully. He knew Bourne was speaking up for him. He and Bourne had only known each other for a few days. Bourne had even joined the Legion less than a week ago. Such a man, so passionate and decisive, who wouldn't forget those who helped him just because he had become successful, deeply moved Ron. He was now absolutely certain that Robert had made the right bet again. Alan laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, "That's easy. Akeem, take 300 men from your unit, and have Ron take them back." Akeem's expression immediately changed. Naturally, he didn't want to choose men from his own unit, but he dared not disobey Alan's order. So he glared at Bourne and gave the order. A short while later, a small squad of 300 men arrived. Alan said, "Ron, your advance party has distinguished itself this time. We will reward you according to your merits after the battle, so don't worry, just hold the line and await our victory report." "Yes, sir." Ron saluted and led his 300-man force away from the main force, heading north. Once Ron was out of sight, Alan commanded the army to continue advancing. Poker also followed the army to the front lines. His own 20,000-strong force had already gone to the front lines to provide assistance upon receiving the advance party's distress signal. Next, Bourne was assigned to Alan's side as his personal guard. Alan even gave him a new suit of armor, several levels higher than his original bone armor, offering significantly greater defense. Bourne, naturally, wouldn't miss such an opportunity and immediately started chattering away, asking a barrage of questions. "Lord Alan, may I ask what kind of magic you are skilled in?" Alan paused, exchanged a glance with Poker and Akeem beside him, and said with a wry smile, "Poker didn't tell you?" Poker scratched his head and said, "I know you're a newbie, but I didn't expect you really didn't know anything. Let me tell you, our Lord Alan is also proficient in offensive magic. Besides basic spells like bone spikes and bone hammers, he also knows a low-level spell called Undead Blade, which is quite powerful. It once severed the right arm of the leader of the 4th Army of the Earth Bears, who then fled in disgrace." Upon heard it was a low-level spell, his eyes lit up instantly, and he said cautiously, "That's so powerful, Can I learn it?" Poker cleared his throat, slapped the back of Bourne's head, and said, "What are you thinking? You can't learn low-level magic. You need the captain's permission, unless you acquire it yourself. Spells. Besides, have you mastered your bone spikes? Can you release 5 at once, like Akeem?" Alan smiled and said, "Although you have good talent, you can't be too ambitious. Master the basic magic, even simple spells can have a big impact." Bourne scratched the back of his head and chuckled, I know. Akeem said, "I don't know what kind of luck you had. If you really didn't use the magic stone just now, then you're an all-type adaptable mage, just like the mages of the prime material plane. I hope you don't die so soon." Bourne looked at Akeem and realized that this lieutenant wasn't as hostile towards him as he had been at the beginning. Maybe this guy just had a bad personality and was a bit arrogant and narcissistic. If his existence could really benefit the Legion, he was still willing to compromise. Suddenly, he found Akeem much more agreeable. Akeem felt a chill run down his spine under Bourne's gaze, then turned and glared at him, saying, "What are you looking at? I gouge your eyes out and fry them." Bourne wasn't angry, shrugging, "I like to offer mine, but unfortunately I'm a skeleton, I don't have eyeballs." Akeem rolled his eyes. Poker burst into laughter, and Alan shook his head with a smile. Now the team had a new source of amusement. Akeem's life was going to be tough. Akeem felt he was about to be thoroughly outmaneuvered if things continued this way, so he changed the subject, saying, "Lord Ellen, should we now encamp at the 7th Vanguard or the 10th Vanguard?" Seeing Akeem getting serious, Ellen replied solemnly, "Currently, according to our intelligence, the main force of the Earth-Bearer Legion's 4th Army is at the 7th Vanguard, but this doesn't necessarily reflect their true intentions. It could just be a diversionary tactic. Furthermore, there might be a traitor within the 7th Vanguard. We can't go, but we can't not go. Therefore, we should split into 2 groups, one to the 8th Vanguard and the other to the 9th. At this moment, Bourne spoke up. "That's right." Ellen gave Bourne an approving look. "Our troops are fast enough. As long as we encamp in the defense zones of these 2 vanguards, we can cover both the 7th and 10th Vanguards." Poker nodded and said, I like to see what tricks these guys can pull." Chapter 25. Akeem curled his lip. He still disliked Bourne somewhat. After all, having served as a lieutenant for so many years, being humiliated by a mere skeleton was still very unpleasant. However, ever since he learned that Bourne cast magic using his own power, he knew that Bourne was of great importance to the Legion. As long as he remained in the Legion, he had to consider its interests. He understood that in recent years, the Legion's strength had declined. Although it still held a dominant position in this area, the neighboring legions were no longer afraid, especially the Earth-Bearer and Shadow Serpent legions. If the current situation couldn't be changed, the Clawed Legion would eventually disappear into the undead world, becoming a forgotten part of history, and he himself would become a pile of bones with the Legion's demise. Bourne's appearance gave him a glimmer of hope. Although he hated this who had made him lose face, he had to admit that Alan's actions were correct and far-sighted. Therefore, no matter how unhappy he was, he could only swallow his anger. The undead army moved even faster than Bourne had anticipated. After all, the undead are tireless, marching at full speed without worrying about stamina. In just one day, the army reached within 100 miles of the eastern defense zone. And it was here that a major change occurred. From afar, a beast-shaped skeleton came charging towards them. Bourne recognized this skeleton. It was the wind demon leopard used for messengers. Alan's eyes narrowed. They were now less than 100 miles from the eastern defense zone. What couldn't wait until they arrived? Just then, the wind demon leopard arrived before Ellen and reported, "General, the battle has begun. The Earth-Bearer Legion's 4th Army has launched a full-scale attack on the 8th and 9th Vanguard units' defense zones. Lord Poker's troops are putting up a desperate resistance." "What?" Poker was shocked. The enemy hadn't attacked the 7th or 10th Vanguard units. Instead, they were attacking the 7th and 8th Vanguard units sandwiched in the middle. What kind of maneuver was this? Ellen waved her hand and shouted, "Full speed ahead." Instantly, the Northern Army's marching speed increased by another 10%, like a torrent, vast and mighty, carrying an aura of destruction, rushing towards the battleground. Bourne wasn't surprised. He could roughly guess why the Earth Bears were acting this way. After all, their encampment and the points where they had breached the defenses were key targets for Claude's Legion. A hasty attack might result in losses. However, the 8th and 9th advance teams had already reinforced the 10th advance team's position, meaning their preparations were relatively less thorough, making them the best option for attack. This was also one of the reasons Bourne had initially advised Alan to divide the forces into 2 groups, stationed in the 8th and 9th advance team's defense zones respectively. However, Bourne hadn't anticipated the enemy's swift action. There was only one reason. They had received intelligence that forces mobilized from the northern defense zone had arrived in the eastern defense zone, or were about to arrive. They wanted to add fuel to the fire, accelerating the arrival of these forces to the east to defend, thus distancing themselves from the northern defense zone, and giving the Windfire Wolves an opportunity to attack. As the Northern Army marched frantically, within the ranks of the Earth-Bearer Legion, a gigantic bear-shaped zombie stood solemnly, gazing at the battle ahead. His face was covered in dense scars and wounds, a truly terrifying sight. Beside him stood a black-robed skeleton, clutching a staff of withered bones. His face was obscured by the black robes, only his eyes visible, emitting an eerie blue glow. "Samir, is this battle truly without problems?" the bear-shaped zombie asked, frowning. "Ha-ong, as long as you do as I say, this battle is a foregone conclusion. Not only will the Northern Army's territory be yours, but in the end, the entire Clawed Legion will be yours," the black-robed skeleton murmured. Ong was still somewhat worried. "I fought Alan for years, and never gained the upper hand. He's not someone to be trifled with." Samir smiled sinisterly and said, "That's because you haven't met me yet. This battle will give you a taste of victory, but remember our agreement." The agreement is fine. Alan and his 4 lieutenants Soulfire are yours." "That's good. I don't care about legions or battles. I only care about Soulfire. I want high-level Soulfire, the more the better, he. Samir said, a hint of madness in his eyes. "Report." At this moment, a bear-shaped zombie rushed over and said urgently, "The main force of the Clawed Legion's Northern Army has appeared on the battlefield." They arrived? Ong raised an eyebrow, then pulled out the giant hammer stuck beside him and roared, "Brothers, follow me. Let's crush the Clawed Legion." A roar erupted from the ranks, "Crush Clawed's Legion." At this moment, Bourne had already followed Alan into the enemy camp. Due to the enemy's surprise attack, Pock's troops had no time to react, and their entire defensive line was pushed back more than 50 miles. However, this allowed Alan's army to reach the battlefield more quickly, and the two sides immediately clashed. As a second-tier undead, Bourne's strength was decent in the vanguard, but only average in the main force. Upon entering the battlefield, he discovered that the majority of the enemy's forces were second-tier undead, with very few first-tier undead, making the battle extremely difficult. Fortunately, he was with Alan, a fourth-tier undead, who was practically invincible on the battlefield. No enemy could survive his giant axe. But soon, the enemy general spotted Alan and charged forward with a roar. "Ellen, we meet again. This time, I avenged that arm." It was a gigantic bear-shaped zombie, none other than Ong, the leader of the 4th Army of the Earth Bear Legion. Ellen laughed loudly. "Ong, didn't your last defeat teach you a lesson? Watch me chop you down this time." With a deafening boom, the two clashed, a powerful shockwave radiating outwards from them, blasting away second and third-tier undead, including Bon, leaving an open space. Meanwhile, Poker and Akeem were also held back by 4th-tier powerhouses from the Earth Bear Legion. Akeem was slightly stronger, holding his own against 2 4th-tier undead, while Poker's exceptional defense prevented one of the 4th-tier powerhouses from getting a chance to strike. At this moment, Bourne realized that the Earth Bear Legion's 4th Army only had these 4 4th-tier powerhouses, one less than his own side. No wonder they were said to be weaker. At least in terms of top-tier powerhouses, they were a notch below. However, in the midst of this incredibly chaotic battle, Bourne suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a tall, purplish-red zombie wielding a bone spear, slaughtering in all directions with astonishing power. Wasn't this none other than Sack, the one Ron had brutally beaten, leaving only his head to be carried away? Bourne's eyes widened in fury. He knew that if it hadn't been for Sack, they wouldn't have suffered so many losses. Robert was nearly killed, Jack, Tony, and Bruno were all seriously injured, and of the 300-plus men in the advance team, less than 100 survived, all thanks to Sack. This was unforgivable. Bourne roared and charged towards Sack, wielding his soul-severing blade. Sack immediately spotted Bourne. Upon seeing him, he trembled. He remembered the little skeleton vividly. If it weren't for it, his sneak attack might have killed Robert outright, or at least severely injured him, preventing him from unleashing his full power. Enraged, he sneered, "Little skeleton, I didn't come looking for you, but you came looking for me. Die!" Bourne remained silent, swinging his blade fiercely at Sack. Sack let out a long howl, his spear flashing, deflecting the soul-severing blade with a clang, and then smashing the spear down on his head. Bourne could only parry with his own blade, but the moment their weapons clashed, he felt an overwhelming force, knocking his legs off balance and nearly causing him to kneel. Bourne was startled. This Sack had actually broken through to the 3rd tier. No wonder he was so powerful. Bourne leaned back, retreating a distance, and stood with his sword hanging down. Sack chuckled and said, "Well, you didn't actually think you could defeat me, did you? Let me tell you, I've broken through. I'm stronger than Robert now. You're all going to die, all going to die." His voice was filled with hysteria at the end. Bourne looked at the crazed Sack with pity and said calmly, "You betrayed your best friend. Don't you feel any shame?" Sack glared at him. "Shame? What's so great about Robert? When we were soldiers in the advance team, He was weaker than me and always relied on me. But the captain always gave him the best and me the worst. Was that fair? Later, we became vice-captains one after the other. I got the toughest eastern front and the useless southern front, while Robert got the rich northern front. Why? But Captain Robert always considered you a friend, and even until the very last moment, he still believed in you. What's the use? It's all too late. I can't go back. Then, Sack glared again and roared, "Who do you think you are? What do you know? You know nothing about what Robert and I went through together, yet you're still spouting nonsense here. Die!" With that, he thrust his spear straight at Bourne again. Bourne sighed inwardly, his soul fire power coiling around his hands, instantly condensing into a bone shield to block in front of him. Sack hadn't expected Bourne to have such a trick up his sleeve, and it was too late to retract his spear. The spear snapped into the bone shield, and Bourne, hidden behind the bone shield, raised his hand and brought down his blade, aiming for Sack's head. Sack was startled and hastily drew his spear to parry, but his spear was no match for the soul-severing blade. With a crack, the spear was cleaved in two. The soul-severing blade, its force undiminished, left a blue afterimage in Sack's desperate and venomous gaze, and with a whoosh, a fine head flew into the air and crashed to the ground. I had lost. Sack's head stared blankly, still in shock. Bourne walked over, picked up Sack's head, and looked at him calmly, saying, "Yes, you lost." Sack looked into Bourne's eyes, and at that moment, he actually smiled, a very bright smile. "What are you laughing at? Don't you know you're going to die?" Bourne asked. "Nothing, just find it funny. Even as an undead, I haven't accomplished anything, and I still died as a traitor. It's ridiculous." Bourne looked at him calmly and asked, "Do you have any last words?" Sack sighed and said, "You're a strange undead, asking me what my last words are. Since you asked, I ask you for a favor. Tell Robert. I'm sorry to him." This surprised Bourne greatly. Sack had been so crazy just now. What was wrong with him? Was he truly heartbroken? "Humph, what are you standing there for?" "Just kill me," Sack said. "Heh, you actually said sorry," Bourne laughed. "Since you want to apologize so much, go and say it to his face." "You're not going to kill me?" Sack asked doubtfully. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and he murmured, "No, I can't face Robert anymore. Goodbye, little skeleton, thank you." Instantly, the soulfire power within Sack's head surged dramatically, blue soulfire erupting from his skull and enveloping his entire head. Bourne was startled and released his grip. Sack's head rolled to the ground. A nearby northern army undead shouted, "Get back. He's going to self-destruct." Bourne paused, glanced at the burning Sack, sighed, and said, "I convey your apology to Captain Robert. Rest in peace." He turned and walked away. He hadn't gone far when a deafening roar erupted. Sack's head exploded, blasting nearby undead into the air and creating a large crater in the ground. The power of a third-tier undead self-destruction was indeed considerable. Through this battle, Bourne realized that his current strength was more than capable of killing a third-tier undead, thanks to the indestructible nature of the soul-severing blade and its inherent advantage of being able to unleash magic. Even so, his victory was far from easy. The third-tier undead's power far surpassed his own, and he had to find the perfect opportunity for a fatal blow. Otherwise, if his opponent learned his methods, they would be prepared, making victory even more difficult. Meanwhile, the battle between Alan and Ong had reached its climax. Both were leaders and the strongest fighters of their respective teams, engaging in both close combat and magical duels. However, Alan clearly held the advantage. His death blade magic posed a significant threat to Ong, who was constantly hesitant to unleash his full power. However, because the entire Fourth Army of the Earth Bear was concentrated there, they still held a numerical advantage, further compressing the Northern Army's defensive line and forcing them to retreat nearly 50 miles. Chapter 26. At this moment, the battle between Akeem and the two fourth-tier experts was arguably the most conspicuous. Akeem was skilled in bone spike magic, and attacked with immense power. Coupled with fighting two opponents at once, it was impossible to ignore him. Bourne also slowly approached Akeem and the others, hoping to observe the battle and learn more combat techniques. Akeem fought with increasing ferocity, holding his own against the two fourth-tier experts, neither giving an inch. One of the fourth-tier experts suddenly said, "Akeem, even if you're strong, you're doomed this time." Akeem sneered, "Humph! How arrogant! Even if you two attacked together, you wouldn't be a match for me, yet you dare to say such things." These two fourth-tier experts were also bear-shaped zombies, direct descendants of the Earth Bear, possessing immense strength. However, Akeem didn't rely on brute force. His bone spikes moved like venomous dragons, thrusting and stabbing left and right, forcing his opponents to remain vigilant. However, they weren't afraid of Akeem. They exchanged glances, and then engaged him in battle again. Akeem, unlike his usual listless self, now resembled a war god, wielding a bone spike in each hand, unyielding against the attacks of the two experts, displaying extraordinary power. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A magical pattern appeared beneath Akeem's feet, a flash of magical light, and Akeem instantly felt his body sink, as if his feet were shackled with 1,000 pounds of weight. His bone spike attack slowed down a beat. The two fourth-tier experts' eyes lit up, seizing the opportunity, and simultaneously launched a fatal blow against Akeem. Boar knew he was in trouble. His opponents had indeed come prepared. He formed hand seals and roared, "Bone shield!" Instantly, a bone shield appeared before Akeem. The attacks of the two fourth-tier experts struck the shield almost simultaneously. Due to Bourne's low strength, the shield's defense was weak and couldn't withstand the combined assault of the two fourth-tier experts, shattering instantly. However, this attack bought Akeem time. He channeled his soul fire power into his legs, briefly releasing the magic's control, and rapidly retreated, creating distance between himself and the two fourth-tier experts. He looked at Bourne gratefully. He knew that the bone shield was created by Bourne. Without it, he would have been severely injured. Then, he looked at the two men and said fiercely, "You have reinforcements." One of them said, "Heh, I told you, you're doomed this time. You were lucky just now. Let's see how you handle the next attack." As they spoke, a black-robed skeleton stepped out from between the two men. He held a bone staff, and his entire body was shrouded in an aura of death, making him extremely eerie. Akeem's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, "Who are you? You're not one of the Earth Bears." The other men ignored Akeem and instead said, "Lord Samir, you finally decided to make a move." Samir chuckled sinisterly, "Of course I make a move on my own prey, he. Samir? Akeem thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anyone like that. "You don't need to know who I am," Samir said calmly. "All you need to know is that you will soon become my sustenance, the foundation upon which I grow stronger." Akeem's eyes flashed coldly, and he roared, "Humph, a nobody, let me see what you got." As he spoke, Akeem conjured a bone spike in the air, and shot it toward Samir with a whoosh. The bone spike whistled through the air, its immense power immediately apparent, but Samir remained calm. He casually swung his bone staff, a gray-black gem at the top of which emitted a beam of light, striking the oncoming bone spike squarely. The bone spike reacted as if to sulfuric acid, hissing and dissolving completely before it even reached Samir. Disintegration ray? Akeem narrowed his eyes. During his battle with the two Earth Bears, he had suddenly been subjected to powerful magical control, likely a support spell. Now, Samir had unleashed a disintegration ray, a pure offensive spell. Did this mean Samir, like Bourne, was an all-around adaptable user? "You seem surprised," Samir said, looking at Akeem with a mocking gaze. "I'm not like you. I could use magic at tier 3, and aside from defensive spells, I could use all other spells at will. How could you possibly be my match?" Sure enough, Akeem's heart skipped a beat. He could manage against two Earth Bears, but with a skeleton mage constantly lurking nearby, things were unpredictable, especially since this mage was incredibly powerful. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Akeem made a quick decision. This battle was hopeless, and retreat was the best option. He turned and gave Bourne a wink, and Bourne understood immediately. The two of them raised their hands at the same time, and the power of their soul fire surged forward, instantly condensing into 7 bone spikes in the air, which flew towards each other with a whoosh. "Humph, child's play." Samir brandished his bone staff, unleashing multiple disintegrating rays that dissolved the bone spikes. 2 spikes managed to break through, but were blocked by the 2 Earth Bears, causing no damage. However, after they had blocked all the spikes and looked around, they found that Akeem was nowhere to be seen. This guy got away? One Earth Bear gaped, his mouth agape. He had fought Akeem several times, but had never experienced anything like this before. Samir scoffed, "Humph, so what if he got away? At most, they just returned to their stronghold to defend. Once the reinforcements arrive, they'd be doomed." Just then, a signal flare suddenly exploded in the northern sky with a bang, followed by 3 more flares in quick succession. Ellen, who was locked in a fierce battle with Ong, was instantly invigorated upon seeing this. She swung her axe, sending On flying, and roared, retreat. All the northern soldiers on the battlefield shouted in unison, retreat, abandoning their bewildered enemies, and rushed back to their stronghold. Ong was also dumbfounded. What was going on? Why were they suddenly running away? Then he remembered that the wind and fire wolves might have already begun their operation. Had Ellen received word and discovered their plot? This wouldn't do. He had to hold Ellen back, preventing them from escaping back to the citadel, or things would be troublesome. So Ong waved his hand and roared, "Continue the attack." Seeing that the earth bear was still attacking, Ellen was overjoyed. She led everyone back to the stronghold, using its advantages to defend against the earth bear's attack. Now, she was ready to watch a good show. A whoop! Suddenly, a deafening roar resounded, followed by a rumbling sound from the north. Ong was startled. What was that? His expression immediately changed drastically. Black light shot into the sky from the north, and the earth bear's ranks were utterly routed. A gigantic black dragon-shaped zombie roared furiously, chewing and tearing at the undead of the earth bear legion. The crunching of bones echoed, sending chills down everyone's spines. How could it be this fiend? Ong exclaimed in shock. He recognized the dragon-shaped zombie. The 17th Vanguard team had originally been stationed in Earth Bear territory. Ong and his men had entered the wandering lands of the dead and fought this black fire dragon. However, due to the dragon's overwhelming power, coupled with the looming presence of Claude's legion, Ong and his men had abandoned their attack and fled. Before the attack, they carefully avoided the 17th Vanguard's position when choosing their breakthrough point to prevent conflict with the black fire dragon. However, for some reason, the black fire dragon had somehow managed to reach this location. But at this crucial moment, retreat was not an option. Ong immediately gathered the 4th-tier experts from the army, preparing to join forces to repel the black fire dragon and prevent it from continuing its rampage. Meanwhile, Emil's troops returned to their stronghold. He immediately approached Alan, saluted, and loudly proclaimed, "General Alan, I have accomplished my mission. I have brought the black fire dragon." "Well done." Poker laughed heartily. "I knew I hadn't misjudged you." "Ha ha, yes." Alan nodded with a smile. "I was worried that since the battlefield wasn't in the 10th Vanguard's defense zone, you might not be able to get here. It seems I was overthinking it. What were your losses?" Emil shook his head and said, "The losses weren't significant. That black fire dragon was indeed ridiculously strong, but we didn't engage him head-on. We fought our way back, running and fighting until he made contact with the Earth Bear's forces." Akeem laughed. "Ong and the others are probably in a real bind now. Ha ha ha, I really want to see his expression." Poker covered his mouth and teased, "You're still laughing? I think you were the first one to run away." Akeem paused, then said to Alan, "General, during the battle just now, I discovered someone. He doesn't belong to the Earth Bear Legion. He's incredibly strong and ruthless. I almost fell for his trick just now." Alan raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh? Who is that?" Akeem said seriously, "His name is Samir, a skeleton mage, who can use both support and offensive magic. He seems to hold a high position in the Earth Bear Legion." "Samir?" Ellen frowned slightly. "I never heard of that name before. He shouldn't be an undead from this area." Poker laughed. "It doesn't matter where he comes from, just kill him." Akeem rolled his eyes at Poker. "It's not that I'm afraid of him, but if you encounter him, be careful. His disintegration ray and a speed-limiting spell are very powerful." "Okay." Ellen nodded, then looked towards the battlefield outside the stronghold. At this moment, Ong and the others were already fighting the black fire dragon. The black fire dragon's strength was estimated to be at the early 5th tier, but because it was a wandering undead, it fought without any strategy, relying entirely on instinct. Therefore, Ong and the others were able to handle it. Samir's eyes lit up when he saw the black fire dragon. He, a 5th tier soul fire. I want this 5th tier soul fire." Ong said irritably, "If you want it, come help me kill this black fire dragon, and we split its soul fire." Samir narrowed his eyes and said, "Split? Why split? I want it all." Ong was furious. "If you don't want it, then get out of the way." Samir chuckled. "I suspect this black fire dragon was lured here by the Clawed Legion to weaken you. Once your battle is over, they can come out and reap the benefits. As for me, I can help you end the battle quickly, preserving your strength and giving the Clawed Legion a deterrent. So, it's not unreasonable for me to want this 5th tier soul fire, is it?" Ong gritted his teeth. That damn Samir was actually raising the price. This was a 5th tier soul fire. Even killing it would cost them something. He couldn't bear to just hand it over like that. But he also knew Samir was right. He had to deal with the black fire dragon, or his team would suffer heavy losses. He would either retreat or swallow his pride and suffer the consequences. Seeing Ong remain silent, Samir continued, "Don't be reluctant. Obtaining this 5th-tier undead soul fire will greatly increase my strength, which will also benefit you. We have a long way to go in our cooperation." Ong sighed and said helplessly, "All right, it's all yours, but you must help us defeat Claude's army and seize this territory." Samir chuckled and said, "No problem, watch me." With that, he swung his bone staff, sending 2 disintegrating rays striking the black fire dragon squarely in the face. The dragon roared, opening its blood-red maw and spewing out a ball of black flames. Ong swung his giant hammer, shattering the flames with a deafening crash, but the impact sent him flying backward, barely managing to regain his footing. Seeing its flames destroyed by Ong, the black fire dragon roared in fury and charged at Ong, intending to bite him to pieces. Samir swiftly swung his bone staff, and a circle of magical patterns instantly appeared beneath the black fire dragon's feet. The dragon faltered, lost its balance, and crashed heavily to the ground. Ong seized the opportunity, channeling the power of his soul fire, and roared, 1,000 pounds of power. He swung his giant hammer down fiercely on the black fire dragon's massive head. With a deafening roar and a cloud of dust, Aang's massive hammer slammed into the black fire dragon's head. Moreover, with this strike, Ong unleashed a low-level support spell, 1,000 pounds of force, which significantly increased his attack power for a short period. It was safe to say that Aang's attack had reached the peak combat power of a 4th-tier undead. Even Ellen wouldn't dare to take this blow head-on. The black fire dragon roared, its head already deeply embedded in the ground. However, the next moment, a burst of black flame erupted from the black fire dragon's body, causing the earth to crack open with a deafening boom. It pulled its head from the ground, roaring to the sky. The spot on its head where Aang's hammer had struck was dented, but its skull remained intact. The dragon race's defensive capabilities are truly astonishing. Samir exclaimed, his eyes filled with longing. Ong snorted and said, "What are we going to do? Even my full-force attack couldn't kill it. What are you afraid of?" Samir scoffed. "Its head is already injured, that's the opening. We concentrate our attack on that spot. This black fire dragon won't last long." Chapter 27. Inside the stronghold, Alan frowned deeply. He had witnessed Aang's attack earlier. Normally, dealing with the black fire dragon wouldn't be easy for Ong and his group, they would inevitably suffer. But judging from the current situation, they probably really could take it down. "It must be that Samir's doing," Akeem said fiercely. He had fallen victim to Samir's trick before, and knew it all too well. "At this rate, this black fire dragon won't last long," Pak worriedly said. "Then the Earth Bear can concentrate its forces to attack us. Although we're not afraid, we inevitably suffer casualties." Bourne chuckled and said, "You guys are too big a target to do much, but I'm different. I'm just a 2nd-tier skeleton. It's very easy for me to infiltrate and cause trouble." Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Had this kid gone mad? "Do you know there's an army of tens of thousands ahead of you? Do you want to die?" Pak shouted. "I admit you got some skills, but you can't just go around with wild ideas," Akeem remarked. Bourne shook his head, feigning mystery, and said, "I have a brilliant plan." With that, to everyone's astonishment, he leaped over the stronghold's fortifications and charged towards the Earth Bear's camp. Meanwhile, the Earth Bear Legion, focused on the battle between Ong and the Black Fire Dragon, failed to notice anyone who had slipped out of the enemy stronghold and infiltrated their ranks. Bourne didn't reveal himself either. He simply grabbed a set of Earth Bear armor from the battlefield and donned it. While this didn't alter his aura, it served to confuse the enemy. After all, he wasn't a big shot who would remember his presence. Of course, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision by Bourne. Something significant had happened to Bourne, or more precisely, to the soul-severing blade. The consciousness of the blade maniac had awakened. More accurately, it had temporarily awakened, previously, because the blade maniac had forcibly infused the soul fusion technique into Bourne. His own soul power had been excessively depleted, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. According to the blade maniac, Bourne needed to collect enough soul fire for the blade maniac to awaken more quickly. During this time, Bourne had slain many undead and collected a great deal of soul fire. A large portion of the soul fire he absorbed each time was absorbed by the soul-severing blade. While this slowed Bourne's cultivation speed, the soul fusion technique was constantly operating, greatly benefiting him. Overall, Bourne's cultivation speed was still faster than that of ordinary undead. However, even so, the soul fire absorbed by Bourne, except for the death serpent he killed in Poker City, was mostly first or second tier, with very weak power. It wasn't enough to awaken the Blade Maniac, it could only nourish the Blade Maniac's soul. However, the appearance of the Black Fire Dragon changed everything. Like the Death Serpent, the Black Fire Dragon is a creature unique to the Netherworld, possessing immense power, especially its soul force. Its appearance and the soul pressure it released stimulated the slumbering Blade Madman within the soul-severing blade, causing him to briefly regain consciousness. In that brief moment, the Blade Madman conveyed an important mission to Born: to obtain the Black Fire Dragon's soul fire. The Blade Madman had no time to explain further. Upon waking, he discovered that Born's strength was only at the second tier. If he were to directly attempt to obtain the Black Fire Dragon's soul fire, it would be a one-way trip. Therefore, he cast a spell on Born and then fell back into slumber. After retreating to the stronghold, Born stopped paying attention to the battlefield and devoted himself entirely to the magic that Blade Madman had given him. This magic was far more complex than anything he had encountered before. Bone shields and bone spikes were utterly insignificant compared to it. Born felt Blade Madman was deliberately making things difficult for him. How could he possibly learn such complex magic in such a short time? Born was going crazy. However, just when Born felt powerless, the soul-severing blade emitted a blue light, instantly enveloping his entire body. The others, focused on the battlefield, didn't notice the little blue man beside them. Born felt this light instantly shatter his doubts and obstacles in learning the magic. The patterns and power pathways within the magic became clearly visible. Born felt enlightened, and his learning became twice as efficient. In no time, he had mastered most of the magic. However, to Born's somewhat amused and exasperated turn of events, after discarding the magic training method, the Blade Madman simply fell into a deep sleep, neither telling him what kind of magic it was nor its name. This left Born completely baffled. What kind of magic was it, anyway? Fortunately, with the help of the soul-severing blade, he quickly mastered the magic. Since the Blade Madman hadn't explained it, he decided to try it himself. To avoid making a scene, Born concentrated his soulfire power on one finger and traced the magic pattern. Instantly, he felt as if a black hole was rapidly sucking away his magic power, and his finger gradually blurred until it vanished completely. What's going on? Born was shocked. He moved his fingers and found they were still there, and he could still pick things up. This meant his fingers hadn't disappeared, they had simply become invisible. So it's an invisibility spell. My teacher is truly amazing. He's only been awake for a short while, yet he can accurately assess the situation and give me such a spell. I wonder what level this spell is, but judging from its complexity, it's definitely not a beginner level. Born made up his mind. Since he could become invisible, secretly obtaining the Black Fire Dragon's soulfire wouldn't be difficult. However, he then realized another problem. His magic power might not last long. Due to the depletion from the battle, and the fact that the spell itself consumed a lot of magic power, Born could only maintain invisibility for a mere 3 minutes. Therefore, Born didn't plan to immediately infiltrate the enemy camp using invisibility. Instead, he would use other methods to blend in first. This led to his initial appearance wearing the Earth Bear's armor, blending into the Earth Bear's ranks amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Although he had managed to infiltrate the area, he dared not venture too deep. After all, his soul aura remained, and someone might remember him from the previous battle. If he moved too much or drew too much attention, he might be recognized. Therefore, Born cautiously and slowly approached the battle between Ong and the Black Fire Dragon. At this moment, the Black Fire Dragon was already at its limit. Samir's unwavering and powerful control, combined with Aang's overwhelming attack power, had left the Black Fire Dragon covered in wounds, especially its head, which had suffered multiple heavy blows. It seemed that the next attack would be enough to kill it. However, Aang wasn't in good shape either. After all, he had been at the forefront, clashing with the Black Fire Dragon several times, and had several wounds on his body. Fortunately, he was undead and couldn't feel pain, but the injuries were real. Samir said excitedly, Aang, let's try again. This Black Fire Dragon can't hold on much longer. Unleash your 1,000-pound power again, and we'd definitely kill it. Aang rolled his eyes at Samir. In truth, he was extremely unwilling. He had gone to so much trouble to kill the Black Fire Dragon, but he wouldn't get a single soul flame. He was working for someone else for free. He had never been treated like this before. But he had no choice. This Samir had the ability to help him defeat Claude's northern army. Although 5th-tier soul flames were extremely precious, as long as they occupied the northern army's territory, they would have as many cultivation resources as they wanted, so he didn't care. Aang's 3 4th-tier experts swarmed forward, unleashing their strongest attacks to restrict the Blackfire Dragon's movements. Samir seized the opportunity, rapidly swinging his bone staff, unleashing 4 disintegration rays, 2 striking the Blackfire Dragon's eyes, and 2 hitting its head wounds. The Blackfire Dragon roared and charged headlong towards the direction from which the disintegration rays had come. Now! Samir sneered, casting another slowing spell, sending the Blackfire Dragon tumbling head over heels. The Blackfire Dragon, being merely a wandering undead, lacked self-awareness. Its previous defeats hadn't taught it a lesson, so the same tactic still worked. Seeing the Blackfire Dragon fall again, Ong seized the chance, swinging his giant hammer and roaring, 8,000 pounds of power. Instantly, his muscles bulged, the hammer emitting a faint dark light, carrying terrifying power, and he struck the Blackfire Dragon's head once more. With a crack, the Blackfire Dragon's skull finally gave way under the immense pressure, shattering into pieces. The dragon instantly lost all fighting power, lying motionless on the ground. Haha, it's done! Samir cheered excitedly, skipping and hopping towards the Blackfire Dragon's soul fire. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. 2 bone spikes abruptly appeared in the void, shooting rapidly towards Samir and Ong. Samir, in his excitement, naturally didn't notice them, but Ong saw the bone spikes immediately. With a roar, he swung his giant hammer and smashed them to pieces. Samir snapped out of his daze, stopped, and looked around, shouting viciously, "Who's there? How dare they ambush me?" However, no one answered his question. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Ong frowned deeply. He clearly sensed the bone spikes were coming from within his own ranks. Logically, since there were no more 4-tier experts in his team, it couldn't have been a spell cast by one of their own. Therefore, someone from the enemy had infiltrated. However, in the enemy camp, only Akeem could cast bone spikes, but the spikes from earlier were clearly weaker than Akeem's. So who could it be? Had another 4-tier undead appeared in the enemy camp? The group searched around for a while, but found no trace of the enemy. Samir's vulture-like eyes swept over everyone around him. Finally, he stamped his foot. Fine, he thought. Let's get the Blackfire Dragon's soulfire first, then deal with this potential enemy later. However, when he looked at the Blackfire Dragon's head, he froze, standing there dumbfounded, like a stone statue, completely petrified. Ong noticed Samir's unusual behavior and followed his gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Ong rubbed his eyes hard, afraid he was seeing things. Samir, however, had already reacted. He rushed to the front of the Blackfire Dragon's head, frantically searching inside, but all to no avail. There was no soul fire, nothing at all. Samir was in utter shock. This couldn't be. He had clearly seen the pale blue soul fire within the Blackfire Dragon's head. How could it have vanished in the blink of an eye? And the magic core. Logically, there should be a magic core in the Blackfire Dragon's head too. How could there be nothing there? Ong turned to his 3-4-tier undead subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything just now?" The 3-4-tier undead shook their heads. One of them said, "We were standing at the back, we didn't see anything. We were so focused on finding the source of the bone spikes that we didn't pay any attention to the commotion here." Ong slammed his giant hammer into the ground, roaring, "Damn it! Who did it? What method did they use to take the soulfire and the magic core so silently? Who was it?" Samir turned towards the Northern Army, gritting his teeth. "They must be from Claude's Legion. I make them pay." Meanwhile, in the Northern Army's stronghold, Alan and the others craned their necks, but due to the distance, they couldn't see what was happening ahead. They only saw the Blackfire Dragon's massive body fall, and then there was no more movement. "How's Bon?" Poker asked worriedly. "He must have his reasons for doing this. He might be back soon," Alan said. Akeem scoffed, "That guy's just putting on a show, daring to storm the enemy camp alone. He deserves to die." Though he said this, he leaned far out, constantly peering around. Just then, Poker suddenly shouted, "Look, isn't that Bon?" Everyone looked in the direction Poker was pointing, and saw a small skeleton, wearing Earth Bear armor, who had somehow appeared on the outer perimeter of the Earth Bear camp, running at full speed. Not only did the Northern Army spot him, but the Earth Bear Legion also discovered him, especially Samir, who screamed angrily, "Grab him! Grab him! Don't let him get away!" On also roared, "Stop him!" The Earth Bear camp was instantly thrown into chaos. Because Born's soul aura was clearly different from the Earth Bear's, and because no one had noticed him before, his presence was easily identified now that they had received General Aang's order. Immediately, the closest undead attacked Born. Born no longer concealed himself, He quickly removed his earth bear armor, threw it behind him, and drew his soul-severing blade to deflect 2 undead attacks, continuing to run forward at top speed. Chapter 28. Upon discovering that Born had been exposed, Akeem, inside the stronghold, immediately waved his hand. "Those behind, follow me. Cover Born's return." With that, he led 1,000 men out of the stronghold. Alan shook her head with a wry smile, looking at Poker and saying, "You go too. Pick up the man and come back quickly, don't linger." Poker nodded and rushed out with Akeem. Born was in dire straits. He had severely overestimated his magic power. He had originally thought his invisibility would last about 3 minutes, enough for him to escape back to the stronghold. However, because he had initially released 2 bone spikes to attract the enemy's attention, some of his magic power had been depleted. He had only run halfway when his magic power waned, revealing him and allowing him to be discovered by the enemy. Fortunately, he was already quite far from Ong, Samir, and the other 4-tier powerhouses. Those chasing him were mostly 2nd and 3rd tier undead. Although he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. However, due to the attacks from these 2nd and 3rd tier undead, coupled with his depleted mana and inability to use magic anymore, Born's escape speed was greatly reduced. Ong and Samir were gradually catching up, which made Born's scalp tingle. If these 4-tier powerhouses caught up, he would surely die. Just as Born was in dire straits, a group of people charged forward. Leading them was Akeem, who shouted, "You brat, run! I cover your retreat." Born was overjoyed and increased his speed, rushing towards Akeem. However, at that moment, a magical pattern appeared beneath Born's feet. He recognized the pattern immediately. It was Samir's restrictive magic. Born's expression changed drastically. Instantly, he felt as if his legs weighed 1,000 pounds, unable to even lift them. Behind him, Ong had arrived, swinging his giant hammer, accompanied by a gust of wind, and smashing it down towards Born's face. "It's over. I really messed up." Born was at his wit's end. He wanted to cast a bone shield but had no magic left. He wanted to dodge but was restricted. If he took a direct hit, he would surely die. Just at this critical moment, a massive bone shield appeared between Born and Ong Ang's giant hammer struck the shield directly with a muffled thud. The expected shattering of the shield didn't occur. Instead, Born was sent flying by the immense impact, like a cannonball towards the Northern Army's stronghold. Needless to say, this bone shield was cast by Poker. His research into bone shield magic had reached a high level, and combined with his own immense strength, his bone shield was incredibly sturdy. Even a master like Ong couldn't easily shatter his defense. Born flew a short distance before crashing heavily to the ground. His entire skeleton was shattered by the blow. Not a single part of his body was intact except for his head and neck, which remained connected, likely due to his instinctive use of the soul-severing blade to protect his head. Upon seeing this, Akeem rushed over, scooped up the mangled Born and roared, "Retreat!" He led his troops in a fierce charge back to their stronghold. "Thank you, Lord Akeem," Born said weakly. Akeem paused, then turned away, saying calmly, "No need to thank me. You saved me once before. This is me repaying you. We're even." Born didn't reply. He knew Akeem was a proud man, but not a bad one. At least through this battle, they had put aside their past grievances. Back at the base, Akeem took Born directly to Alan. Alan, looking at Born's mangled body, gave a wry smile. "You little skeleton, you really surprised me. You actually made it back alive. Tell me, what did you bring back?" Born grimaced. "Lord Alan, how can I report to you in this state? Perhaps you could help me recover first?" Alan laughed, giving Akeem and Poker a wink. The 3 of them worked together, releasing pure soulfire power to help Born heal. Born's injuries were extremely severe. Only his head was intact and still movable, the rest of his body was shattered, with only fragments of bone hanging together. If Born had fallen into the enemy's hands in this state, he would have been utterly powerless and destined to be devoured. Fortunately, he managed to escape. It took Alan and the other 2 quite some time to finally restore Born to a considerable state, at least enough for him to move around on his own. However, some injuries remained unhealed. After all, it was wartime, and Alan and the others needed to conserve their strength to deal with the Earth Bear's attack. Looking at the recovered Born, Alan said, "Now you can tell me." Born stretched his limbs and smiled, saying, "Thank you, Lord Alan. Actually, when I got to the Black Fire Dragon, their battle was almost over. They killed the Black Fire Dragon shortly after. Taking advantage of their inattention, I secretly slipped away to the Black Fire Dragon and stole its soulfire and magic core. Since the soulfire was difficult to carry, I devoured it on the spot, but I brought the magic core back with me." As he spoke, Bourne pulled a jet-black crystal from his mouth, the Blackfire Dragon's magic core. In truth, Bourne had only one purpose in going there, the Blackfire Dragon's soul fire. This was a task given to him by the Mad Blade. However, while retrieving the soul fire, he discovered that the Blackfire Dragon's magic core was also inside its head, beneath the soul fire. He figured he might as well take it, so he also retrieved the magic core. If the Blackfire Dragon hadn't been so enormous, he probably would have carried the entire dragon away. Alan took the magic core, examined it carefully, and nodded, saying, "It is indeed a 5th-tier Blackfire Dragon magic core, of excellent quality." Then, he turned to Bourne and asked, "How did you manage that? They just let you go, and retrieve the soulfire and magic core so openly?" Bourne shook his head and said, "Of course not, I went secretly. I keep the specific methods a secret, hee." Seeing that Bourne was unwilling to answer, Alan didn't press him, tossing the magic core back to Bourne and saying, "Hee, anyway, you did a good job. Ong and the others are probably furious. The magic core is good, you can keep it for yourself." Bourne was taken aback and said, "You don't want this magic core?" Alan laughed and said, "What would I do with your magic core? You got it through your own abilities, so keep it for yourself. I find a chance to get someone from the Central Army to refine a magic stone for you and engrave an attack spell." Seeing Alan say this, Bourne no longer refused. "In that case, thank you very much, Lord Alan." At this moment, Ong was already furious. His sure-kill attack had actually helped the other party escape even faster, and he was extremely frustrated. Samir was also gritting his teeth. He didn't know what methods the other party had used to steal the Blackfire Dragon's soul fire and magic core silently, but through the battle just now, he also discovered the other party's true strength, which was only 2nd tier. This surprised him greatly, but then he felt relieved. Yes, the other party must have used a magic stone, and a magic stone engraved with a very powerful spell, to evade everyone's sight. However, such powerful magic stones must be few in number, the enemy can't use them a second time after using them once. Samir turned to Ong and said, "Attack." By now, the Windfire Wolves in the north must have completed their attack and are starting to flank us from the rear. Ong nodded and said, "Even if you didn't say it, I know. This time, you must help me successfully defeat the Northern Army, you reap the rewards later." However, at this moment, a 4th-tier undead under Ong said worriedly, "Lord Ong, for some reason, I feel that the enemy's forces are somewhat insufficient. Logically speaking, the Northern Army supposedly numbers 100,000, but it seems there aren't 100,000 on the battlefield right now," Ong said, shaking his head. "The situation on the battlefield changes in an instant. We can't see the enemy's full strength, and according to intelligence, a large force of tens of thousands is indeed coming from the north. It shouldn't be wrong." However, what Ong didn't know was that the force of tens of thousands was a decoy used by Ellen to mislead him, specifically to impress the traitors. In reality, of the 40,000 troops in the north, another 30,000 were lying in ambush, waiting for Windfire Wolves to plunge into the prepared ambush. Samir took 2 steps forward and grinned maliciously. "It's all right. Even if our forces are evenly matched, with me here, you don't need to worry. A northern army is nothing to me." As he spoke, he took out 2 magic stones. These 2 magic stones were surrounded by orbs of light, one bluish-gray and the other blood-red, appearing particularly eerie. They were different from the magic stones that Bourne had seen before, clearly not ordinary items. Aang's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the 2 magic stones, he asked, These are magic stones engraved with low-level magic?" Samir chuckled, holding up the 2 stones. "Did you think I came empty-handed? Before I set off, my master gave me these 2 magic stones. One is engraved with a speed-enhancing spell, Phantom Strike, and the other with an attack-enhancing spell, Berserk Power. Both stones are infused with a large amount of magic power, enough to buff the entire army for 1 hour." "The entire army for 1 hour?" Ong was astonished. He knew that while his 4th army was slightly weaker than Claude's northern army, the difference wasn't significant. With the blessing of these 2 low-level spells, they could not only make up for this gap, but even crush the northern army and achieve victory in one fell swoop. However, Samir continued fiercely, "Originally, I didn't want to use them. After all, magic stones of this quality are extremely precious, even my master doesn't have many. But these bastards of Claude dared to provoke me like this, so they can't blame me." Ong quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that his men were ready to attack, then turned and said, "In that case, let's attack now." Samir nodded, holding up 2 magic stones with both hands. He released his soul fire power to communicate with the magic power within the stones. Instantly, the two magic stones emitted a dazzling light, which spread continuously, eventually enveloping the entire Fourth Army. Everyone in the Fourth Army felt a surge of violent power rush into their bodies. Whether skeletons or zombies, their entire forms grew larger, the blue soulfire in their eyes turned crimson, radiating a bloodthirsty chill. Their speed increased, and their strength increased. Alan noticed the movement on the other side as well, his brow furrowing. As the strongest and most experienced member of the Northern Army, he sensed something was wrong the moment he saw the light. "What is that?" Poker asked. Alan sighed and replied in a low voice, "It's a powerful support spell, capable of empowering the entire army. We're going to have a tough fight. If things get too bad, we just abandon the position," Bourne said. Ellen shook her head, pointing to the opposite side, and said, "No, they probably use speed-enhancing magic to prevent us from escaping. Look, that ring of bluish-gray light, that should be it." Poker slammed his fist on the bone shield, angrily saying, "We can't escape, and we can't fight back. What are we going to do?" Ellen pondered for a moment, then said, "There is a way. These kinds of support magic have time limits. If it's low-level magic, it might even reduce our combat power after the effect ends. What we need to do is stall them until Abel and Ash arrive, then gather the entire army and teach them a lesson." Before she finished speaking, the enemy had already begun their attack. The Fourth Army of the Earth-Bearer Legion charged towards the Northern Army's stronghold like demons unleashed, howling and roaring as if they had no regard for their lives. The Northern Army's stronghold, originally the 9th Vanguard's main camp, was extremely rudimentary. Its defenses were only gradually improved after Pock's men arrived, but due to the short time frame, these defenses were utterly ineffective against the Earth-Bearer. Pock roared. His soldiers, well-equipped and exceptionally well-defended, could no longer afford to hesitate and had to fight head-on. With a deafening crash, the two sides clashed. Pock's forces, relying on the stronghold's fortifications, barely managed to withstand the first wave of attack. Akeem immediately assembled his troops, each armed with multiple bone spikes, some also carrying bows and arrows, and unleashed a volley of fire at the Earth-Bearer's forces. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of whooshing sounds rang out. Akeem's forces included many powerful third-tier undead, whose arrows and bone spikes were incredibly powerful. While the Earth-Bearer's side had increased their speed and attack power, they hadn't increased their defense. Many undead were struck by bone spikes and arrows, suffering severe injuries. Some even had their heads blown off and died instantly. However, this advantageous strategy didn't last long. Ong, leading Samir and 3 other 4th-tier warriors, forcefully broke through Pock's defenses and stormed into the Northern Army's stronghold. Ellen roared and charged forward, wielding her giant axe. Immediately, a new close-quarters battle began. Chapter 29. The moment the Earth-Bearer's forces stormed the stronghold, their advantage became immediately apparent. Increased speed and attack power amplified their individual combat capabilities several times over, inflicting heavy losses on the Northern Army. Alan, now facing on again, had a better understanding of the situation. He knew the support magic on used wasn't low-level magic, but a much more powerful low-level spell. Even he was being overwhelmed by Ong, utterly powerless. Bourne was practically useless. His magic was completely depleted, and Aang's hammer had shattered his bones. Having only recently recovered, he was utterly incapable of rejoining the fight. So, as soon as the battle began, he ran. Yes, he ran. He ran as fast as he could, because he knew the enemy not only had increased their combat strength, but also held a numerical advantage. Under these circumstances, the Northern Army wouldn't last long. Their defensive line would inevitably have to retreat. He couldn't worry about that now. He needed to quickly recover his strength and await reinforcements from the 2 garrison commanders in the northwest. Bourne didn't run far. Once he was away from the battlefield, he found a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and began using the soul fusion technique. Without replenishing his soul fire, refining death elements through the soul fusion technique to heal his injuries was the best option. The surrounding death elements immediately surged, converging towards Bourne's body in wisps, forming a visible vortex. This was the phenomenon that occurred whenever Bourne actively used the soul fusion technique. Therefore, Bourne dared not cultivate near the battlefield, lest he be discovered and have difficulty explaining himself. The death elements refined by the soul fusion technique transformed into pure power, and flowed into Bourne's limbs and bones, helping him heal his injuries. Simultaneously, his soul fire gradually replenished. Meanwhile, on Alan's side, he was being relentlessly pushed back by Ong, feeling extremely frustrated. He had fought Ong many times before, and had never been at such a disadvantage. Today was truly bizarre. Ellen swung her axe, sending Ong reeling, and roared, "Ong! You used external forces to enhance your power. Even if you win, it's an unfair victory." Ong laughed loudly. "An unfair victory? Don't joke around. It's a fight to the death between us. No matter what it takes, I will defeat you." Using this brief moment, Ellen quickly scanned the battlefield and found that her side was completely at a disadvantage. Akeem was even injured, fighting alongside Pak against the attacks of 4 other 4-tier undead. Fortunately, Pak's bone shield was incredibly strong. Even Samir's disintegration ray couldn't completely penetrate it, only leaving a deep, corroded pit on the surface. "You still have the mind to look around. Take this," Ong roared, swinging his giant hammer at Ellen. Ellen immediately looked away, a magic stone appearing in her hand. The magic stone was a deep blue, shimmering with light, and its quality was surprisingly comparable to Samir's 2 magic stones. A resolute glint flashed in Ellen's eyes. She gritted her teeth and crushed the magic stone. With a boom, a blue halo expanded, actually forcing Ong back 2 steps. Ong looked at Ellen with astonishment. At that moment, Ellen was enveloped in a blue aura and sneered, "Don't think you're the only ones with magic stones." Ong glared at his opponent and said, "What kind of magic is that? Why should I tell you? Try it yourself and you see," Ellen said, wielding her giant axe and clashing with Ong again. This time, Ellen wasn't being overwhelmed by Ong. Ong clearly felt surging power emanating from his opponent's attacks, each strike shaking his soul and making him dizzy, slowing down his attacks and defenses. "What kind of magic is this?" Ong was horrified. He had never seen such magic before. This magic must be some kind of auxiliary magic, enhancing attack power, but the way it amplified was truly unprecedented and unheard of. The commotion attracted Samir's attention. When Samir saw the circle of blue light, he was startled. Seeing Aang's combat reaction, his guess became even more certain. Immediately, he abandoned his attack on Akeem and Pak and turned to help Ong. Ong was overwhelmed by Alan's onslaught, and Alan, seizing the opportunity, feinted a slash with his giant axe. Ong instinctively raised his hammer to block, but instead of blocking the axe's attack as expected, the axe changed course and swung upwards from below. Ong was terrified. He was done for. He was going to be seriously injured, if not killed. Just then, a disintegrating ray shot towards Alan's head. Alan sensed the danger and had to abandon his attack, dodging to the side. Ong escaped unscathed and quickly jumped back a distance. Samir slowly walked to Aang's side, standing beside him, and said in a low voice, "You can't beat him, Ong." Ong rolled his eyes at him, annoyed. "I know. I don't need you to remind me." Samir continued, "The blue aura around him is a very rare low-level magic soul impact. It's a support spell that can be cast on a person, releasing a soul shockwave with each attack, thus affecting the opponent's movements." Ong understood immediately. No wonder he was getting increasingly dizzy as the fight progressed. He had almost been seriously injured. "So how do we deal with him?" Ong asked. Samir said calmly, "You continue to engage him in combat. I provide range support. The 2 of us should be able to hold him off. The battle is currently in our favor. Even if the magical buff disappears in the end, our advantage has already been established, and their defeat is inevitable." Ong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Northern Army had been utterly overwhelmed by their own forces, their strongholds had been flattened, and they had virtually no defensive advantage. Even if the magical buff disappeared now, the Northern Windfire Wolf Legion should have arrived by then. With an attack from both sides, even a powerful general like Ellen would be powerless to turn the tide. Ellen was extremely anxious at this moment. Their original plan was to hold the stronghold and wait for Abel and Ashi's reinforcements. However, they did not expect that the enemy would have a wide range of support magic, which would increase the combat power of the entire army several times over and break through the stronghold's defenses. At this point, they had no choice but to abandon the stronghold and retreat the entire defensive line. If all else failed, they would have to retreat to Poker City, where the fortifications were the most solid, and would not be easy to break through even if the Earth-Bearer Legion sent out all its elite troops. At this moment, Ong and his companion gave him no time to breathe. Samir swung his bone staff, and Alan immediately felt his body sink. A thought flashed through his mind. This was his first time fighting Samir. He had heard of Samir from Akeem before, but hadn't paid much attention. However, after actually being controlled by Samir, Alan was quite surprised. This control was incredibly powerful. Although the control time was short in battle, even a second's mistake could expose a huge opening, leading to a fatal blow. This showed just how powerful Samir was. Seeing Samir make his move, Ong immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Alan was much stronger than Akeem. He activated his soul fire power, breaking free from Samir's control. He quickly dodged Aang's attack, and his giant axe slashed diagonally down. Ong dared not be careless, and could only retract his giant hammer to parry. With a clang, the two clashed. Ong felt dizzy and cursed angrily. This soul impact is disgusting. Taking advantage of Aang's slowed movements, Ellen swung her axe again. This time, Samir's disintegration ray arrived again. Ellen had no choice but to abandon her attack on Ong again and defend against the disintegration ray. Thus, the three fought fiercely, exchanging blows, and for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, things were not so good on the other side. Akeem was already seriously injured, and Poker was barely holding on against the attacks of 3/4-tier undead. He was also at his limit, and the mana in his soul fire was about to run out. Once he could no longer cast the Bone Shield spell, his defense would be greatly reduced, and he might not even be able to escape. "What should we do? I can't hold on much longer," Poker whispered to Akeem. Akeem's arm had been blasted off. He continued his relentless attacks, casting bone spike magic with one hand, and said in a low voice, "There's nothing I can do. Their attacks are just too powerful, and my magic is almost exhausted." Akeem was internally devastated. As an experienced lieutenant, he could naturally see the current situation. Without a defensive stronghold, his undead were being slaughtered one after another, losing nearly half their numbers. If this continued, his entire force would be wiped out first. But he was helpless. Even he himself was nearing his end. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the last bone shield in front of Pak was torn to shreds by three frenzied earth bears. Pak's face turned ashen, while Akeem stood before Pak, raising his remaining bone spike with his only hand, pointing it fiercely at the three charging earth bears, his eyes filled with murderous intent, ready to face his death. Just then, another bone shield blocked the path of the three earth bears. Caught off guard, the bears slammed into the shield before they could react. The shield wobbled, fine cracks appearing on its surface, but it didn't break, it remained steadfast. Akeem was startled. What was going on? He turned to look at Pak, puzzled. Pak shrugged and said, "I'm out of magic. I didn't cast this." Akeem was even more confused. Who else in the Legion besides Pak could cast a bone shield? This thought flashed through his mind, making Akeem shudder. Could it be him? At that moment, a voice came from behind. "Two lieutenants, let's retreat immediately. Now is not the time for a direct confrontation." Looking back, the newcomer was none other than Born, who had disappeared at the start of the battle. Now, Born showed no signs of injury whatsoever. Even more strangely, not only were his injuries completely healed, but his soulfire power was also abundant, placing him at 100% strength, showing no trace of the severe injuries he had just suffered. But there was no time to think further. With his last remaining magic power, Akeem pointed a finger to the sky and released a signal flare. The flare exploded with a burst of black light. Upon seeing this signal, all the Northern Army soldiers immediately abandoned their resistance against the enemy and turned to flee. Alan, seeing the signal, sighed inwardly. He knew that even a retreat would result in heavy losses for his side. The enemy's buffs included speed-increasing magic. Under these circumstances, the Northern Army's escape speed would inevitably be slower than the Earth Bear's pursuit. Those who lagged behind would become the Earth Bear's prey. However, if they didn't flee, without the protection of their stronghold, they were no match for the Earth Bear. Before the bear's magical buff wore off, their own forces would be severely weakened. The rout was catastrophic. The Northern Army's undead fled in disarray, and after a period of pursuit, their original 70,000 strong force dwindled to only about 50,000. This infuriated Ellen, and at this moment, Poker's citadel was practically within reach. But Ong was also extremely anxious. The battle had dragged on for so long, the enemy was almost at Poker's citadel, yet the Windfire Wolf Legion hadn't arrived. If they successfully escaped back to Poker's citadel, it would likely take them considerable effort to defeat the Northern Army. Thinking this, Ong urged his troops to speed up, determined to kill the enemy before they could escape back to the citadel. However, just then, a huge sound suddenly erupted from the flank of the Earth Bear's army. Boom! What's going on now? Ong immediately stopped and looked to the side, but due to the obstruction of the undead army, he couldn't see what was happening. Then, a roar rang out. "Give me all my strength to kill the Earth Bears. Leave no one alive." Ellen also noticed the commotion. When she heard this, she trembled and stopped, excitedly saying, "It's a success. Abel and Ashy are here." Poker immediately turned and roared, "Soldiers, the chance for revenge has arrived. Kill them all." Leave no one alive. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the northern army camp. Having been chased by the earth bears and suffering heavy losses, the entire army. The soldiers were seething with anger. Now that reinforcements had arrived, and they were being attacked from both sides, it was their chance for revenge and a comeback. How could they not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? On was shocked. He suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Abel and Yossi from the northern army from the beginning. He had initially thought they were fighting elsewhere, and hadn't gathered together. Now he knew that these two weren't in the eastern defense zone at all, but in the northern defense zone. Our plan has failed? A fourth-tier earth bear exclaimed in shock. Why did this happen? Ong turned and glared angrily at Samir. Chapter 30. Samir was momentarily filled with doubt and uncertainty. In his view, no one in Claude's legion should have discovered his plan. He had the earth bear send a large number of men to infiltrate the enemy's advance party to gather intelligence, and intensify the offensive on the east, creating a tense atmosphere there. Simultaneously, he personally went to the Windfire Wolf Legion and the Shadow Serpent Legion, offering them substantial benefits. Their cooperation in this operation was seamless, and the initial stages of the plan had proceeded very smoothly. However, the sudden attack by the 17th Advance Party created a gap in the personnel planted within that party. But with a great battle imminent, such a minor incident wouldn't affect the overall situation, so Samir remained confident that the plan would succeed. However, things didn't go as planned. The enemy clearly knew his plan, deploying some troops to intercept the Windfire Wolves. After defeating the Windfire Wolves, they then rushed to reinforce the eastern battlefield, joining forces with the main army to create a pincer movement against his forces. This is too strange, Samir said. Ong slammed his giant hammer into the ground, angrily saying, What's so strange about that? We're deep in enemy territory, surrounded, and the magic buff is about to expire. If we don't find a way out quickly, our entire force will be wiped out here, and neither of us will escape. Samir ignored the furious Ong and continued, If they knew my plan from the beginning, they could have easily eliminated all our personnel and requested reinforcements from the Central Army, defeating us on both the northern and eastern fronts. But they didn't do that. The only reason is, they only just learned of our plan themselves. Ong was taken aback and asked, What do you mean? Are you saying someone on our side leaked the plan? Samir shook his head and said, No, our people are right under our noses. If they were going to leak it, they would have done so long ago. There's only one possibility. Someone on the other side is extremely intelligent and can deduce our plan from limited clues. Who is it? Ong asked. Samir shrugged and said, I don't know. Ong was instantly furious. He talked for so long, and this guy hadn't said a single useful word. It was infuriating. If you don't know, then shut up. At that moment, the magical light from the Earth Bear team flickered, then extinguished one by one. The magical enhancement had completely disappeared. Ong felt his power vanish, and his own strength had also decreased, to less than 70 to 80% of his usual power. This made his heart sink again. Ellen gave him no chance to react, leading her army in a counterattack. While Poker and Akeem were exhausted of mana, Aang's 3/4 tier undead were in even worse shape, and the situation suddenly shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, Ong roared, Retreat! Retreat! All troops! You think you can escape? Ellen roared, her soulfire power rapidly condensing into a pale, arcing slash, aimed at Aang's escape route. Ong was terrified. This was Ellen's strongest attack. The undead blade. His right arm had been severed by this attack before, and now his strength was greatly diminished. He was no match for Ellen. What was he to do? Just as he was in despair, one of his earth bears bravely stepped forward, using his last ounce of strength to shield Ong. Although he was a 4th-tier undead, his strength was far inferior to Ellen's. After a short while, he was cleaved in two by the undead blade and died instantly. The undead blade, having exhausted all its power, vanished into the void. No! Ong roared, his eyes bloodshot. These were his men who had fought alongside him for years. He had painstakingly trained them, transforming them from lowly undead soldiers into 4th-tier powerhouses, but in an instant, one of them had been lost. How could he not be heartbroken? The other two 4th-tier earth bears, seeing this, didn't hesitate and rushed to Ong, shouting, Lord Ong, run! We cover your retreat, run! Seeing his first attack fail, Alan prepared a second wave. He hadn't used magic much before, and his mana was now abundant, almost without any loss. Even so, he could only unleash such a powerful strike 3 times. Seeing Alan about to attack again, Ong roared, Alan, I will fight you Northern Army to the death. With that, he slammed his giant hammer into the ground, a flash of red light emanating from his body. He instantly unleashed his immense power once more, his strength surging several times over. His bloodshot eyes were fixed on Alan. At this moment, On was like a trapped beast, filled with rage and ferocity, using his last strength to fight back. With a whoosh, Alan unleashed another slash with the undead blade, this time even more powerful than before, whistling through the air as it hurtled towards Ong and the others. Ong leaped into the air, wielding his massive hammer overhead, and slamming it down in the direction of the incoming attack. With a deafening boom, the immense force collided, creating a powerful sonic wave that spread outwards. The two closest 4-tier earth bears were thrown back several steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. Having finally regained their footing, they looked closely, and saw that Aang's hammer, unable to withstand the force, shattered into pieces under the powerful blow, crumbling into fragments with a crack. Aang himself was also sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Alan coldly snorted, and without hesitation, unleashed another attack. This was his last bit of power. After this attack, his magic power would be almost completely depleted, making it impossible to cast a powerful spell like the undead blade. Aang was stunned by the powerful impact of the undead blade, his body numb. Meanwhile, the soul shock magic on Ellen was still in effect, rendering Aang, lying on the ground, unable to think clearly. Even as the next slash flew towards him, he didn't move, only lying on the ground, hands covering his head, groaning in pain. Seeing this, the two 4-tier earth bears didn't hesitate, rushing in front of Aang to defend themselves with their last ounce of strength. But as expected, their combined strength was no match for Ellen. One was instantly killed, the other cleaved in two at the waist, severely wounded. Aang struggled to his feet. The effects of his 1,000-pound strength technique were slowly fading. He was no longer capable of fighting back. He looked around at the battle in a daze, a deep sorrow filling his heart. What was all this? He had fought Ellen for years, losing countless times, but never before had he been so badly defeated. After this battle, there would be no more Earth Bear 4th Army, and no more General Aang. Alan, dragging his giant axe backwards, walked step by step towards Aang, like a messenger of death, about to reap Aang's life. Aang looked calmly at Alan as he approached. At this moment, he felt no more hope. He smiled and said, "Old rival, after all these years, our battle is finally over." Alan replied calmly, "Your battle is over, but mine has only just begun." With that, he swung his giant axe in a horizontal cleavage, severing Aang's head, and catching it firmly in his hand. Aang's massive body, headless, fell heavily backward onto the crimson undead ground. Thus, Aang, the renowned leader of the 4th Army of the Earth Bear Legion and a 4th-tier Earth Bear powerhouse, was defeated. On the other side, Abel and Ash swept through the remaining Earth Bear forces with overwhelming force. The Earth Bear's flanks offered little resistance and were wiped out piecemeal. By the time the two forces merged, the remaining Earth Bear soldiers were powerless to resist and surrendered on their knees. Under Ellen's command, everyone escorted the prisoners of war into Pak City to take stock of the battle. At the same time, Abel and Ash reported on their gains in the northwest. It turned out that after receiving Ellen's orders, Abel and Ash immediately dispatched a small force to continue eastward, while the main force returned to the Ghost Vine Forest near the city to ambush. This Ghost Vine Forest was extremely dense. The undead hiding within would be virtually undetectable without careful observation. As expected, the Northern Fire Wolves dispatched 50,000 troops to attack southward. The 18th to 21st advance teams, as planned, offered only token resistance before joining up with a 1,000-strong support team and retreating directly towards the Ghost Vine Forest. The Fire Wolves' main force, believing that the Northern Army had left only 1,000 men to defend, felt reassured and saw no problem. They pursued relentlessly, determined to annihilate all 1,000 men and capture the two garrison cities behind them. However, upon entering the Ghost Vine Forest, they were immediately hampered by a black swamp. Many weaker Windfire Wolves were corroded and perished, throwing the Windfire Wolf ranks into chaos. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of troops emerged from the Ghost Vine Forest, led by a 4th-tier powerhouse, further disrupting the Windfire Wolf army and rendering them completely unable to mount an effective defense. Although the Windfire Wolf army had a numerical advantage, Abel and Ashi, through a surprise attack, quickly seized the initiative, annihilating over 30,000 Windfire Wolves, capturing 5,000, and forcing over 10,000 to escape back to their northern territory in the chaos. One of their two 4th-tier Windfire Wolf leaders was killed, and the other captured. In contrast, Abel and Ashi's side suffered only a few hundred casualties, a complete victory. The losses on the eastern battlefield were much greater. Thanks to Samir's assistance, the Earth Bear Legion gained additional combat power and buffs, inflicting heavy damage on the Northern Army led by Ellen. In this battle, the Earth Bear deployed a total of 100,000 men, of whom 90,000 were killed in action and 10,000 were captured. Not a single one escaped. Of the 4 4-tier powerhouses, including On, 2 were captured and 2 were directly killed by Ellen's undead blade, essentially a total annihilation. Ellen's side also suffered heavy losses. Of the 70,000 men, less than 50,000 remained. Akeem's forces suffered the most, essentially wiped out. Ellen patted the somewhat dejected Akeem and said, "Don't be sad. I find a way to replenish your forces. Your garrison troops are still our most important vanguard. The Clawed Legion can't do without you, and the Northern Army can't do without you." Akeem nodded, forcing a wry smile. "It's alright. It's just that suddenly becoming a commander without troops is a bit disorienting." Ellen then ordered all units to return to their respective citadels to prepare for the post-battle work, leading advanced detachments 300 li to establish new strongholds. The corresponding citadel positions were also to be moved forward, aiming to quickly take over the southern region of the Windfire Wolf Legion and the northwestern region of the Earth Bear Legion. The Northern Army's main city forces were tasked with guarding all prisoners. Those willing to join Claude's Legion were required to provide valuable intelligence, otherwise, they would be executed without exception. The task of interrogation was assigned to the squad leaders in the main city. They did not return to the main city, but instead carried out their work in the Poker Citadel. Ellen and her group headed directly to the 17th Advanced Team. This team was crucial. Originally bordered by the Windfire Wolves to the north and the Earth Bears to the east, it had, under Ron's leadership, advanced nearly 400 miles forward, encountering only sporadic resistance along the way, all of which were quickly eliminated. The 17th Advanced Team was now deep in enemy territory, situated at the border between the Windfire Wolves and Earth Bears domains. Ron was thrilled by Ellen's arrival. He quickly reported on their situation and smiled, and nodded to Bourne, who stood behind Ellen. After listening to Ron's report, Ellen smiled and said, "You did well, Ron. From now on, you be promoted to squad leader of the Citadel, under the command of Poker Citadel. What do you think, Poker?" Poker laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, I've been thinking of that for a long time. It's a waste to keep someone as talented as Ron in the advanced team." Ron was overjoyed and immediately bowed, saying, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely continue to work hard and achieve more merits." Alan nodded and said, "However, you cannot leave the advanced team for now. The situation here is still unstable. You need to bring a team from Pokers to garrison here and stabilize our territory before returning to the Citadel." "Ron." He immediately replied, "Yes." Poker then said, "Now that you've been promoted to squad leader of the Citadel, who do you think is most suitable for the position of advanced team leader?" Without hesitation, Ron pulled Robert, who was standing behind him, forward and said, "I think Robert is very suitable. He was the one who brought Bourne back from the wilderness in this battle, and it was he who relied on Bourne to obtain crucial intelligence. Through this large-scale battle, he also successfully advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3, and his strength is outstanding. I think he's the perfect candidate to be the new advanced team leader." Alan turned to look at Bourne, who nodded, indicating that Ron was right. Poker laughed heartily and said, "In that case, I hereby announce that Ron is the leader of my Poker Citadel 9th Squad, and Robert is the leader of the 17th Advanced Team, effective immediately." Chapter 31. After resolving the matter of the 17th Vanguard, several high-ranking officers of the Northern Army sat down to discuss the current situation. Alan spoke first. "Our main purpose in coming to the 17th Vanguard was to oversee frontline command. Next, I plan to launch a counterattack against the Fire Wolves and the Earth Bears. Through this battle, their forces have suffered devastating blows, especially the Earth Bears. Their 4th Army was practically wiped out. We should occupy at least half of the territory that originally belonged to the 4th Army." Akeem added, "With the territory expanding, our defensive lines will also be stretched. Our 4 citadels might not be enough." Alan nodded, "Yes, that's why. I already sent someone to the Central Army to report the results of this battle to Commander Claude, and at the same time, I suggested that the Central Army take over the Northern Army's rear areas. The Northern Army is moving forward as a whole. The Central Army needs to allocate more troops to us. We need to establish our 5th fortified city." Poker slapped his thigh and laughed, "Ha ha ha, in that case, our Northern Army will be the strongest and largest in the entire Clawed Legion, ha ha ha." Alan shook his head, "Don't be too happy yet. If things continue like this, our Northern Army will directly face the combined attacks of the Earth Bear, the Fire Wolves, and the Shadow Serpent Legions. Especially Abel and Ashy, a large portion of your territory will border the Shadow Serpent Legion. The Shadow Serpent Legion didn't send a single soldier in this battle, and suffered no losses. I suspect they're already encroaching on the southwestern territory of the Fire Wolves. Abel nodded and said, Indeed, I received a report from the 21st Advance Team. They encountered the Shadow Serpent Legion during their advance. Currently, the two sides are in a stalemate, and no conflict has broken out. Alan thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Bourne beside him, smiled, and asked, Bourne, you're quite clever. What do you think about what's going to happen next? Bourne was taken aback. He hadn't expected Alan to ask him. Poker and Akeem weren't surprised, but Abel and Ash didn't recognize Bourne and unconsciously began to scrutinize the unassuming little skeleton. Bourne gave an awkward smile and said to Alan, Lord Alan, you're right. We do need to quickly occupy territory and allocate some of the rear areas to the Central Army, but you overlooked something. Alan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Bourne always had new ideas. What have I overlooked? Bourne said calmly, in the Clawed Legion, we can't be the largest, only the second largest. The largest should be left to the Central Army. What? Ash exclaimed, Are you afraid the Central Army will be wary of us becoming too powerful? Bourne shook his head. Lord Ash, you misunderstand. I don't think the Central Army will be wary of us becoming too powerful, but if we become the largest, it will displease the other military districts, which is detrimental to the overall unity of the Clawed Legion. Actually, we have a better solution. Poker impatiently shouted, Hey, Bourne, stop beating around the bush. Tell us. What's the solution? In chuckled, and as before, picked up a thin bone from the ground and began to draw. Instantly, a map appeared before everyone. Pointing to the map, Bond said, Although our territory has increased, our defensive line is also longer, and we have more enemies. This is not conducive to our development. Therefore, we must not only transfer some areas in the rear to the Central Army, but also transfer some areas in the east and west to the Eastern and Western armies. We only need to keep some territory at the front. We will establish a four-tier defense system centered on the Northern Army's main city. The first tier is the main city, the second is the garrison city, the third is the auxiliary cities, and the fourth is the vanguard. We don't need to increase the number of garrison cities, but instead, we will establish several auxiliary cities outside of the garrison cities. These cities will be guarded by those who have distinguished themselves in this battle and possess great strength. This way, our territory will be more stable, and our overall strength will not excessively exceed that of other military regions. It's a win-win situation. Alan pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded and said, Indeed, such a large territory is useless to us. It would only become a burden. It's better to distribute it to other military regions. This way, we gain favor, save trouble, and the Central Army won't need to send any more experts. Things will be much simpler. Of course, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. Bourne continued, Lord Alan, you may soon no longer be the leader of the Northern Army. What? Poker exclaimed, Why do you say that? Bourne gave Alan a meaningful look. Lord Alan led the Northern Army to inflict heavy losses on the Earth Bear and Windfire Wolves legions, achieving outstanding results. If I'm not mistaken, when the messenger returns, Lord Alan will be taking up a position in the Central Army. The four vice-generals exchanged glances, unsure how to react. Alan gave a wry smile and said, That's all in the future. Even if I'm no longer the leader of the Northern Army, I won't abandon it. Of course, I trust Lord Alan's character. Bourne nodded, then changed the subject. But, once you take office, won't the new leader of the Northern Army be dissatisfied with what you're doing now? Everyone fell silent. Yes, according to Bourne's advice, dividing the territory the Northern Army had painstakingly conquered into the Central Army and the Eastern and Western armies was the most advantageous choice in the long run. But if Alan were transferred to the Central Army, the Northern Army would have a new leader. Would this move by the Northern Army anger the new leader? No one knew. Bourne tapped the ground and said in a deep voice, Therefore, it's best for us to remain still for now, consolidate the territory we already gained, and at the same time, Lord Alan needs to quickly understand Lord Claude's thoughts on what position he wants you to assume. This is crucial. It relates to how we proceed. Alan understood Bond's meaning and nodded, saying, You're right. We do as you say. We focus on consolidating our existing territory and not think about anything else. Once the front lines are stable, I head to the Central Army to report to Lord Claude. After the meeting, the four vice-generals established temporary outposts on the spot to command all the advanced teams. 2 more advanced teams were added to the west, bringing the Northern Army's total to 23. Emil, who had drawn the black fire dragon into the enemy camp during the battle and distinguished himself, was promoted by Alan to captain of the 10th Advance Team, forming a new 10th Advance Team. As expected, the enemy was still somewhat resentful about the large-scale encroachment on their territory, especially the Earth-Bearer Legion. They continuously sent multiple forces, hoping to reclaim some land, but unfortunately, under the suppression and support of the Eastern Army, the Earth-Bearer Legion was unable to defend itself, and could only barely maintain the status quo. The Fire Wolves Legion suffered a major setback. Their strength was already relatively weak in this region. After this battle, their power was significantly diminished. Upon discovering their defeat, the Shadow Serpent Legion immediately mobilized a large force, launching a surprise attack on the Fire Wolves Legion's western territory, inflicting further heavy losses. The Fire Wolves Legion's territory has now shrunk to its maximum, unable to withstand any more attacks. Precisely because of this, Abel and Ashy's forces were able to advance unimpeded, encountering virtually no resistance, and seizing most of the Fire Wolves Legion's territory until they encountered the Shadow Serpent Legion. Listening to the battle reports coming from all directions, Alan frowned, constantly sketching and drawing on the ground, adjusting the Northern Army's sphere of influence and troop deployments. Bourne hadn't left Ellen's side during this time. After this battle, Ellen completely trusted Bourne. Whether it was the initial plan to lure the enemy out, the strategy of using the Black Fire Dragon to devour the enemy, or the current strategy of remaining inactive, Ellen was full of admiration. This little skeleton was no ordinary opponent. While Ellen and the others were busy consolidating their territory, Bourne was thinking about other things. After the battle, an important figure on the other side. Samir was missing. He hadn't been killed or captured, he had simply vanished into thin air. During the subsequent interrogation, remained silent and even attempted to self-destruct, but was killed by Ellen's men. They hadn't obtained any useful information, which made Bourne very uneasy. Where did Samir, this 4th-tier skeleton mage, come from? He possessed powerful magical attacks and control, and even had an area of effect buffing magic stone. His appearance was key to the Earth Bear's plan to attack the Northern Army. Without him, the Earth Bear wouldn't have gained the upper hand on the front lines. He held too many secrets, and now this man had vanished. Are you still thinking about Samir? Alan suddenly asked. Bourne sighed, leaned back, and lay sprawled on the ground. This Samir is too strange. I'm certain he's not one of the Earth Bears. I know that too. I fought on for years, and never knew he had such a figure under his command. And according to other intelligence, there isn't a 4th-tier skeleton mage like him in the entire Earth Bearer Legion. He is indeed quite strange, but now Ong is dead, and the other prisoners only have a vague understanding of Samir's identity. We have no clues. Bourne propped himself up and said, according to the prisoners' confessions, this Samir only joined their 4th army about a year ago. He doesn't concern himself with military matters, just stays with Ong, but many of Aang's decisions are influenced by Samir, including planting a mole in our advanced team and reaching agreements with the Windfire Wolf Legion and the Shadow Serpent Legion. Ong seems to trust him a lot. Alan turned around and moved to sit next to Bourne, his expression somewhat serious. I have a guess, but if it's true, it's truly terrifying. Bourne was startled and quickly asked, what guess? Is Samir's identity special? Alan nodded solemnly, his gaze turning northeast. North of the Earth Bear, there's a very powerful legion. They're not only strong but also very eager to expand. Their legion's area is 10 times larger than ours. Bourne was taken aback. He truly didn't know about this. No one had mentioned it to him before. Alan continued, it's understandable that you don't know. This legion is called the Jessica Legion. Originally, they were quite far from us, but in recent years, through continuous warfare, they eliminated many nearby legions, connecting their territories and gradually bordering the Earth Bearer Legion. The Earth Bearer Legion isn't weak either. Because the Jessica Legion's battle lines are stretched too thin, their strength in the south is relatively weak, which is why they haven't been able to defeat the Earth Bearer Legion all these years. Bourne frowned and said, so, the Jessica Legion probably doesn't care about the Earth Bear. If they really wanted to fight, the Earth Bear definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Ellen nodded and continued, yes, don't be fooled by our calm. Jessica's Legion is actually fighting a massive legion to the west, and has no time to deal with us. So I suspect that Samir is from Jessica's Legion. He wants to help the Earth Bearer Legion fight us, weakening both sides and profiting from the chaos. Bourne immediately sat up straight. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Ellen and said, if that's the case, it's quite possible. After all, the other side is a behemoth, but they don't have the energy to deal with us, so they sent a nobody to stir things up. Unfortunately, it failed. Although the Earth Bear lost a fourth army, their overall strength wasn't weakened, and were even less affected. The Windfire Wolf Legion, on the other hand, is in dire straits. If I'm not mistaken, they're about to be finished. Just then, a messenger rushed into the tent, shouting, reporting to Ellen. Lord Allen, the 20th Vanguard has sent crucial intelligence. Allen and Bourne were both startled, exchanged a glance, and said in unison, "Speak." The messenger hurriedly reported, "The Jessica Legion of the North has invaded the territory of the Firewolves Legion, annihilating them and pushing back the Shadow Serpent Legion and our forces by 200 currently. Our 18th, 19th, and 20th Vanguard units are in a standoff with the Jessica Legion." Allen jumped to his feet, looking at Bourne with a wry smile. "Is your mouth blessed?" Bourne shrugged, also getting up from the ground, waved the messenger away, and continued, "Now, the Jessica Legion has territory bordering us, but they dare not push us too far. After all, our Legion's strength is also very formidable. If possible, I hope that after you go to the Central Army, you can persuade Lord Claude to cooperate with the Earth Bear and the Shadow Serpent to jointly resist the expansion of the Jessica Legion." Allen paused slightly, then thought for a moment, finally sighing, "Indeed, if we could cooperate with the Earth Bear and Shadow Serpent, we might be able to resist Jessica's attack. However, our three legions have been fighting each other for decades, and the basis for mutual trust has long since disappeared. The possibility of cooperation is extremely low." Bourne shook his head, smiling bitterly. "Then we can only do our best, and leave the rest to fate." Afterwards, as Bourne had predicted, after the Windfire Wolf Legion was destroyed, most of its territory was occupied by the Northern Army, while Jessica and Shadow Serpent occupied the other half, creating a three-way standoff on the Windfire Wolf Legion's original territory. The Earth Bear ceased its counterattack, instead tightening its defenses and protecting its core area. Shortly afterward, a messenger from the Central Army returned, summoning General Allen away. For the time being, all affairs of the Northern Army were temporarily managed by Akeem, and the situation on the border stabilized. Behind the 17th Advance Team, in a valley filled with jagged rocks and scattered, strange plants with menacing claws, the ground was littered with debris and bones left from the battle. A gust of wind blew, and a skull rolled to the side, crashing into a stone wall and coming to a stop. Behind the stone wall was a small cave, its entrance blocked by a massive bone shield, making it impossible for outsiders to see inside. The cave was dimly lit, with only a sliver of light filtering through the gaps in the bone shield, barely enough to make out the scene inside. A small skeleton soldier, clad in black snakeskin armor and wearing a black fire dragon helmet, sat cross-legged on the ground. Death elemental energy swirled around him, forming a circular vortex that converged on the skeleton. This skeleton was none other than Bourne. After Ellen left, he no longer concerned himself with the affairs of the Northern Army, finding this place to cultivate in peace, hoping to break through to the third level of the First Yuan realm in one fell swoop. After that battle, having absorbed a great deal of soul fire, and with a period of cultivation, he recently felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. This excited him greatly, and he cultivated even more diligently. However, just then, the void before him suddenly distorted. Bourne sensed something and opened his eyes, but saw nothing. After a while, the void distorted again. This time, the distortion slowly widened, tearing open a crack, and a powerful suction force emanated from within. Bourne's mouth gaped open. What? What was happening now? Chapter 32. On a grassland in the northern part of the city-state of Goer, a caravan moved unhurriedly towards Misty City. Leading the caravan was a burly man, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as if searching for potential enemies. His guards behind him were all covered in blood, clearly having weathered a battle, yet each remained dignified, showing no signs of relaxation or fatigue. 2 carriages were in the caravan. One carried goods and luggage, while the other carried 2 little girls, one about 15 or 16 years old, the other only about 7. The younger girl wore a red dress, wrapped in a fox fur blanket due to the growing chill. Her fair face was huddled within the fur, her breath steaming evenly from her mouth and nose. Her gaze was fixed on the outside of the carriage, her eyes filled with sorrow. There lay a magnificent city, known as the world's adventure capital, Misty City. "Miss, we're almost there," the older girl said. The smaller girl was none other than Annie, born summoner in the prime material plane. The larger girl was Annie's handmaiden, Angela. After Bourne injured the evil necromancer Brand and returned to the netherworld, Annie continued her journey to Mist City under the escort of Rooney's team. The journey was relatively smooth, without encountering any further danger. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived outside Mist City. The gates of Mist City were open, and a small team was checking the identities of those entering and leaving. Mist City didn't originally have such a rule. It was only recently that a necromancer had appeared there, causing some unrest, which led to stricter management. It would probably return to normal after a while. Rooney stepped forward and displayed his token. The city gate guards, startled, immediately and respectfully allowed Rooney and his party to enter. Rooney was an underling of Annie's elder brother, Oren, and Mist City was nominally under Oren's jurisdiction. Although Oren didn't visit Mist City often, his token was still valid throughout the city. After entering the city, the group headed directly east. Mist City was semi-elliptical, bordered by the vast mist forest to the north, and open fields on the other three sides. The city was divided into 3 areas: an adventurer's zone, bordering the mist forest, containing the adventurers' guild, blacksmith shops, and other places frequented by adventurers; a residential zone, where ordinary residents of Mist City lived, though only the relatively wealthy could afford to live there; and finally, the slums, a slum inhabited by failed adventurers, and those who had lost their land and wealth. It was filthy and chaotic, lacking shops, and with extremely poor security. Annie's convoy was heading towards the residential area. Drew had arranged a nice place for Annie in Misty City, located in the heart of the neighborhood, a beautiful environment lined with shops and offering great convenience. The convoy stopped in front of a 2-story building with a number plaque hanging at the entrance, 1995, Maple Street. Rooney and his guards carried Annie's luggage piece by piece into the house. Annie and Angela also got off the carriage, looking at the building with curiosity. "Miss, we be living here from now on," Angela said, and nodded, turning to look around. Besides Annie's building, there were many other houses, standing side by side. Across the street were many shops. It was morning, and pedestrians were coming and going, all looking at Annie and her companion with curiosity, and a buzz of discussion arose. Where did these nobles come from? Why did they settle in Misty City? I don't know, but judging from the imposing presence of those guards, they must be from a powerful family. That's really strange. Misty City is a border city. Nobles usually wouldn't want to come here. Hearing these comments, Annie's eyes dimmed again. She turned and said, "Let's go in." Yes, Mississippi. Angela immediately picked up 2 large suitcases and followed Annie into the small building. The house wasn't large. The first floor had a living room, dining room, and kitchen, while the second floor had 4 rooms. Annie randomly chose one and went inside. "Miss, do you like this room?" Angela asked. Annie walked to the window, opened it, and looked out. Outside was a quiet alley with few people passing by. This will do. Okay, I start unpacking now." Angela put down her luggage and began to busy herself, and rested her hands lightly on the windowsill, gazing out at the distant, densely packed houses, where she could see the direction of the misty forest. She sighed deeply. This little house was indeed decent, but it was far inferior to the castle she had previously lived in. Moreover, her family was not here. From now on, she and Angela would live here together. Drew would provide, and with a monthly allowance through the city lord's mansion to support her. Fortunately, before Anne left, Eva had given her some money and told her to find her uncle, saying he would help take care of her. And glanced back at Angela, who was busy tidying the room, and said, "Angela, leave the tidying to Rooney and the others. Let's go to the north of the city to find my uncle Nicole." Angela paused, then put down the half-laid bed sheet she was holding, grinning. "Great. We just arrived and haven't had a chance to really explore yet. Let's go see other places." After saying goodbye to Rooney, the two headed straight out. Although the weather was cold, the streets were bustling with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out their wares drifted from the shops. Angela, like a curious child, looked around, especially interested in things unique to Misty City. If Annie hadn't been holding her back, she probably wouldn't have stopped walking. However, because Misty City is adjacent to the Misty Forest, many adventurers hunt magical beasts and obtain a lot of magic cores and materials, which they sell locally. Many shops sell these materials. In fact, the abundance of magical beast materials here is greater than anywhere else in the Gore city-state. Before long, Annie and Angela had passed through the residential area and entered the adventure zone. The scene in the adventure zone was vastly different from the residential area. Gone were the clean, tidy streets and spacious, brightly lit shops. Instead, there were numerous roadside stalls. Many people, dressed in shabby clothes, sat on the ground, selling various goods from a simple blanket in front of them. The streets were more crowded than the residential area, but most people wore strangely shaped armor, carried weapons, and hurried along. Annie and Angela's attire stood out starkly against this backdrop. Angela nervously clutched Annie's clothes, cautiously looking around, occasionally glancing at the items sold at the roadside stalls. Suddenly, Angela, not paying attention, bumped into a passerby. She cried out in pain and quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry, so sorry. Are you all right?" When Angela finally saw the man clearly, she was startled. He was enormous, clad in silver-gray iron armor, with a giant axe slung across his back. A long scar ran from his left forehead to the corner of his right mouth, making him look ferocious and terrifying. The burly man looked down at Angela, grinning with his terrifyingly large mouth, and sneered, "Little girl, you bumped into me, and sorry is all you need to say." Angela panicked even more. "I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean to. I apologize." The burly man snorted and said, "I won't stoop to your level, little girl. My armor is made of mithril, and you damaged a corner of it." He pointed to the edge of his armor, where a piece was clearly missing, its sharp edge obviously caused by a sharp weapon. "All right, you give me 30 silver coins, and we call it even." Angela was almost in tears, trembling as she said, "Okay, I give you 30 silver coins, but I don't have any money on me right now. Can I go back and get some?" The burly man frowned, displeased. "Why don't you carry any money with you?" He then looked Angela up and down, noticing her budding breasts heaving slightly with nervousness and fear. His face immediately lit up with a grin. If you don't want money, that's fine too. You come with me for a couple of drinks. If you do a good job, I won't take your money." "Aw?" This. Angela was at a loss, looking to Annie for help. At this moment, the commotion was so loud that many people stopped to watch, making the already narrow street even more crowded. Annie spoke up, "Uncle, you said this armor is made of mithril, so its defensive power must be incredibly strong." The burly man puffed out his chest arrogantly and boasted without batting an eye, "Of course. I went to great lengths to acquire this armor. It can withstand attacks from most magical beasts. Its defensive power is second to none in the entire Misty City. Then how come it broke when my friend just lightly touched you? Does that mean your armor is a fake? Completely useless?" "You?" The burly man was speechless, not expecting this little girl to be so sharp-tongued. The onlookers began to point and whisper. "That's right, they think this little girl is easy to bully. I never seen such a shameless person." Hearing the crowd's comments, the burly man became enraged and sneered, "Humph! You ignorant little brat, daring to spout such nonsense in front of me. You're tired of living." With that, he reached out to grab Annie. Annie tried to dodge, but she was no match for an adult. Just as the burly man was about to grab her neck, a large hand suddenly appeared from the side, and clamped down on his arm. The burly man was startled. He was about to catch the damned little girl, but suddenly someone appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his hand, preventing him from moving an inch. He tried to pull hard, but found that his hand wouldn't budge. Enraged, he roared, "Let go! You son of a bitch! Where did this **** come from? Let me go!" At that moment, the large hand loosened its grip, and the burly man stumbled back 3 steps before regaining his balance. He immediately looked towards the newcomer, trying to see who it was. The man was tall and slender, dressed in black, his long hair flying in the wind. He was constantly chugging a jug of wine, his face unshaven, and his clothes filthy, as if he hadn't bathed in months. A stench of alcohol mixed with sweat emanated from him, causing Angela, standing nearby, to frown and cover her nose. The strange man took a sip of wine and mumbled, "Hawk, what's got you so angry?" Hawk, the burly man, recognized the newcomer, paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, who do we have here?" "It's just the old drunkard." "What? You want to interfere in my business?" The old drunkard hiccuped, not answering Hawk's question, but turning to look at Annie. He bent down, brushed a strand of hair from Annie's forehead, and examined her closely. Angela immediately became displeased, abruptly standing in front of Annie, shielding her behind her, and exclaimed, "Hey, drunkard, thank you for saving us, but you better not touch my young lady." The drunkard wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Annie, You do look a bit like your mother. You must be Annie." Annie was taken aback and asked, "You know me?" This was essentially an admission of his identity. The drunkard chuckled, not replying, and turned unsteadily to Hawk, saying, "Hawk, just say it. How much do you want?" Hawk looked at the drunkard suspiciously and said, "You really want to stand up for them? Stop talking nonsense." "Fine, I didn't force you. Give me 40 silver coins, and we call it even." Upon hearing this, Angela exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Didn't you just say 30 silver coins?" The drunkard waved his hand, stopping Angela, and then reached into his pocket, his face lighting up with joy. He laughed heartily. Got it. He pulled out a small handful of silver coins, carefully counted them, and said, exactly 40, no more, no less. Count them. He then handed the coins to Hawk. Hawk was still somewhat puzzled. This drunkard was usually incredibly stingy. What had gotten into him today? He took the coins with a hint of doubt, counted them, and indeed, there were exactly 40. He right? Right, we're off, the drunkard said with a grin, his breath reeking of alcohol. Hawk waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, get lost. Watch where you're going next time. He turned and walked away without looking back, while the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't that good-for-nothing drunkard? Yeah, he does nothing but drink all day. His magic core shop is about to close down. I heard he used to be an adventurer. What a pity. What a pity. He's lucky he wasn't banished to the slums. The drunkard ignored the onlookers' comments and walked straight up to Annie. He chuckled, let out a burp, and exhaled a strong smell of alcohol, causing Angela to cover her nose and wave her hands in disgust. The drunkard grinned and extended a hand to Annie, saying, Annie, hello there. I'm your uncle, my name is Nicole. Chapter 33. And had considered many possibilities, but she never imagined she would meet her uncle in this way. Moreover, her uncle was an alcoholic, not only slovenly but also considered a good-for-nothing by others, even worse off than herself. How could such a person take care of her? Seeing that Annie didn't respond, Nicole awkwardly withdrew his hand, rubbed it on his clothes, and said, well, how about this, you two come with me to my shop, it's not far ahead. Annie thought for a moment. Since her mother had told her to find her uncle after coming here, she must have her reasons. Besides, now that they had met, it would be very impolite not to pay a visit. And was, after all, from a noble family, and had received a high-level education from a young age, with very strict upbringing in etiquette and manners. So, Annie hesitated only for a moment before saying, okay, uncle, then I bother you. Nickel quickly waved his hand, saying, oh, no bother, come on in. Ha ha. Nickel's shop wasn't far indeed. They arrived after walking a short distance. Annie looked up at the shop's name. Nickel's Magic Core Shop. The name was simple and easy to understand, but the signboard was rather worn, hanging crookedly on the door frame, and the shop door was tightly closed. Nicole went forward, took out a key, rummaged around for a while, picked one out, inserted it into the lock, and turned it, but it wouldn't turn. He pulled it out again, tried another key, and this time it finally opened. Nicole laughed heartily and waved, ha ha, come on in. My shop isn't very big, please make yourselves at home. Annie and Angela entered the shop, looking around the dimly lit space. There were several display cases of varying sizes, with a few magic cores of some unknown magical beast scattered on them, not many in number. Most of the cases were empty, covered in dust, and the floor was littered with empty bottles, clearly indicating it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. Behind the cases was a spiral staircase leading to the second floor, presumably where Nickel lived. After Annie and Angela entered, Nickel closed the shop door. Annie asked, puzzled, Uncle, aren't you doing business anymore? Nicole took another sip of his drink and said, business isn't good, it's the same whether I do it or not. He then went inside, brought out two relatively clean stools, and said, come on, don't stand, sit down. Annie nodded and sat down first, saying, my mother sent me to see you. Yes, I received her letter. You're really unlucky, awakening the power of death. Drew at least has some humanity, he didn't kill you outright. Annie lowered her head. She knew that as a necromancer, her existence would inspire fear and hatred in everyone, even her uncle. However, the next moment, Nicole said, but I don't think the power of death is a bad thing. Annie suddenly looked up, surprised, at Nicole. Nicole chuckled and said, why are you looking at me like that? I'm right, the power of death is ever-changing. Not only can it summon powerful undead to assist in battle, but it also has many amazing necromancy spells. Isn't that interesting? Hearing this, Annie's impression of Nicole improved somewhat, but she still said dejectedly, but I can't practice magic anymore. Nobody wants me to touch magic again. Nicole's smile faded, and he looked at Annie saying, yes, your mother also told me to keep an eye on you, and not let you learn magic anymore. Then, he changed the subject, however, I still want to ask you what you think, whether you still want to learn magic. Annie sighed, of course I want to learn magic, but... No buts. Before Annie could finish, Nicole interrupted her, instantly changing his drunken demeanor. With a sudden glare, Nicole stood up, exuding a bold and imposing aura. Annie, I hope you remember, you must control your own destiny. No one has the right to restrain you, not even your father or mother. Nickel's sudden burst of power startled Annie. Was this the same drunkard from before? After saying this, Nickel took another sip of his drink, smacked his lips, and plopped back down on the stool, saying, "Life is short. Do what you want to do, and never wrong yourself." "But I don't have a teacher. I have no way to learn magic," Annie said, regaining her composure. Nicole glanced at Annie and asked, "You haven't even entered the ranks of magicians yet. Some basic training methods don't require a teacher. I can teach you, as long as you're willing to learn." Annie looked at Nickel suspiciously, her face full of disbelief. Nickel sat up straight and said, "Don't you believe me? I was a genius back in the day. So many people in my adventure team were practically begging to get in." "Don't brag. A drunkard like you can lead an adventurer's team?" Angela, sitting beside him, said disdainfully. Nisel didn't mind and laughed. "Hee, little girl, you're naive. I don't blame you." Angela pouted, wanting to retort, but Annie stopped her, saying, "I know, Sister Angela was sent by Mom to take care of me, and also to keep an eye on me." Hearing this, Angela's face changed instantly, and she hurriedly explained, "No, Miss Annie, you misunderstood." Annie shook her head, ignoring Angela's explanation, and continued, "I don't blame you. Everyone doesn't want me to learn magic, and you probably feel the same way. But none of you have considered how much I thirst for it. I long for magic. Since childhood, I had a dream, to become a great mage like my father, to serve the Empire, and to achieve great things. But fate played a cruel joke on me, giving me an affinity for the element of death. From now on, I must either give up my dream and live a normal life, or fight against this world, enduring the hateful gazes of others, and become a necromancer. If I could, I truly wish I could choose the latter." Hearing Annie's words, Angela was completely stunned. Before she left, she had indeed received Eva's instructions to keep an eye on Annie and prevent her from learning magic again. But at the same time, Eva also told her that from now on, she belonged to Annie and would always be loyal to her. Angela was born into a poor family. Her parents were lazy and idle, squandering their fortune and ultimately selling Angela to a wealthy merchant as a maid. By chance, Eva, then a young girl, met little Angela on her travels. She took a liking to the cheerful girl and begged her father to buy Angela. From then on, Angela stayed with Eva, obeying her every word. Eva treated her well, not as a maid, but as a daughter, which deeply moved Angela. After Eva gave birth to Anne, Angela also loved and cared for Anne as a younger sister. However, Anne was still just a maid, and even with such favor, her status remained unchanged. Eva's words before leaving solidified Angela's resolve to take good care of Anne. But now, hearing Anne's words with her own ears, she was stunned. She was completely stunned. She had watched Anne grow up, and this innocent and radiant little girl saw a reflection of herself in her. However, Anne's fate hadn't been as kind. In her darkest moments, no one was there to lend a helping hand. Anne had awakened the power of death, a power hated and feared by the world. Because of this, she lost her noble status, the company of her family, everything, and was exiled to a remote border city. She felt deeply for Anne, so upon hearing Anne's words, she stood up resolutely and solemnly declared, "Miss Anne, I swear here and now, I, Angela, will never tell anyone your secret. I will be loyal to you forever, until death do us part." Angela's actions left Annie somewhat bewildered. She hadn't expected Angela to keep her secret. She only hoped to delay telling her mother, so she could have time to learn some magic. However, Angela didn't seem to share this view. Tears welled in Annie's eyes. She rushed over and hugged Angela, saying, "Thank you, Angela. Thank you." Angela's tears also flowed uncontrollably, but she held them back, smiling as she stroked Annie's hair, saying, "Miss Annie, go ahead and pursue your dreams. I always follow you." Just then, an untimely snore reached their ears. Annie released Angela in confusion and turned to look. Snoring. Nicole, who had just been so righteous, was now leaning against the table, fast asleep, occasionally smacking his lips as if dreaming of some delicious food. Angela immediately exclaimed angrily, "Humph! That drunkard is infuriating. We were talking here, and he just fell asleep." Saying this, she was about to wake Nicole, and grabbed her arm, shook her head, and said, "Forget it, let him sleep. Look how dirty this place is. Why don't we clean it for him?" Angela objected, puffing out her cheeks. "Why should we? This guy is obviously lazy as hell. Anyway, he lives here by himself. Let him be dirty." Annie covered her mouth and chuckled, displaying a rare display of playfulness for her age. In the days since Bon left, Annie had thought a lot and slowly come to terms with her situation. She understood that from now on, she would be all alone. Although she was only a 7-year-old girl, the changed reality forced her to mature. She hadn't smiled in the past few days, as if a shadow had fallen over her heart. However, Nickel and Angela's words brought her back to her senses. Although fate had been unfair, she still had the right to change it, and she still had family like Angela and Nickel. Seeing Annie smile, Angela's mood improved. She put her hands on her hips, glared at the sleeping Nickel, and said, "Consider yourself lucky. We clean up for you this time. From now on, you have to clean up yourself." Nickel seemed to hear Angela's words, grunted twice, turned over, and went back to sleep. Angel stomped her foot, ignoring the drunkard, and started cleaning up herself. Nickel's shop was truly filthy. Besides the thick layer of dust on the counters, there wasn't a clean spot on the floor. How could a shop like this possibly have any business? And hadn't done any housework, so she could only help pick up some trash, like bottles and crumpled newspapers. Angela, on the other hand, was busy mopping the floor, wiping the tables and counters. By noon, Nicole still hadn't woken up, but luckily there was some food in his kitchen. Angela, being quite capable, quickly prepared a table full of dishes. "Uncle! Uncle!" Annie shook the still sleeping Nicole. Nicole grunted, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and slowly sat up, somewhat embarrassed, saying, "Oh dear, sorry, I was a little sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it." Angela retorted irritably, "Humph, you're not only a drunkard, but also a lazybones." Annie laughed, all right, Uncle, let's eat quickly, Angela has already prepared the food." Nickel sniffed, the aroma of food filling his nostrils, making him exclaim softly in comfort, "So delicious." He jumped up from his stool, rushed to the table, and stared blankly at the dazzling array of dishes. A tear rolled down his cheek and fell onto the table. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Annie asked, startled. Surely the food shouldn't make him cry. Nicole wiped away his tears, turned and smiled. "Hee, you flatter me, Angela. You learned this cooking from my sister, right? The smell reminds me of her. I haven't seen her for almost 10 years. Angela nodded and said, "Yes, I've been with Mrs. Eva since I was little. She taught me everything I know." Annie asked, "Miss City and Gore City aren't that far apart. Why haven't you seen each other for so long?" Nicole shook his head, unwilling to discuss the topic further, and instead said, "Come on, I can't wait to try it." Seeing that Nicole didn't want to elaborate, Annie didn't press further, and the three of them sat around the table and began to feast. Nicole truly couldn't live without wine. He pulled out another bottle from somewhere, drinking and eating with great relish. Before long, he was full and comfortable, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his belly and letting out soft hums, and had already finished eating. Looking at Nicole, who was leaning back in his chair, she asked, "Uncle, you said you teach me magic. How are you going to teach me?" Nicole glanced at Anne and slowly said, "You start with the simplest things, absorbing the elements of heaven and earth, condensing magical power, and opening a channel to communicate with the world. I teach you a set of practice techniques. Once you successfully advance, we talk about the others." Chapter 34. Annie thought for a moment, then continued, "So how exactly do I do it? I never practiced before." Nicole slowly stood up, supporting himself on the chair, and walked to a cabinet. He opened a drawer and rummaged through it. After a while, he pulled out a tattered book. Seeing the book, a complex look appeared in his eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned, and tossed the book to Annie. Annie hurriedly caught the book. It was quite old, many pages were missing, but fortunately, the text was still legible. The cover clearly displayed 3 large characters. "Spirit Division Technique," Nicole said calmly. "Just start practicing according to the methods in this book. If you don't understand something, come and ask me." Angela also came closer, and seeing the title, murmured, "Spirit Division Technique? What a strange name." Annie didn't care. She was incredibly excited. This was the first method of cultivation she had encountered. With this book, she had the possibility of becoming a magician. Just then, a few knocks sounded at the door. Nicole snorted in annoyance, stood up, and staggered to the door, opening it. Standing outside was Rooney, the captain of the guards, who had escorted Annie and the others. Rooney glanced at Nicole disdainfully and asked indifferently, "Where is Miss Annie?" Nicole stepped aside, and Annie came out of the room, asking, "Brother Rooney, what brings you here?" Rooney pushed past Nicole standing at the door, entered the house, and said, "Miss Annie, your room has been prepared. We're heading back to Gore City soon. Here are the keys." He handed Annie a set of keys, and took the keys, smiling, and said, Thank you for your hard work. Be careful on your way back." Rooney bowed and strode out of the room. After Rooney left, and sighed, handed the keys to Angela, and then said to Nicole, "Uncle, we head back now, thank you." Nicole waved his hand and said, "Haha, it's nothing, go on back. You must have a lot to pack after moving." And smiled, waved to Nixon, and left the shop with Angela. Without Anne and Angela, the shop suddenly felt deserted. Nicole, carrying his bottle of wine, sat back down in his chair. He looked around and noticed the shop was much cleaner. He paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly, took a sip of his wine, and looked out the window towards the misty forest, muttering, was it right or wrong to let her learn this magic? And returned to the small building in the residential area, where her luggage and furniture were already arranged. Rudy's men were very reliable. All the rooms were spotless, especially Annie's room, which was practically a replica of her residence in Gore Castle, making it difficult for Annie to distinguish whether she was in Misty City or Gore Castle. And collapsed onto the bed, holding the Spirit Division manual she had retrieved from Nickel, somewhat lost in thought. Just as she was about to flip through its contents, a knock sounded at the downstairs door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Wait a minute, I'm coming right away. Angela called from the next room, followed by hurried footsteps coming downstairs, the door creaking open, and then the sound of arguing. Annie, puzzled, went downstairs to check. Angela, what's wrong? There were 2 soldiers at the door, their expressions unchanged, while Angela was shouting incessantly, "How could you do this? Master Drew wouldn't only give Miss such a small allowance. Did you embezzle the money?" Annie quickly stepped forward. Angela, seeing Annie, pointed at the 2 soldiers and said, "Miss, they are soldiers sent by the city lord's mansion. They said they were ordered to deliver our monthly allowance, but they only gave us 30 silver coins. They must have embezzled it." Annie looked at the fuming Angela, then at the 2 soldiers, and asked, "Are you from the city lord's mansion?" One soldier replied, "Yes, we are under the city lord's orders to transfer 30 silver coins from the treasury each month. We've given you the coins, but nothing else. So, miss, please understand." Angela wanted to say something, but Annie stopped her, saying to the soldiers, "Thank you for your trouble, brothers. I just moved and haven't settled in yet, so please come in and sit down. It's all right. From now on, we be delivering the silver coins to you every month. If there's nothing else, we be going now. Okay, goodbye." After closing the door, Angela plopped down on the sofa, fuming, and said, "This is infuriating. The city lord's mansion clearly looks down on us. Only 30 coins a month? That's not enough." Annie sat down next to Angela, gently patting her puffed-up belly and laughing, "Don't be angry. If you keep getting angry, you turn into a toad, hee-hee." "Miss." Angela straightened up and said, "How can you be so calm? We don't have much money. 30 silver coins a month isn't enough." And replied, "It's all right. If we run out of money, we earn some. We're just 2 girls, our expenses aren't high. Besides, we have Uncle Nicole." Mentioning Nicole made Angela furious. "Humph, don't even mention him. That drunkard and lazybones. His own shop is abandoned, he probably can't even support himself. I don't know why Madame Eva sent you to him, Mississippi. It's really strange." And smiled and said, "I don't think Uncle Nicole is a bad person. Look, he even saved us once. Although he likes to drink and is a bit lazy, he's still a decent person." Seeing Annie's reaction, Angela gave up. She weighed the silver coins in her hand and said, "Miss, I go out and buy some necessities. Wait for me at home, I be right back." And nodded and watched Angela leave. Afterward, Annie returned to her room and took out the Spirit Division technique again, slowly flipping through it. This Spirit Division technique was a unique method for enhancing power, unlike ordinary cultivation methods. Ordinary people absorb elements of heaven and earth, slowly accumulating power until they can unleash a powerful burst of strength, ultimately breaking through layer after layer of barriers to achieve advancement. However, the Spirit Division technique is somewhat special. It requires separating and dissolving the elements of heaven and earth, absorbing different elements at different times of day. For example, absorbing the element of light in the morning, the element of water in the late morning, the element of fire at noon, the element of wind in the afternoon, the element of lightning at night, and the element of death in the dead of night. This method of separation and absorption will help Annie transform her body, gradually adapting it to the individual tempering of various elements. Once she reaches a certain level, she will even be able to unleash magic other than necromancy. However, at this stage, with her current strength, she can only cast necromancy. And watched with great delight, unconsciously beginning to mobilize the faint magical power within her body according to the methods described in the book, thus slowly drawing the elements of heaven and earth towards her. It was already afternoon. A gentle breeze rustled the small trees lining the street. Anne's mind was empty. The sound of the grass and trees being blown by the breeze grew louder and louder. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Annie felt herself abruptly enter a stormy world. There was nothing there, only endless howling winds. Annie was right in the center of this storm, like a small boat being tossed about. Where am I? Annie was shocked. She hadn't expected this to happen during her cultivation. Then, the gale seemed to find an outlet, Annie's body. Endless wind elements surged into her petite frame, and she cried out in pain before fainting, losing all consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, an anxious voice rang in Annie's ears. Miss, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Annie felt as if her body had been run over by a carriage, incredibly aching. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy to move. She recognized the voice. It must be Angela. She wanted to respond, but she couldn't move at all. After a while, Annie finally regained some strength and slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Angela, who was crying her eyes out, and behind her was Nicole, who looked drunk. Miss, you're finally awake. What? Seeing Annie awake, Angela cried again with joy. What happened to me? Annie asked weakly, struggling to sit up, but Angela held her down. Miss, please don't move. You're still very weak. Please lie down, Angela said anxiously. Anne, resigned, could only continue lying down. She reached out and wiped away Angela's tears, smiling as she said, I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't worry. Only then did, and take in her surroundings. This was clearly not her room. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a wardrobe and a small table. There wasn't even a stool. The bed she was lying on was just a wooden plank bed, covered with a faded white quilt. She asked, somewhat confused, where am I? You're in my house, Nicole said, stepping forward and lifting Anne's forehead. Lu Hai looked at her carefully again and again, then nodded and said, you little girl are really strange. This is the first time I've seen you like this. Angela also explained, when I got home yesterday afternoon, I didn't see you in the living room. I thought you had gone to your room to rest. After all that had happened, it's normal to be tired. But it wasn't until evening, after I had finished cooking and was about to go to your room to wake you up, that I found you collapsed on the bed, and I couldn't wake you up no matter what I did. I panicked. I don't know anyone else here, so I had to carry you to Master Nicole. What? You mean yesterday? I've been unconscious for a whole day? Annie looked at the window, but it was closed, so she couldn't tell the time. Angela continued, yes, it's already the afternoon of the second day. Young Master Nicole checked on you, and said that you only absorbed an excessive amount of magic in a short time. Although your body withstood such a large influx of magic, your consciousness was impacted, causing you to faint. He said you wake up after resting for a while. You really scared me to death, boo-hoo. As she spoke, Angela started crying again. After checking on Annie, Nicole said, I'm not too worried about you. Seeing your condition, I knew you were alright. However, this situation is extremely rare. I never heard of anyone being knocked unconscious by the magic they absorb while cultivating. Annie took a deep breath, feeling her strength return slightly, and recounted her experience cultivating the spirit division technique to Nicole. Nicole listened, his brow furrowing. He sat on the edge of the bed, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After Annie finished, he shook his head and said, your situation is truly unheard of. Entering a mysterious space filled with howling winds. That's too bizarre, truly bizarre. Annie asked doubtfully, could it be because of this spirit division technique? Nicole glanced at Annie and chuckled, don't overthink it. At least we can be sure this situation won't harm you, and most you just faint. So don't worry. Actually, Nicole himself wasn't sure if it was caused by the spirit division technique, because he had never cultivated this technique before, and no one had ever been able to cultivate it. This technique has a natural repulsive force and requires extremely high talent. Therefore, so far, only Annie has been able to successfully cultivate it. By this time, Angela had calmed down considerably. She took Annie's hand and said, you've been unconscious all day. Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? However, before Annie could answer, her stomach rumbled loudly. Annie's face flushed, and she nodded. Angela and Nicole laughed at Annie's adorable expression, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became much more cheerful. Then you lie down and rest for a while. I be fine soon. With that, Angela ran downstairs to prepare dinner. As soon as Angela left, Nicole turned to Annie and said, how about this, from now on, when you're cultivating, come to my place. I don't have many customers anyway, and if anything happens, I can help you. Annie nodded, then asked, "Uncle, your shop has no business. How do you make money?" Nickel was taken aback by the question, scratching his head awkwardly and stammering, "Ah, well, your uncle has many other skills, not just selling magic cores. Don't worry about it." Annie looked at Nickel with some suspicion. Nickel felt a little uneasy under Annie's gaze, stood up, and said, "You rest well, I'm going to help that little girl Angela. Don't blow up my kitchen." With that, he dashed off. Chapter 35. And watched Nicole's retreating figure with suspicion. She didn't quite believe Nicole's nonsense. Nicole drank every day, and his drinks weren't cheap. She wondered where her uncle got his money. At this moment, Annie's strength had returned considerably, and sitting up wasn't so difficult anymore. She carefully recalled the scene of her cultivation session. Her consciousness had entered a fantastical space filled with raging winds. This matched the description in the Spirit Division technique about absorbing wind elements during afternoon cultivation. However, the amount she absorbed was far too great. The Spirit Division technique didn't mention this at all. Could it be because of the Spirit Division technique? Then what was it? Annie extended a finger, trying to mobilize the magic power in her body. However, she had only recently recovered, and her body was still weak and powerless. A ball of dark light swirled around her fingertip, but it dissipated before taking shape. And shook her head, got out of bed, and looked around, frowning. The room was so dilapidated. How could her uncle live in such a place? He was the son of a viscount, and his sister was the wife of a marquis. Surely he shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Opposite the bed was a clothes rack with a red scarf hanging on it. The scarf was very clean, though its color suggested it was quite old, but it was in excellent condition, clearly well maintained. And was curious. Why would her slovenly uncle bother to maintain a red scarf? And reached out and touched it. The scarf was woven from a special kind of wool, soft and comfortable to the touch. It was also very resilient, and she could clearly feel its warm energy. Wearing it in this cold weather would surely be very warm. Just then, footsteps sounded, and the door to the room opened gently. Annie withdrew her hand, and looked towards the door. Angela peeked in through the crack in the door. Seeing Annie standing in the room looking at her, she giggled, "Miss, how are you feeling? I already prepared dinner downstairs. Would you like me to bring it up?" Annie shook her head. "No need, I'm feeling much better now. I go downstairs and eat with you." Downstairs, Nicole was already eating, holding a large piece of meat and chewing it heartily, occasionally taking a sip or two of wine. Seeing Annie and Angela come downstairs, he immediately called out, "Come on, try some. This is wild boar meat that I managed to get from the market. It's delicious." Angela snorted, pulled over a chair for Annie to sit down, and said, You didn't even wait for us, you just started eating." Nicole said, his mouth full of meat, his words muffled. "What does it matter? We're all family, don't worry about those worldly formalities." Annie, on the other hand, forked a small piece of meat, carefully cut it into smaller pieces with her knife, and slowly chewed it. The rich meat juices spread throughout her mouth, making Annie's eyes light up. So delicious. Hee, I wasn't wrong. Nicole wiped the grease from his mouth, picked up a piece of meat, and placed it in front of Angela, saying, "You should try some too." Angela glanced at Nicole with disdain, carefully cut off the part Nicole had been holding, and threw it back onto Nicole's plate before savoring it. "This meat is really delicious. Why haven't I seen it before in Gore City?" "Of course. Do you think this serrated boar meat is easy to buy?" Serrated boars are extremely powerful magical beasts in the Misty Forest, with even the lowest level possessing third-tier strength. Hunting one requires not only great strength, but also close cooperation, otherwise, it can easily escape using the forest's cover. Nickel explained. The three ate and chatted, happily finishing their dinner. From then on, Annie came to Nickel's place to cultivate every day. Although she still entered that wondrous state each time she cultivated, her body seemed to have been strengthened, and her mental energy was no longer overwhelmed to the point of fainting. However, after each cultivation session, she still felt sore and weak all over, but fortunately, Nickel was there to protect her. For some reason, when Nickel was by her side, Annie felt that the elemental fluctuations around her were not as intense and violent. Although the amount of elements was still large, at least it didn't violently impact her body and mind like it had the first time. Time passed day by day, and Annie's progress became faster and faster. That day, Annie arrived at Nicole's shop early as usual. The shop was still closed, not open for business. Annie easily unlocked the door and walked to Nicole's room, knocking, Uncle, I'm here." Immediately, there was a rustling sound from inside, followed by Nicole's lazy reply, "Coming, wait a minute." A moment later, the door opened, and Nicole appeared in the room with messy hair. Annie didn't care, skipping into the room and placing a bag of breakfast on the table, saying, "Uncle, you probably haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought some, have some with me." Nicole didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing a piece of bread and starting to eat, casually asking, "Do you have any wine?" Annie chuckled, pulling a bottle of wine from behind her back and waving it in front of Nicole. Nicole's eyes lit up immediately. He snatched the bottle, laughing, "Great, Annie, well done." Hee. Then Nicole asked, "Where's Angela?" "I haven't seen that little girl." Annie, still eating her bread, said somewhat indistinctly, "Oh, because I saw Uncle living here alone. It's too lonely, and we have to run around every day. It's such a hassle, so I asked Angela to buy some things and clean out a room for you to move in." Nicole was taken aback, feeling touched, and patted Annie's head, smiling, "Then I gladly accept." After finishing their meal, Annie began cultivating using the spirit-splitting technique, while Nicole sat quietly beside her, watching her practice. Annie sat cross-legged, circulating her magic power. A pale golden magic circle slowly appeared beneath her. Since it was morning, according to the characteristics of the spirit-splitting technique, it was time to absorb light elements. Strangely enough, Annie, who was adapted to the death element, should theoretically be quite averse to light elements. However, under the effect of the spirit-splitting technique, her body acted like a magnet, constantly absorbing light elements, making the pale golden magic circle beneath her shine brighter and brighter. Nicole took a sip of his drink, nodded with satisfaction, and his fingertips swiftly drew a magical pattern in the air. The pattern flashed and disappeared, seemingly merging into the world. Instantly, the somewhat restless light elements calmed down, transforming from a raging ocean of light into a gentle river, slowly flowing into Annie's body. The light of the golden magic circle also softened. But Annie was unaware of all this, for her consciousness had already sunk into the world of light. About 3 hours later, the golden light gradually changed, slowly turning pale blue. The light element transformed into water element, and the once luminous world became a vast ocean. However, this didn't affect Annie's movements. Instead, the magic circle beneath her twisted, changing into a different magic circle pattern. Watching this change, Nicole sighed, looking at the red scarf hanging on the clothes rack, and murmured, "The cultivation technique you risked your life to retrieve has finally been mastered by someone. She's my sister's daughter, her name is Annie." Annie only woke up twice during her cultivation, at lunch and dinner. However, Angela wasn't there today, so Nicole had to take on the cooking duties. And ate Nicole's food with a grimace, but Nicole ate with relish, as he usually ate like that. She cultivated until evening before withdrawing her magic, ending her day's training. Angela then came to the shop to pick Annie up and take her home. "Miss, the rooms are all ready. Uncle Nicole can come and stay anytime," Angela said, and glanced at Nicole and said, "Then Uncle, please pack your things as soon as possible. Move in tomorrow or the day after. It'd be good for us to stay together and look after each other." Nicole nodded and smiled, saying, "I'm a grown man, I don't have much to pack. I move in tomorrow. Be careful on your way back." Annie waved and left the shop with Angela. In a dimly lit room, 4 men sat together around a flickering candlelight. The room was simply furnished and worn, the table stained with grease, and each man had a small knife in front of him. A bald man said, "Brothers, can we pull this off?" A skinny man grabbed a small knife from the table and chuckled, "Hee, no problem. I've been keeping an eye on them for a while now. Those 2 girls are dressed so elegantly. They're obviously from wealthy families. And they never have any escorts. They always leave at midnight, making it easy for us to strike." A slightly overweight man said worriedly, "Won't we get caught? Their families might be rich and powerful. If they find us, we'd be in big trouble." Another one-eyed man slammed his hand on the table and said fiercely, "What are you afraid of? If we don't make some money soon, we'd be driven to the slums. If you're scared, you can back out." Hearing about backing out, the slightly overweight man objected, grabbing his knife and shouting, "Who said I was going to back out? I was just saying." The bald man asked the skinny man, "Hey, do you understand what those 2 girls have to do with each other? What's their background?" The skinny man stroked his chin and said, "Well, they live in the residential area. I don't dare go there too much, since my adventurer attire is too conspicuous. But I found out about this area. They spend the whole day at the old drunkard's shop and only return to the residential area late at night." "The old drunkard?" the one-eyed man asked. "Could it be that nickel who sells magic cores?" The skinny man nodded and continued, "That old drunkard isn't very capable. He's always drinking, and his shop is long abandoned. Nobody buys anything from him anymore. Then what are these two girls doing going to him every day? The skinny man shrugged, indicating he didn't know either, but he still said, don't worry about it too much. Even if they're related to Nickel, we just need to wear masks and not be recognized. These two girls look like they just arrived in Misty City. They couldn't possibly know us. The bald man stood up and said, since that's the case, time's almost up. Let's set off and proceed according to plan. Several men stood up and quickly left the room. Annie and Angela, using the clear moonlight, slowly made their way through the streets of the adventure zone. The dimly lit streets were deserted, only a chilly wind blowing. Annie pulled her collar tighter, burying her fair face in the soft fur, finding some warmth. Angela walked behind Annie, shielding her from the cold wind with her body. As they walked, Annie suddenly said, Sister Angela, I'm sorry for making you suffer here with me. Angela was taken aback, then quickly replied, how could that be? I was so happy to hear I was coming to live in Misty City with you. Annie shook her head. To put it nicely, I come to live in Misty City. To put it bluntly, I've been exiled here. My family has expelled me. From now on, there will be no one named Annie in the Goel family. After a long silence, Angela hugged Annie tightly and said, since our family has expelled us, we must live well enough to show them what a mistake this decision was. Annie nodded, grasped Angela's hand, and said, okay, let's live well together. Just then, two black figures appeared ahead, blocking Annie and Angela's path. Annie frowned and tried to turn back, but then noticed two more figures behind her. Sensing danger, Angela immediately shielded Annie behind her, demanding sharply, who are you? What do you want? The four men were all masked, their faces obscured, but their builds were discernible. A thin man said, little girl, come with us obediently. We only want money, not your lives. As long as you don't resist, we won't harm you. Angela retorted, we have no money. Taking us back is useless. A one-eyed man shouted, why waste words with him? Take us back first. He then lunged forward, grabbing at Annie. Angela was startled. She immediately stepped in front of Annie, extending her arms to create a protective shield. The man was taken aback. His hand struck the shield as if hitting a wall of wind, unable to penetrate. Then he roared, unleashing a powerful burst of red magic that slammed into the shield with a deafening boom. The shield shattered instantly, and Angela fell backward to the ground. Humph, so she even knows a little magic. The one-eyed man scoffed. But that's not much of a skill. Annie immediately ran to Angela's side, anxiously asking, Sister Angela, are you all right? Are you okay? Chapter 36. Angela clutched her chest, her face pale, and whispered, I'm all right, Mississippi. If you find a chance, run away quickly, don't worry about me. Annie shook her head and said, we go together, I won't abandon you. At this moment, the skinny man also walked over, little girl, don't resist, we're seasoned veterans, you can't possibly be a match for us. He reached out to grab Annie. Seeing this, Angela immediately scrambled to her feet and rushed towards the skinny man. He hadn't expected Angela's move, and given the close proximity, he didn't react in time and was tackled to the ground. Angela shouted, Miss, run. Run! Before she could finish her sentence, the skinny man kicked her away. Angela groaned, her grip involuntarily loosening, and she flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Angela! Annie screamed in anguish, tears streaming down her face. At this moment, she felt utterly helpless. Having lived in Gore Castle since childhood, as the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Drew, she had been pampered and spoiled. The servants all doted on her, and doted on her. She had never witnessed anything like this. Trying to leave? You must be dreaming. The one-eyed man walked to Angela, who was lying on the ground groaning, and kicked her. No! Annie cried out, rushing forward and throwing her small fists at the one-eyed man, but she was too weak to cause him any harm. The one-eyed man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, hit me all you want. You can punch me 100 times, and I won't get hurt, ha ha ha. 3 other men approached. One carried the unconscious Angela, while another lifted Annie by the waist. Annie struggled incessantly, but to no avail. How could a 7-year-old girl possibly be a match for a grown man? Seeing Angela and herself about to be taken away, Annie felt a surge of bitterness. She thought of her father's cold gaze, her older siblings' endless mockery, and her mother's heart-wrenching cries. At that moment, an unprecedented emotion slowly rose within her, anger. Yes, anger. She hated the world. Why was it treating her this way? Why was everything that belonged to her taken away? With a deafening roar, a mysterious energy erupted from Annie's body. Instantly, The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a chilling, eerie atmosphere filled the entire street. The bald man carrying Annie was suddenly pushed aside by an invisible force, falling heavily to the ground. He stared in astonishment at Annie, who was suspended in midair. Indeed, Annie was now suspended in midair, her eyes tightly closed, her head tilted upwards, and swirling black currents of energy surrounded her. Everyone was terrified by this sight. The skinny man shouted, What's going on?" The one-eyed man frowned, looking at Annie nervously, and said with some apprehension, "This is the aura of death, the aura unique to necromancers." She's a necromancer." "What?" the slightly overweight man cried out, trembling as he asked, "What do we do now?" The one-eyed man's eyes narrowed, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Kill her." The city-state of Gore has a rule. If you encounter a necromancer, you can kill them on sight, and you receive a bounty for their head. The bald man stood up and said, "Yes, as long as we kill her and take her head to claim the reward, we won't have to come out and rob anymore for a while." The one-eyed man pulled a small knife from his pocket, steeled his resolve, and swung it at Annie. Just then, the death element around Annie fluctuated, and a bone shield appeared in front of her in a flash. With a clang, the one-eyed man's knife failed to penetrate the bone shield's defense, leaving only a small mark. "Damn it!" The one-eyed man retreated, staring intently at the bone shield. Seeing this, the skinny man put down Angela, took out his knife, and charged at her from the side. However, the death energy around Annie fluctuated again, and a long bone spear materialized in the air, flying straight towards the skinny man's face. The skinny man was terrified. He never expected his opponent to unleash attack magic. He roared, channeling all his magic power. A flash of fire appeared beneath his feet, and with a whoosh, he shifted more than a meter to the side, barely dodging the bone spear's attack. The spear, however, pierced the wall behind him with a thud, piercing through the entire wall. The skinny man's back was soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Annie in horror, already contemplating giving up. At this moment, the one-eyed man shouted, "Everyone, attack together. Don't give her a chance to breathe." The others nodded, preparing to attack Annie from 4 directions. However, just then, a slash flew in from nowhere. The slash was incredibly fast, leaving no time to react. With a whoosh, the skinny man's head was severed, blood gushing from his neck, splattering onto the face of the slightly overweight man standing beside him. "Ah!" The slightly overweight man screamed in terror. Who is it?" The one-eyed man immediately turned and looked around. He had clearly sensed that the slash had come from another direction. Someone must be nearby. At that moment, a figure emerged from a nearby alley. This person was dressed in black, with long hair, a stubble beard, and sharp eyes that stared at everyone present. "Old drunkard Nickel?" the one-eyed man exclaimed, completely unexpected that the newcomer was Nickel. Nickel was no longer his usual drunken self. He was no longer carrying a bottle of liquor. Instead, his entire aura was sharp and menacing, like a drawn sword, enough to send chills down one's spine simply by his presence. "You got some nerve. Daring to make a move in the adventure zone." Nickel's voice was icy, as if it came from the depths of hell. The one-eyed man took 2 steps back, somewhat incredulous. In his memory, the old drunkard Nickel had always been an incompetent, cowardly, and timid figure, a laughingstock in the entire adventure zone. No one would care about such a person. But now it was clear that the slash just now was from Nickel, and the power of that attack was simply too strong, making the one-eyed man afraid to make any further moves. "Nicel. Nickel, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to hurt your people, The bald man stammered, but halfway through his sentence, he turned and ran. Nicel snorted coldly, pointing a finger into the air with one hand, and a blue slash flew out swiftly, instantly cleaving the fleeing bald man in 2. Seeing this, the one-eyed man knew that if he couldn't escape today, he would surely be killed here. So he steeled himself and roared, "Fire blade." A ball of flame instantly erupted from the dagger in his hand, enveloping the entire dagger and gradually extending into the shape of a flaming longsword. Nickel watched the one-eyed man with interest, slowly approaching and sneering, "You got some guts." The one-eyed man gave a bitter laugh. "Heh, we chose the wrong prey. Bad luck for us. But I really didn't expect that you, a drunkard by nature, would actually be a reclusive master. Before I die, I want to know, who exactly are you?" Nicole shook his head, saying calmly, "What good will it do you if you know? Attack! Let me see your strength." The one-eyed man took a deep breath, raising his flaming long sword and charging at Nickel. Nickel joined 2 fingers together, using them as a sword, and with a push of his feet, dodged the one-eyed man's strike. Simultaneously, he swung his fingers horizontally, delivering a slash that struck the one-eyed man squarely in the neck. The one-eyed man's eyes widened. The flames on his sword went out with a whoosh, and he collapsed to his knees, his head falling to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out. Nicole didn't even look at the one-eyed man again, continuing on his way to the last slightly overweight man. At this moment, the slightly overweight man was slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes filled with terror. A pool of liquid was seeping from his groin, emitting a pungent odor. Nicole frowned and said disdainfully, "Such a coward, yet you try to rob someone?" The slightly overweight man immediately knelt before Nicole, kowtowing repeatedly, saying, "Spare me, I never do it again, please don't kill me, sob sob." Nicole snorted and said coldly, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." With that, he flicked his finger, and with a soft slap, the slightly overweight man was cut in two. After dealing with the 4 robbers, Nicole turned to look at Annie, who was floating in the air. His expression was complex, and he sighed softly. He flicked his finger, and instantly, the death elements in the surrounding air stabilized. He walked to Annie's side and drew a magic pattern. The pattern slightly clashed with the black aura surrounding Annie before merging into it. Instantly, the black aura vanished, and Annie was about to fall rapidly from the air when Nicole caught her in his arms. Looking at the unconscious Annie in his arms, Nicole shook his head and said, "You truly opened my eyes. I only wanted you to try it out, but I didn't expect you to actually master it. Not only that, but you improved so quickly. Perhaps you really can." He stopped there, then walked to Angela's side, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and headed towards his shop. After an unknown amount of time, Annie gradually regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes. "This is Uncle Nickel's room?" She slowly sat up, feeling a slight headache. She could only feel better lying half reclined. Just then, the door opened, and Angela walked in. Seeing that Annie was awake, she excitedly ran over, saying, "Miss, you're awake? That's wonderful." Annie looked at Angela and noticed the marks on her face, and the bandages on her hands, clearly indicating she had also suffered injuries. She asked with concern, "Sister Angela, how are your injuries?" Angela smiled, tears welling in her eyes, and said, "I'm fine, just minor injuries. Uncle Nickel saved us. He found the guards of Misty City and rescued us." Annie asked, somewhat puzzled, "How did Uncle Nickel know we were in danger?" Angela paused, scratched her head, and said, "I don't know either, but we're all thanks to him for getting back safely." At that moment, Nicole walked in from outside, smiling broadly, and said, "It's good that you're all safe. I move in with you from now on, so you won't have to walk alone at night." Annie nodded, "Thank you, Uncle, thank you for saving us." Nicole waved his hand, saying, "No need to thank me, we're all family. By the way, is there anything wrong with you?" Annie touched her head and said, "Everything else is fine, but my head is a little sore, I don't know why." Nicole stepped forward, reached out, and grabbed Annie's arm. Annie felt a warm current flow through Nicole's hand into her body, and the pain in her head immediately lessened considerably. After a while, Nicole released Annie's hand and smiled. "It shouldn't be a big problem, just excessive magic consumption. It should be fine in a bit." Annie asked with a puzzled look, "Huh? Excessive magic consumption? But I didn't release any magic." Nicole was taken aback, then his eyes lit up, and he chuckled, "Hee hee, you don't know this yet? Try circulating your magic and releasing a magical flame." Annie was a little confused, but she did as he said. She extended a finger, channeling her magic to her fingertip, and with a poof, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared at Annie's fingertip. And was startled, then her face lit up with excitement. Nicole had told her before that if she could successfully condense a magical flame, it meant she had successfully broken through to the first level of the first element, becoming a true mage. At this moment, she was incredibly excited. All her efforts these past few days had finally paid off. Seeing this, Angela happily exclaimed, "Congratulations, miss. You have successfully become a magician." Annie extinguished the flames, hugged Nickel's arm, and shook it, saying, Uncle, now that I'm a magician, can I learn magic?" Nickel's eyes held a complex expression. He thought to himself, "Does this little girl even need to learn? She cast that bone shield and bone spear so easily last night." Although he thought this, he still said outwardly, "Yes, but you can only learn necromancy for now. That's a bit difficult. I'm not very good at necromancy." Indeed, necromancers were generally disliked, so even basic necromancy wasn't widely available. Only a small number of people knew about it. Upon hearing this, Annie pouted and lowered her head, saying, "What should I do? I already reached level 1, but I still don't know any magic. Even Sister Angela knows wind shield, but I don't know anything." Nickel affectionately ruffled Annie's hair and laughed. But don't worry, your uncle is all-powerful. I find you 2 necromancy spells tomorrow. Hearing this, Annie finally smiled. Chapter 37. After yesterday's events, Nickel dared not be careless anymore. He quickly packed his things, moved out of the adventure zone, and settled in with Annie and the others. Nickel's magic core shop was officially closed down. Annie had now advanced to the 1st tier, and her cultivation no longer caused significant magical fluctuations. Nickel no longer needed to constantly watch over Annie. Therefore, Nickel made up an excuse, asked Angela to keep an eye on Annie, and left. Nickel headed towards the adventure zone. However, even after arriving, he didn't stop. He continued walking until he approached the slums, looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, and then slipped into a small alley. The alley was long, and Nickel walked for a long time, turning left and right, making countless turns, before finally stopping. Nicole stood in front of a large trash can, shooed away the flies buzzing around, and drew a magic pattern with his finger, imprinting it on the wall above the trash can. Suddenly, a red glow emanated from the wall, the trash can shook, and slowly moved aside, revealing what lay behind it. Behind the trash can was a doorway about the height of a person. The inside was pitch black, and the situation was impossible to see. Without hesitation, Nicole stepped inside, simultaneously tapping his fingers. Pale blue lights emanated from his fingertips, floating around him, and illuminating his path. Once he was inside, the trash can at the entrance slowly returned to its original position, showing no signs of anything amiss. Using the faint blue light, Nickel slowly made his way deeper into the cave, which was a long, narrow passage with hard stone walls on either side. After a while, Nickel stopped in front of a door, glanced at the number on it, nodded, and knocked 8 times in a 3-2-3 rhythm. Then, a series of clanging sounds were heard from behind the door, followed by a loud bang, and a small window in the door opened, revealing a pair of vulture-like eyes. Upon seeing that it was Nickel, the person inside closed the small window and creaked open the door. Inside the door stood an old man, his hair and beard completely white, somewhat bald, unkempt, and looking rather dirty. He said with some surprise, "Nicole, what brings you here?" Nicole entered, smiling. "What? Not welcoming me?" The old man carefully closed the door, turning back to say, "No, it's just that you haven't been here for several years. Are you still running your magic core business?" Nicole waved his hand. "No, I stopped. No one supplies me anymore, so my magic core shop is closed." "Then what are you doing here? Do you have anything good to sell?" "No, I'm here to buy something." The old man raised an eyebrow, asking, "That's quite unusual. We've known each other for so long, and I never seen you want to buy anything from here. Tell me, what do you want?" Nicole lowered his voice, whispering in the old man's ear, "I know our underground market has all sorts of things, so I want a necromancy spell." "What?" The old man jumped up immediately. "What do you need a necromancy spell for? Not here?" The old man stroked his chin, his eyes darting around, and said, "It's not that there aren't any, but you have to negotiate the price with him yourself. Necromancy isn't exactly a good thing, but it's rare, so be prepared." Nicole immediately laughed. "No problem, take me to see him. We can negotiate the price ourselves." "Alright, come with me." The old man took out a bunch of keys and led Nicole back into the passage. After turning 7 or 8 corners, they found a wooden door. The old man found a key, opened the door, and the space inside immediately opened up. It was an underground world. Behind the door was a vast area, brightly lit and bustling with people. A wide street stretched straight into the distance, with many stalls on both sides selling all sorts of strange items. Nicole's face showed no surprise, as if coming here was just an ordinary occurrence. The old man glanced at Nickel and said as they walked, "It's been so many years since you've been to District 8. Look how much it's changed." Nickel looked around and said, "Not much has changed, just the people are different." The old man chuckled twice and said, "Heh, things change, but there are even more good things here now. Look over there, that guy sells all kinds of animal bones, he even has dragon bones. And that one over there, he sells potions, but not medicine to cure diseases, but deadly poisons, and they're extremely potent." Nickel looked in the direction the old man was pointing and nodded, saying, "Indeed, before, this place mainly sold rare magic cores and things like that, but now it's much more lively." A moment later, the two arrived at a stall belonging to a man in a gray robe. The stall displayed various scrolls, mostly red or blue, with 1 or 2 being cyan and purple, clearly some kind of magic book. The old man stepped forward and greeted him. "Hey, Six brother, I brought you some business." The gray-robed man looked up, revealing a slightly pale face. Seeing the old man and another man standing together, he paused for a moment, then said, "What do you want? Take a look for yourselves." The old man chuckled, went to the gray-robed man's side, and whispered a few words in his ear. The gray-robed man paused, sizing up Nickel before a smirk playing on his lips. "Hey, you want necromancy?" he said. Nicole nodded. "Yes, do you sell any here?" The gray-robed man stood up, pulling a dark gray scroll from a wooden box he was sitting on. Looking at Nickel, he said, "This is necromancy. What's your price? What rank is this magic, and what does it do?" "This is a low-level necromancy. Bone Spear. It's an offensive spell that summons a bone spear to strike the enemy, inflicting heavy damage. It's a very efficient spell for injuring enemies. What do you think?" Nicole stroked his chin. "Anything else?" The gray-robed man narrowed his eyes, chuckled twice, and pulled another scroll from the box. "This is also low-level necromancy, called undead summoning. It summons spirits from the underworld to assist in battle. It's an essential skill for all necromancers. This one is a bit more expensive." Nickel nodded and asked, "I take both of them." "How much?" The gray-robed man held up 2 fingers and waved them in front of Nickel. 20 silver coins? Nickel asked. The gray-robed man shook his head, leaned closer to Nickel, and slowly said, 20 gold coins. Not a single one less. Nicole frowned, staring at the 2 scrolls in the gray-robed man's hand, and said, "Even if it's necromancy, it's only a beginner-level spell. 20 gold coins is far too much." The gray-robed man turned around, put the scrolls back into the wooden box, and said indifferently, "Since you can't afford it, then forget it." At this moment, the old man who had been standing to the side rolled his eyes and spoke up, "Sixth brother, give me some face, and give him a discount." The gray-robed man looked up at the old man in surprise, then thought for a moment and said, "How about this, 18 gold coins, no less." The old man winked at Nickel, who sighed, nodded, took out 18 gold coins from his pocket, and handed them to the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man took the gold coins, counted them, chuckled, and then took out the 2 scrolls, handing them to Nickel, saying, "Hee, thanks for your patronage, come again sometime." Nickel checked the 2 scrolls, confirmed they were in good condition, then put them in his pocket, waved, and left the stall. The old man hurriedly followed. "That kid's a rip-off. He charged me 18 gold coins for 2 low-level spells." Nickel complained to the old man, somewhat annoyed. The old man chuckled and said, "Don't be upset. You really can't find this necromancy anywhere else, only here do you get it." Then the old man said, "Nicole, I've broken the rules by helping you bargain, so I don't expect your thanks, but could you do me a small favor?" Nicole looked at the old man and asked, "What do you want me to do?" The old man sighed and slowly said, "I know you haven't come here for the past few years because of..." However, before the old man could finish, Nicole coughed heavily, interrupting him, "Ahem. Well, just say what you want to say." The old man glanced at Nicole, shook his head with a sigh, and continued, "I thought you always be a drunkard, but when I saw you today, I noticed you were different. There's a spark in your eyes again, so I hope you can come back. After all, you are one of the founders of the underground market." Nickel shook his head and said calmly, "What would I do back here? I'm no longer needed here, and I can't bring anything to this place. No, with your strength, hunting those rare magical beasts wouldn't be a problem. Since you left, our magic core business has basically suffered. Without those rare magic core sources, some important figures no longer come here. Sigh, it's not like I'm the only one who can hunt rare magical beasts. Indeed, but the number they hunt is far too small, not enough to support an entire block." Nickel couldn't persuade him further, and could only say, "It's not that I don't want to agree, it's just that I have something more important to do now. If I succeed, I can fulfill her wish. Someone can cultivate it." Nickel nodded. "Yes, you must keep this a secret for me. If I manage to get my hands on any rare magic cores in the future, I come to you immediately." The old man nodded helplessly and said, "All right, since you're so determined, I won't force you. Is there anything else you want?" Nickel looked around and said, "Let's go to block 3. I want to find someone to forge a wand for me." The old man gave Nickel a meaningful look, somewhat guessing what was going on, but he didn't say it aloud. He shook his head, led Nickel out of block 8, back into the narrow passage, walked a short distance back, opened another door, and entered block 3. The environment here was similar to block 8, except the stalls sold finished weapons and equipment, some with signs next to them saying customizations welcome. "Is old Card still here?" Nicole asked. The old man shook his head and said, "He's dead. His stall has been sold." Seemingly noticing Nicole's surprise, the old man continued, he was a wanted criminal by the city lord's mansion. A few years ago, he was betrayed, captured by the city lord's men, and eventually died in the dungeon. Nicole sighed and said, I thought he was the best blacksmith here. Now that he's gone, who should I turn to? The old man chuckled and said, he would be very happy if he knew you praised him like that. However, if you want to forge a wand, I have someone I highly recommend. Nicole raised an eyebrow and asked, oh? Who is it? The old man didn't answer his question, but instead waved his hand and said, follow me, you see when we get there. Filled with doubt and curiosity, Nicole followed the old man for a while, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous street stall. The stall had a few iron swords scattered about, looking quite ordinary, with nothing particularly attractive about them. The stall owner was a young man wearing a black hat, sitting there leisurely, chatting with the stall owner next to him. Seeing the old man arrive with his entourage, the young man immediately stood up, greeting him with a smile. Oh, old man Koff, what brings you here? Are you here to patronize my business? The old man laughed heartily, patted the young man on the shoulder, and introduced him. This is the foundry I introduced to you. What do you think? Nickel sized up the young man before him, his eyes lighting up. He asked, what's your relationship with old Card? The young man was taken aback, then asked, you know my father? This question clearly explained the young man's relationship with old Card. Nickel nodded, extended his right hand, and said, so you're old Card's son. Hello, I'm an old friend of your father's. My name is Nickel. The young man shook hands with Nickel with a puzzled expression, clearly not having heard of him before. Nickel gave a wry smile. Looks like old Card didn't mention me. I come to have a wand forged. Could you help me? Before the young man could answer, the old man interjected, young Card inherited his father's skills. He can forge almost any weapon or armor. It's just that the kid's too lazy. He doesn't even bother to tidy up his stall, and he doesn't put any effort into forging weapons, ruining his reputation. The young man scratched his head sheepishly. Those guys wouldn't cherish the weapons I forge. Why should I make them anything better? I might as well just get by. Then, glancing at Nickel, he quickly said, however, since you're my father's friend, I definitely do my best to forge a wand for you. Leave it to me. Chapter 38. Nicole was still somewhat uneasy and asked, are any of your works here? I'd like to see them. Little Card noticed Nickel's hesitation and felt a little embarrassed, but still pulled out a short sword from behind him and handed it over. Nicole took the short sword and examined it carefully. The short sword was forged from black iron, incorporating a small amount of mithril. The hilt was made from the horn of a storm rhinoceros, inlaid with a wind elemental magic stone. The entire blade was streamlined, exquisitely crafted, as if naturally formed. Nicole exclaimed in admiration and returned the short sword to Little Card, saying, very good. I provide the materials, you just need to forge it for me. Little Card sheathed the short sword and chuckled, did you bring the materials? Nicole nodded, took out a magic core, and a small piece of mithril from his pocket, and then produced a huge bone. A spatial artifact? Little Card was taken aback. Such a large skeleton tucked into his robes, it must contain a spatial artifact, and spatial artifacts were rare not only in Misty City, but even in the entire Gore City state. Nickel, unconcerned by Card's surprise, handed him the 3 items. Card took the materials and examined them carefully, then exclaimed in surprise again, a ghoul's magic core, high-grade mithril, and a dragon bone? Nickel nodded and said, yes, to be precise, a rib of a zombie dragon beast. I want you to use these 3 items to forge a wand for me. Card cautiously asked, this wand is? Before young Card could finish speaking, Nickel interrupted him, yes, that's exactly what you think, but you know where you are and what the rules are. Don't ask too many questions. I pay you, just do as I say. Young Card nodded and said, all right, such good materials, I won't waste them. I definitely make you the best wand. Nickel smiled with relief and said, okay, when can I come to pick it up, and how much do you need? Young Card thought for a moment and said, how about this, you come next week. I close up shop today and go home to prepare. I start forging tomorrow. You don't need to pay me. I'm already very satisfied to have seen so many top-quality materials. Nickel shook his head, took out 100 gold coins from his pocket, placed them on his stall, waved, and left without looking back. Young Card wanted to refuse again, but old Card stopped him. Just take it, kid. I won't bother you any longer. Go and get ready. Little Card nodded and immediately began packing up his stall, rushing home to prepare for the forging. Old Calf caught up with Nickel, laughing, You were so stingy with 18 gold coins earlier, but now you're so generous, pulling out 100. Nickel replied irritably, how can that be the same? Forging is a craft. Besides, you know my standards, ordinary quality won't pass my test. With that, Nickel's mission at the underground market was complete. He then bid farewell to Old Calf and returned to the surface alone. When he returned home, it was already afternoon. Annie was still diligently practicing, while Angela was cleaning the house. Seeing Nickel return, she quickly went up to him and said, why are you so late? Have you eaten? I heat some up for you. Nickel was taken aback. He had always lived alone, and when he came home, he was always faced with an empty room. When had anyone ever cared if he was hungry? Seeing Nickel's stunned expression, Angela ignored him, and went to the kitchen to find him something to eat. Nickel gave a wry smile and followed her into the kitchen, asking, what did you have for lunch? Angela replied while busying herself, we had potatoes, tomatoes, and vegetables for lunch. Why didn't you buy any meat? Nickel asked, somewhat puzzled. Angela looked up, huffing meat. Do you know how expensive meat is? We only have 30 silver coins a month for living expenses now. We're lucky if we can even afford vegetables. Nickel was stunned. He hadn't expected this. He checked his spatial storage and found he only had 50 gold coins left. These past few years, he'd been living off his savings. His shop hadn't had any business, and he hadn't made any money. Plus, he bought a lot of wine every day, and now his funds were practically gone. He just spent another 118 gold coins on groceries. Wouldn't he be starving? Nickel asked suspiciously, didn't my sister give you any money? Angela sighed and said, she did, but Madame didn't have much money to begin with, only 50 gold coins. She gave them all to me, but we already spent over 30 on groceries and furnishing your room, so there's not much left. This won't do. My life with Annie hasn't even been going on for long, and we're already bankrupt. Nickel's face darkened, but then his eyes lit up as he stared at Angela and said, Angela, do you want to cultivate? Angela was taken aback and said, I am cultivating. I'm already a first-tier mage. Ahem, I know. I mean, do you want to continue breaking through and become a stronger mage? Huh? What do you mean? How do I become a stronger mage? Nicole said mysteriously, do you know an organization called the Adventurers Guild? Angela thought for a moment and said, yes, I know, but I don't know exactly what it does. Nicole slowly explained, the Adventurers Guild is a magical organization. It transcends nations. As long as you reach, anyone at the first tier level can register as a member of the association and enjoy the convenience of learning magic. In every Adventurers Association, there is a huge fragment of magical origin. By paying a sufficient number and grade of magic cores, one can obtain a spell from the fragment. This is something only found in the magic academies of the major empires and the Adventurers Associations. Furthermore, based on your completion of tasks, the Adventurers Association will award you a corresponding adventurer rank, divided into bronze, silver, and gold medals. Each medal has 3 levels, and adventurers of different ranks can accept tasks of varying difficulty from the Adventurers Association. How about it, interested? Angela explained in surprise. You want me to register as an adventurer? Nicole chuckled and said, not only you, but also Annie and me. Angela felt like she was about to faint. Asking her and her mistress to become adventurers? Had Nickel lost his mind? How could he have such an absurd idea? Are you crazy? Miss is only 7 years old. You want her to be an adventurer? Isn't that going too far? Oh, how can you say that? Annie may only be 7, but she's already a first-tier mage. Don't underestimate her. Besides, with me here, you won't encounter any danger. You make it sound so nice. You're just a drunkard. How can you protect us? Ugh, you're driving me crazy. Sure. At this moment, a childish voice rang out from outside the kitchen. It was Annie. She smiled at the two of them and said, I'm willing to become an adventurer. When do we register? Miss, don't listen to his nonsense. How can you become an adventurer? It's too dangerous. Angela immediately objected, and smiled and said, Sister Angela, it's all right. I'm not the daughter of a marquis anymore. I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people should think about how to live their own lives. Being an adventurer isn't bad either. Angela wanted to say something, but Nickel interrupted her, laughing twice and saying, ha ha ha, that's for the best, Angela. If you don't want to register, I won't force you. And I will go. Angela, hearing that she was being left behind, immediately protested, no way. I'm going too. Wherever Miss goes, I go. Nickel clapped his hands and said, all right. Since you agreed, let's go now. Before Angela could react, Nickel pulled the two girls out of the room. Angela immediately exclaimed, hey, you haven't had lunch yet. The three of them walked through the residential area and arrived at the Adventurers District. Although it wasn't Annie and Angela's first time in the Adventurers District, it was the largest area in the entire Misty City, and there were many places they had never seen before. Nicole was very familiar with the streets of the Adventurers District. Leading Annie and Angela with a clear goal, they didn't stop along the way and went straight to the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was enormous, magnificent, and resplendent, standing out prominently among the dilapidated buildings of the Adventurers District. Above its entrance were 5 large, bold characters: Adventurers Guild, followed by a smaller line, Misty City Branch. Annie and Angela stared at this behemoth, speechless with astonishment. This was the Adventurers Guild, so grand and magnificent, comparable to Marquis Drew's castle. Nickel chuckled and led the 2 terrified girls toward the Adventurers Guild's gate. 2 guards at the entrance immediately blocked their way, asking, "Where are your Adventurer ID badges?" Nicole laughed. Hee, we're new here to register, we don't have badges yet. The guard waved his hand and said, "New registrants, go over there." He pointed to the side of the gate. Nicole slapped his forehead and said, "Oh right, new registrants don't register this way, I don't quite remember." He then led the 2 bewildered girls to the side of the guild. A sign hung up, indicating the registration entrance. There was only one small window, and a queue of about 10 people, all seemingly there to register. Nicole led the 2 to the back of the line. Annie curiously peeked out, watching the person registering at the front. He placed his hand on a crystal ball, which flickered twice, emitting a faint blue glow. A young, beautiful woman inside the window said, "Water element, level 1," and began registering him. Annie asked worriedly, "Uncle, when I test my magic power, will they discover I'm a necromancer?" Nicole smiled and said, "Don't worry. Don't release your magic power directly. First, use the spirit division technique to inject the element you want to absorb directly into the crystal ball, and you won't be detected." Annie thought about it and agreed. It was afternoon. The spirit division technique would separate the elements of heaven and earth into wind elements for her to absorb. If she didn't absorb these wind elements, but instead transferred them to the crystal ball, it wouldn't discover her secret. Just then, a gruff voice rang out behind them. Heh, 2 little girls registering as adventurers too. What a joke. Annie turned around and saw a burly man in armor standing arrogantly behind them. It was Hawk, the one who had extorted 40 silver coins from Angela when Annie first arrived in Misty City. Hawk recognized the 2 as well, his eyes widening immediately. "Huh? It's you two?" Then, he saw Nickel standing in front of them and laughed heartily. "Old drunkard, you don't actually want to bring these 2 little girls along as adventurers, do you? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I've been hunting magical beasts for years, and only just broke through to the 1st rank. I'm only registering today, and these 2 little girls, still wet behind the ears, are already here to join the fun." Angela put her hands on her hips and said, "You big dummy, so you're not even an adventurer. You even extorted 40 silver coins from me, give them back." Hawk glared at her and said angrily, "What extortion? That was compensation. Besides, so what if I'm not an adventurer? I be one soon. As for you 2, and you drunkard, you 3 probably don't know, do you? Only those who reach tier 1 can register as adventurers. I advise you to leave now, and not waste your time." Angela was displeased. She snorted and said, "Don't look down on me. How do you know we haven't reached the 1st rank? Let me tell you, I'm already a 1st rank mage, and my young lady has also broken through to the 1st rank, much stronger than you." Ha ha ha. Hawk clearly didn't believe her. "You're kidding me. We find out after the test. Let's see what you do then. Test it then. Who's afraid of who?" Angela wouldn't back down. Their eyes seemed to clash in the void, sparks flying. Before they knew it, it was their turn in the queue. Nicole went to register first. He walked to the front and greeted the woman. "Hi, Ginny, how have you been?" The woman was clearly taken aback, then recognized him and exclaimed, "Nicole, what are you doing here? What else could I be doing here?" "Registering as an adventurer, of course, ha. Aren't you an adventurer yourself?" Hearing this, Annie and Angela were both stunned. But then, Angela remembered that Nicole had indeed mentioned before that he had led an adventurer team. Angela had thought he was just bragging at the time, but now, could it be true? Nicole gave an awkward smile and said, well, I lost my ID card. Could you get a replacement?" Chapter 39. Jeannie rolled her eyes at Nicole and said, A replacement is a replacement. Why bother with registration? Seriously? As she spoke, she began rustling around on the platform, and soon handed Nicole a token, saying, 5 gold coins. Nicole responded, took out 5 gold coins, placed them on the platform, and quickly stuffed his token back into his pocket. Annie and the others were very curious about Nicole's level, but Nicole was too fast. They didn't even see any information on the token. Next was Angela's turn. Angela told Jeannie her name and basic information. After Jeannie registered her, she asked Angela to place one hand on the crystal ball and slowly release magic to test it. Angela did as instructed, and slowly, a blue halo appeared on the crystal ball. Jeannie glanced at it and said, Wind Element, Level 1. Angela chuckled and turned to Hawk with a provocative expression. Hawk's mouth dropped open, his face filled with disbelief. The drunkard was an adventurer, that was one thing, but this little girl wasn't even an adult yet, and she was already a first-tier mage. How could he not be astonished? Next, it was Annie's turn. Annie took a deep breath and secretly activated her spirit-splitting technique. The surrounding elements trembled slightly. Nickel quickly drew a magic pattern in his sleeve to suppress the tremor, preventing the others from noticing. Wisps of wind elements slowly gathered around Annie. Annie sensed it, and, feeling it was about right, placed her hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball flickered, but nothing changed. Seeing this, Hawk burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. You little brat, what are you doing here? You don't have any magic at all. Do you think this is kindergarten? Ha ha ha. The people around also started discussing among themselves. Yeah, letting a little kid register as an adventurer, isn't that just wasting our time? I wonder whose kid this is. He's quite cute. What good is cuteness? It can't put food on the table. Adventurers are judged by their strength. However, the next moment, everyone's jaws dropped in astonishment. The crystal ball flickered for a moment, then suddenly burst forth with a blue light. This blue light filled the entire crystal ball, illuminating the surroundings. Jeannie was also stunned, looking at Annie in surprise, and stammered, Wind level 3. Whoa! A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Everyone's eyes widened, especially Hawk's. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things. How is this possible? This little girl should only be 7 or 8 years old. Yeah, she's a real genius. Look at her clothes. Could she be from some noble family? Sigh, I think it's possible. Maybe she's just here to experience life. Nicole slapped his forehead, thinking bitterly, damn it, I didn't expect this energy to be so abundant. It pushed me directly to the 3rd tier. This is a disaster. Annie also withdrew her hand, and instantly, the crystal ball returned to normal. Jeannie quickly recovered from his shock, rapidly making Annie's identity card, and said, although you are a 3rd tier powerhouse, since this is your first time registering as an adventurer and you have no achievements, you will still have to start from the lowest level, bronze level 1. Please understand. Annie nodded and said, okay, thank you, Sister Ginny. Hawk, standing behind her, was completely petrified. He only reacted when Ginny called out, next. He hurriedly stepped forward, grinning. Ginny, I registered 3 times already. You have all the information. I just checked directly. Ginny glanced at him and said calmly, all right, go ahead and check. Hawk immediately placed his large hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball's light dimmed, slowly revealing a pale blue glow. Seeing this faint light, Hawk immediately beamed and said, how was it? Ginny shrugged and said, you passed, Water Element Tier 1. Saying this, she tossed an identity token to Hawk, saying, 30 silver coins. Hawk excitedly took the identity token, paid 30 silver coins, but as soon as he turned around, he saw Nicole and the other 2 looking at him with mocking expressions. Hawk gave an awkward laugh. Everyone, I was blind to your greatness. I have to go now. He then dashed off. Angela felt a surge of satisfaction. She pumped her fist at Hawk's retreating figure and said, Humph, serves you right for looking down on us again. And turned to Nicole and asked, Uncle, you used to be an adventurer, right? What level were you? Nicole's eyes darted around, and he changed the subject, saying, oh dear, it's getting late. I haven't even had lunch yet. How about we grab something to eat outside and celebrate you 2 becoming adventurers? Great. Great. Angela immediately jumped up happily. We haven't eaten at any of the restaurants here yet. Nicole waved his hand and said, come on. I take you to a restaurant where the beef is absolutely amazing. It's on me today. Eat whatever you want. Then, Annie and the other woman followed Nicole to a nearby restaurant, which was packed with people. They finally managed to find a seat. The waitress seemed to recognize Nickel, greeting him familiarly. "Nickel, long time no see. What would you like to eat today?" "Haha, Phineas, you're getting more and more beautiful. Give us some beef, and 2 jugs of wine." Phineas giggled. "Hee hee, okay, just a moment." Annie watched Phineas sway away, her hips swaying, and asked meaningfully, "Uncle, why do I feel like you know all the women here so well? First it was Ginny, now it's Phineas." Nickel awkwardly touched his nose and said, "Ahem, I live around here. I see them every day, of course I know them." Angela teased, "I think you're not only a drunkard, but you also flirt with women everywhere. No wonder you can't find a wife." "Who said that?" "I swear, I had nothing to do with them. They're just normal acquaintances," Nickel immediately explained. Angela pouted, "Humph, what are you explaining to me for?" "I don't care." Just then, Phineas returned with 2 jugs of wine, placed them on the table, gave Nickel a flirtatious wink, and walked away. Now Nickel was even more embarrassed. He gestured frantically, but couldn't utter a single word. Seeing Nicole's embarrassed expression, Annie laughed so hard she almost fell over, while Angela rolled her eyes at Nicole, her face flushed, whether from the heat of the crowded shop or something else, it was hard to tell. Nicole, although Annie's uncle, wasn't actually that old, only around 20. He used to look unkempt and sloppy, but after moving in with Annie and Angela, they practically forced him to shave and groom his hair. Afterwards, Angela not only washed Nicole's clothes, but also bought him some new outfits, which instantly made Nicole look much more presentable, allowing Annie and Angela to see his true self. It could be said that Nickel was quite handsome. His face was sculpted with distinct features, bearing a resemblance to Eva. His deep black pupils had a slight bluish tint, making them appear even more profound and mysterious. His high-bridged nose and well-defined lips added to his masculine charm, which explained why Ginny, Phineas, and the others were paying such close attention to him. Once the dishes were served, the 3 of them couldn't wait to dig in. It must be said, the beef at this restaurant was indeed delicious, tender, juicy, and paired with a special sauce, it was irresistible. When they were full, and it came time to pay the bill, Nickel almost cried. The 3 of them had eaten 50 silver coins. Looking at the 2 little girls with their round bellies, Nickel shook his head. It seemed he still needed to work harder to earn more money. The next day, Nickel took out the 2 sets of necromancy he had bought from the underground market early in the morning. Today, he is going to teach and how to cast spells, and is very excited. First, Nickel picked up the bone spear magic scroll and handed it to Annie. "Annie, you should learn this first. It's an offensive spell called Bone Spear, and I think it suits you well." When Nickel saw the scroll, he remembered the night when Annie had unconsciously released a Bone Spear spell, almost piercing the skinny man. Perhaps Annie had a natural talent for Bone Spear. Annie nodded, took the scroll, opened it, and infused it with her magic. A flash of black light appeared within the scroll, and with a snap, it disappeared. Nicel nodded and said, "These magic scrolls are derived from the source of magic. Once opened and learned, they will directly integrate into the learner's mind. However, whether one can learn it depends on the learner's talent." Annie was now immersed in her mental world, deeply comprehending the Bone Spear spell. Angela asked with some doubt, "Is this how everyone learns? What if someone isn't from a magic academy or the Adventurers Guild, and can't obtain magic scrolls from the source of magic?" Nickel shook his head and said, "Then there's no way. They can only do what we do, buy them through various unconventional means. But the magic they buy is usually not very good. The good magic has already been learned by others. Of course, there's a special case, the Netherworld. The undead can learn magic through instruction until they learn low-level magic, at which point they need to obtain scrolls from the source of magic. However, in the high-level Netherworld, there are many death altars where the source of magic is publicly available." Angela, resting her chin on her hand, said, "If only our magical origins were public." Nickel paused, as if recalling something distant, then replied, "Impossible. The Adventurers Guild has reached an agreement with various empires, monopolizing the magical origins. This forces powerful mages to grow from among them. Any force or individual who possesses magical origins privately will be hunted down worldwide." At this moment, Annie woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Nickel, saying, "Uncle, I think I learned it. Look." With that, she stretched out her hands, and her magical power surged wildly. A 2-meter-long bone spear instantly appeared in the air, shooting towards the opposite wall. Nicole was startled. He slashed at the bone spear with his fingers, and a beam of azure light suddenly flew out, colliding with the spear with a loud bang, instantly shattering it into pieces. Annie was startled by the sight. She quickly scrambled to her feet and said, I'm sorry, Uncle, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Nickel waved his hand and smiled wryly. Don't say you didn't expect it. I didn't expect it either. To be able to unleash such powerful magic on your first try is truly eye-opening. Angela clapped her hands and laughed. Miss, you're amazing. That's fantastic. Then, Nickel picked up another scroll and said, this is a spell that every necromancer must learn. Summoning the dead. Although it's only at the beginner level, even after becoming a Grand Magister, this spell will still play a crucial role. Anne's eyes lit up. She had already summoned the undead once before, but that time she had borrowed the power of Drew's mage core to successfully summon Born. This time, she would use her own power to summon the undead, and took the scroll and, just like before, poured magic into it. With a snap, the scroll disappeared again. Seeing Annie fall into her mental world again, Nicole shook his head with a wry smile, saying, Annie's talent is truly amazing. When I was learning magic, it took me over an hour to comprehend a single spell, and even more complex spells took 2 or 3 hours. This little girl mastered it in just a few minutes, and with such powerful magic. Angela proudly exclaimed, of course. Our young lady is exceptionally talented, a once-in-a-century genius. Nicole scoffed, what are you so proud of? It's not like you're exceptionally talented. You need to start cultivating too, lest Annie falls behind and doesn't take you on adventures. Angela panicked upon hearing this. That won't do. She can't leave me behind. She found a flat spot, sat down, and began cultivating. However, this time, for some reason, Annie's cultivation took longer than usual. It wasn't until an hour later that Annie slowly awoke. Nicole quickly asked, how is it? Can this spell be cast? Annie looked at her hands blankly, then thought for a moment and said, how about I try? With that, she stretched out her hands as before, channeling all her magic power into them. A magical pattern instantly appeared on the open ground in front of her. However, with 2 soft cracks, the magical pattern shattered, turning into a cloud of elemental mist and disappearing into the air. Nicole was dumbfounded. What? What happened? Chapter 40. Nicole felt his mind was a bit confused. This shouldn't be happening. Annie's talent was so high, the attack power of that bone spear was comparable to that of a second-tier mage. How could it fail with a necromancy spell? Could there be something wrong with the magic scroll? But that shouldn't be the case. Scrolls come from the source of magic. There shouldn't be anything wrong with them. And was also confused. She looked at her shattered magic pattern, somewhat dazed. Uncle, why did my spell fail? Nicole rubbed his forehead and said, I'm not quite sure either. Did you feel anything special when you cast the spell? And thought for a moment and said, The beginning went quite smoothly, but in the last step, when I was opening the necromancy portal and starting the summoning, I felt a power beyond my control, and then it shattered. Nicole was at a loss for words. After all, he wasn't a necromancer, and knew nothing about necromancy spells, so he couldn't answer Annie's question. Since this problem can't be solved right now, let's leave it for later. Maybe it's because your magic isn't stable enough yet. How about this? Let's go to the Adventurers Guild, take on some quests, and earn some extra money. Okay. Annie jumped up happily. Angela, however, became a little worried. Won't it be dangerous to take on quests? Nickel walked up to Angela, looking at her with resolute eyes, and slowly said, Angela, if you're doing this for Annie's sake, you should let her hone her skills. Right now, you can only rely on yourselves. Only by becoming strong can you survive. Annie walked over and said, Yes, Angela, I know you're worried about me, but you understand our current situation. If we don't grow stronger quickly, we might not even be able to eat. Angela pouted and said, No. Isn't there young Master Nickel? Nickel was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. Don't count on this drunkard, haha. A short while later, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild again. This time, they could finally enter through the main gate. The guard at the main gate simply verified their identification badges, and respectfully let them in. After entering through the main gate, there was a very large hall, like a tavern, with many adventurers sitting in small groups. At the far end were 3 service counters, and a large quest board. Without hesitation, Nickel led Annie and Angela directly to a service counter. Above the counter was written Adventure Team Registration. Seeing Nickel and his companions approach, the young man at the service desk lazily asked, Are the 3 of you registering for an adventure team? Nickel handed over his identification card. Yes, there are only 3 of us, so it should be just right. The young man took the identification card, glanced at it casually, and then his body stiffened. He sat up straight, stared at Nickel for a moment, and then grinned broadly. Ha ha, Please show your two companions their identification cards as well. Annie noticed the change in the young man's attitude, but she was too short to see the information on the identification card in his hand, even when she stood on tiptoe. Helpless, she could only take out her own identification card and place it on the table, and Angela did the same. The young man took the 3 identity tags, quickly noted them down, and said, "No problem." According to the association's regulations, a team of 3 or more can register as an adventurer's party. You 3 qualify. What should we name the team? Nickel turned to look at Annie and asked, "Annie, what name do you want?" Annie hesitated, then turned to Angela, who quickly waved her hand, saying, "I don't know how to name things, miss, you should do it." Annie thought for a moment and said, "Of the 3 of us, Uncle is the strongest, so how about we call it the Nickel team?" Nickel immediately waved his hand. No, we can't use my name. Our team leader has to be Annie, so how about we call it the Annie team?" Before Annie could object, Angela clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Great! Let's use Mrs. name. It sounds nice and is easy to remember." Seeing Angela's support, Nicole directly told the young man, "Our team's name will be Annie's team." "Okay, please wait a moment." After a while, the young man returned the 3's ID cards. "The team has been successfully registered. Here are your ID cards. The team's information has also been entered into the ID cards. Please keep them safe." "Thank you." Nicole took the ID cards and handed the other 2 back to Annie and Angela. "Let's go see what missions are available on the mission board." The 3 arrived at the huge mission board, which was surrounded by many people, mostly there to check the missions. The missions on the mission board were divided into 3 areas, with different points and bounties depending on the difficulty. The difficulty was divided into 3 levels, S, SS, and SSS. Bronze level adventurers could only accept S-level missions. Fortunately, there were many S-level missions, occupying a large area of the mission board. Of course, even among S-rank missions, there are varying degrees of difficulty. Some missions were actually SS rank, but were downgraded to S rank for various reasons. Because the S rank area was so crowded, Annie and her companions could barely see the mission board. Helpless, Nicole could only protect Annie and Angela as they squeezed their way to the front. Annie was momentarily overwhelmed by the dense array of missions before her. The bounties for these S-rank missions were generally low, usually less than 10 gold coins. Some more difficult ones might offer 15 gold coins, but even those were few and far between. Most of the missions involved hunting magical beasts, as this area was adjacent to the Misty Forest, a paradise for monster hunters. There were also missions involving gathering herbs, but these were generally low risk, so the bounties were also very low, unless it involved rare herbs. Angela's eyes lit up when she saw a quest: kill 1 sawtooth boar, hand in its skull and magic core, reward 17 gold coins. This reminded her of the sawtooth boar meat she had once at Nickel's shop. It was delicious. This quest didn't require the meat, only the skull and magic core, meaning they could have another feast. Thinking this, Angela reached for the quest slip. However, at that moment, another hand reached out from the side and grabbed the quest slip as well, both of them grabbing it almost simultaneously. Angela looked to the side in surprise, and saw a young man with red hair, wearing a flashy red suit of armor, looking quite flamboyant. He glanced at Angela, surprised to see she was a girl, but then arrogantly said, "What are you doing here, little brat? I took the quest first, so let go." Angela immediately protested, gripping the quest tighter. "Why? I saw it first." Their argument attracted the attention of those nearby. Nicole and Annie noticed the commotion and rushed over. The red-haired man, annoyed that Angela wouldn't give up, said angrily, "You're obviously new here, probably only at level 1. How could you possibly defeat a sawtooth boar? Let me tell you, if you accept the quest and fail, you be fined." Angela was speechless. Indeed, she was only at level 1, and she only knew one defensive spell, not an offensive one. How could she possibly fight a boar? Seeing Angela's silence, the red-haired man's arrogance intensified. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the girl was quite attractive. Angela was already quite beautiful, and under Eva's tutelage from a young age, her demeanor was more elegant than that of most women. Furthermore, since she practiced wind magic, the unique ethereal and unrestrained nature of wind magic was also somewhat evident in her. At this moment, the red-haired man's heart stirred. He chuckled and said, "If you don't want to give up, that's fine too. I can let you join our team. If you're willing to join our team, we can do this mission together. How about it?" But just then, a gentle breeze swept by, not very strong, yet it easily pushed the red-haired man a distance away, and his hand naturally released the mission slip. The red-haired man staggered a couple of steps, looking over in surprise. A tall, slender man in black stood before him. It was Nickel. Nickel said calmly, "She's part of our team. Whether she completes the mission or not is none of your concern." The red-haired man's expression changed drastically. That gust of wind just now was definitely not normal. If it was released by this man, then he needed to be cautious. He finally glared fiercely at Nickel. "Humph, you just wait and see. Don't let me run into you in the misty forest." With that, he turned and left. Such scenes were common in the guild, so the surrounding people were used to it. After the red-haired man left, they stopped paying attention to the commotion and focused on their own tasks. Nickel turned around, looked at Angela, and laughed. "What? Let me see what mission you've chosen." Angela handed Nickel the mission sheet in her hand. Nickel took a look at it and chuckled. "You don't just want to eat meat, do you?" Angela blushed and snatched the mission sheet back. You're not allowed to laugh at me. If you don't want it, I give it back to that redhead." "Who says I don't want it? Although this sawtooth boar is indeed quite difficult to deal with me here, you don't need to worry." Nickel patted his chest, looking confident. Then he turned to Annie. "Right, Annie?" Annie looked at the mission sheet in Angela's hand, her mouth practically watering. Nickel was speechless. These are two gluttons. Next, Nickel led Annie and the others to the mission service desk, registered them under the name of Annie's team, paid a deposit of 30 silver coins, and promised to complete the mission within a week. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, they immediately began preparations for their journey to the Misty Forest. The first issue was Annie and Angela's attire. These two young girls, coming from the noble mansion, were dressed in the ornate robes of nobles, offering neither protection nor any semblance of adventurer attire. Nicole glanced at his spatial artifact. He had essentially sold off all the valuable items he had collected, using the money to buy wine. Only 2 materials imbued with the power of death remained unsold. He had given them to Little Cart a couple of days ago to forge a wand for Annie. Now, his vast spatial artifact contained only a few jingling gold coins. He was truly impoverished. He randomly entered a few equipment shops, selecting 2 suitable leather armors and cloaks for Annie and Angela, spending another 3 gold coins. The leather armor offered little protection, but it was better than hunting in elaborate gowns. "Uncle, where are we going to find the sawtooth boar?" Annie asked. Nickel thought for a moment, then took out a hand-drawn map. The map was tattered, stained with oil and wine, clearly showing signs of age. He ran his fingers along it, muttering, "According to the habits of the sawtooth boars, they migrate along the edge of the forest. They should be in this area by now, but I haven't been to the Misty Forest in a long time. I wonder how much it's changed." Angela asked timidly. I only know one defensive spell. Am I a bit of a burden to the team?" Nickel was taken aback, then patted Angela's head and laughed. "Who says defensive spells are just a burden? Practice your wind shield. It'd be very useful in crucial moments." Angela looked up. "Then can I go to the magic source to learn another spell?" Nicole shook his head and said, "We don't have enough magic cores right now to exchange for entry opportunities." "Uncle, I saw you still have some magic cores in your shop. Aren't those enough?" Annie asked. "No, those magic cores are too low quality. They're all leftovers. Even combined, they're not enough, and using the source of magic requires a certain amount of merit." Annie looked dejected, but then she pumped her little fist with renewed determination. "Don't worry. We're an adventurer's party now. We collect as many magic cores as possible, learn more magic, and become the strongest adventurer's party in this area." "Okay. Whatever you say, miss, I do." Angela's worry vanished, replaced by a bright smile. Looking at the 2 little girls before him, Nickel's expression was a mixture of emotion and sadness. He stroked the map of the Misty Forest on the table, sighed softly, and his gaze gradually hardened. Chapter 41. The 3 spent about 2 days preparing, mainly to further train Annie and Angela. Annie had just learned the Bone Spear spell, an offensive magic. Although powerful, its accuracy was still somewhat lacking. Angela was even worse off. Her wind shield was far too weak. Fortunately, Nickel was also a wind mage, so he could teach her. After 2 days of training, her wind shield had become much stronger. After a quick inventory of their equipment and packing 5 days' worth of rations, the 3 set off boldly towards the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest was vast and ancient, existing in this region before the establishment of the Norma Empire. Currently, the Misty Forest was located to the north of the Norma Empire. Because it was impossible to cross the forest further north, no one knew what lay beyond. This forest was named the Misty Forest because it was perpetually shrouded in dense fog. The Norma Empire's Misty City was the only northernmost city, historically untouched by war, primarily managing its internal affairs. However, to the east and west of the Norma Empire, there are two other colossal entities, also bordering the Misty Forest, though unlike the Norma Empire, they haven't established cities right next to it. For some unknown reason, aside from Misty City, the monsters in the surrounding areas of the Misty Forest are far more ferocious, frequently attacking cities, making it uninhabitable for long periods. Therefore, Misty City can be considered the only city on the Skywalker continent built directly adjacent to the Misty Forest. This also results in Misty City being incredibly bustling every day, filled with people, besides long-term residents, adventurers from all directions, and even people from other countries. At the entrance to the Misty Forest, Misty City had set up a massive checkpoint. After all, beyond this gate lay the outer edge of the Misty Forest, a place teeming with magical beasts. Occasionally, hordes of beasts would appear, attempting to assault the city wall's guards, though their numbers were small and posed little threat. Instead, the adventurers here treated it as a hunting frenzy. Each entry into the Misty Forest required a fee, 1 silver coin per person. It's fair to say that the rulers of Misty City were quite adept at amassing wealth. 1 silver coin wasn't a huge sum, but it wasn't insignificant either. With thousands of people entering and leaving the Misty Forest daily, that's 4,000 to 5,000 silver coins a day, and 1,000 gold coins every 2 days. No small amount. Because of the large number of people entering the Misty Forest, Nickel and his companions had to wait in line. Fortunately, the line moved quickly, and it was soon their turn. The three of them each presented their adventurer's identification tokens. After verification by the guards, they were each charged 1 silver coin and allowed to enter. As soon as Annie stepped into the forest, she felt a chilling sense of unease. Although it was daytime, the dense trees and their intertwined canopies formed a vast net, effectively trapping the space beneath the trees. Sunlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting dappled shadows that intensified the eerie atmosphere. A gust of wind blew, the branches creaking and scraping, sending a shiver down her spine in the already biting cold. Annie pulled her collar tighter, hoping to warm herself, but to no avail. It was early winter, and although it hadn't snowed yet, the cold was no less intense than on a snowy day. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, with more leaves beneath them, making a crunching sound like walking on snow as the three of them stepped on it. Nicole led Annie and Angela westward. Based on his experience, saw-toothed boars were active in the western region at this time of year. If they could encounter a lone, preferably injured, saw-toothed boar, that would be ideal. Nicole pushed aside branches as he walked, saying, "You two stay close to me. Don't look around. The trees are dense here. If you get lost, you won't be able to find us." "Okay," Annie responded. Her fair face, flushed from the trek, was panting heavily, puffs of white breath coming from her mouth. "Miss, don't be afraid. I protect you from behind." Angela brought up the rear, trying to keep up with the two ahead as quickly as possible. However, when had Annie and Angela ever walked such a difficult path? The uneven ground was covered in clods of dirt and stones, with puddles of water everywhere. Their shoes were half soaked by the end of the walk, and the dense branches and bushes constantly blocked their way, making their progress extremely slow. Suddenly Nicole, who was walking in front, stopped. Annie asked, puzzled, "Uncle, what's wrong?" Nicole shushed him, and listened intently. He noticed wisps of blue light emanating from his ear, as if he were receiving distant sounds. His brow furrowed more and more as he listened, and suddenly he shouted, "Angela, stand next to me. Annie, stay behind us and don't move, understand?" Annie nodded obediently, while Angela walked around her and stepped forward, asking with a puzzled look, "What's wrong?" Nicole looked seriously ahead and solemnly said, I didn't expect us to be so lucky, running into that thing. Listen to my instructions. We release wind shields together, making sure we're both within their protective range, understand?" Angela took a deep breath. "Although I don't know what it is, I can manage something like this." The two of them got into position, while Annie crouched behind them, her hands covering her head, her big, bright eyes peeking out curiously. A rustling sound slowly came from ahead, like leaves being pattered. The sound grew louder and closer until Annie and Angela could hear it clearly. Their eyes widened, trying to see what it was. A small black dot slowly emerged from between the trees, then 2, 4, 10, 100, until they were densely packed, covering the sky, a dark reddish-black mass that sent chills down one's spine. What is this?" Angela exclaimed. "It's a gregarious little magical beast, the red-billed arrowbird. They sometimes migrate in large numbers, treating any creature in their path as an obstacle, piercing it like a sieve. A single arrow bird is weak, not even reaching the first rank, but a swarm of arrow birds is a nightmare for low-level adventurers. Should we raise a wind shield now? Not yet, wait until they get closer. There are quite a few of these arrow birds, so don't waste your magic. Make sure to maintain the wind shield for as long as possible. Angela took a deep breath, calming herself. Okay, I follow your orders. Nicole's eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the swarming flock of arrow birds. Once the birds were a certain distance away, he slowly counted 3, 2. Even in the freezing weather, beads of sweat appeared on Angela's forehead. She stretched out her hands, nervously watching ahead. 1. Release. With Nicole's command, the two simultaneously released wind shields. The sides of the shields merged, forming a larger and wider shield, completely protecting the 3 of them behind them. The flock of arrow birds crashed into the wind shield almost simultaneously, the crackling sound like popping beans exploding in their ears. Angela's hands, which were maintaining the wind shield, were numb from the impact, but thankfully, Nicole remained steadfast, helping Angela withstand the greater pressure. The red-billed arrow birds, as expected of small magical beasts, still astonished Angela upon seeing them up close. These arrow birds were jet black except for their red beaks. They were fire-type magical beasts. Each time a arrow bird slammed into the wind shield, it would stab with its long, sharp beak, creating sparks on the shield with the power of fire element. Can you hold on? Nicole asked. I can. Angela gritted her teeth, using all her strength to withstand the onslaught of arrow birds. After about 3 minutes, the flock of arrow birds finally finished flying. Angela removed the wind shield, plopped down on the ground, and kept swinging her arms, panting heavily, complaining, "Ugh, I'm exhausted, my magic is completely depleted." Nicole, however, showed no signs of fatigue, remaining as nonchalant as ever. Heh, serves you right for slacking off all the time. Angela raised an eyebrow, and jumped to her feet. Who said I was slacking off? I worked very hard. How dare you accuse me of slacking off, humph, she said, chasing after Nicole. Nicole laughed heartily, dodging Angela's attack. All right, save your energy. Luckily, you had your wind shield this time, otherwise, I alone couldn't have protected both of you. Hearing this, Angela's expression softened slightly. Humph. That's a more palatable way to put it. Annie then stepped forward, picking up a dead red-billed arrow bird from the ground and examining it closely. Angela was a little confused. Miss, what's wrong? Annie held up the arrow bird, tilted her head, and asked innocently this. Can we eat it? Nicole was speechless. This little girl wanted to eat everything she saw. But she was right, this kind of arrow bird was indeed edible, tasting similar to chicken, just with less meat. All right, we've been walking for a long time. Why don't we rest here and roast some arrow birds? Great. I'm tired too, I need to recover. Angela was the first to agree. A wisp of smoke rose. Nicole collected some injured or killed red-billed arrow birds, plucked their feathers, removed their internal organs, skewered them together, and handed them to Angela to roast. These fallen red-billed arrow birds were among the weaker ones in the flock. Nicole processed so many without finding a single magic core, but Nicole hadn't had high hopes anyway, so it wasn't surprising. Annie blinked her big eyes, squatting by the fire to warm herself, her mouth watering at the aroma of roasting meat. Seeing Annie's eager expression, Nicole chuckled and took a nearly roasted arrow bird from the fire, handing it to her. Here, little Annie, have a taste. Annie exclaimed wow, and quickly took it, but the bird meat was still very hot, making her hesitant to eat it. Ha, take your time, no rush, there's plenty more, Nicole said, taking another bird and handing it to Angela. Angela took the bird meat, gently blew on it a couple of times, and waited for it to cool slightly. She tore off a piece and put it in Annie's mouth. Annie immediately chewed with a blissful expression, the aroma filling her mouth. After swallowing the piece, she opened her mouth again, waiting for Angela to feed her. Angela chuckled and tore off another piece of meat, putting it into Annie's little mouth. Looking at these two lovable characters, Nicole suddenly felt the forest wasn't so eerie anymore, and even the coldest weather felt warmer. If only time could stand still at this moment. Thinking this, Nicole gradually noticed the appearances of the two people before him changing. Angela transformed into a young man, just like himself in the past, while Annie became a red-haired girl, equally innocent and radiant, beautiful and pure. Nicole's lips curled into a slight smile, and tears welled in his eyes. He didn't even notice that the arrow bird in front of him was burnt. Ouch, it's burnt! Angela's shout pulled Nicole back to reality. What? Oh dear, quick, quick, quick! After a flurry of activity, they managed to salvage a few intact roasted birds. But unsurprisingly, Nickel received another severe scolding from Angela. The three of them, having eaten and drunk their fill, set off again. Their destination was quite far, practically outside the borders of the Norma Empire, but even so, it was still on the outer edge of the misty forest, demonstrating its immense size. Thanks to Nickel's extensive experience, they deliberately avoided areas teeming with ferocious magical beasts. The rest of their journey was uneventful. After about a day and a half, they finally reached their destination. Nickel anticipated encountering sawtooth boars, but also anticipated the presence of other predators, so extra caution was necessary. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a sound came from the nearby bushes, startling all three. Nickel immediately drew his sword, ready to strike. But after a while, to the astonishment of the three, a small rabbit hopped out of the bushes, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Oh dear, that scared me to death. When will we find the serrated boar? Angela complained, and also patted her chest, looking shaken. Nicole gave a wry smile. Hunting depends on luck. Sometimes you're unlucky and don't find any prey. Sometimes you're lucky and the prey just comes to you. However, before he could finish speaking, a huge boar roared and charged out of the bushes. This boar was 3 times the size of Nickel, its brown fur standing on end, its eyes bloodshot, clearly having been provoked. And its most distinctive feature was its pair of enormous, serrated tusks protruding from its mouth, drool dripping incessantly onto the ground. Nicole stared blankly at the behemoth, muttering the last 3 words, "Delivered to your doorstep." Chapter 42. The wild boar charged straight at the 3 of them. Nicole shouted, "Get out of the way." He grabbed the somewhat stunned Annie and Angela and ducked to the side, barely avoiding the boar's charge. However, the boar was relentless. Missing its first attack, it turned around, its mouth emitting a foul stench and making a hissing sound. "Get up quickly. Proceed according to our previous battle plan. This boar seems to be alone and is quite aggressive. Everyone be careful," Nicole said as he got up from the ground and stood in front of Annie and Angela. He joined 2 fingers of his right hand together, and a thin, cyan sword beam shot out from his fingertips, forming a wind elemental blade. With his left hand, he made 3 gestures, and 3 cyan magic patterns vanished beneath his feet, leaving his feet bathed in a cyan light. He stared intently at the wild boar before him, assessing its strength, but the boar gave them no time to breathe. The boar pawed the ground twice with its front hooves, then charged at the 3 again. Nicole gave a soft shout, his feet barely touching the ground, as he moved like a gust of wind, his right hand aimed directly at the boar's brow. The boar seemed to sense the danger, abruptly halting its advance. Its massive head swung violently, its serrated tusks clashing fiercely with Nicole's wind blade. With a clang, Nicole was sent flying 7 or 8 meters before barely regaining his footing, and also stood up, silently chanting a spell, concentrating her magic in her hands, aiming at the boar's body. However, the boar charged again, this time towards Annie, making it impossible for her to aim. She immediately ran to dodge. But how could Annie's small frame outrun a wild boar? In no time, the boar closed the distance. Just then, Angela released a wind shield and charged forward, ramming headfirst into the running boar from the side. The boar stumbled and swerved, crashing into a tree, while Angela was thrown into the air by the force. Fortunately, Nicole arrived in time and caught her. Angela cried out anxiously, "Quick, save Miss." Nicole nodded, put Angela down, and charged at the boar again. His previous attack had given him a pretty good idea that this serrated boar was at least a 4th-tier beast, exceeding his current strength. He was incredibly anxious. Why was he so unlucky to have encountered such a tough opponent? He knew he couldn't defeat this behemoth in a head-on fight, so he retreated while fighting, constantly thinking of a strategy. The boar was now consumed by rage. The fact that a mere human had managed to hold out for so long was enough to enrage it. With a roar, purple lightning crackled from its tusks, shooting towards the fleeing Nicole. Nicole, however, seemed prepared. He somersaulted onto a tree, dodging the boar's magical attack, then pushed off with his feet, charging towards the boar while shouting, "Annie, get ready." His wind blades once again clashed with the boar's tusks. Unsurprisingly, he was thrown back again, while the boar was briefly jolted back 2 steps. Annie, seizing the opportunity, frantically channeled her magic, conjuring a long bone spear. Aiming at the boar's head, she shouted, "Go!" as the boar staggered backward. With a rip, the bone spear shot off, tearing through the air, the surrounding trees trembling from the powerful impact. However, with a whoosh, the bone spear missed the boar, grazing its neck as it flew overhead and embedded itself in the trunk of a large tree behind it with a thud. Nicole, having just regained his footing, witnessed this and cried out, "Damn it!" Missed. But at the same time, a spurt of blood shot from the boar's neck, causing it to roar in pain. Although the bone spear hadn't hit the boar, the force it had created along its path had torn a large gash in the boar's neck. The boar, writhing in pain, grew even more enraged. It turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on Annie, the human who had harmed it. Angela, sensing the danger, cried out, "Miss, come to me quickly." At the same time, she released a wind shield and ran towards Annie. Nicole, about to rush to her aid, discovered his right leg was severely injured. During the previous attack, the boar's tusks had grazed his right leg. He hadn't felt anything then, but now blood gushed out, causing excruciating pain that made him stumble and fall. Nicole knew he was in trouble, but it was too late. The serrated boar charged madly at Annie. Annie's face was pale with fear. She stood trembling, momentarily forgetting to run. However, in this situation, even running away was useless. The saw-toothed boar roared and swept through the air, purple lightning flashing between its tusks. Its massive hooves slammed into the ground, causing it to tremble. Angela bravely shielded Annie, but her strength was no match for the boar's charge. Angela's wind shield shattered instantly, and both she and Annie were thrown back by the force of the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. "No!" Nicole roared, his face contorted, his eyes bloodshot. Ignoring his injured leg, he forced himself to his feet, but collapsed again after only 2 steps. How could this be? How could this be? Am I going to lose my loved ones again? Why is it always me? Why am I so powerless? Nicole clenched his fists, roaring defiantly at the sky. But at the same time, a powerful magical force erupted from his body. In that instant, he seemed to break free from some constraint. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but his aura soared, as if he had gained terrifying power to fight against heaven and earth. The sawtooth boar clearly noticed the commotion. It turned its head to look at Nicole, and when it saw Nicole's crimson eyes, it shuddered. A terrifying pressure penetrated its soul, the absolute pressure of a superior over a subordinate, an unparalleled and invincible pressure. The sawtooth boar was instantly terrified, letting out a miserable howl, and turned to run into the depths of the forest. But little Annie happened to be lying in its path. By sheer coincidence, as it passed by, its tusk snagged on Annie's clothes, carrying her away with it. Seeing this, Nicole was about to get up and chase after her, when he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. "No, forcibly releasing all my power will trigger a backlash from the poison," Nicole thought to himself, then collapsed unconscious. After an unknown amount of time, a cry woke Nicole. He wearily opened his eyes, and saw a tear-streaked face. It was Angela. "Wha? You're finally awake, wha?" Nicole struggled to sit up, reaching into his pocket with his right hand, and pulling out a small bottle. He poured out 2 pills, swallowed one himself, and handed the other to Angela. "Here, take this. It's a healing pill." Angela took the pill, and swallowed it whole. Instantly she felt a warm current flow through her body, reaching every limb and bone, and her injuries healed considerably. After resting for a while, Nicole asked, "How are you?" Angela wiped away her tears and said, "I'm fine. When that boar attacked, it probably missed its target because of its neck injury, and it didn't hit us head-on. Plus, with the wind shield's protection, I was just knocked away by the impact. I wasn't seriously injured, but I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw you lying here and Miss was gone." Sob. Angela started crying again. Nicole remembered. At the last moment, risking the backlash from the poison, he had forcibly used all his strength, unleashing a powerful pressure that scared the serrated boar away. But as the boar fled, its tusks caught on Annie, dragging her into the depths of the misty forest as well. Nicole sighed. He knew that the depths of the misty forest harbored extremely powerful magical beasts. Even in his prime, he wouldn't dare venture too far, let alone Annie, who had only just broken through to the first tier. For a first-tier mage, entering the depths of the misty forest was a near-certain death. He knew he couldn't tell Angela this, or she would be worried to death. But given their current state, it was uncertain whether they could even return to Misty City alive. "It's alright, don't worry. Let's heal our injuries first, then go find Annie." "But, wha? If something happens to Miss, I won't live either, wha?" Nicole took a deep breath, pulled Angela into his arms, gently stroked her hair, and said tenderly, "Annie will be alright. Maybe she's waiting for us to rescue her. Let's heal our injuries quickly, and go find her as soon as possible." Angela managed to stop crying, nodded, and broke free from Nickel's embrace. Her eyes, already red from crying, glanced at Nickel before she began to cultivate her magic, using the power of the elements to heal her injuries. Seeing this, Nickel was relieved. He looked down at his own injuries, and found a large wound on his right leg, simply bandaged with a strip of cloth. He glanced at Angela sitting to the side. A piece of her clothing was missing, presumably because she had seen his injury when she woke up, and used her own clothes to bandage it. Nicole unwrapped the bandage, revealing a deep wound that exposed bone. Fortunately, the tusks of the serrated boar were imbued with lightning, which, while slicing through his leg muscles, also caused some burning, stopping the bleeding. Nickel pulled another bottle from his pocket, poured out some medicinal powder, and applied it to the wound on his thigh. A piercing pain shot through him, but Nickel could only grit his teeth and endure it. Once the powder was evenly applied, he bandaged the wound with a strip of cloth and, like Angela, began to cultivate and heal his injuries, channeling his magic. Deep within the misty forest, a saw-toothed boar was running at full speed, its eyes filled with terror. A little girl clung to its tusks, but in its fear, it didn't even notice the person it was carrying. Suddenly, 5 ice spikes shot out from the nearby bushes, embedding themselves in the struggling boar. The boar cried out in pain, its legs giving way from the impact of the ice spikes, and it fell sideways. At the same time, from where the ice spikes had shot out, a huge snow leopard charged out, lunging to bite at the struggling boar's neck. In its panic, the saw-toothed boar had wandered into the snow leopard's territory. Overwhelmed by the leopard's sheer power, the boar was utterly helpless. It violently shook its head, trying to escape the leopard's bite, but to no avail. However, it managed to shake Annie off its tusks. The sudden movement jolted Annie awake. Opening her eyes, she witnessed the snow leopard tearing at the boar, and was instantly terrified. She looked around but couldn't find Nicole or Angela. What do I do? What do I do? Annie was frantic. A snow leopard alone was enough to kill her. She had no hope of escape. Just then, Nickel's words suddenly echoed in her mind. You must take control of your own destiny. She shuddered. Yes, who said I was going to die now? Fate might kill me, but I wouldn't. Uncle Nickel was waiting for me. Angela was waiting for me. Mom was waiting for me. And Bourne was waiting for me. I couldn't die. Thinking this, Annie struggled to her feet. Her eyes were resolute as she stared intently at the snow leopard tearing at the boar's neck. Her hands slowly extended, and a surge of magical power gathered between her hands. With a few chilling grinding sounds, a massive bone spear appeared before Annie, even thicker and surrounded by swirling black vortexes. The snow leopard noticed the commotion. It raised its head, baring its fangs at Annie and growling softly. Despite the snow leopard's ferocious gaze, Annie wasn't afraid. She remained unusually calm, aiming the tip of the bone spear at the snow leopard's head. The serrated boar was still alive. It struggled violently for a moment. The snow leopard, startled, lowered its head again and bit down on the boar's throat. Annie seized the opportunity and roared, "Go!" The bone spear, like a cannonball, carrying boundless death energy, emitted a powerful sonic boom, striking the snow leopard squarely in the head with a deafening roar. The surrounding earth was blasted into the air. Chapter 43. Annie's attack was earth-shattering, the ground trembled, and the powerful shockwave toppled nearby trees, scattering their already sparse leaves. When the dust settled, a large crater was visible where the snow leopard had stood. The leopard's head had been shattered by the bone spear's immense power, which had also pierced the heart of the serrated boar beneath it. With a single strike, 2 powerful 4th and 5th tier magical beasts had perished. Annie, having exhausted all her strength, collapsed to her knees after unleashing the bone spear, panting heavily, blood trickling from her mouth and nose. Clearly, she had overexerted her magical energy. Seeing that the 2 magical beasts were no longer moving, Annie relaxed. She leaned against a large tree and slowly rose to her feet, walking unsteadily to the beasts' corpses. The snow leopard was in the worst state. Its entire head was completely shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. A single, icy blue magic core rolled silently to the side, radiating astonishing magical energy. This 5th tier magical beast probably never imagined that it would die at the hands of a 1st tier girl. The serrated boar was also long dead. 5 ice spikes released by the snow leopard were embedded in its body. Its neck had been bitten off, and Annie's bone spear had pierced its heart, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. Annie picked up the blue magic core from the ground, wiped it on her clothes to remove the blood and brain matter, and murmured, "A water-type magic core, it should be worth quite a bit of money." Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from beside her. Annie tensed up again. With her magic completely depleted, If another magical beast attacked, she would have nowhere to escape. Her tiny fists clenched tightly, large beads of sweat sliding down her smooth forehead. She glanced cautiously in the direction of the sound. There, a snow leopard cub, seemingly just born, stumbled out of a tree hollow, whimpering and struggling towards Annie, or rather, towards the carcass of the adult snow leopard on the ground. Annie breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the poor little creature. The cub was only the size of a puppy, its eyes not yet fully open, its fur thick and fluffy. It whimpered as it crawled to the adult snow leopard's carcass. Annie sighed, bent down, and picked up the cub. "Little one, I'm sorry, I killed your mother, but if I hadn't killed her, she would have killed me." Whether it felt Annie's warmth or something else, the cub slowly stopped whimpering as soon as it was picked up, and instead began to whimper softly. Annie was immediately filled with pity. If she abandoned the snow leopard cub here, it would surely be discovered by other magical beasts and become their dinner. It had killed its mother, and although it was for self-preservation, Annie still felt she couldn't abandon the cub. She looked around, then carried the cub back to the tree hollow it had crawled out of. The hollow wasn't large, but it was very warm, lined with dry leaves and some leftover prey. There was a distinctive stench of wild animals, but Annie held her nose and went in, as it was warmer inside than outside. Annie walked to the deepest part of the hollow, sat down, placed the cub on her lap, gently stroked its fur, and softly said, "Little one, if I survive, I take you away from the forest. You come with me, okay?" The little snow leopard seemed to understand Annie's words, letting out two soft whimpers and nuzzling against her with its fluffy head. "Hee, I take that as a yes." What should I call you?" Annie gazed at the little snow leopard, lost in thought. Snow leopards are magical beasts with powerful eyes and snow magic attacks, belonging to the water element class. They mainly live in this misty forest and are rare. Their fur is soft and thick, not only providing protection against the cold, but also offering considerable defensive capabilities. They have sharp claws and teeth, capable of inflicting massive damage on their prey, making them one of the top predators in the misty forest. Unfortunately, in recent years, the snow leopard population seems to have suffered some misfortune. Large numbers of snow leopards have disappeared or died, leading to a sharp decline in their population. They are now rarely seen in the misty forest, so Annie's encounter with a snow leopard this time was quite a coincidence. The snow leopard cub's fur was just beginning to grow, pure white with black stripes, like dragons, that moved with its breath. Annie had an idea. "White as snow, stripes like dragons in the clouds. How about we call you Little Snow?" Hearing this, the little snow leopard raised its round head, whimpered, and waved its little paws. Annie giggled and patted Little Snow's head. "From now on, you live with me." After some time, Annie regained some strength, and finally had the energy to examine the tree hollow more closely. It was clear that Little Snow's mother was a very clean snow leopard. Although the hollow was small, there was no excrement or rotting animal carcass, only a half-eaten goat-like animal. Due to the cold weather, the goat hadn't rotted. Deep within the tree hollow, where Annie sat, were many glittering objects. Upon closer inspection, Annie was astonished. They were magic cores. These were likely collected by Little Snow's mother during her hunting expeditions. Among these magic cores, all elements were present except for those lacking water and death elements. There was even a rare light element magic core, the source of which was unknown. Besides the magic cores, Annie also discovered many human items. These must have been belonging to unfortunate adventurers who had mistakenly entered Little Snow's mother's territory and been attacked and killed, much like the sawtooth boar. However, most of these items were worthless weapons, many already damaged and of little value. But one item caught Annie's attention, a book, or more precisely, a notebook. Annie curiously picked up the notebook. On the cover, written in a crooked hand, were the words Seer's Adventure Diary. Seer must have been the owner of this diary, and had likely become Little Snow's mother's meal. Annie opened the diary. It mostly contained entries about her daily adventures, nothing particularly special. But after flipping through a few pages, Annie's eyes lit up. She saw a very familiar phrase. The spirit-splitting technique. Could this be the spirit-splitting technique my uncle taught me? Filled with curiosity, Annie continued reading. The diary read, July 21st, New Era 4030 Summer. Today is our 7th day in this mysterious cave. Our food is almost gone, and we still haven't found the exit. Our team of 10 has dwindled to 5. I wonder if this will be my last adventure. Just when we were starting to despair, Johnny discovered a strange altar. It was made of a special kind of rock, densely covered with characters I couldn't understand at all. It wasn't ordinary writing, Nor was it magical symbolism. None of the 5 of us could decipher it. Then Johnny, who had first discovered the altar, accidentally cut his finger in a crevice, and a drop of blood fell onto the altar. Instantly, the altar emitted a blinding light. My eyes felt like they were being burned. I crouched on the ground in pain. When my vision returned, I saw a horrifying scene. Johnny was being sucked into the altar. His blood, as if it had come alive, was being drawn from his body and continuously injected into the altar until he was completely dried up. We were all terrified. Everyone frantically tried to run, but they couldn't escape. The altar suction was too powerful. They were all sucked into dried-up corpses. Perhaps because I didn't run away, the altar didn't suck my blood. Actually, I was just too scared to run. After the altar had absorbed their blood, the light flickered again, and a figure appeared. The figure was ethereal, indistinct in appearance, neither clearly male nor female, young nor old, but it spoke to me. Its voice was ethereal, and possessed a captivating, almost magical power. It told me to help it find something called the Spirit Division Technique, a cultivation manual. It said that only one incomplete copy of this manual existed in this world, seemingly scattered into 3 parts. One part was near the northern part of the Norma Empire, while the whereabouts of the other 2 parts were unknown. If I could help it find these 3 incomplete copies, it would grant me boundless wealth. Annie was astonished. So, the spirit-splitting technique I've been learning is only an incomplete version, and only a third of it at that. It must be said that Annie had already felt the immense power of the spirit-splitting technique during her time practicing it. For example, the bone spear spell she just unleashed was far more powerful than anything an ordinary first-tier mage could achieve. It wouldn't even be able to kill a 3rd-tier magical beast, let alone a 5th-tier one. However, during her practice, Annie still felt that the technique had many shortcomings. For instance, the precision control of magical power was very difficult, which was why her first attempt at shooting the sawtooth boar with the bone spear missed. Furthermore, the magical power consumption for casting the spell was enormous. Normally, a beginner-level spell like the bone spear could be cast a dozen or 20 times without any problem, but Annie only cast it twice before exhausting all her magical power. This was highly unusual. Now it seems that if the spirit division technique she cultivated was incomplete, then everything makes sense. So, this person named Syl came to the Misty Forest to find the fragments of the spirit division technique nearby, but he was very unlucky, and was eaten by Little Snow's mother, leaving only this adventure diary. The real fragments of the spirit division technique were obtained by Uncle Nickel and taught to me. But why didn't Uncle Nickel cultivate it? Annie wondered, and continued reading the diary. It continued, the figure didn't tell me what the spirit division technique was, only that it was a very mysterious technique, requiring exceptional magical talent to cultivate. If one's magical talent was insufficient, one couldn't even comprehend its mysteries, let alone cultivate it. Therefore, it's useless for ordinary people to obtain this technique. Annie's doubts vanished instantly. That explains it. If this technique has such limitations, then Uncle Nicole might not have the talent to cultivate the spirit-splitting technique, so he wanted to see if I could cultivate it, and he actually succeeded. However, just then, a crackling sound came from outside the tree hollow. Little Snow, in Annie's arms, was the first to notice the movement, immediately snuggling closer to Annie, cautiously peeking out her large head to see what was happening outside. Annie was also startled. Could the smell of blood have attracted other magical beasts? If so, she was in big trouble. The sound grew closer and closer. Annie carefully examined her body, and found that her magic power had recovered a little, but it was still not enough to cast the same intensity of bone spear magic again. What should she do? She grabbed a nearby animal bone, nervously shrinking into a corner, as if only having something in her hand gave her a little more confidence. But the next moment, a familiar face appeared at the entrance to the tree hollow. Miss Anne? Are you here? Sister Angela? Anne exclaimed. Is it really you? Miss Anne? Angela was now so excited, she was almost incoherent. Annie dropped the animal bone she was holding and ran towards the tree hollow. She hugged Angela tightly, and her body and mind instantly relaxed. Tears welled up, and she burst into tears, sobbing, "What? I thought I'd never see you again." "What?" Angela hugged Annie tightly as well, crying, "Miss, I'm so sorry. I didn't protect you well. I'm so sorry." "What?" After a while, the two calmed down. Then, Annie saw Nicole standing behind them, and said, "Thank you, Uncle Nicole." Nicole wiped away his tears and teased, "I thought you'd forgotten about your uncle." Annie chuckled, rolled her eyes at Nicole, and immediately stopped crying. Nicole turned to the side, pointing at the carcasses of the snow leopard and the saw-toothed boar, and tentatively asked, "This? You did this?" Angela raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Are you stupid? Miss Annie isn't that powerful. She's only at level 1. It must have been some other magical beast." Actually, Nickel thought the same thing. He didn't believe a little girl could kill 2 powerful magical beasts above level 4 in one fell swoop, but he still wanted to ask Annie for confirmation. However, Annie nodded and said something that shocked both of them. "Yes. I did it." Chapter 44. Annie's words struck like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Nicole and Angela's ears. Nicole froze instantly, utterly shocked. "Did I hear that right? She said she did it? How is that possible? How could a mere first-tier girl kill 2 powerful magical beasts? Even a well-equipped adventurer team would have to fight tooth and nail to barely win." Angela stared wide-eyed at Annie. "Miss, you're amazing." Nicole, recovering from his shock, quickly walked to Annie's side and asked, How did you do that?" Annie chuckled sheepishly, scratched her head, and briefly explained the situation, of course, omitting what she was actually thinking at the time. After listening to Annie's account, Nickel gave a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "Truly a genius. Such a powerful burst of magic is unprecedented." Annie then asked, "Uncle, how did you find me?" Angela pointed to the already dead sawtooth boar and said, "We were both injured, but after a period of recuperation, we gradually regained our strength, and then we started looking for you. Fortunately, the sawtooth boar's neck was cut by your bone spear, splattering a lot of blood. We followed the trail of blood and finally arrived here." Annie nodded, understanding now. No wonder they found her so quickly. Just then, a whimpering sound came from behind Annie. Startled, Annie remembered that little Snow was still in the tree hollow, so she turned around and, under Nicole and Angela's puzzled gazes, returned to the depths of the tree hollow. Nicole and Angela exchanged a glance and followed her into the tree hollow. They curiously examined the hollow. They had never been to a snow leopard's den before. A moment later, Annie bounced up to them, carrying a snow leopard cub. This is a snow leopard cub?" Nicole's eyes widened. "Yes, its mother is dead. I feel so sorry for it. Can we take it back to Misty City?" Nicole sighed deeply. Of course. Keeping magical beasts in Misty City is allowed, but they must be tamed and not go berserk or harm people. A cub like this, raised with its owner from a young age, will definitely be fine, but what? Annie asked nervously. But snow leopards are very rare magical beasts. You better hide it away first, lest someone target it. Angela asked doubtfully, "Does someone think they steal it?" Nicole nodded. "Yes, not only steal, but some will rob, cheat, they do anything. Because magical beast cubs are generally hard to obtain, their prices are very high, and snow leopards are already very rare, so snow leopard cubs are even more valuable. I estimate this snow leopard cub could fetch at least 5,000 gold coins on the market." Angela gasped. 5,000 gold coins? For this little kitten? The little snow leopard seemed to understand Angela's words, waving its little paw defiantly, and laughed. "Even if it's valuable, I won't sell it. I named it Little Snow, and from now on we're family." Then, she pointed to the small mountain of magic cores behind her and said, "Uncle, those are magic cores left behind by the snow leopard after hunting magical beasts. I don't know why there aren't any water or death element magic cores, but there are magic cores of other elements." Nickel looked closely, and his eyes widened immediately. There were at least 300 magic cores in that pile, which was no small number. Nickel immediately went over to count them, and when he finished, he was even more shocked. This actually has a 3rd-tier light element magic core. How is this possible? When did light element magical beasts appear in the Misty Forest? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Annie asked curiously. Nickel frowned and slowly said, "The other magic cores are manageable, but this light-type magic core should belong to a light unicorn. These beasts generally only exist near the Divine Beast Mountain under the jurisdiction of the Holy See in the southwest. No one has ever encountered a light unicorn in the Misty Forest." But then, Nickel shook his head and said, "Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. We need to leave here quickly. The stench of blood outside is too strong, and we're already close to the interior of the Misty Forest. It's extremely dangerous." Annie nodded and helped Nickel collect the magic cores. While Nickel wasn't looking, she secretly slipped Syl's adventure diary into her clothes. Annie knew that since Nickel had her cultivate the spirit division technique, he must know something about its origin and effects. But he hadn't told her, so there must be a reason. Since he didn't want to talk about it, she would keep this secret to herself for now, and reveal it when the time was right. After searching, besides the 3rd-tier light-type magic core, the three found 2 4th-tier wind-type magic cores, 1 4th-tier fire-type magic core, 33rd-tier magic cores, over 122nd-tier magic cores, and over 151st-tier magic cores in the snow leopard's den. Among these magic cores, there were none of the water-type or death-type. According to Nickel's explanation, snow leopards are themselves water-type mutated magical beasts. They can enhance their strength by absorbing the magic cores of other water-type magical beasts. Therefore, all the water-type magic cores should have already been consumed by the snow leopards. Furthermore, death-type magical beasts are not commonly found in the Misty Forest, but rather in the Ghost Realm to the west. Therefore, the absence of death-type magic cores here makes sense. After collecting the magic cores from the tree hollow, the three didn't forget their mission objective, the skull and magic cores of the sawtooth boar. Nickel possessed a spatial artifact, so he didn't rush to dismember the two monsters. Instead, he collected their carcasses, intending to deal with them later back in Misty City. Once they finished, the three quickly left the area. Nickel led the other two through the monster-infested area, reaching a safer spot. Relieved, he laughed, "What a blessing in disguise. We really struck gold this time." Angela excitedly asked, "With so many magic cores, can we use the magic source at the Adventurers Guild?" Nickel nodded, "Yes, according to the rules, 500 Tier 1 magic cores are required for one entry. I have 50 Tier 1 magic cores in my shop, so we can use 200 Tier 1, 120 Tier 2, and 15 Tier 3 magic cores to enter the magic source once." "What?" Angela explained immediately. "So many magic cores for just one entry?" "Of course. These are only needed to activate the magic source. The Adventurers Guild also charges a 1 gold coin processing fee." Angela deflated like a punctured balloon. "We collected so many magic cores, and in the end, we can only enter the magic source once? That's such a waste. Is it the same for everyone?" Nicole shook his head and said, "Of course not. The Adventurers Guild has its own incentive mechanism. Adventurers who successfully advance will be rewarded with 1 free entry to the magic source. For example, if you advance from bronze to a silver medal means 1 free entry. Sometimes the association issues special missions, the reward of which is entry into the magic source." Angela said with a bitter face, "This is too difficult." Nicole sighed, "There's nothing we can do about it. They control all the resources. Actually, the association's higher-ups and nobles from various countries are qualified to enter the magic source multiple times. It's a privilege, but commoners like us can't enjoy it." Hearing this, Angela's eyes lit up, and she turned to say something to Annie, but after thinking about it, she held back and ultimately said nothing. Annie seemed to see through Angela's thoughts. She smiled and said, "You want me to go find my father?" "Impossible. Miss Annie no longer exists in the Marquis's mansion. This family won't acknowledge my existence, and even my mother won't help me." Seeing the sadness in Annie's eyes, Nicole chuckled and changed the subject. "You must all be tired. Let's rest here. It's safe here. We can also roast some wild boar meat to try." To be honest, they were originally given only a week, or 7 days, for this mission, and 5 days have already passed. If the journey goes smoothly, they can return to Misty City on time and hand over the sawtooth boar's magic core and skull within the stipulated time. However, if they fail to complete the mission on time, the Adventurers Guild will reduce the points awarded for this mission, and they will have to negotiate with the mission giver to determine the appropriate reward. If the reward is too low, below the market value of the mission items, they can simply not hand them over, which would be considered a mission failure. This was Annie's first adventure, and she didn't want her first mission to fail. Looking at the sky, she said, "Uncle, it's still early. Why don't we keep going? Do you have any rations? We can eat as we go." Nickel saw through Annie's little scheme, but didn't expose her. He nodded and said, "All right, we listen to the captain, ha ha ha. Let's go." Actually, the sun was already setting, making this the best time to camp. The light wasn't too dim, making it easier to gather firewood and start a fire. However, Nickel knew Annie wanted to return to Misty City as quickly as possible, so he let her have her way. With Nickel, an experienced adventurer, leading the way, things went much more smoothly. For other adventure teams, it would have taken 3 or 4 days to get this far, which was why they hadn't encountered any other adventurers here. The three walked until late at night. Annie finally couldn't hold on any longer. After all, she was just a little girl, and the 2 battles she experienced that day had left her exhausted. "Annie, let's rest here. We can set off again tomorrow, it'd be fine," Nicole advised. Annie nodded, plopped down on a large rock, and leaned against it, falling into a deep sleep. Wow, she fell asleep instantly. Nicole muttered, speechless. Angela was also swaying unsteadily. Nicole quickly helped her sit down, gave her some water, and said, "You rest first. I go set things up and come right back." With that, Nicole pulled out various bottles and jars from his pocket and began scattering them around. Ever since they arrived in the Misty Forest, Nicole had always scattered these powders around the area every night. According to him, these powders had many uses. They could repel small magical beasts and keep out mosquitoes, making the night safer. Besides scattering the powders, Nicole also set up some simple warning devices at a distance, so that if a large magical beast approached, he could wake up immediately, even while resting. Having done all this, he finally returned to Annie's side with a sense of relief. Looking at her sleeping face, he seemed to see his sister as a child. Woo-woo. Just then, a large, snow-white head popped out from Annie's arms. Little Snow? Nicole was startled, then realized, right, you're a nocturnal beast, you must not be able to sleep at night, right? Well then, you stay here and keep watch for us, I take a nap, okay? Little Snow struggled out of Annie's arms, jumped to the ground, shook its fur, stretched lazily, walked to the fire Nicole had just started, and lay down contentedly. Nicole shook his head, self-deprecatingly saying, "Am I crazy? Letting a little monster keep watch? I'd better do it myself." However, as the night wore on, Nicole's mind became hazy. He had experienced so much that day, and his injuries were at their worst, leaving him exhausted. His eyelids felt heavy, as if filled with lead, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when a series of urgent whimpers rang out. Nicole felt something biting and tugging at his hand. He jolted awake. He had actually fallen asleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked down. Little Snow was beside him, scratching at his right hand with its claws, and biting and pulling at his sleeve. "What are you doing? Are you going to eat me?" Nicole asked, puzzled. He picked up the agitated and struggling Little Snow, still confused. Then, a soft rustling sound startled him. He gently put Little Snow down and stood up. After landing, Xiaoxua ran into Annie's arms and hid, only her big eyes peeking out, staring ahead with some fear. Nicole was puzzled. His medicine powder was always effective. He had never encountered a small magical beast while resting. And if a large magical beast approached, his warning system would wake him immediately. But his warning system hadn't worked. What was going on? Puzzled as he was, he still woke Annie and Angela. The three of them nervously observed their surroundings. Chapter 45. The surroundings were so quiet that only the slightly tense breathing of the group could be heard. Time ticked by, and the strange rustling sounds grew more numerous and louder, seemingly enveloping them. And clutched Nicole's sleeve and asked, "Uncle, what is this?" Nicole shook his head, his expression serious. "I don't know either. I never encountered anything like this before." Angela, hiding behind Nicole, looked around. Judging from the sound, there seemed to be quite a few. Could it be a pack of magical beasts? Nicole's eyes lit up, his expression becoming even more serious. "You're right. Although I never seen them, I heard people mention them. Deep within the Misty Forest, there's a type of small magical beast that usually travels in packs. However, they always stay deep within the forest, and shouldn't be appearing on the outskirts here. I hope I'm wrong." Angela asked, "What kind of magical beast is that?" "Bone-eating lightning rats." Angela and Annie exchanged puzzled glances, completely unfamiliar with the name. Nicole slowly explained, "Rat-like magical beasts are generally very weak, but these bone-eating lightning rats are an exception. Individually, their strength can reach at least the 3rd tier. They are very small, allowing them to easily pass through most warning devices and traps. They usually live in groups of at least 100, so they are fearless. My powder had little effect on them." Angela gasped. Over 100 3rd-tier magical beasts. That was terrifying. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Then why are they on the outskirts? Such powerful creatures should be deep in the forest. That's why I said I hoped I was wrong. However, just as they were speaking, the rustling sound abruptly stopped very close to them. As they were wondering what was going on, something suddenly jumped out of the bushes ahead, startling all three of them. Upon closer inspection, the creature was small, about the size of a kitten, round and plump, covered in short, bluish-gray fur, with a pair of pointed ears standing upright. It was rather cute. Nicole swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse, and said, "When you get a chance, run away as fast as you can." Hearing this, Annie and Angela could more or less guess that this little thing was probably a bone-eating thunder rat. The thunder rat sniffed around furtively, then suddenly looked at the three of them. Its previously harmless expression instantly turned ferocious, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, its short fur standing on end, and it let out a low growl. "Run!" Nicole shouted, pushing Annie and Angela in the opposite direction, while he stood still, ready to withstand a wave of attacks and buy them more time to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. More lightning rats darted out from behind the first one, numbering around 100, densely packed and chilling. "Uncle, let's go together," Annie cried. "Yes, you can't fight so many lightning rats by yourself," Angela also advised. "No." Nicole's tone was firm. "If we go together, none of us will escape. Don't worry about me, I have my own way of getting away. Let's go!" In truth, Nicole knew he had no way to escape, he was merely comforting Annie and Angela. In his prime, he wouldn't fear the lightning rats, but he was severely injured, his body poisoned, and his strength reduced to less than a tenth. He had also been injured by the saw-toothed boar during the day and hadn't recovered. Holding out for even a quarter of an hour was already a remarkable feat. "Angela, weren't you supposed to protect Annie? Hurry up and take her away. Don't waste any more time," Nicole shouted. Angela shuddered. She struggled to look at Nicole, then at Annie, and finally gritted her teeth, grabbing Annie and running. "Nicole, you must come back safe and sound." Seeing Annie and the other girl walk away, Nicole gave a bitter smile. "I only came here to hunt sawtooth boars. How did it turn out like this? I guess I'm still useless, before and now." He looked at the ever-growing number of lightning rats, and released a wind blade with 2 fingers together. His aura instantly surged, and he became like a drawn sword, radiating sharpness. He knew he couldn't hold out for long, but he would stall for as long as he could. The lightning rats bared their teeth, revealing ferocious expressions, and swarmed forward. A deafening chorus of squeaks filled the air, like a torrent rushing towards Nicole. "Heh, this is my first time fighting lightning rats. I never thought it would be my last." Nicole assumed a fighting stance, his eyes fixed on the charging horde. The battle was about to begin. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Just as Nicole was about to unleash his wind blade to slay the lightning rat at the front, a miraculous scene unfolded. To Nicole's astonishment, the lightning rat somehow bypassed him, creating a vacuum zone with a 3-meter radius around him. The swarm continued its pursuit without looking back. What's going on? Nicole was completely bewildered. He encountered countless incomprehensible things in the past 2 days, but none had shocked him more than this. Logically, it's perfectly normal for magical beasts to attack humans, especially bloodthirsty beasts like these. They see humans as prey, there's no way they would avoid him. But the next moment, Nicole was startled. He realized the rats were chasing in the very direction Annie and Angela had fled. "Damn it!" Nicole cried out, disregarding everything else, and also chased after Annie. Based on his initial visual estimation, Nicole knew the rat swarm far exceeded the hundreds he initially thought, it was thousands. Such a massive swarm appearing on the outskirts of the Misty forest puzzled Nicole greatly. Could some natural enemy have driven them out? Then why aren't they attacking me, but instead chasing Annie and the others? The rat swarm was incredibly fast. Annie and the others hadn't run far before they were caught and surrounded. Almost simultaneously, Nicole arrived at Annie's side, shielding her behind him. What's going on?" Angela asked in surprise. "I don't know either. They didn't attack me at all, they came straight for you." Nicole surveyed the surroundings, confirming their location, and then said, "Rats' natural enemy is cats. There's a cat colony nearby, let's run that way and hopefully shake them off. But we're surrounded now, how are we supposed to escape?" Angela stretched out her arms, ready to cast a wind shield at any moment. "Then we have no choice but to fight our way out." Nicole looked at Annie and said, "Annie, do you still have enough magic to cast Bone Spear?" Annie nodded and said, "After resting for so long, I basically recovered." "Good," Nicole said, pointing to the left rear, "cast a Bone Spear here. Since your Bone Spear can kill a 5th-tier magical beast, its power is enough to wipe out a group of lightning rats. Then the 3 of us will follow behind the Bone Spear to break through the encirclement. Angela, you and I will cast a wind shield together, running while preventing attacks from the lightning rats. We definitely escape." Hearing this, Annie no longer hesitated. She immediately mobilized all her magic power, silently chanting a spell, gathering her magic power into one place. The Black Death power seemed to solidify, transforming into a bone spear filled with murderous intent. Just sensing the aura emanating from the bone spear, Nicole was astonished. Was this really the strength of a first-tier mage? Such talent was truly enviable. With a deafening boom, The bone spear shot towards the direction Nickel indicated, creating a deafening roar. The spear, like a force of nature, blasted all the lightning rats in its path into dust, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. "Go!" Nickel roared, and the three of them sprang to life, immediately rushing towards the open gap. Seeing this, the surrounding lightning rats squeaked and continued to swarm around the three. Some of the closer ones even pounced on them, launching an attack. "Angela!" Nickel roared, immediately casting a wind shield to block the lightning rat's attack. Angela heard Nickel shout and also cast a wind shield, but it was significantly weaker than Nickel's. However, something unexpected happened again. The charging lightning rats bypassed their wind shields and pounced directly towards Annie. "Not good!" Nickel cried out, dispelling his wind shield and unleashing a wind blade. With 2 swift strokes, he cut down the lightning rats attacking Annie. The remaining lightning rats, seemingly oblivious to Nickel and Angela, continued their charge towards Annie. Now, Nicole finally understood what was going on. These lightning rats were after Annie. She didn't know what was so attractive about Annie, but knowing the rat's purpose made things much easier. Angela, cast wind shield on Annie. Without hesitation, Angela immediately moved her wind shield behind Annie, exposing herself completely to the rats. Nicole did the same, and together they protected Annie. The lightning rats were quite strange. They completely ignored Nicole and Angela, who were caught off guard, and attacked Annie like madmen. The 2 wind shields acted like a tortoiseshell, protecting Annie completely. The 3 of them ran frantically. During this time, Angela's wind shield broke first, cracking. Annie had no choice but to unleash her bone spear again, clearing out a large swarm of lightning rats and giving Angela some breathing room. The 3 ran for a while, but the swarm of lightning rats was like a persistent plague, impossible to shake off, and even Nickel was starting to feel the strain. Just then, several cat-like magical beasts suddenly rushed out of the nearby woods. Each was about the size of a snow leopard, but significantly weaker, mostly 2nd or 3rd tier magical beasts. Upon seeing the lightning rat swarm, their eyes lit up, as if a certain instinct had suddenly awakened, and they launched an attack on the rats. "They're here!" Nickel shouted excitedly, deactivated his wind shield, and with a few punches and kicks, sent the remaining lightning rats flying, continuing his escape. The lightning rat swarm behind them was blocked by the cat-like magical beasts, unable to advance an inch. After running a sufficient distance, the 3 finally stopped. "Huff, huff, if we keep running like this, huff, I'm going to die." Angela plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. Annie was also exhausted, her face covered in sweat and flushed. She caught her breath and asked, "Why do these rats keep chasing me?" Nicole scratched his head, scrutinizing Annie carefully, but finding nothing unusual, he asked, "Do you have anything on you?" Annie was about to rummage through her pockets, when a large head suddenly popped out from her arms. "Shishu?" Annie chuckled. "Don't be afraid, the rats are gone. Hee, thanks to this little one, otherwise we'd probably all been eaten to the bone by the lightning rats." Nicole remembered what had just happened. If Xiaoxua hadn't woken him up, he wouldn't have known about the monster attack and would probably still be dreaming. "Little Shui is so clever. I reward you properly when we get back." Annie stroked Little Shui's head affectionately, and Little Shui playfully nuzzled her head against Annie's hand, making Annie giggle. "Alright, let's hurry up. Those cat beasts probably won't hold out for long. We can discuss other things after we leave the misty forest." Nickel stood up. After resting for a while, their strength had recovered somewhat, so they continued towards Misty City. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening. Angela let out a wail. "Ugh, I haven't slept for long at all. I'm so sleepy and tired. I'm never coming back." Annie was also yawning repeatedly. The frantic run had exhausted her energy, and casting the bone spear spell twice had depleted her magic power. Now, after just a short rest, drowsiness overwhelmed her. Nickel shook his head, picked Annie up, and continued on his back. Annie fell into a deep sleep on Nickel's back. Angela, feeling helpless, couldn't very well climb onto Nickel's back, so she forced herself to fight off sleep and followed behind him. However, none of the 3 noticed that a magic core in Annie's arms was emitting an icy blue light, enveloping Xiaoxua within it. A surging magical power was continuously flowing into Xiaoxua's body, constantly transforming it. It was as if some kind of bloodline within Xiaoxua was awakening, and gradually, a faint aura of royalty began to emerge. Chapter 46. Having encountered the rat swarm, the 3 dared not linger any longer and hurried towards Misty City. Gradually, they began to encounter other adventurers, indicating they were very close to the city. "Almost there, give it your all." Nickel gritted his teeth. Annie had already dismounted from his back. Well rested, she was as energetic as a fawn. Nickel, however, was in a terrible state. He hadn't rested at all, sporting dark circles under his eyes, struggling to keep going. Why don't we rest here for a bit? Angela suggested, also exhausted. No. Nickel decisively rejected Angela's request. If I'm not mistaken, the rat swarm was attracted by Annie. If we don't leave the misty forest, they might catch up with us again. We must leave as soon as possible. Besides, we're not far from Misty City. Angela sighed, and could only continue onward. After walking for about half a day, the three finally arrived at Misty City. Long queues still stretched at the city gates, with adventurers continuously entering the misty forest. The checks at the exit were less strict. The guards casually glanced at their identification tags and let them in. Once inside Misty City, the three went straight to the Adventurers Guild to register their quest items before they expired. They arrived at the quest completion service counter, where a middle-aged man in a white vest greeted them. Uncle, we're here to hand in our quest items. Annie stood on tiptoe, peeking over the counter, while Nicole and Angela were completely slumped beside the counter, utterly exhausted. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Oh? Which mission? Annie took out a mission sheet with details from her pocket and placed it on the table. The man smiled and took the sheet, but froze on the spot. You guys? When hunting sawtooth boars? The man looked at Annie and the others with some skepticism. Annie nodded. Yes, those boars are really fierce. Hiss. The man gasped. If I'm not mistaken, sawtooth boars have already migrated to the northwest, deep into the forest, this time of year. I see you're all unfamiliar faces, and all young people, yet you managed to chase them that far. Logically, this man should recognize Nickel, but Nickel had recently been dressed up by Angela, and after several battles and chases in the misty forest, his face was covered in blood and dirt, making him unrecognizable. Therefore, the man had overlooked him. Well, now that you completed your mission, hand over the sawtooth boar's magic core and skull to me. Annie shook Nickel, who was slumped on the ground. Uncle, hurry up and give him the boar. Nickel grunted twice, put his right hand in his pocket, and pulled hard. A huge boar carcass appeared in the association's hall, crashing to the ground with a thud. The uncle's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his mouth agape in astonishment. The commotion also attracted the attention of others. The previously noisy hall fell silent for a second, followed by a deafening murmur of discussion. My God, such a huge sawtooth boar. It must be at least tier 4. Wow, this thing is incredibly valuable, every part of it is a treasure. Which team hunted this? It's amazing, they must have reached the pinnacle of bronze rank. Shaw, not really. A few teams could do that. The uncle, recovering from his shock, gave Nickel a deep look and then said, this is a whole sawtooth boar. Judging by the appearance, it should be level 4, right? Seeing Annie nod, the uncle continued, this mission only requires a level 3 sawtooth boar. You exceeded the requirement, so you receive extra points. At the same time, we will report to the mission giver. Check whether to increase the reward to purchase it. If the other party is unwilling to buy it, then the quest item still belongs to you, and you can do whatever you want with it. Annie nodded and asked, so, do I give you the whole wild boar? The uncle waved his hand and said, no need. You can handle it yourself, or you can leave it to us. The processing fee is calculated by weight, 10 silver coins per kilogram. We can help you cut it into meat, skin, and bones, and pack them separately. Alright then, please help us process it. My companions are exhausted, so we be going now. Annie pointed to Nicole and the other person, who were slumped on the ground. The uncle laughed and patted his chest, saying, okay, leave it to me. Just come and pick it up tomorrow. After saying that, he arranged for people to carry the huge saw-toothed wild boar carcass downstairs, stamped the quest slip with a complete stamp, and returned it to Annie. After handing in the quest, Annie pulled the two exhausted people back to the small building in the residential area. After being away for so many days, they were finally home. As soon as they got home, Nicole and Angela rushed to take a shower. Luckily, there were 2 bathrooms, which saved them from fighting. Annie leisurely returned to her room and released Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, from now on you live with me in the city, but you have to be good and not run around, okay? Xiaoxue obediently nodded, looking around her new home. Annie smiled, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her, so she sat on the floor, leaned against the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't know how much time had passed when Annie gradually woke up. It was completely dark now. She felt something pressing on her arm. She stretched out her hand and grabbed something furry. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in her pajamas, lying in bed. Shushua was lying next to her, breathing evenly, also asleep, its head buried deep in Annie's arms, its body resting on Annie's hand. Annie felt her hand was a little numb, and had to forcefully pull it out from under Shushua. Shushua, awakened by Annie's movement, excitedly climbed onto Annie and frantically licked her face. Ha ha, stop! Xiaoshu. Stop! Just then, Angela's voice came from outside the door. Miss, you're awake? Annie immediately pushed aside the excited Xiaoshua and ran to the door, opening it. Sister Angela, how are you? Angela looked a little tired, but after some rest, she looked much better. I'm fine. Let's eat quickly. Nicole is downstairs too. Annie nodded and followed Angela downstairs. The table was already full of food. It seemed Angela had gone out to buy some. Hey, Annie, you haven't eaten much today. You must be hungry. Hurry up and eat something. Nicole chuckled, hiding the chicken leg he'd just stolen. Angela rolled her eyes at him and sat down with Annie. Did you sneak a bite before we even got here? Nicole quickly shook his head. No. Annie covered her mouth and giggled, tugging at Angela's sleeve. Never mind, Angela, we got back safely thanks to Uncle. Without him, we might not have made it back. Seeing Annie speak up for him, Nicole beamed. Hee, no need to thank me, we're all family, we should love each other. Angela turned her head away. I don't want to love you. Nicole awkwardly touched his nose then. Well, by the way, Annie, do you know why those lightning rats were chasing you? Seeing Nicole get down to business, Angela also became serious. Yeah, those lightning rats completely ignored me, instead circling around me and going straight for you, Mississippi. It's so strange. Annie shook her head. I don't know either. I was just focused on running away and didn't think about it that much. Nicole stroked his chin. Then we could only look at the differences between us and Annie. Could it be that Annie is shorter? No, I guess it's because Miss Annie is cuter. Angela said seriously. Annie was speechless. What did that have to do with being short and cute? Being chased by rats had absolutely nothing to do with that. Is it possible that Annie has something on her that's very attractive to the lightning rats? Nicole frowned in thought, asking Annie, were you carrying anything with you at the time? Annie thought for a moment, then pulled a crystal from her bosom, the magic core of a 5th-tier snow leopard. I got this from the snow leopard mother. I kept it with me then, and that's all. Oh, right, little Snow is with me too. Nicole's eyes lit up. He took the magic core from Annie and examined it closely, then his expression froze. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Angela asked. Nicole took a deep breath and looked at Annie. You haven't touched this magic core? Annie shook her head. No. This magic core is ruined. There's no magic power inside. It's just an empty shell. What? Angela exclaimed. Annie was also shocked. How could this be? I kept it with me the whole time. I haven't taken it out at all. At that moment, little Snow, smelling the aroma of food upstairs, came running down the stairs, whimpering. The little guy hadn't eaten anything, and now that he saw food, he pounced on it like a hungry tiger. However, it lost its footing and tumbled down the stairs. Nicole was the first to walk over, picking up little Snow from the ground and scrutinizing the snow leopard cub. Angela snatched little Snow from his arms. What are you doing? Can't you see little Snow is starving? Quickly feed it something. While holding little Snow, Nicole had secretly used his magic to examine its body, and had already formed some guesses. However, he didn't intend to tell Annie and Angela his guesses. He calmly returned to his seat, and continued munching on his chicken leg. In fact, Nicole sensed a surge of magical power within Xiaoshua. This power didn't belong to Xiaoshua, but to its mother, the deceased snow leopard. This might explain why the magic core in Annie's arms had lost its power. However, this magic was unusual, unlike any he had seen in other magical beasts. This magic was not only powerful but also possessed a unique strength that intrigued Nicole. He had never seen anything like it before. However, he knew that Xiaoshua was now completely dependent on Annie, and wouldn't harm her, so he wasn't too worried. Perhaps, as Xiaoshua grew older, this power would reveal its true form. Thinking this, Nicole looked at Xiaoshua, who was wolfing down its food. Xiaoshua opened its wide, round eyes and looked at him. He paused slightly, then extended his hand and said, "Let's shake hands." Xiaoshua obediently extended a paw and placed it on Nicole's hand. Wow, Xiaoshua is so clever. It can even shake hands. Angela exclaimed in delight. Nicole smiled and withdrew his hand, while Xiuxue continued tearing at the piece of chicken in front of her. Now, he was completely certain, Xiuxue wasn't an ordinary snow leopard. It might be a magical beast he never seen before, but it definitely wasn't a snow leopard. Because within its body, besides water elemental power, there was also lightning power. Although he didn't show any outward expression, Nickel's heart was in turmoil. Through their earlier contact, he had confirmed it was indeed lightning power. When he first examined Xiuxue's body, the surging water elemental magic power from its mother's magic core had caused him to overlook Xiuxue's own magical power. The instant he touched Little Snow's paw, Nickel sensed its magical attributes, water and lightning. This was highly unusual. Normal magical beasts only have one elemental affinity, like humans, but there are always exceptions, higher-level magical beasts. Some high-level magical beasts can even possess 3 attributes. However, such high-level magical beasts are extremely rare, said to exist only in remote, sparsely populated areas. Even Nickel had never seen one before. Could this seemingly harmless Little Snow be a high-level magical beast? If so, why was its mother just an ordinary snow leopard? Nickel had examined Little Snow's mother's corpse. He was certain it was a snow leopard. However, now he began to doubt his judgment. Could it be that the snow leopard was actually a high-level magical beast? Nickel thought to himself, tomorrow I go to Old Koff's place and ask him to find someone to take a look at what this snow leopard carcass really is. After the 3 humans and 1 beast had eaten and drunk their fill, they were finally able to rest properly. They each returned to their rooms and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 47. The next morning, Nickel sent Annie and Angela to the Adventurers Guild to collect the various materials and quest rewards from the sawtooth boar. He then made up an excuse and left, earning another glare from Angela. Humph. That guy must have gone to buy some alcohol, acting all sneaky. Angela muttered angrily as they walked. Annie smiled. Oh well, he's worked hard these past few days. Let him relax a bit. You see, since he's been living with us, he's been drinking much less. Angela nodded. That's true. A short while later, the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Just as they were about to show their identification tokens to enter, a group of people pushed past from behind, almost causing Annie to fall. Get out of the way. What are you doing, kid, getting involved? A voice said impatiently. These people not only pushed them aside but also spoke rudely, which infuriated Angela. How can you be like this? You have no manners at all. The group stopped abruptly. A red-haired man turned around, and when he saw Angela's face, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, who do we have here? It's you 2 little girls. Where's that black-clad bastard? This was the same red-haired man who had fought with Angela at the quest board earlier, vying for the same quest. And, seeing him call Nicole the black-clad bastard, immediately retorted, You're the bastard. You're the red-headed bastard. The red-haired man's smile vanished instantly, and he glared fiercely at Annie. What did you say? Say it again if you dare? The red-haired man's companions also gathered around. There were 6 of them in total. Besides the red-haired man, there were 3 men and 2 women, all dressed as adventurers, seemingly having just returned from the Misty Forest. Hey, little girl, you got some guts. A tall, thin woman said. Do you know that our Red Devil Adventurer team is famous around here? Many people would kill to join us. You 2 little girls are incredibly audacious, daring to provoke us? Angela stepped in front of Annie, disdainfully saying, What Red Devil Adventurer team? That name is so tacky, you? The tall, thin woman's expression changed, then she sneered, Humph. Sharp-tongued. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. With that, she was about to attack Angela. Just then, a guard spoke up, Gentlemen, please do not cause trouble in our Adventurers Guild. If you wish to fight, please go to the arena. If you insist on causing trouble here, we will have to act according to the law. Hearing the guard's words, the tall, thin woman stopped in her tracks and coldly snorted, Consider yourselves lucky, don't let me run into you anywhere else. Angela, however, was not afraid at all, puffing out her chest. Humph. So what if I run into you? We don't even consider someone like you a threat. This infuriated the tall, thin woman. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before, but she was wary of the Adventurers Guild and dared not make a move here. Otherwise, she would have torn this despicable little brat to pieces with her own hands. The red-haired man glared at Angela. We see. With that, he pulled the tall, thin woman and the others into the Adventurers Guild's hall. Angela stomped her foot, angrily saying, Look at you. Honestly, you're so arrogant even after we squeezed in. What kind of Red Devil Adventurer team is this? I think it's just a bunch of scum adventurers, with no manners whatsoever. Annie tugged at Angela's sleeve, saying, "Never mind, they're all gone. We have important business to attend to." Hearing Annie's words, Angela finally relented, and the two entered the Adventurers Guild's hall together. The hall was now packed with people, all discussing the quest boards. Angela was curious. She hadn't seen so many people before. What had happened today? Angela, always eager to join in the fun, didn't care whether it concerned her or not, and pulled Annie towards the quest boards. "Wow, this is a big order." "Yeah, but even though it's in an S-rank area, we don't dare take it." "Exactly. Even silver-ranked adventurers probably wouldn't dare accept this kind of quest." The surrounding chatter fueled Angela's curiosity. She finally squeezed to the front, and saw that the S-rank area's quest board was completely covered in quests. It seemed a new batch of quests had just been updated today. One quest stood out because it was pale red, while the others were pale yellow parchment. The quest description read, "Pluck 1 Arctic Fairy Flower." Note: the Arctic Fairy Flower is located deep in the northern Misty Forest, guarded by the Arctic Tiger King. Quest duration, 1 month. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. "Wow!" Angela exclaimed, 1,000 gold coins. I couldn't earn 1,000 gold coins even if I killed 100 sawtooth boars. Annie poured cold water on her enthusiasm. Look at the difficulty of this mission. It's practically SSS level. Angela immediately calmed down. "Yeah, I heard this tiger is incredibly powerful. How could a bronze-level adventurer possibly complete such a mission? So stop looking at it. Let's get down to business." Annie pulled Angela through the crowd to the mission service counter. And there, they ran into acquaintances again. "Humph. What bad luck. Why do I run into you everywhere?" This was the same tall, thin woman and her group who had clashed with them at the guild entrance. Angela wasn't about to back down either. "Ugh, I feel like there's a swarm of flies buzzing around in front of me." The tall, thin woman glared at her. She realized that when it came to arguing, she was no match for this little girl, so she changed the subject. "Humph, all you're good for is a silver tongue. In terms of strength, you're nothing but trash here, the lowest of the low. TCH, acting all high and mighty." "What's your rank?" Angela asked. At the mention of rank, the tall, thin woman immediately became arrogant. She puffed out her chest slightly and said haughtily, "Heh, look at your ignorant face. I'm a bronze-rank 3rd-tier adventurer, a 1st-tier 3rd-tier mage. You're not even in the same league as me." Angela was stunned. She really hadn't expected the other party to be a bronze-rank 3rd-tier adventurer, and so strong. Seeing Angela remain silent, the tall, thin woman was very pleased, feeling she had finally gotten her revenge. She continued, "Judging from your appearance, you're also here to complete a mission, right? Let me tell you, we're completing an SS rank mission, killing a highly poisonous magic lizard and handing in its 4th-tier magic core. Your mission is probably just some odd job like finding someone's cat or dog, ha." Her companions burst into laughter, and the red-haired man said disdainfully, "Why bother talking to them? They're just trash. They probably took on the S-rank mission to kill the sawtooth boar, but they probably failed and slumped back, ha." Another round of laughter followed. Angela was furious, her face flushed, and was about to explode when Annie stopped her. Annie shook her head and said, "Forget it, don't argue. Their words only show how short-sighted they are." The red-haired man snorted and stepped aside. "Humph. Come on, we already completed the mission. Show us how we're short-sighted." Annie ignored the red-haired man and pulled Angela straight to the service counter. Today, the staff at the service desk was a young man, who was very polite. "What task do you need to complete?" Annie pulled out the task sheet from her pocket and handed it over. "We completed the task yesterday, and we're here today to collect the materials and bounty." Upon hearing this, the group of red-haired men who had been watching were stunned. They craned their necks to look at the task sheet in Annie's hand, which was stamped with a completed mark. Damn, she really completed it. The red-haired man curled his lip. "Humph. Even if she completed it, it's nothing special. It was just a simple little task. She probably just encountered a half-dead level 2 wild boar." However, when the staff member saw the task sheet, he gave Annie a complicated look and then said, "Please wait a moment." The change in the staff member's tone caught the attention of the red-haired man and his group. What was going on? Why was he suddenly so respectful to Annie and her companion? When the staff member returned, he was followed by 4 burly men, each carrying several large bags. "Sorry to keep you waiting. This is your task sheet. Please keep it safe. These bags contain the materials from your hunt, including hides, meat, bones, and blood. The magic cores and skull have already been taken by the task giver. He's willing to raise the price paying 50 gold coins. After deducting the processing fee, here are 40 gold coins for you. Please check them. What? The red-haired man and his companions were completely stunned. What did 40 gold coins even mean? They only received 15 gold coins for this mission, which meant the other party's mission items were far superior to theirs. What the staff member said next left the red-haired man and his companions speechless. Given that your team completed a mission beyond your level, the Adventurers Guild has decided to award you a larger points reward, a total of 2,500 points. You can decide how to distribute them. What? 2,500 points? The red-haired man exclaimed. I only got 500 points for this mission, bro. What's the logic behind this? What did those two little girls hunt? The staff member raised an eyebrow and looked at Annie, who nodded. With Annie's approval, the staff member continued, this young lady's adventurer team, in what isn't the season for sawtooth boars, killed a tier 5 sawtooth boar. More importantly, it was a sawtooth boar king. What? Now it was Annie and Angela's turn to be surprised. It's a tier 5 sawtooth boar king? The staff member was also stunned. You didn't know? Annie and Angela exchanged a glance, and both shook their heads. The staff member gave a wry smile. Then you're incredibly lucky. This sawtooth boar is the king of its tribe. It has many wounds, indicating it was involved in a battle for the throne. It was probably defeated by the challenger when you saw it, leaving it with only tier 4 strength, which is why you were able to defeat it. However, even tier 4 is far beyond your capabilities. Therefore, in recognition of your heroic performance, the Adventurers Guild has given you a higher reward as encouragement. Hearing this, the red-haired man and his group's faces flushed red and then paled. They had just been arrogantly calling others trash, but now it seemed their prey was incomparable to theirs. The bounty was significantly lower, and the points were 5 times less. Annie happily counted the gold coins and said, could you please transport these materials from the Sawtooth Boar to Nickel's Magic Core shop? The staff member nodded and said, no problem, we can send them over now. Having received the staff's affirmative reply, Annie didn't linger. Under the murderous gazes of the red-haired man and his companions, she leisurely left the Adventurers Guild's hall. Just who are these two little girls? Asked one of the red-haired man's companions. This man was tall, bald, and looked very fierce. The red-haired man shook his head. I don't know. They're probably only at the first tier. It's impossible for them to kill a 5th-tier sawtooth boar king. They must have someone helping them. Oh, and there's a guy in their group who's quite strong. The bald man asked, who is that guy? I don't know, I haven't seen him before. He's probably a newly registered adventurer too. The tall, thin woman didn't seem to care, sneering, humph. Just lucky, doesn't he think he's something special? The bald man frowned, turning to the red-haired man. Did they just ask the Adventurers Guild to transport their materials to Nickel's Magic Core shop? The red-haired man nodded. I think that's what they said. Then, the guy you mentioned, is that Nickel? The tall, thin woman immediately retorted. How could it be that drunkard? All he does is drink, his shop is abandoned, and he's even been beaten up for running up debts outside. Yes, the red-haired man exclaimed. I seen the old drunkard before, he's slovenly, his clothes are tattered, but that man is clean-cut and energetic, not like a drunkard at all. The bald man frowned, watching the direction Annie and the others had left, and muttered, if it really is Nickel who's back, then the Adventurers Guild is going to be in big trouble again. What? The red-haired man looked at the bald man in surprise. What abilities does that drunkard have that he could cause trouble in the Adventurers Guild? The bald man didn't explain, only saying calmly, this Nickel was once a legendary figure in the adventurers world, but unfortunately. Sigh. Never mind, I hope my guess is wrong. Chapter 48. Meanwhile, after leaving home, Nicole went straight to the underground market. He had a lot to do today. Through the dimly lit and complex passageway, he arrived at Old Craft's door again, knocking on the coded signal of 2 long knocks followed by 1 short one. Old Craft was as cautious as ever, first peering through the small window in the door to make out Nicole's face before opening it. Good morning, old man. Have you had breakfast? Old Craft chuckled. I knew you come today, but I didn't expect you to be here so early. Come on, I'm eating right now. Want to have some together? Nicole waved his hand. No need, I already eaten. I come to see you today because I have important business. Old Craft's face fell, and he said angrily, what? Can't you come see an old man like me, if you don't have something important to say? I've been keeping the underground market running for you for 10 years. Ha ha, how could that be? It's just that I run into a little trouble. Old Craft raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Nicole. You have something to trouble you with? That's strange. Nicole gave a wry smile. Are you mocking me? To be honest, only you can help me solve this problem. Hearing that only he could solve his problem, Old Calf immediately became somewhat smug. All right. Tell me, what's the problem? Nicole sat opposite Old Calf and solemnly said, I need to find a reliable necromancer to help me answer a question. Old Calf frowned upon hearing this. Why do you need a necromancer? Do you know the situation in Misty City right now? After that brand caused a ruckus in the suburbs, the city lord's mansion launched a full-scale search and manhunt for necromancers. Those with any skill have already escaped, and those without have been caught and executed. Where do you expect me to find a necromancer for you? Nickel shrugged. That's why I said I could only ask you. I definitely couldn't find it myself, but I trust your abilities, old man. You can definitely help me find it. Old Calf snorted and said indifferently, I'm not some kind of god. How about this? Tell me what question you want to ask, and I see if I can think of a way. Hearing there was hope, Nickel leaned forward and lowered his voice. Last time I bought 2 necromancy spells from you, right? One was an offensive spell, Bone Spear, and the other was a support spell, Undead Summoning, but there's a problem. My friend can successfully learn and wield the Bone Spear, but he can't cast the Undead Summoning. I want to figure out what's going on. Old Calf frowned slightly after hearing this. You rascal, you actually have a necromancer at home. But seeing Nickel's nonchalant attitude, Old Calf sighed. Fine, I help you this once. Wait for me, I go say hello and see if they're willing to see you. With that, Old Calf stood up and walked out. Hey, wait! Nickel also stood up and called out. What is it? Old Calf asked, puzzled. Nothing, you go ask. I go to the 3rd block to get my staff, okay? Old Calf waved his hand impatiently. Go ahead, I come find you in the 3rd block later. The two went out and arrived at the 3rd block. Old Calf opened the entrance to the 3rd block for Nickel, and after Nickel entered, he left. After entering the 3rd block, Nickel didn't rush to find Little Card, but instead looked around. The underground market is divided into 10 blocks, each specializing in different items, making it easier for customers to browse and compare prices and quality. For example, Block 8, which Nickel visited, sells various materials such as animal bones, mithril, and magic scrolls, while Block 3 sells finished weapons, armor, and magical accessories, and also offers custom orders. Nicole wandered around, looking for a suitable weapon, as casting wind blade spells out of thin air every time was too mana intensive. Actually, Nickel's wind blade spell is a low-level magic, which could be used to enhance weapons, greatly increasing their attack power. However, Nickel currently had no weapon, so he couldn't unleash the wind blade's true combat potential, otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured in the battle against the sawtooth boar. Nicole looked around and saw quite a few good items, but none suitable for him. He walked to a stall and picked up a long sword. The long sword was exquisitely crafted, forged from black iron and intricately inscribed with magical runes. Its blade gleamed with a cold light, clearly a fine sword. However, a red fire elemental magic core was embedded in the hilt. Shopkeeper, this sword is well made. Do you have any with wind attributes? The shopkeeper was a woman, with delicate features, but a remarkably muscular physique, showing clearly defined muscles, even stronger than some men. The shopkeeper glanced at Nickel indifferently, and uttered 2 words. No! Nickel shook his head with a wry smile, placed the sword back on the stall, and prepared to leave. But the female shopkeeper spoke again, but it can be done. Nickel stopped and turned to look at the shopkeeper, saying, I need it now, there's no time to wait. The shopkeeper frowned and said, 3 days. Nickel was taken aback, pointing to the longsword he had just picked up and asking, Can you guarantee this quality in 3 days? The shopkeeper nodded, her words few. Nickel turned back to the stall and squatted down. Do we need to provide the materials? The shopkeeper shook her head and said, Provide the magic cores, nothing else. Nickel nodded, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 magic cores, the same 2 4-tier wind-type magic cores he had found in the snow leopard's den. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. This time, she went a little further. With these 2 magic cores, you can definitely forge a powerful weapon. Nicole waved his hand and said, No need. Each of these 2 magic cores can be used to forge a weapon, a long sword and a short knife. Can you do that? The shopkeeper nodded. Yes. How much? 50 gold coins. Nicole frowned slightly. So expensive? Can you lower the price? The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, 40 gold coins, that's the lowest I can go. Deal. Nicole was decisive, no longer haggling, and instead asked, "What's your name?" "Aurora." "Hee, my name is Nicole. It's a pleasure doing business with you. I come back in 3 days to pick up my weapons. Cash on delivery." With that, Nicole got up and left. He wasn't worried about Aurora running off with his 4th-tier magic cores, because the underground market had its rules. Anyone who took something and ran would be severely punished. After leaving Aurora's stall, Nicole had nothing more to browse, so he went straight to Little Card's stall. Little Card greeted Nicole warmly. "Brother Nicole, you're here." Nicole smiled and asked, "How is it? Is the staff I asked for finished?" "Yes. You be absolutely satisfied," Little Card said, glancing nervously around before opening a large wooden chest he was sitting on. He took out a long, narrow object wrapped in coarse linen and handed it to Nicole. Nicole took the object, tore off the bindings and burlap, revealing a section of its contents. Instantly, a dark and eerie aura rushed out, as if countless hellish demons were roaring and shouting in his ears. The staff was smooth as jade, shrouded in black mist, exuding powerful death magic. At the very top of the staff was a zombie dragon head, also carved from dragon bone, majestic and imposing, possessing a power to devour the heavens and earth. A black magic stone, about the size of an egg, was inlaid in the dragon's mouth using mithril as a guide. The stone seemed to flow with liquid, occasionally shimmering with faint dark light. This was the magic stone forged from the ghoul's magic core. Nicole nodded, very satisfied with the wand. But then, Little Card said, "Brother Nicole, I added a little function to the wand. Take a look." He took the wand, showing its tail, a cone-shaped structure with another magic stone inlaid on it, a pale bluish-green color. Little Card released a wisp of magic, activating the bluish-green magic stone at the base. Instantly, the entire wand's aura changed, the black mist swirling around the wand vanished, and the head transformed into a pair of wings, the magic stone in the center turning bluish-green. Nicole's mouth dropped open, and he asked in a daze, What's going on?" Little Card was very satisfied with Nicole's reaction and proudly said, "This is a disguise staff I designed myself. A wind elemental magic stone is embedded in the bottom, and a low-level spell is engraved inside the stone. Wind without a trace, which can change the staff's appearance and even its aura. This way, even if you carry it on your person, no one will know it's a necromancer staff." Little Card, "You're simply a genius." Nicole didn't hold back his praise. He truly hadn't thought of this problem. Carrying a necromancer staff on his person would inevitably arouse suspicion, but if it could be disguised as a wind elemental staff, everything would be much easier. Little Card, flattered by the praise, chuckled, "Ha, Brother Nicole, you flatter me. You gave me 100 gold coins all at once, of course I can't let you down." Nicole patted his pockets, intending to give Little Card some more money, but he was penniless. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Ha, it's nothing, we have many more collaborations in the future." After a few pleasantries, an aged voice rang out behind Nicole, "Nicel, I taken care of your matter." Nicole turned around, and saw that it was Old Calf returning. Old Calf continued, "That guy has a strange temper. Think carefully, are you sure you want to meet him?" Nicole nodded and said, "There's no other way, this is the only option now." "Alright then, follow me." Nicole then wrapped up his staff, tucked it into his pocket, and followed Old Calf out of Block 3. They continued on until they reached Block 10 before stopping. Old Calf skillfully opened the door to Block 10. Inside, unlike Blocks 3 and 8 which were filled with street vendors, the streets were wide and bright, lined with houses and various signs hanging at their entrances. Training Room 1, Training Room 2, Training Room 3. "So you hid him here," Nicole said with a wry smile. Old Calf shrugged. There was no other way. The other places were being searched so thoroughly, only the training rooms could be well hidden. But there was only one necromancer hiding here. The two stopped at the door of Training Room 20. Old Calf took a deep breath, put on a smile, and knocked. "Chuckler, the person I mentioned earlier is here. I let him come in alone to see you." There was a sound of a lock being opened, followed by a creak as the door opened. Inside was a somewhat haggard-looking young man. He didn't look particularly special. One couldn't tell from his appearance that he was a necromancer. Chuckle glanced at Nicole and said indifferently, "I only met you because of Old Man Craft, otherwise I wouldn't have." Nicole bowed slightly. "Thank you. I just have some questions I'd like to ask you. Sorry to bother you." Chuckle nodded and said to Old Man Craft, "Old Man Craft, you should leave first. It wouldn't be good for you to overhear our conversation." Craft also nodded and said, "Ha, of course I won't stay here. I have to go to the front to greet the guests you two chat." As Nicole entered the house, Chuckle closed the door. There were originally more than 10 training rooms inside, but they were all empty. It seemed that Old Man Kraft had deliberately cleared out the entire training room number 20 specifically for Chackle to hide in. Nicole was familiar with the training room. It was dimly lit and empty, just a bare room. However, beneath this empty space was a powerful spirit-gathering magic array, used to collect elements of heaven and earth. This made the elements within the training room denser and purer, more conducive to the cultivator's absorption and refinement. Chuckle walked over, pulled out 2 stools, and said, "Sit down. Whatever your questions, just say them, but don't pry into my affairs, understand?" Nicole nodded and sat opposite Chuckle. He looked at the young man, who seemed even younger than himself, and didn't know where to begin. I have a friend who just awakened his necromancy adaptability, but he's encountered some trouble in his training." Chuckle interrupted him. "Get to the point." Nicole was taken aback. This guy really was straightforward. Okay. My friend is currently. I can't use necromancy. I want to know what's going on." Chuckler frowned and asked, "How strong is he?" "First level, first rank, just broke through." "Is there anything special about how he cast the spell?" Nicole thought carefully for a moment and said, The magic circle was very clear at first, but it shattered after a while." "Shattered?" Chuckler was taken aback, then asked, "Did he make a pact with the undead before?" Now it was Nicole's turn to be dumbfounded. This question truly stumped him. "I don't think he did." Chapter 49. Chuckle frowned. "You need to understand, necromancy is the most basic skill for every necromancer, just like wind mages have wind shields, fire mages have fireballs, water mages have water prisons, lightning mages have lightning locks, and light mages have healing spells. We necromancers acquire necromancy first from the source of magic. No matter how strong a necromancer is, they can summon undead to fight alongside them." Nicole shrugged. "Then what you said about signing a contract causing the summoning to fail?" Chuckle shook his head. "There are many reasons why necromancy summoning might fail. It could be due to insufficient skill, errors in the spell, or the array diagram. But you also said he could draw a complete magic circle, but it shattered in the end. So there's only one possibility." "What?" Nicole perked up his ears, afraid of missing some important information. "Your friend made a pact with an undead, and this undead, having made the pact with him, grew faster than him, causing an energy overload during the summoning and bursting the magic circle." Nicole frowned. "But I heard that necromancers can usually summon multiple undead to assist in battle." Chuckler scoffed. "Where did you hear that rumor? We necromancers, without reaching the second rank, simply can't summon 2 undead at the same time. And even if we summon one, it's just a mindless wandering spirit. So, if your friend really did make a pact with an undead, it means that undead's strength has at least reached the second rank." Nicole thought to herself, second tier strength isn't that high. With Annie's talent, she'd probably break through to second tier in a while, but she probably won't be able to use necromancy in battle during that time. Chuckle continued, "If that's really the case, I'm quite envious of him." Nicole was a little puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "Because he can obtain a very promising necromancer. You know, surviving in the netherworld is extremely difficult, especially for mindless wandering necromancers. Necromancers like us basically have to replace our necromancers every 6 months because the previous one has already been eaten by other necromancers. Moreover, in the netherworld, there are many conscious necromancers with strength below second tier. They formed organizations and can conduct large-scale cleansing of wandering necromancers to improve their own strength, which prevents many wandering necromancers from growing stronger." Nicole asked, "In that case, wouldn't it be very difficult for a first-tier, 9th-tier necromancer to find a suitable an undead?" Chuck shook his head. "You can't say that. After all, the undead realm is too vast. Many wandering undead, if lucky or talented, can continue to exist and constantly devour other undead to strengthen themselves." Nicole nodded. "So, the undead that my friend made a pact with is quite a formidable character?" But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Nicole suddenly shuddered. He remembered that his sister Eva had mentioned in a letter that Annie had passed the magic aptitude test. If she had summoned a powerful undead during the test, even Drew wouldn't have let her go. Therefore, the undead Annie summoned must not be strong, in fact, it should be very weak. But this didn't match Chuck's statement. "Chuckler, could there be other reasons?" Chuckler shook his head. "Based on what you said, this is the only explanation I can come up with. After all, my own strength isn't high either." Nicole sighed. "In that case, as long as my friend's strength surpasses that undead, it should be fine, right?" Chuckler glanced at Nicole with interest. "It's not that simple. If this undead can grow fast enough, it can consistently outclass the summoner, and your friend won't be able to summon undead until their strength reaches tier 2. That shouldn't happen, right? Didn't you just say you change undead every 6 months? Humph, that's normal. But yours is clearly different. According to you, your friend just awakened, meaning it hasn't been long. But in such a short time, this undead has reached tier 2 or higher strength. That's quite remarkable. Now Nicole was anxious. If Annie couldn't use undead summoning, it would be like losing a major advantage of the necromancer. How could that be? Seeing Nicole's anxious expression, Chuckler pondered for a moment, then said, however, it's not like there's no way. Hearing there was still hope, Nicole immediately perked up. What way? Sever the contract. Chuckler said seriously, if the summoner unilaterally severs the contract, the summoner will suffer great damage, but given enough time, the injuries can still heal. Nicole immediately shook his head. Rather than severing the contract, it was better to believe that Annie could catch up with the undead quickly. Chuckler shrugged and said, well, there's nothing I can do then. Just cheer your friend on, and tell him to train harder so that the undead doesn't fall further behind. Nicole figured he wouldn't get any more information here, so he stood up to leave. Chuckler stood up as well, and extended his right hand. Nicole was taken aback, thinking this guy was quite friendly, so he shook hands with him. But Chuckler abruptly shook off Nicole's hand, saying, who wants to shake hands with you? 20 gold coins. Nicole was stunned again, then speechless. You only said a few words to me, and you have the nerve to ask me for 20 gold coins? Chuckler raised an eyebrow, looking nonchalant. Fine, you don't have to give it to me. I've spread the word that Nicole has a necromancer friend. Guess what will happen? Nicole's eyes narrowed, and a murderous aura erupted, instantly enveloping Chuckler. Chuckler felt the temperature around him drop, a sense of impending death washing over him. His legs went weak, and he slumped back into his seat. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the man before him. Nicole snorted, withdrawing his murderous intent, and said calmly, I don't have any money on hand right now. You have to pay me back later, and Old Craft will bring it to you. He then opened the door and left. At the doorway, Nicole paused, then added, if I hear any rumors, you won't leave here alive. With that, he turned and left without looking back, leaving Chuckler sitting there, stunned and lost in thought. After a long while, Chuckler finally came to his senses, muttering with lingering fear, this killing intent, how is that possible? After leaving the 10th district, Nickel didn't say goodbye to Old Cough again, and went straight out of the underground market to the surface. He had basically obtained everything he wanted on this trip, and it was time to go back. He wondered if things were going well with Annie and the others. Nicole walked towards his magic core shop, lost in thought. He had arranged with Annie before leaving that the materials from the dismantled serrated boars would be transported to Nickel's magic core shop, where there was a special warehouse to store them. Nickel could then sell them at a high price in the underground market. Upon arriving at the magic core shop, Nickel found the door ajar. It seemed Annie and the others had returned, so he prepared to go inside. Just then, he heard a noisy commotion coming from inside the shop. Humph! That old drunkard still hasn't paid his debts, and I was just worried about not being able to find him. These materials will do the trick. No way. This is what we risked our lives hunting magical beasts for. You can't take it? Little girl. Get out of my way. Ouch. Then came the sound of something falling to the ground. Nicole quickly pushed open the door, and saw 4 or 5 men standing in the room. Annie was tightly clutching the various materials that had been delivered, while Angela was lying on the floor, surrounded by bottles and jars. Blitz, what are you doing? Nicole roared. Oh, Nicole, you're finally back. You should remember you owe me money, right? A weasel-faced man said sarcastically. I owe you nothing. Didn't I already pay it all back? Nicole walked into the house, and helped Angela up from the floor. Blitz chuckled sinisterly. Heh, look, it's all written here in black and white. Late payments incur interest, and that interest is included in the total amount. So you owed me for several months now, and you owe me a total of 100 gold coins. What? Nicole shouted. Aren't you trying to extort me? I only borrowed 80 gold coins from you, and I already paid back 100, including interest. Why do I have to pay back another 100? Blitz's face darkened, and he sneered. Humph. Who told you to pay back 3 months late? Didn't you pay interest during that time? Did you think I lent you my money for nothing? Nicole's face was ashen. He was penniless now. He couldn't possibly expect Annie and the other woman to help him pay off his debts. At this moment, Annie stepped forward, took out 40 gold coins from her pocket, and handed them to Nickel. Uncle, This is the bounty I got from turning in the quest. It's 40 gold coins. Angela should have another 50, I give them to you later. Nickel stared blankly at the gold coins in his hand. He hadn't expected Annie to so readily give him all her money to help him pay off his debts. Nicole shook his head, returned the gold coins to Annie, and said, "No need. I handle this myself." Then he turned to Blitz. "Blitz, you go back first today. I return these 100 gold coins to you tomorrow, delivered directly to your place. Is that all right?" Blitz glanced sideways at Nickel. Sure, but if you keep dragging your feet on paying." He looked around the shop's furnishings and said, "You can have this shop." Angela jumped up immediately. "How can that be? This shop is in such a good location. It should be worth at least 300 gold coins. You want to use it to pay 100 gold coins? TCH, this lousy shop hasn't had any business in ages. It's not worth 300 gold coins anymore." Blitz scoffed. "Nicole, it's up to you. Either pay back the money, or transfer the shop." Angela was about to say something, but Nickel stopped her. "Fine. It's a deal. Tomorrow afternoon, I deliver 100 gold coins to you. Please leave." Nicole gestured for them to leave. Blitz snorted coldly, glared at Nickel and Angela, and threw down the words, "Remember what you said," before turning and leaving with his men without looking back. After Blitz left, Annie said to Nicole, "Uncle, it's all right. We're family. We should help each other when we're in trouble. We earn the money back together." Angela, though reluctant, replied, "I give you the money later. You should go pay off your debts. We can always go to the Misty Forest again and earn more bounty." Hearing Annie and Angela's words, Nicole felt a warmth in his heart. He patted Annie's head gently and said, "Thank you, but I can't let you share my debts." "Don't worry, I have a way." Angela asked doubtfully, "What's your plan? Do you have any money left?" Nickel chuckled and shook his head. "Hee, you don't need to know my plan. Anyway, I definitely pay back the 100 gold coins tomorrow." With that, Nickel waved his hand, not dwelling on the topic. "By the way, what did you find at the Adventurers Guild today?" At the mention of their finds, Annie perked up and told Nickel everything the clerk at the service desk had told them. Nickel was also quite surprised. He hadn't initially noticed that the sawtooth boar was actually a king, with a strength of up to the 5th tier. Fortunately, the sawtooth boar king was injured and could only exert its 4th tier strength, otherwise, the three of them really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Nickel stroked his chin, looking at the mountain of materials, and chuckled, "Tonight we're having a wild boar feast." "Yay!" Annie cheered, then asked, "What about the rest?" "I take the remaining meat, bones, and hides to sell, and get some gold coins to buy you some more equipment." With that, Nickel stored all the materials in the room into his spatial artifact. Annie continued, "Uncle, the Adventurers Guild also gave us 2,500 points. What are they for?" Nickel was taken aback, asking in surprise, "How many did you say?" 2,500 points. The young man said it was a reward for us. Nickel took a deep breath. "I never received so many points at once. This is breaking records." Then, Nickel calmed down and explained to Annie and Annie, "Points are mainly used to increase adventurer levels. You two can split these 2,500 points equally, so you can both reach bronze tier 2. That's pretty good." "Uncle, what about you?" Annie asked. "I don't need them. My adventurer level is already higher than yours. Let's talk about it when we reach the same level." Nickel laughed. Chapter 50. Oh, right. Nicole suddenly remembered something and quickly pulled a long object from his pocket, saying, "Annie, I brought you a gift." Annie's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Uncle. What is this gift?" "Here, open it yourself and see." He handed the object, tightly wrapped in coarse linen, to Annie. Annie took it and forcefully tore open the bindings and linen, revealing the necromancer's staff inside. "Wow, it's so beautiful." Annie's eyes practically popped out of her head. Her hands gently caressed the staff, feeling its smooth texture. From the moment she touched it, Annie's magic seemed to resonate with the staff. It seemed to come alive, vibrating in rhythm with Annie's heartbeat. Annie carefully felt the abundant magic within the staff. With this staff, she felt that she could now cast the Bone Spear spell 4 or 5 times without any problem, whereas before she could only cast it twice. "So do you like it?" Nicole asked with a smile. Annie nodded quickly. "I love it, thank you, Uncle. This staff was specially made for you. Give it a name." Annie thought for a moment, then waved the staff, looking at the dragon skull on the top, and said, "How about calling it the dragon-slaying staff?" "Okay. From now on, it will be called the dragon-slaying staff." The staff seemed to have heard their conversation, and suddenly burst forth with waves of black shockwaves, the power of death surging in all directions, as if celebrating its new name. Next, Nickel taught Annie how to alter the staff's aura, transforming it into a wind-elemental staff to conceal its true nature as a necromancer staff. Angela watched enviously. Young Master Nickel. Is there a gift for me? Her voice trailed off, barely audible. Nicole smiled and said, of course, but your gift is still being made, it might be a little later. Hearing that she would receive one, Angela laughed happily. Great. Great. Seeing the two girls so happy, Nickel was also in high spirits. However, he then thought of something else and looked at Annie, asking, Annie, I have a question for you. Annie tilted her head and asked, what? Have you ever made a pact with an undead before? Annie paused, then slowly said, I don't know what an undead pact is, but during my magic aptitude test, with the help of my family's mage corps, I summoned an undead named Born, a skeleton soldier. Nicole frowned. Summoned a skeleton soldier? You named him Born? Annie shook her head. I didn't name him. He said his name was Born. What? Nicholas thought he misheard. He said it himself? He's a conscious undead? Annie nodded. Yes, he accompanied me out of Gore City and helped us fight off a group of bandits along the way. Angela was shocked. She knew nothing about this. She had only thought that Born was sent by Eva to protect Annie, but since he couldn't speak, Angela assumed he was mute. Hearing Annie mention it now, I immediately understood. It was a skeleton soldier. Miss, are you talking about that guard Born? Annie nodded. Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Angela, I didn't tell you then. I was afraid you looked down on him. Receiving confirmation, Angela's doubts vanished. It's all right, Mississippi. I was just puzzled. The bandits all fled, but he chased after them alone and never returned. I thought he was dead. No, he just returned to the netherworld. I was thinking that once I learned necromancy, I could summon Born again, but... Annie lowered her head, somewhat dejected. Nicole, however, recovered from his shock. He finally understood something. Annie had summoned a skeleton soldier, leading everyone to believe that Annie's magical talent was extremely poor, and even as a necromancer, she couldn't possibly grow into a capable one. That's why she was banished to Misty City instead of being executed on the spot. But now it seems that what Annie summoned was definitely not a simple skeleton soldier, but a sentient skeleton soldier. This is enough to show that Annie's talent has surpassed most people. Describing her as a prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. This also explains why Annie's summoned undead could increase in strength to surpass Annie's in such a short time. Nicole looked at Annie solemnly and said, Annie, this matter can only be known by you, me, and Angela. You absolutely cannot tell a fourth person. Annie said timidly, actually, you haven't already told anyone else, have you? Nicole exclaimed in surprise. No. Annie quickly explained, actually Mom said something similar before, but I trusted you and Angela completely, so I told her. Nicole was taken aback. Sister knew about this too? He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, this matter ends here. From now on, the three of us must never mention this again, understand? Annie and Angela both nodded obediently. Having received their affirmative answers, Nicole breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Annie, you need to speed up your cultivation and break through to the second tier as soon as possible, so you can see Born again. Really? Annie's eyes lit up, and hope returned. Nicole nodded and said, yes, if I'm not mistaken, you and Born have already signed a necromancer contract, and Born's current strength is higher than yours. Therefore, your own strength is insufficient to summon Born, which is why the summoning spell failed. So you must work hard? Annie nodded heavily, and turned to go upstairs to cultivate. Nickel grabbed her arm, forcing a smile. There's no rush. Let's eat first, I'm starving. The three exchanged a glance and laughed. After dinner, Annie and Angela rushed off to cultivate, while Nickel returned alone to the underground market. He went straight to Old Koff's room. Old Koff was quite surprised to see Nickel back. What's wrong? What brings you here again? Nickel sighed and shook his head. Old man, you have to help me this one more time. What's troubling you so much? Tell me. Do you know Blitz? Blitz? That loan shark? You didn't borrow money from him, did you? Nicole smiled wryly. Yes, I did borrow money from him, but that was a long time ago. He's actually asking me for money again now. Old Kraft frowned. You want me to pay back your debt? Nicole shook his head. No, I want you to help me. Wipe them out. What? Old Kraft was startled. Nicole, You know we only do business, not violence. I know, that's why I don't want you to act under the guise of the underground market. Just give me some men, and we go out tonight. Don't worry, I pay you handsomely. Old Kraft frowned, sat there silently for a moment, and said, You're breaking the rules. Nicole sighed deeply. When she was alive, she always hated evil. Blitz and his ilk were loan sharks, who set traps to prevent borrowers from repaying their debts, thus plundering their wealth and causing countless families to be ruined. Keeping such people around is a menace. If she were still alive, she would definitely support what I'm doing. Old Kraft gave him a deep look and sighed, All right. I called Jackson and the others. 5 people in total, including myself, should be enough. Nicole was overjoyed and laughed, Enough. Enough. Old man, you're doing it yourself, 1 person is enough. Old Kraft snorted and smiled bitterly, Only you can persuade me, otherwise, this old body of mine is too lazy to move. Nicole smiled broadly, Hee, I know you're the best, old man. Here's the deal. We act at midnight tonight. After it's done, all the supplies will be split equally. How about it? Old Koff thought for a moment and said, This Blitz has been lending money at exorbitant interest rates for so many years. He must have accumulated a lot of wealth, maybe even tens of thousands. Nickel chuckled, Old man, tens of thousands is nothing to you, is it? Old Koff rolled his eyes at Nickel. Humph, that's all organization funds, not personal money. How can you compare? My salary is only 4 gold coins a month, and I haven't made a single penny off you. Nickel waved his hand. All right, I know you worked hard. It's settled then. I go prepare now, see you tonight. He then turned and left. Old Koff watched Nickel's departing figure, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. Late at night, the entire Misty city fell silent. All the residents and adventurers, after a busy day, were fast asleep. In the southeast corner of the adventure zone stood a large mansion, with the words Blitz Money House prominently displayed. 2 guards, fresh from their shift, stood ramrod straight at the gate, each carrying a long spear. More guards patrolled the courtyard, making the defenses extremely tight. On a rooftop opposite the mansion, a figure dressed in black and wearing a black mask lurked stealthily, his piercing eyes fixed on the interior. This was Nickel, and beside him were 5 others, all dressed similarly. About how many people are inside? The voice was unmistakably Old Kraft's. Nicole frowned, thought for a moment, and said, There are probably only about 20 guards, but many inside are asleep. If we make a noise, we wake them, and then it'd be difficult to deal with them. I heard Blitz has hired 2 experts to oversee things. A man muttered. Humph. What experts are they? They're nothing but pushovers in front of Old Man Kraft. A cold male voice said. Old Kraft gave a wry smile. You think highly of me, aren't you afraid of breaking my old bones? Nicole asked, How strong are those 2 experts? The man in the muttered voice said, I heard they're at the 8th rank, but I don't know if it's true. Humph. This Blitz certainly knows how to spend a fortune, Nicole said. Old Calf observed the situation for a moment and slowly said, If we really have to fight an 8th-tier expert head-on, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, which will be disadvantageous for us. Here's what we do. You guys go first and take care of the guards. Nicole and I both have spatial artifacts on us. We go to the storage room to collect the gold coins first, and then we leave. Nicole nodded. This guy's lucky. We let him go for now. If the 8th-tier expert comes, Jackson, you guys hold him off until we collected the coins, then we come out to help you. Old Calf continued. Jackson and the other 3 nodded in agreement. All right, let's not delay. Let's take our positions and move out. Old Calf waved his hand, and the 6 of them dispersed. The streets were quiet in the dead of night, without a single person in sight. The 2 guards at the entrance of the Blitz Money Exchange stood for a while, then began to chat. Another quiet day. Yeah, actually I didn't get enough sleep during the day, I'm still a little sleepy. Don't fall asleep, or Blitz will dock your pay. Ugh. Don't even mention it. The boss only gives us 3 gold coins a month. What's that even enough for? He makes so much money, but he doesn't even share a single penny with us. You're not capable of collecting debts anyway. Those who go with the boss get a commission, while we gatekeepers only get this little bit of pay. Be content. Yeah, that's true. We're only standing here for a short while, nothing much to do. Who would be so blind as to cause trouble here? So, if you want a more relaxed life, don't complain about the low wages. However, before he could finish speaking, an ice blue arrow shot towards him. He was no match for it. Before he could even react, the arrow struck him in the neck. His eyes widened, trying to scream, But the arrow pierced his vocal cords, rendering him unable to speak, only able to utter sounds. The next moment, another arrow flew, striking him squarely in the forehead. His helmet shattered, and brains splattered everywhere. The other guard beside him was stunned by the sight. Just as he was about to scream, a hand covered his mouth from behind. His eyes bulged, filled with terror. A flash of cold light, and a line of blood appeared on his neck. He could only fall to the ground, forever filled with terror and resentment. "How do we open this door?" one of the men in black asked. "Open it from the inside," another man in black said, extending one hand. A stream of water slowly floated into the crack in the door. After 2 clicks, the previously sealed door opened with surprising ease. "Go!" The two exchanged a glance and rushed inside, followed by 4 more figures in black.